In the year 2025, Blue Star underwent an unprecedented revival of spiritual energy. However, this resurgence did not herald unmitigated blessings 3 months later. The monstrous beast broke through the dimensional barriers, ruthlessly invading Blue Star. Faced with these formidable creatures, humanity appeared woefully fragile, swiftly teetering on the brink of extinction. Fortuitously, at this perilous juncture, Yihan was reborn and awakened a salvation system. This extraordinary system endowed him with a remarkable ability, could impart martial arts to the masses, and for each disciple he accepted, he would receive a proportionate feedback of their cultivation, along with a plethora of system rewards awaiting him. Through Yihan's relentless efforts, an ever-growing number of martial artists flocked to his tutelage. When the number of disciples reached 100,000, he received a 30 cultivation feedback, skyrocketing his prowess as he ascended to the level of a grandmaster. Upon surpassing the million mark in disciples, he not only mastered grandmaster-level mental strength, but also transformed into a thought master, possessing the terrifying ability to kill from a distance. As the disciple count soared to 10 million, he comprehended the unparalleled technique of the grandmaster-level, brilliant galaxy, capable of causing the very earth to quake with a mere flick of his finger. Yihan's journey along the path of martial arts did not cease there. When the number of his martial disciples astonishingly reached 500 million, he crystallized the martial arts divine kingdom, experiencing a meteoric rise in strength, ultimately ascending to the cosmos. He became the unequivocal champion in the new world of spiritual energy, revered by millions of martial artists as the true god of martial arts. With the system's bountiful rewards, Yihan's might escalated exponentially. When the monstrous beast once again tore through the fabric of space-time, launching a full-scale invasion of Blue Star, he had evolved into a cosmic-level grandmaster, capable of annihilating beast kings with a mere gesture, becoming an unrivaled entity upon Blue Star. Amidst the thunderous roars of impending doom, dark clouds churned ominously overhead, casting their shadows upon a towering steel fortress, which stood resolutely upon the vast expanse of land, encircled by an endless horde of monstrous beasts. The beasts unleashed deafening howls, their overwhelming presence seemingly intent on devouring the very heavens and earth. In the face of such a colossal army, the fortress appeared diminutive and frail, teetering on the edge of collapse. Yihan, a brawny veteran bearing a fearsome scar upon his visage, stood resolutely atop the fortress walls, wielding a gleaming sword. His gaze remained eerily calm, fixated upon the restless throngs of beasts below. This scar was a testament to his past battles against the beasts, a mark of his indomitable bravery. Yet, apart from this scar, he bore an unremarkable appearance, perhaps even misinterpreted as a villain due to his disfigurement. Report, a soldier's hoarse and heavy voice shattered the silence atop the walls. The latest intelligence indicates that Fortress 1568 has fallen completely. We are the last line of defense. The commander has instructed us to hold the fortress at all costs, to repel the beasts and ensure the safe launch of the seed rocket. The soldier's words conveyed a resolute determination. A profound silence enveloped the walls, the atmosphere thick with tension. Moments later, a wave of trepidation swept through the ranks of soldiers. "Captain, our ammunition is nearly depleted." A soldier trembled, his voice quaking with fear. "Moreover, we only have tens of thousands of troops. How can we possibly contend against the millions of beasts surrounding us?" Yihan turned, his gaze steady and unwavering as he regarded his comrades. In the heart of the fortress stood a colossal launch pad, upon which a spacecraft loomed, a beacon of hope and future for humanity. If the rocket could ascend successfully, perhaps there still remained a glimmer of survival for humankind. Otherwise, today, October 5th, 2035, would mark the end of humanity's history. Reflecting on the peace that had graced Blue Star merely 7 months prior, when spiritual energy had quietly begun to awaken without stirring much unrest, humanity had only begun to explore its potential. Life had continued unperturbed. Yet, merely 3 months after this revival, the monstrous beasts had torn through the fabric of reality, invading Blue Star. They were immensely powerful, comprising both seasoned warriors and devastating grandmaster-level beasts. Their numbers surged like an unrelenting tide. Humanity, reliant on its formidable firearms, could only withstand the onslaught for a brief time. In just 4 months, humanity was reduced to this solitary fortress. Yihan gazed intently at the fluttering red banner of the seed rocket, his heart awash with a torrent of emotions. At that moment, a towering blue-haired wolf, standing at 5 meters tall, strode forth from the beast horde, mockingly mimicking human speech. The last fortress. Slay those feeble human ants. Fear etched upon the faces of the soldiers. Yet Yihan understood that they must rally their spirits. He stepped among them, raising his voice high. Brothers of humanity, we are all aware that the strength and numbers of these beasts render us seemingly powerless. But our seed lies there, and our descendants are within that rocket. They too are under threat. If we can offer our lives to grant the rocket a chance to soar, to secure the future of our descendants, then our sacrifice shall not be in vain. Inspired by Yihan's impassioned words, the soldiers rallied, expressing their willingness to fight for the future of humanity. The atmosphere atop the walls transformed into one of fervor, the earlier fear giving way to resolute conviction. However, as the monstrous army surged forth like an unstoppable tide, humanity's defenses crumbled in an instant. Despite Yihan possessing strength akin to a martial artist, he ultimately fell to the relentless assault of the blue-haired Wolf King. He watched helplessly as humanity's defenses disintegrated, witnessing his comrades fall one by one, as the beasts breached the fortress, slaughtering the researchers within. At that moment, the ominous clouds above thickened even further, and a brilliant red light erupted amidst the darkness. Humanity's seed rocket had exploded in despair. Has the last hope also been extinguished? A glimmer of tears welled in Yihan's eyes as he recalled the sacrifices made by his comrades for that very rocket, his heart heavy with boundless regret and sorrow. Yet, in his final moments, he found solace. At least he had given everything for his country, for his descendants, and for humanity. As a soldier, he had no regrets. Just as Yihan succumbed to the embrace of slumber, a melodious voice rang out, startling him from his stupor. He groggily opened his eyes. Ding, ding, ding! The crisp sound resonated, and Yihan slowly opened his eyes from the bed. He gazed around in bewilderment, observing the layout of a rented single room. There was a desk and a chair, and an alarm clock was ringing on the bedside table. The sheer curtains nearby fluttered gently in the breeze, revealing a clear blue sky outside, accompanied by the distant honking of car horns. Where am I? Did I not perish on the battlefield against the beasts? Yihan groggily got up. Turning his head towards the alarm clock, he saw that it displayed the date, March 1st, 2035, March. Suddenly, Yihan's mind was jolted, and he sprang up from the bed. Grasping the alarm clock tightly, he fixed his gaze on the time within. March 1, 2035. He vividly remembered that the human fortress was breached on October 5, 2035, and March heralded the resurgence of spiritual energy. Could it be that I have traversed back in time? His heart raced as he hurried to the window to take a look. What he saw was a scene of tranquility. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky, and the streets of Kyoto bustled with people, their laughter mingling with the sounds of vehicles. Peace, work, school, fandom, daily life. People in the city chatted and laughed. This was the scene of Blue Star in March, utterly different from the onslaught of beasts against the steel fortress 7 months later. Yihan took a deep breath and sensed the rich spiritual energy permeating the air, indicating that the energy had indeed revived. However, humanity had yet to discover this. Ordinary people merely felt that the air was a tad fresher and their lives a bit healthier. Researchers had noticed anomalies and began investigating the spiritual energy. Yet, 3 months later, the apocalyptic beasts would arrive. Time was running out. The feeble human race was no match for the beasts. I must change all of this. I must alter the course of fate. Yihan shouted inwardly. He could not bear to see his friends perish, nor could he watch his comrades fall one by one around him. Ding, detection of host's traversal, martial arts salvation system, binding successful. Suddenly, a clear chime resonated in Yihan's mind. Notification: beasts will tear through the fabric of space-time and invade Blue Star in 3 months. The host has only 3 months to save the world. Please act swiftly. The host currently possesses a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open it. Yihan replied immediately, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. As a passionate reader of web novels and a time traveler, he understood the significance and function of the system. Having a system meant he could turn the tide. He recalled the steel defenses that crumbled before the beasts, their mocking laughter, and the fiery glow from exploding rockets. His heart brimmed with sorrow and indignation. Given another chance, he would spare no effort to rally the world against the beasts. Ding! Beginner's gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations. Host has obtained Martial Arts Basic Body Tempering Technique X1, World Promotion of Martial Arts System Function X1, and Disciple Return of the Savior Function X1, World Martial Arts Promotion Function. The host can manipulate the system to invade a specific form site, forcibly pinning their posts. This setting cannot be revoked or traced back. Currently available platforms: Weibo, Bihu, Hupu, Disciple Return of the Savior Reward. When someone comprehends the power of martial arts through the host's published material, the strength they cultivate will be returned to the host at a rate of 0.3 times. There is no limit to the number of people, and it does not affect the cultivators themselves. Additionally, more disciples will yield gift packs, refreshing daily, example of return. If a person cultivates 10 points of strength through the host's teachings, the system will reward the host with 3 points of strength. Receiving 0.3 times for myself, with no limit on the number of people. Yihan was astounded by the system's offerings. Think. This world currently harbors 7 billion human beings. Although not everyone could step into the realm of martial arts. Even if 1/10 could cultivate, that would amount to 700 million. Each person feedbacking 0.3 times their strength to him. What terrifying heights would his martial prowess reach? Perhaps he could ascend beyond the planet and become a cosmic powerhouse. Excellent! Yihan internally exclaimed. This system was truly formidable. Is there a data interface available for review? He cautiously inquired. Yes. The system responded in his mind, and soon a cerulean interface appeared before him, visible only to Yihan. Host. Yihan Realm. Second stage martial artist rank. Martial artist, martial master, innate martial master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, planetary realm, stellar realm, dimensional realm, lord realm. Each rank comprises 10 tiers: vitality, 13 combat power, 190 skills, starlight body tempering technique, platinum tier, skill ranks, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, planetary, cosmic, mythical, disciples. 0. No materials published yet, dimensional realm. Yihan scrutinized the system, his eyes narrowing slightly at the ranks. He recalled that Blue Star was invaded due to a martial arts powerhouse tearing through the dimensional fabric. This indicated the presence of a dimensional realm expert among the beasts. The pressure Blue Star was about to face was extraordinary, and here he was, inheriting the cultivation of his past life. Merely a second-tier martial artist. The disparity was indeed immense. However, he had over 1 billion human beings as his backing. Anything was possible. Utilize the system's martial arts promotion function to publish the martial arts cultivation method. Yihan communicated to the system in his mind. He intended to unveil the starlight body tempering technique he had acquired, encouraging the world to cultivate it, thus ensuring a continuous influx of strength for himself. Yihan slowly approached the window, observing the bustling crowd outside and listening to their conversations about work, study, games, and celebrity fandoms. Suddenly announcing the martial arts cultivation method would undoubtedly clash with their established perceptions. Although spiritual energy had revived on Blue Star, the worldviews accumulated over decades could not be altered overnight. Change requires time. Nonetheless, Yihan possessed immense confidence. He meticulously compiled the starlight body tempering technique into a 40-page long image and uploaded it to the system. Ding! Upload successful. Please select a publishing platform. The system's voice echoed, and a screen materialized before Yihan. Currently, the system provides 3 platforms: Weibo, Bihu, Hupu. Among them, Weibo is a well-known social media platform, inherently possessing a news-oriented trending feature with considerable traffic. Moreover, the sudden emergence of the peculiar phenomenon of spiritual energy revival would undoubtedly become newsworthy, likely soaring to the top of the trending charts. The traffic would be highly advantageous. Select Weibo as the platform. Yihan commanded the system, beginning to draft the announcement. Attention, everyone! Spiritual energy has revived on Blue Star, and beasts will invade in 3 months. Here is a martial arts cultivation method. Cultivators can gain unparalleled strength to split mountains and rivers. Publish. In the bustling city streets, an unexpected post suddenly topped the Weibo homepage, catching the attention of netizens surfing the web. Yihan's first step towards changing the world had begun. Chapter 3. The astonishment of netizens. The sun shone brightly. The streets of the city were alive with people, many engrossed in their phones, scrolling through Weibo, where trending topics featured news about the summer country's economy and a celebrity preparing for a concert. Suddenly, a post skyrocketed to the top of the trending list. Attention everyone! Spiritual energy has revived on Blue Star, and beasts will invade in 3 months. Here is a martial arts cultivation method. Cultivators can gain unparalleled strength to split mountains and rivers. Below were 9 long screenshots detailing a gymnastics-like martial arts cultivation method. A wave of bewildered netizens was struck. What the? Am I seeing this correctly? Spiritual energy revival. Martial arts. Is this a joke? The post was pinned to the top of Weibo's trending list. How did this even happen? It can't be real. If it were, it wouldn't be posted here. Spiritual energy? Has someone read too many online novels? How could such a thing exist? Who is the genius behind this? Weibo needs to explain and face the consequences. Additionally, there were long, detailed martial arts cultivation methods included, resembling gymnastics. Is this Weibo's way of grabbing attention? A multitude of netizens on Weibo took notice of the post, with its views rapidly surpassing 10,000 and comments accumulating by the hundreds. Even the astute paparazzi from other news platforms began to pay attention to the post. This was unprecedented. While the netizens approached the content with a mix of skepticism and concern, many were also filled with excitement. Is a monumental change on the horizon? Will homework no longer need to be done? At the Weibo headquarters in Kyoto, the CEO, Chen Gao, sat in his office, repeatedly pressing the delete button in an attempt to remove the post about the revival of spiritual energy. However, the post remained unyielding, firmly anchored in the most popular position. What is happening? Who is responsible for this nonsense? Spiritual energy revival and beast invasion. How could such a thing occur? Someone from the tech department. Explain this. A flicker of rage ignited in Chen Gao's eyes as he addressed the employees before him. Boss. One slightly balding man stepped forward. We have no idea what's going on. However, we can confirm that it wasn't posted by us. We suspect that we have fallen victim to a hacker intrusion. Then delete it for me. The impact is growing increasingly severe. Chen Gao's furious voice echoed through the room. Delete? We can't delete it. The balding man wiped the sweat from his forehead in trepidation. The hacker in question seems to possess formidable skills. We cannot erase it nor trace its origin. This hacker's prowess is beyond our imagination. We cannot delete it nor ascertain its source. Upon hearing this, Chen Gao was momentarily taken aback, and then a fire of fury ignited in his eyes. Then why are you all here? The balding man immediately lowered his head. At a loss for words to answer, boss. An anxious voice from the secretary interjected. The post's click rate has already surpassed 200,000. The download count for the so-called cultivation manual has also exceeded 10,000. If this continues, the impact will only escalate. Moreover, the content of the post pertains to an invasion. This could incite public panic. We must provide a clear explanation to the authorities. Chen Gao rubbed his forehead, appearing quite pained. Call the police. Finally, he waved his hand dismissively. Additionally, instruct the Public Relations Department to issue a new clarification post, stating that this matter is unrelated to us. Yes, the secretary immediately sprang into action. Chen Gao then calmed himself, opening the post's images and perusing them slowly. This seems to be a manual for cultivation. The path of martial arts involves harnessing the great forces of the universe to enhance one's meridians and physique, contending against the heavens to forge supreme divine skills. Chen Gao read aloud, and after a moment, his brow furrowed. No, something is amiss. The theories depicted in these images do not appear to be mere fabrications. They seem to possess a certain logic of their own. Chen Gao's eyes flickered with astonishment. Although he was not a martial artist, his extensive knowledge granted him a basic discernment. He could not comprehend it entirely. Yet certain theories pertaining to the I Ching and martial arts left him deeply shaken. This cultivation manual is decidedly peculiar. I must show it to Lao Kong. Chen Gao's brow was deeply furrowed as he took out his phone and dialed a number. The employees surrounding his desk exchanged glances. They knew well who Lao Kong was. He was a friend of the boss named Kong Lingtian, a high-ranking official in the military of Xia country. The boxing club in the capital was a different story. Have I truly lost? Is there no chance for me to fight again? A young boxer, his face marred with bruises, lamented. His name was Zhao Tian, a 23-year-old professional fighter. Orphaned and hailing from a prosperous background, he stood at 1.7 meters tall. He had just participated in a 70-kilogram competition and lost. Alas, a loss is a loss. One must accept their fate. The man in the suit standing opposite him sighed. His name was Li, Zhao Tian's manager. Very well, the young boxer responded, somewhat disheartened. Your physique is not suited for heavyweight competitions. There is no need for you to pursue such immense power. In this category, you possess a natural disadvantage. In other words, this is not a fight you can win. Why not accept your fate? The suited man consoled, patting his shoulder. Yes, I understand. Zhao Tian gazed vacantly at the punching bag in the distance. Calm down for now. The suited man shook his head and exited the training room. Zhao Tian sat alone in contemplation. After a while, he aimlessly approached the punching bag, casually practicing his punches, before ultimately stepping up to the punching power meter and delivering a powerful strike. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, revealing a force of 132 kilograms on the meter. This was the measurement of his punching power after a tiring session. Zhao Tian stared at the reading for a moment before turning to gather his belongings, preparing to take a cab home. However, when he picked up his phone to check his messages, he suddenly noticed a pinned notification. Beast invasion imminent. A martial arts cultivation method? Ding. Just as Zhao Tian was perusing the pinned post, another notification appeared, this time from the official account. The official announcement read, at 8 a.m. today, our platform was subjected to a hacker intrusion, resulting in the forced pinning of a post concerning the revival of spiritual energy. We wish to clarify the following. 1. The post was not published by our platform and is suspected to be the work of a hacker. 2. We bear no responsibility for the content of the post. 3. The content of the post is excessively bizarre. We urge all users to maintain discernment and not succumb to blind belief or panic. 4. We have already reported the incident to the authorities. The announcement from the platform instantly captured the attention of a multitude of netizens. What does this announcement mean? Has it truly been hacked? This is hilarious. So it seems the post about the revival of spiritual energy is false. It must be fake. You can't possibly believe it, right? Such an absurd notion as the revival of spiritual energy. Even if it were true, wouldn't it be the government that announces it? Why should a hacker be the one to release such information? Damn, I thought it was real. Perhaps this is merely a malicious joke from the publisher, by the way, who has actually practiced that martial arts method. I haven't even tried it. I can't quite grasp it. The stances are hard to remember. No way, can anyone actually practice such things? I mean, how could such things even exist? Zhao Tian looked at the post, slightly intrigued. This martial arts practice? Starry body forging technique. He clicked on the image related to the revival of spiritual energy and his eyes lit up as he reached the 5th image. This seems somewhat intriguing. Chapter 4. Zhao Tian's astonishment. What a powerful technique. This technique is the starry body forging method. It can significantly unlock the latent power within the human body, merging with the power of starlight, and can potentially cultivate one into a master-level martial artist. Unbelievable. Is this real? Zhao Tian remained alone in the training room, his eyes glued to his phone, overwhelmed with shock. He re-examined the post's title, and upon seeing the warning of an imminent beast invasion, the first thought that flashed through his mind was impossible. Everything about this is far too shocking. The revival of spiritual energy? The invasion of beasts? Why has this come so suddenly? The prevailing mindset of this world is still about making money and sustaining families, or dealing with other mundane matters. Could this all be mere fabrication? Is this simply a prank by the publisher? Zhao Tian was utterly confounded, grappling with immense skepticism towards the starry body forging technique and the post's author. However, in the next moment, he slowly approached the open training area and began practicing the unusual stances depicted in the images, resembling gymnastic movements. True or not, Zhao Tian resolved to give it a try. According to the images, performing these stances would unlock acupoints. Paired with breathing techniques, one could absorb the spiritual energy of the universe. Zhao Tian pondered while executing the movements. Yet, upon completing a full set of stances, he felt nothing beyond a slight warmth in his body. It was as if he had merely performed ordinary gymnastics. According to the images, I should be absorbing spiritual energy. Why do I feel absolutely nothing? Zhao Tian stood there, assessing his body, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. It seems this is indeed a fraud. No wonder. How could there be a revival of spiritual energy or a high-level martial arts technique in this world? How could a few gymnastic-like movements grant one the strength to move mountains and fill seas? How foolish of me to entertain thoughts of supreme martial arts. Zhao Tian, disheartened, ceased his training, preparing to collect his belongings and head home. However, as he picked up his phone again, he suddenly froze, as if recalling something. I seemed to have forgotten about the breathing technique. When I perform the stances to unlock the acupoints, I also need the breathing technique to absorb the spiritual energy. That's it. Zhao Tian felt a surge of excitement as he reopened the post to study it further. After a while, he returned to the training ground, executing the body-forging movements in rhythm while gently inhaling. Wu Xiaotian instantly felt a surge of warmth flowing into his body. The heat coursed through him, strengthening his muscles and bones. Wow, what is this sensation? How can there be such a flow entering my body? Zhao Tian's heart began to race with astonishment. He abruptly glanced at his phone. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the martial arts post. That martial arts cultivation method seems to be no joke. It feels remarkably authentic. The publisher appears to be extraordinary, not like those typical frauds. Moreover, he was slightly astonished. If this breathing technique is genuine, then that publisher could become the foremost figure in martial arts. The world would change. What an unparalleled existence. All right, I will continue. I must become stronger. Zhao Tian persisted in executing one after another of the cultivation movements, pairing them with the breathing technique to draw the spiritual energy into his body, allowing it to enhance his strength. He felt his blood circulating faster, steam beginning to rise from his body. This sensation was unprecedentedly exhilarating. With such an abundance of power, Zhao Tian felt he could knock out any opponent with a single punch. Zhao Tian trained fervently. However, after completing 2 sets of movements, he lay down to rest. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to continue, but rather that he was utterly exhausted. Although it appeared he had merely performed 2 sets of exercises, it felt as though he had fought 10 matches in the ring. Ah, is this my limit? Zhao Tian took a deep breath, his body struggling to rise. He yearned to perform another cultivation movement. However, he failed to rise, instead collapsing onto the ground and falling asleep. Time passed slowly. Posts concerning breathing techniques persisted on Weibo, and Douyin began to witness a resurgence of spiritual energy. Reports of the invasion were trending on Weibo, generating considerable buzz. The prevailing sentiment among netizens was one of idle curiosity and amusement. The post remained active. Has anyone attempted the techniques? Ha ha ha, this is truly entertaining. I downloaded the images, but I simply cannot remember the stances. Who is so bored as to publish such content? What is the purpose of it all? My child watches this every day, adversely affecting their studies. Many netizens engaged in idle chatter on Weibo. And in this restless society, they were not focusing on research or cultivation but rather surfing the internet. However, a scene reminiscent of Zhao Tian unfolded across various regions of Xia country. The situation was progressively intensifying. As if brewing a tempest, the sun in the sky gradually descended. Zhao Tian, lying in the training field, also awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, he rushed to the measuring device. Previously, I tested at 132 kilograms, and at my peak, it was 140 kilograms. I wonder how it stands now. Zhao Tian positioned himself carefully and, with measured intent, struck the measuring device with his fist. Ding! A crisp sound emanated from the device, and the value rapidly surged, ultimately reaching 162, 158 kilograms. Gazing at the numbers displayed, Zhao Tian was overwhelmed with astonishment. Having merely performed 2 sets of gymnastic-like cultivation exercises, he had managed to increase his strength by a staggering 20 kilograms. This was an immediate and remarkable effect. It is well known that strength training typically yields gradual improvements. Such a leap can only imply that this cultivation method is exceptionally powerful. It could indeed be termed a divine skill. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Zhao Tian turned to glance at his phone, his eyes filled with reverence for the poster of this remarkable technique. To be able to publish such a divine skill, their martial prowess must surely be extraordinary. My prior doubts were a grave misunderstanding. Previously, it took me 7 years to increase my strength from 50 kilograms to 162 kilograms, a mere increase of 100 kilograms. My 2 gymnastic movements equate to a year's worth of effort? What does that even mean? Practicing this cultivation method feels akin to the difference between an ordinary person's training and the cultivation of a celestial being. If I continue my training, my punching power will surely soon surpass world records. Right, Zhao Tian thought in wonder and anticipation. The current world record stands at 238 kilograms, held by the boxing champion Tai. If I could elevate my value by 20 kilograms with each training session, that world record would seem within reach. Oh, divine being! Zhao Tian mused as he dashed to his phone, opened the post, and entered the poster's profile, gazing reverently at the blank avatar. His astonishing transformation convinced him that the world too was changing. This post was pinned atop the Weibo platform. Zhao Tian knew a vast number of people would be practicing. If the method is correct, they too would sense the surge in strength. Though they were not actively surfing the internet, their numbers were few, and they had yet to create a significant stir. Yet they were like pebbles. When 100,000 or 1,000,000 pebbles enter the sea, they can stir up tremendous waves. Zhao Tian pondered as he set down his phone and resumed practicing the cultivation method. He was uncertain whether the reports of beastly invasions were genuine, but given the formidable nature of this cultivation technique, it was highly plausible. Zhao Tian hoped to become a master-level powerhouse by the time such an event occurred, to alter everything. This moment was merely the beginning. Chapter 5. The Decision of Military Leaders. The world line is about to change Kyoto. In a certain secret base on the outskirts, a soldier with graying temples, clad in a uniform adorned with medals, sat at a desk. His name was Kong Tian. At 68 years old, he bore the marks of time upon him, yet his eyes still sparkled with vitality. Sitting upright in his office, he exuded an aura that commanded respect. Kong Lao, a young soldier, reported beside him, his voice slightly agitated. Our Dongfeng No. 98 fighter jet has been successfully developed. Moreover, it achieved commendable results during test flights, and significant progress has been made in missile and firearm development. Our Xia country has made substantial advancements in the development of conventional weapons. Quite good, Kong Tian expressed his delight, nodding slowly. What of the weapon developments in other countries? The soldier lowered his head, rifling through his materials. According to our intelligence operatives, the United States and the Bear Nation have also made progress in conventional weaponry, especially the United States, whose weapons may potentially be 30 years ahead of us. Is that so? Kong Tian sighed slightly. They got a head start, and that gap cannot be bridged in a short time. Yes. The soldier stood at attention in response. We must expedite our development. If war truly breaks out, conventional weapons will be of utmost importance, Kong Tian said, lowering his gaze to review the documents on his desk. After a while, another soldier entered, placing a stack of new materials before him. Kong Lao, we have uncovered some information regarding the Weibo incident you requested us to investigate. Oh? Kong Tian replied, slightly intrigued. Picking up the documents to examine them. Previously, Cheng Gao had called him about the sudden online events, which piqued Kong Tian's interest, prompting him to order the military to assist with the investigation. However, as he scanned the contents, a frown creased his brow. The post on the Weibo platform had already amassed over 1,000,000 views, with downloads of the technique images reaching 13,000. News across platforms like Douyin was dominated by this post. Was the spread of information this swift? Indeed. The soldier nodded in affirmation. Moreover, the content of this post has the potential to incite public panic. The Security Bureau is currently overwhelmed. Overwhelmed? Kong Tian tapped the paper with his finger. Questioning. Overwhelmed means you cannot trace the source. The post cannot be deleted. You have no information on the poster? And this is all you have managed to find? Yes, the reporting soldier lowered his head slightly. The Information Strategy Department has worked tirelessly, but the source of this post is exceedingly enigmatic. All queries have hit a dead end. Initial assessments suggest it was the work of an incredibly powerful hacker group. Kong Tian fell silent, his frown deepening. An extraordinarily powerful hacker group? Who possesses such capability? Countless questions flashed through his mind. Logically, while Xia country's information technology may not be the foremost in the world, it certainly ranks among the top. Even if it were the work of American hackers, there should be some trace of information. Who could possibly be behind this? Who possesses the power to manipulate Xia country's networks? Moreover, the content of the post is rather astonishing. The revival of spiritual energy and the invasion of beasts in 3 months. Could such fantastical events truly occur in reality? Kong Tian pondered. If this is true, it would be catastrophic, Kong Lao. Currently, many believe this event to be impossible, a nearby soldier interjected. After the official announcement from Weibo, many took it as a joke. The prevailing comments among netizens regarding the post are fake. prank, entertaining, and so on. This is quite normal, Kong Ling Tian remarked. After all, the material released by the poster is indeed astonishing. Even I harbor strong doubts. Regardless of how one looks at it, there is a tremendous air of forgery. What is the stance of foreign countries regarding this matter? He lifted his gaze to inquire of the soldier. Kong Lao. So far, many nations are in a wait-and-see mode, but I believe some have already begun investigating this post. Kong Ling Tian nodded. The next moment, he retrieved an image of the starlight body refinement technique, his gaze calm as he scrutinized it. However, as he progressed through the examination, his expression began to shift. The initial tranquility was replaced by shock, confusion, and astonishment, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. Upon reaching the 8th image, he suddenly recalled something. Creak. The sound of wood scraping against the floor echoed as Kong Ling Tian abruptly stood. This so-called technique seems to hold some merit. It does not appear to be mere fabrication and even corroborates a martial arts theory that has perplexed me for years. Kong Ling Tian's voice bore an incredulous tone. The two soldiers beside him exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Previously, when they first heard of this incident, they too found it unbelievable, even considering it a prank by a hacker group. Yet the reaction of the venerable elder before them was decidedly unexpected. Could everything mentioned in the post truly be authentic? Xiao Li, record my orders. Kong Ling Tian's voice resounded. Yes. The soldier promptly opened his notebook, ready to document the new directives from this prominent figure. This post is exceedingly peculiar. However, as soldiers, we must remain vigilant at all times. If it states that spiritual energy has revived, then instruct the Meteorological Strategy Bureau to dispatch experts to conduct a thorough investigation of the atmosphere for any findings. Additionally, select 10 soldiers to practice the techniques within. We must test their effects. Yes. The soldiers swiftly transcribed Kong Ling Tian's orders and departed the office to execute them. Meanwhile, Kong Ling Tian approached the window to gaze upon the world outside. At this moment, the sky was awash with the hues of dawn. The verdant fields in the outskirts were dotted with numerous campers, whose conversations predominantly revolved around work and daily gossip. The scene exuded a sense of tranquility. However, this post instilled a feeling of unease in Kong Ling Tian and among the vigilant high-ranking military officials, as if the world were undergoing some profound transformation. Thus, the armed forces of Xia Nation must remain perpetually prepared to confront any unforeseen events. Time passed slowly, and soon the crimson clouds enveloped the sky, 12 hours having elapsed since the post's publication. The emergence of this post rendered the internet more vibrant than ever. Many were still in a state of casual curiosity regarding the post, unaware that, on the soil of Xia Nation, one martial seed after another was beginning to sprout. Chapter 6. 40,000 disciples in one night. One morning of innate warriors in the east, the sun gradually ascended, casting a warm glow across the land in a single room on the outskirts of the capital. Yihan awoke from his slumber and promptly opened his computer to check the posts on Weibo. After a day and night had passed, he was eager to see any changes. Upon logging in, he immediately noticed the pinned post, surrounded by a plethora of comments from netizens. To his astonishment, the post remained prominently displayed. Could it be that the world was truly on the brink of a resurgence of spiritual energy? Unthinkable. Weibo must simply be ineffective. The author of this post must be quite the character to publish such content. Ha ha ha. Has anyone actually practiced the cultivation method? I have, and it was futile. I couldn't absorb any spiritual energy at all. Indeed, I completed the entire set of movements and felt absolutely nothing. What a waste of my time. That's just your incompetence. How can you dismiss such a supreme cultivation technique? Who are you up there? Weibo and the author must be joking by disseminating this fraudulent information. It's utterly impossible to absorb spiritual energy, reported. What nonsense. The author is indeed quite the character. The comments from netizens were lively, with some asserting the usefulness of the cultivation method, but they were quickly drowned out by the remarks of others. The majority claimed it was ineffective, with many not having practiced seriously at all. The two sides even engaged in heated arguments. Weibo's official announcement. Yihan glanced at another pinned post and couldn't help but smile wryly. Weibo had indeed turned against him. Yet, this was to be expected, as the content of his post did not align with the worldview of modern society. Weibo would undoubtedly be quick to distance itself. As for the comments declaring the post useless, Yihan paid them little mind. Having witnessed beast tides and experienced life and death, how could he allow such denials to trouble him? When the alien beasts arrived in 3 months, only martial arts could save him. Those who mocked the post's efficacy would face a grim fate. He felt no inclination to offer explanations, for time would vindicate him, and he would publish even more new content. Open the system, he commanded in his mind. The system had mentioned that when the number of disciples reached a certain threshold, a reward would be granted, along with a feedback of 0.3 times the cultivation level to himself. Now was the time to extract the rewards. Yes, came the voice of the system, followed by a luminous screen appearing before Yihan. Host, Yihan Realm, 2nd Stage Warrior Vitality, 13 Combat Power, 190 Skills, Starry Sky Body Refinement Technique, Platinum Level, Entry-Level Disciples, 42,309, referring to those who have comprehended the cultivation method and absorbed a trace of spiritual energy through it. Rewards, 1. Feedback on Disciples Cultivation Results, 2. Gift pack for surpassing 40,000 disciples. He had indeed amassed 40,000 disciples. Yihan gazed at the system rewards, slightly astonished. These were not core disciples, but merely the outermost disciples who had received instruction. Moreover, this number was quite remarkable. Although the internet buzzed with claims of ineffectiveness, many individuals had indeed practiced in private. However, he soon realized that his post and cultivation method were pinned on a high-traffic platform, likely garnering millions of views in a single day. 40,000 disciples was hardly a small number. Discounting the vast majority of onlookers who lacked the patience to study diligently, as well as those who had earnestly attempted but failed to fully grasp the concepts or lacked martial potential. This was the result. After all, the cultivation method spanned over 40 pages. Impatience and a lack of perseverance were common. Not everyone was endowed with martial talent. Therefore, even with 1 million clicks, only 40,000 elite disciples emerged. Yet, this was merely the first day. Yihan was confident he could alter the world. Soon, not only would Xia Nation have disciples, but also the United States and Sakura Nation. At that time, the number of entry-level disciples would reach billions. Martial arts would spread across the globe. Let us extract the feedback rewards from the disciples. Yihan instructed the system, curious about how much strength the feedback from 40,000 disciples would bestow upon him. Yes, the voice resonated in his mind. Boom. Yihan felt a torrent of immense energy surge into his body, akin to the ocean flooding in. This powerful energy coursed through his heart and bones, causing his skeleton to crackle, while his muscles and tendons writhed fervently, greatly enhancing his physical strength and flexibility. He was beginning to grow stronger. Gradually, Yihan sensed his strength reaching a martial arts bottleneck. Then, with a resounding crash, the bottleneck shattered under the onslaught of overwhelming power. His martial prowess ascended to a new realm and continued to rise and strengthen. After a while, Yihan felt yet another strength-related bottleneck emerge. But this too was swiftly broken. His martial arts once again entered a novel realm. Moreover, Yihan sensed the birth of an entirely new force within him. It was a controllable power, distinct from vitality. He recognized it as the inner strength of a warrior. Thanks to the feedback from tens of thousands of disciples, he had shattered 2 bottlenecks in succession. In one morning, he had transformed into an innate level warrior. Furthermore, the influx of energy persisted, allowing him to break through the minor realms of innate warriors one after another. It was only after 2 hours that the energy flooding into his body began to settle down. Ding! The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Feedback from disciples successfully absorbed. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 2 major realms, becoming the first innate warrior of humanity. Host, Yihan Realm, 4th Stage Innate Warrior Vitality, 17,800 Combat Power, 49,075 Skills, Starry Sky Body Refinement Technique, Platinum Level, Innate Warrior Inner Strength, Passive, Entry-Level Disciples, 42,309, referring to those who have comprehended the cultivation method and absorbed spiritual energy through it. Rewards, gift pack for surpassing 40,000 disciples. X1 A new screen materialized. Yihan stared at the information displayed within, slightly shocked and exhilarated. His vitality had surpassed 10,000. His combat power had soared to over 50,000. Compared to before, it was an unfathomable increase, and this was merely the result of a single day's effort. What a terrifying enhancement! He approached the mirror to examine his physique. At this moment, he appeared significantly more robust than before. Not only was his chest broader, but the muscles of his arms also looked much more powerful. His lines had become more defined. Coupled with his height of 6 feet, he emanated a distinct masculine charm. His facial features were strikingly handsome, now even more refined. Wei Han briefly scrutinized his appearance in the mirror. His visage was indeed striking, with resolute features that exuded a rugged beauty. He would rank among the top 3, if not first, among film stars. Furthermore, he bore no scars from battles against alien beasts, his complexion clear and appealing. Yet, at this moment, Yi Han paid little heed to such superficialities. After a cursory inspection, he redirected his focus. Standing tall, he gently clenched his fist and swung it forward. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and the air erupted with a sonic boom, sending a gust of wind that fluttered the curtains. It was the sound of a sonic boom. And he had not even utilized his inner strength. Yi Han marveled at his fist, pleasantly surprised. The sonic boom indicated that his punch speed had surpassed the sound barrier. What an incredible velocity! Moreover, this was achieved without employing his inner strength. He was eager to test the limits of his true power. However, surveying the room, Yi Han resolved against unleashing his inner strength. Otherwise, he would truly end up demolishing his surroundings. He could venture to the nearby abandoned park for a trial, now, to check the rewards for 40,000 disciples. Yi Han addressed the system. His disciples were likely still increasing, and he was curious about what treasures the 40,000 disciple gift pack would bestow upon him. Chapter 7. Hee. How can there be such a handsome young man? The sun glided across the sky. Yi Han sat on the bed of his rented single room, ready to claim the rewards from the 40,000 disciple gift pack. Yes, the gift pack has been successfully claimed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the formula for Strong Muscle and Blood Tonic X1, Body Refinement Powder X1, Vitality Detector Design Blueprint X1, and Golden Level Skill, Windstorm Blast X1. Strong Muscle and Blood Tonic, the best supplement for foundational warriors. This tonic contains a substantial amount of spiritual energy, which, when ingested by a warrior, can significantly accelerate their cultivation speed and offers a slight enhancement to their bones. Note: the tonic is concocted from commonly found materials such as ginseng and deer antler, both of which have revived spiritual energy. Body Refinement Powder, the best tonic for foundational warriors' body refinement. Upon usage, it can refine bones, greatly enhancing the warrior's physical form. Additionally, there is a chance to activate latent extraordinary abilities within the warrior. Note: the tonic is crafted from commonly found materials like reishi mushrooms, which have revived spiritual energy. Furious Wind, a martial artist's golden level technique. It unleashes inner energy, summoning a powerful whirlwind that either crashes into or repels surrounding foes. Design Blueprint for a Blood Vitality Detector, an essential tool of martial civilization. The system rewards consist of 4 components. Yi Han gazed at the holographic screen, a flicker of excitement coursing through him. Among these, 2 are formulas for restorative elixirs, which can be utilized by himself or disseminated among his disciples to significantly enhance their cultivation speed. As they progress more swiftly, his own advancement will likewise accelerate. He is absorbing the essence of the entire world. In just a few days, he could ascend to the Master Realm, 3-day Master. What an astonishing rate of progression. The final item is the martial technique, Furious Wind. Yi Han yearned to practice it, yet the confines of the compartment were inadequate for such an endeavor. He pondered briefly before gathering his belongings and departing the compartment. Kyoto, suburban bus stop. Yi Han stood beside the bus sign, awaiting his transport. He intended to visit a secluded park to hone his strength and martial skills. Before long, the bus arrived. As Yi Han boarded, he surveyed the interior. The vehicle was sparsely populated, with only a handful of passengers seated. Among them, 2 young women in the center captured his attention. They appeared to be university students, likely in their early 20s. Their beauty radiated with an aura of youth. The girl wearing a white cap exuded vivacity, while her companion, seated quietly beside her, emanated a more tranquil demeanor. However, Yi Han paid them little mind, merely turning to the front of the bus to purchase a ticket. Yet, his resolute and handsome visage, coupled with his tall, athletic frame, caught the eye of one of the girls. Upon noticing Yi Han, the girl in the white cap's eyes lit up, and she immediately nudged her companion. Jing Wow, look at that handsome guy who just boarded. the cap-wearing girl exclaimed. Her name was Tang Jiejia, while the girl beside her was named Qinjing. Qinjing glanced at Yihan, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Look at you, swooning again. Swooning? That guy is genuinely handsome. Just look at his physique. He must be quite the strong fellow. Tang Jiejia continued to assess Yihan at the front of the bus. Wipe your mouth, Qinjing shrugged. Huh. What? Tang Jiejia turned to her companion, her big, sparkling eyes reflecting confusion. What are you talking about? You have drool coming out. Ugh, get lost. Realizing she had been teased, Tang Jiejia gave Qinjing a playful shove and shot her a glare. She then resumed leaning out of her seat, her gaze fixated on Yihan. Hee. How can there be such a handsome guy? Meanwhile, Yihan, purchasing his ticket, merely chuckled. In truth, he had overheard their whispered conversation. As a practitioner of innate inner strength, his hearing far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. However, he feigned ignorance, passing by them to take a seat at the rear, turning his head to gaze out at the passing scenery. The bus gradually rolled onward, soon arriving at the bus stop for Falling Leaves Park. Yihan rose to disembark. Upon seeing him exit the bus, Tang Jiejia seized Qinjing's arm, pulling her from her seat. What are you doing? Qinjing stared incredulously at Tang Jiejia. We're headed to the commercial center, not Falling Leaves Park. What commercial center? It's a rare opportunity to encounter such a handsome guy. If we don't at least ask for his WeChat, we may never see him again, Tang Jiejia insisted, tugging on Qinjing's arm as they approached the bus door. We've been single for over a decade, without ever having a relationship. Now that we're in college, we finally have the time. You wouldn't want to spend all of university single, would you? You. Qinjing looked at her exuberant companion. Feeling somewhat speechless, the two girls disembarked the bus together. At that moment, Falling Leaves Park was serene, the trees swaying gently in the breeze. It was a desolate, abandoned park, with few visitors. Upon spotting Yihan's back, Tang Jiejia's eyes sparkled. Hey, handsome, I didn't expect to see you here. She waved enthusiastically at Yihan, her crescent-shaped eyes glimmering with delight. Why Yihan? Indeed. He felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had clearly overheard the girl's earlier whispers. Handsome. What brings you to this park? Tang Jiejia inquired with a cheerful smile. Why Yihan contemplated for a moment. I came here to practice my martial arts. My home is too cramped for proper training, he replied. At present, he had no intention of concealing his capabilities from these two girls, as it was entirely unnecessary. Although he was unsure if they had engaged with the materials he posted online, it would be beneficial for them to know and begin their own training. At the very least, it would enhance their chances of survival when the beasts arrive. Does the handsome guy possess such great strength that he needs to come to the park to train? Tang Jiejia chuckled. Indeed. If I unleash my power, I can shatter a house with a single punch. Yihan responded, his expression grave. Haha. Tang Jiejia laughed lightly. You're quite the joker. I am not jesting. Yihan maintained a serious demeanor while gazing at the two girls. Tang Jiejia's smile faltered. She turned to glance at Qinjing, who had also furrowed her brows. This serious attitude was somewhat unexpected. Originally, they had come to find a handsome guy, but who knew this handsome fellow would say such things? The two girls scrutinized Yihan anew, their expressions shifting from delight at discovering a handsome man to one of caution and skepticism. Why would you say something like that? A single punch to shatter a house. How could an ordinary person possess such strength? Qinjing, who had been silent, finally spoke. Tang Jiejia mirrored her confusion. Haven't you seen the cultivation methods posted on Weibo? Didn't it state that practicing these techniques could grant one the unparalleled strength to split mountains and rivers? Yihan replied. We did see that. But isn't that a hoax? Indeed. Weibo also issued a statement. It was posted by an individual, so we can't blindly believe it. What's wrong with you, handsome? Qinjing and Tang Jiejia chimed in unison. Well, then, follow me. Yihan offered no further explanation, merely leading them into the woods. Chapter 8. You may not comprehend, but I shall redefine everyone's understanding. Leaves fluttered in the park. The trio walked along the park's path, Yihan leading the way, while Tang Jiejia and Qinjing trailed behind. Why do you think the posts on Weibo are false? Is it because the content seems too far-fetched? Yihan inquired as they walked. Tang Jiejia and Qinjing exchanged glances. Yes, handsome, Tang Jiejia finally answered. In fact, when I first saw that post on Weibo, I thought it was some sort of interactive game. I felt the same. After all, the resurgence of spiritual energy and the invasion of beasts seemed too fantastical. Such events could never occur in reality. Moreover, Weibo issued a statement. Chunjing agreed. Wai Yihan contemplated. Have you ever considered why the person who posted it would share such information? This prompted a moment of silence between the two girls. I don't know. Perhaps it was just a joke by the poster, Chunjing replied. Tang Jejia, however, remained silent, her downcast eyes revealing a myriad of emotions, memories, doubts, and even a hint of skepticism towards Yihan. Have you ever practiced that cultivation method? Yihan asked as they continued forward. I did try a few moves, but felt nothing. Plus, the images were too lengthy, so I stopped looking, Chunjing replied. Yes, Tang Jejia nodded in agreement. The images were lengthy and tedious, akin to a thesis. They were incomprehensible and seemed like nonsense. Who wants to expend effort training? Well then, Yihan shrugged. Now he finally understood. The modern mindset and commitment to martial arts among these individuals required enhancement. Otherwise, even if a divine technique were presented, it would be of no use to them. So now, come with me. Yihan offered no further explanation as he led the two girls along the path. Ultimately, he ventured alone into the woods, arriving at a large stone. It was an oval-shaped, 4-meter-high boulder, smooth and sturdy in appearance, surrounded by numerous pine trees with trunks measuring half a meter in diameter. Towering over 10 meters high, Wai Yihan stood before the stone. Handsome, what are you planning to do? Tang Jejia questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice. Step back. I'm going to use my martial arts to strike this stone, Yihan declared, fixating on the boulder. All right. The two girls fell silent, gazing at Yihan as if he were a curious anomaly. Handsome, think twice. That stone looks quite solid, and striking it with your fist will surely be painful. Tang Jejia cautioned as she stepped back. Wai Yihan made no move in response. This handsome guy seems a bit eccentric. Could he be obsessed with martial arts? This is indeed a bit strange, Chunjing nodded. I am curious about what he intends to do. Tang Jejia observed Yihan from a distance, her expression complex. Initially, she held a favorable impression of Yihan. Had he not uttered such peculiar statements? Or if he had simply behaved a bit more normally, she might have considered asking him out for a WeChat date. But what is he doing with that stone? Behold, just as the two pondered, Yihan's deep voice suddenly pierced the air. I know you both struggle to comprehend my actions, however, that merely reflects your failure to recognize the transformation that has unfolded. This world has undergone a monumental change. Allow me to reshape your understanding of it. As Yihan spoke, he slowly raised his fist and struck the stone with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed through the air. His fist surged towards the stone with incredible velocity. The force unleashed, shattering it into fragments, sending debris and dust scattering in all directions. The sudden shockwave startled the two women, who gasped in astonishment. When they regained their composure, they stared wide-eyed at Yihan, their expressions filled with disbelief. A single punch obliterated the blue stone. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a feat possible. Could a mere mortal achieve this? What unfathomable strength was this? Was this a dream? Tang Jejia stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Before they could fully process the event, Yihan abruptly extended his hand and sliced through a nearby pine tree trunk, barely half a meter wide. With a loud crack, the trunk splintered instantly. The entire 20-meter-tall pine tree creaked and groaned as it toppled, startling a flock of birds into flight. Wow! Tang Jejia was once again astounded, her delicate lips parting involuntarily as she gazed at Yihan. Chunjing, standing nearby, mirrored her disbelief, a fist shattering solid rock, a hand cleaving through an ancient tree. Such extraordinary strength could only belong to a deity. The two women stared at Yihan in utter amazement. Their perception of him had been irrevocably transformed, their eyes reflecting the wonder of witnessing a miracle. Previously, they had found Yihan somewhat peculiar. How could someone who appeared utterly ordinary claim to smash a stone? It seemed the height of arrogance or madness, perhaps even a sign of mental instability. Yet, now it appeared he had spoken nothing but the truth. They had simply misjudged him. Wow, big brother, how are you so incredible? Tang Jejia exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement as she rushed to the shattered stone, her eyes gradually transforming into those of an enamored admirer, sparkling with wonder. Chunjing, though quieter, could not hide the tidal wave of emotions reflected in her wide eyes. She bent down to pick up a piece of the shattered blue stone. The weighty fragment confirmed its solid nature, devoid of any hollow or foam-like qualities. How could it have been smashed like this? Chen Jing looked up at Yi Han, her gaze now imbued with a newfound respect. This man, though few in words, was undeniably formidable. Regarding her previous misconceptions, he seemed disinclined to offer any explanations. Yet, when he unleashed his might, it was nothing short of explosive. How is this possible? Big brother, how can you possess such strength? Tang Jiejia's voice brimmed with admiration. Yi Han responded, turning his gaze towards Tang Jiejia. If you both practice diligently as suggested on the forum, honing your bodies, one day you too shall achieve such feats. Me? Punching through stone? Tang Jiejia lifted her own chubby little fist, engulfed in self-doubt. So, what the forum claims is true. Chun Jing's voice was low and contemplative. Indeed, Yi Han affirmed. And is it also true that the post speaks of a beast invasion? Chun Jing's tone edged on urgency. Yi Han remained silent, his calm gaze fixed upon her. Looking into his tranquil eyes, Chun Jing felt she understood the answer. It was as if he had silently acknowledged her inquiry. Moreover, she discerned a hint of heaviness in his eyes. An echo of helplessness or perhaps the weight of some burdensome memory. Chun Jing felt her worldview begin to shatter, as if it were being dismantled like a dilapidated structure. It seemed as though something unfathomable, something that could overturn everything, was unfolding in this world, while the masses remained blissfully ignorant. Chapter 9. Wow. This big brother is so fierce, he could kill someone. The small forest was enveloped in a haze of dust. Is this world about to change dramatically? Why does it feel as though nothing has happened? Chun Jing stared at Yi Han, bewildered. Just yesterday, Jiejia was fretting over her thesis, and now, such events were unfolding. Tang Jiejia blinked her sparkling eyes at Yi Han. Yi Han, however, gazed solemnly at the sky. In truth, the changes had long since occurred. It was merely that you had not perceived them. I urge you both to set aside all distractions and dedicate yourselves to the study of martial arts. When the beasts descend, only martial prowess will save you. Very well. Chun Jing resolved on the spot. Though she was skeptical of the bazaar, she was not inflexible. So, if we practice the martial arts mentioned in the forum, can we truly become like you? Absolutely. Yi Han declared, casually crushing a hard stone beneath his foot. When martial arts are mastered to their pinnacle, one can slay with a mere finger or shatter towering peaks. Breaking a stone is trivial by comparison. Break a mountain peak with my foot? My foot could kick through a mountain. Tang Jiejia glanced at her own chubby, pink-shod feet, lost in self-doubt. Such a feat. How could a cute girl like me accomplish that? Conversely, Chun Jing's reaction differed from Tang Jiejia's. There was a spark in her eyes, reflecting a yearning akin to discovering a gateway to a new world. Even as a woman, she felt drawn to such masculine strength. All right, you two, step back. Yi Han commanded as he planted his feet firmly on the ground. I wish to unleash my martial technique. Oh, okay. The two women complied, instinctively distancing themselves from Yi Han, eventually settling 25 meters away. Further back, please. All right. They turned and moved back to a position 45 meters from Yi Han. A bit further still. You are merely mortals. Yi Han's brow furrowed slightly. What? We need to go even further? Chun Jing and Tang Jiejia exchanged puzzled glances. 40 meters felt excessive. What power was he about to unleash? A bomb explosion? Though they harbored doubts, they obeyed Yi Han's instructions and retreated to a distance of 70 meters. Yi Han continued to frown but fell silent. What is he planning to do? Tang Jiejia wondered aloud. Even if he is shattering stones, is it necessary for us to stand this far back? Chun Jing shook her head. I don't know. But we should heed his words. Perhaps he fears the shards could harm us? Is it safe now? I think it should be. We've distanced ourselves quite a bit. It resembles a sprinting track. Even if he breaks the stone, it shouldn't affect us. Yes, I agree. Tang Jiejia nodded, hiding behind Chen Jing. Meanwhile, Yi Han stood with his eyes closed, attuned to the surging energy within him. A powerful, ferocious force akin to a raging flame. He prepared to unleash his newly acquired skill. the furious wind blast. This martial technique, achieved through explosive internal energy, generated a powerful shockwave capable of propelling or obliterating nearby foes, a skill of golden caliber. He gradually gathered, suppressed, and maximized his internal energy before releasing it all at once. Boom! The ground shook. An overwhelming force erupted from Yihan's body, shattering the ancient pines and boulders within a 7-meter radius, sending debris and wood splinters flying. Even the soil and grass were violently displaced. In an instant, the area around Yihan was cleared. Moreover, a fierce gale surged outward, charging directly towards Chunjing and Tang Jiejia. Thud. Oh! The two women felt as though they had been struck by a vehicle, hurtling backward to land 3 meters away on the grass. Ouch! My elbow hurts so much. Tang Jiejia exclaimed, struggling to sit up. Mine too. That force was overwhelming. Chunjing replied, examining her reddened elbow after rising. In the next moment, both women turned to gaze at Yihan, their eyes alight with astonishment. That power was extraordinary, akin to a bomb detonation. How could a single person unleash such strength? How was it even possible? They had underestimated him before. This man radiated energy far beyond their imaginations. The two women fixated on Yihan, who stood amidst a field of shattered stones and toppled trees, appearing almost divine. This big brother is simply too incredible. Tang Jiejia gazed at Yihan, her voice trembling. Chunjing nodded in agreement, her serious expression confirming her concurrence with her companion's sentiment. Today's outing had utterly shattered her worldview. How could such a person exist in this world? Yihan now seemed otherworldly, his aura entirely distinct from that of other men. Chunjing felt her heart race, contemplating that this was the strength a man ought to possess. Could it be that I have turned into a love-struck fool like Tang Jiejia? Her expression remained calm, yet her heart was in turmoil. Silenced, just silence. That young man is so formidable. Could he possibly be dangerous? The voice of Tang Jiejia echoed. Huh? What? Chunjing turned to her companion, her eyes filled with confusion. In nothing. Upon meeting her gaze, Tang Jiejia quickly turned her face away, her cheeks slightly flushed. Chunjing scrutinized her friend with a doubtful gaze as she attempted to rise from the ground. Meanwhile, Yihan lowered his head to inspect his body. To be honest, this was the first time he had unleashed his internal energy, and he felt quite satisfied. He estimated that if he encountered that Wolf King again, he would stand a chance in battle. Moreover, with the ongoing threads on the website, his strength was bound to grow even more formidable. Gradually, he dispersed the internal energy he had gathered within and turned to approach the two girls on the ground. Are you all right? Yihan inquired. Nothing wrong? I merely bumped into you. My elbow hurts a bit. Chunjing replied, suddenly realizing something, causing her face to flush as well. Chapter 10. You two haven't done anything. Have you? Leaves fell in the park, and the nearby tree-lined path was deserted, enveloped in silence. Chunjing and Tang Jiejia rose from the ground, their cheeks ablaze as they stood before Yihan. Young man, how did you manage to unleash such tremendous power? Tang Jiejia was the first to ask. Indeed, you are truly impressive. Seeing you this time has left us utterly astonished. Chunjing chimed in. Her curiosity piqued. As long as your qi and internal energy are sufficient, achieving this level is not particularly difficult. You simply need to circulate and gather your internal energy within, then release it. Yihan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the two girls exchanged glances, clearly not comprehending a word. Yet their hearts were profoundly shaken. You must be practicing some kind of advanced technique to possess such strength, right? How should I go about training? Chunjing asked. It has already been explained clearly above. Just pay attention to coordinating your breathing during practice. As Yihan spoke, he turned to walk towards the bus stop. Let us go. I have finished my training, and there is no point in lingering here any longer. All right. After checking their slightly bruised elbows and feeling that it was merely a minor injury, Chunjing and Tang Jiejia jogged after Yihan. The bus arrived shortly thereafter, devoid of passengers. The driver, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, had a receding hairline and wore a shirt emblazoned with the phrase "happy to be single." The three boarded the bus and purchased tickets. The fare was 2 yuan for the entire journey, which they willingly paid. Just as the middle-aged driver was about to remind them, he froze upon noticing the girls' red elbows. What happened here? Goodness! An abandoned park and the girls' flushed elbows. The single driver fell into a deep pit of self-doubt. He glanced at the tall and strong Yihan and gulped down a mouthful of water. Feeling overwhelmed? The disparity between people is indeed remarkable. On the other hand, after tossing in their fare, Chen Jing and Tang Jiajia took seats at the back, unaware of the driver's inner turmoil. They simply sensed his lingering frustration. "Young man, can we train with you?" Tang Jiajia turned to Yihan, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. The bus was nearly empty aside from the single driver, so they spoke freely without concern. Wai Yihan shook his head, declining. "There's no need for that. You can practice at home. Then, can we add you on WeChat? You were truly impressive just now." Tang Jiajia pulled out her phone and asked. The middle-aged driver nearly spewed his drink upon hearing this. Adding on WeChat? And they're not even acquainted? Impressive? The balding driver felt a pang of existential crisis, nearly shedding tears of anguish. All of us single folks. Why does the experience differ so greatly? Why must we turn against each other? Meanwhile, upon hearing the request to add WeChat, Yihan scrutinized the two girls seriously. "Show me your hands." He extended his hands, saying, "OWH, what for?" Seeing Yihan seemingly about to grasp their hands, Tang Jiajia instinctively felt shy, while Chen Jing beside her also felt somewhat embarrassed. Without uttering a word, Yihan directly took their hands and held them in his own. Both Tang Jiajia and Chen Jing lowered their heads, their cheeks slightly flushed. Although Tang Jiajia was more vivacious, neither of them had ever been in a romantic relationship. Tang Jiajia merely wished to find a boyfriend to avoid being single throughout her 4 years of college. Thus, Yihan was the first man to hold their hands. Wai Yihan remained oblivious to this. Even if he did know, he wouldn't care. He was simply relying on the system's martial knowledge to carefully sense their martial aptitude. Through the soft and smooth touch of their small hands, Yihan could feel their pulsing heartbeats and slightly tensed muscles. Their hearts were strong and vigorous, their muscles well-defined and resilient, pulsating with the vigor of life, akin to exquisite jade. They were excellent candidates for martial arts. With proper cultivation, they could potentially become master-level warriors. Furthermore, it seemed they possessed some latent potential. After a brief assessment, Yihan made a decision. He released their hands and took out his phone. "Add me on WeChat, and you can ask me about anything you don't understand regarding martial arts in the future." He intended to recruit the two as subordinates for potential future use. "Huh? This?" Tang Jiajia and Chen Jing exchanged glances, slightly taken aback by Yihan's actions. Why did he need to hold their hands first? "Young man, have we passed your test?" Tang Jiajia asked curiously. Wai Yihan's actions did indeed resemble a form of assessment. "Yes," Yihan nodded. "After returning, set aside all distractions and dedicate yourself to studying martial arts. If you have questions, feel free to ask me." "All right." Tang Jiajia pulled out her phone to scan Yihan's WeChat. Chen Jing also took out her phone. Throughout their interactions with Yihan, she felt that he possessed an inherent leadership quality, as he spoke not as one who inquired but rather as one who issued commands. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. The three quickly added each other on WeChat and exchanged names. "All right, I need to get off soon. I have some matters to attend to," Yihan said, glancing towards the distant bus stop. "All right, goodbye, young man. We'll come find you later." Tang Jiajia and Chen Jing waved at Yihan from the bus. Wai Yihan nodded, leaving the bus once it arrived at the stop. Chen Jing and Tang Jiajia sat by the window, watching him depart. Quietly, "I think I'll skip classes for now and focus on my martial studies," as the young man advised. Tang Jiajia declared in a youthful voice. "I'll practice as well. If I see results, I might just drop out." Chen Jing responded. "Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking." Tang Jiajia gazed in the direction Yihan had gone, amazed that during this outing, she encountered such a remarkable young man. Quite extraordinary, indeed. Chen Jing glanced at the sky. Our world may be on the verge of a momentous transformation. We are about to change our way of life. Meanwhile, after purchasing the necessary medicine at a pharmacy in the shopping mall, Yihan returned to his rental apartment. He opened his computer and logged onto the website, suddenly discovering a new wave of excitement sweeping across the internet. Chapter 11. If practicing gymnastics could make one stronger, then I, the boxing champion, would have to concede my title. Yihan sat at his computer desk, opening the posts on the WeChat website. As soon as he opened his browser, he received several notifications from different websites, all regarding the hacking of WeChat and the subsequent release of astonishing posts. Before even entering WeChat, he noticed that both search engines and trending topics on short video platforms were ablaze with discussions about high martial arts. The popularity was truly staggering. It seemed the post's view count was already in the tens of millions. Moreover, the QQ groups were filled with discussions on high martial arts. The comments on the WeChat post had already surpassed 10,000. Ah, how has this post remained up for an entire day? Is Elling malfunctioning? Indeed. Normally, Elling should have taken it down by now. The martial arts techniques are truly remarkable. It's simply astounding. Goodness, could this be a marketing ploy by Elling? Regardless of whether it's marketing or not, the cultivation methods presented within are fake. I've tried practicing them and can't absorb any spiritual energy. Right? I didn't feel anything either. The theories are far too complex to comprehend. You all actually attempted to practice them. Haha. This kind of thing is clearly nonsensical, right? It's just that you martial arts novices are incapable of cultivating anything. Yet you claim this supreme technique is fake. Is the one speaking from above using a dog's head? Ridiculous. Where did all these trolls come from? A minor dispute erupted online between martial artists and netizens. However, the current comments overwhelmingly sided with those asserting that the cultivation methods were fake, drowning out the voices of the newcomers and steering the overall sentiment. Yet this was to be expected. Not to mention that restless individuals might struggle to calm their minds to study those 40 pages of images. Not everyone possesses the talent for martial arts. Furthermore, since everyone was communicating through keyboards online, their anonymity could lead to misunderstandings. However, as the number of disciples increased, those who could not cultivate would soon realize the truth. Ding! As he was perusing the posts, the computer browser suddenly flickered, and a news alert with a bold headline popped up. World Boxing Champion Paul personally comments on the Weibo martial arts post. The title was brief but captivating given the current fervor surrounding it. Yihan deftly maneuvered the mouse to click on the headline, which redirected him to the Weibo homepage of the world champion. At the top of the page was a shared comment. Ha! If practicing this gymnastics could yield such extraordinary strength, then I, the world champion, might as well abdicate. The comment had just been posted but was already generating significant buzz. The number of netizen comments below surged rapidly. Haha, who would have thought the world champion would weigh in? It seems the post has been debunked. It was merely a prank all along. No way? Right? Such an absurd training method still warrants skepticism? Huh. Why do I feel there's a hint of truth in this training method? Shockingly, there are those claiming that this body tempering technique is a supreme skill, now that the champion has called it out. Indeed, it was laughable. Previously, when he had asserted it was false, some had privately messaged him in anger, sharing their force measurement readings. Those must be hired trolls by the post creator. He suspected that the poster could not possibly cultivate any genuine energy themselves. Only after defeating the world champion could we entertain such a notion. Haha. Yihan scrolled through the comments one by one. Most netizen responses under the champion's post were overwhelmingly negative. Many were intimidated by the title of world champion, naturally disinclined to support anything so irrational, especially considering the internet is inherently a battleground of opinions. However, Yihan paid little heed to it. He was too indifferent to prove anything, for the ensuing changes in the world would reveal all truths. But if that champion dared to provoke again, Yihan would not hesitate to confront him. Open the system, he commanded in his mind. Yes, responded a voice within his head, and soon a holographic screen materialized before Yihan's eyes. Host, Yihan Realm, Innate Martial Master, Level 4 Vitality, 17,800 Combat Power, 49,075 Skills, Starlight Body Tempering Technique, Platinum Level, Innate Martial Master Inner Force, Passive, Energy Explosion, Golden Level, Disciples, 91. 076, referring to those who have comprehended the training method and absorbed energy through it. Inventory. Recipe for Strengthening Tonic, Body Refining Powder, Design Blueprint for Vitality Tester Rewards, none. Refreshes the next day. Over 90. 000 disciples have already broken through. Yihan smiled faintly at the disciple count. Although the online comments were overwhelmingly negative, the number of disciples continued to grow rapidly, likely surpassing 100,000 by evening. His own cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds as well. Nonetheless, this figure still fell short of causing a seismic shift online. The numbers were dispersed and relatively small compared to the netizens. While some disciples were striving online, the majority were focused on their studies or secretly reveling in their progress. Upload the recipes for the strengthening tonic and the body refining powder. Yihan instructed the system mentally. A Accompanying text. Upload 2 foundational remedies for martial artists that can significantly enhance cultivation speed. All disciples should cast aside distractions and diligently study martial arts. The beast tide will invade. Time is of the essence. Publishing, replied the system. The formulas and instrument blueprints were swiftly disseminated online, and Yihan's 2 posts were simultaneously pinned to the top of Weibo. Online netizens immediately noticed the new posts. Goodness, there's new content published. All right, master, I will devote myself to studying. Wow. Is the poster doing a serialized release? Why hasn't he Weibo banned him yet? Didn't he the champion just debunk you? Wow. These herbs must be expensive. Deceiving people like this ist right. How dare he post such fraudulent information, reported. Yihan merely chuckled as he observed the flood of comments and a barrage of private messages, subsequently logging off Weibo and shutting down his computer. Moments later, he gathered his belongings and left the rental apartment, preparing to head to a certain location. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. In a gym within a villa on the outskirts of Kyoto, boxer Zhao Tian repeatedly practiced the starlight body tempering technique until he collapsed onto the ground. Beside him was a towering pile of dishes. Zhao Tian discovered that the starlight body tempering technique left him increasingly famished. His appetite had surged nearly tenfold, yet, instead of gaining weight, he had lost 10 pounds. This transformation left Zhao Tian utterly astonished. However, he understood the reason. The starlight body tempering technique was extraordinarily potent, resulting in a dramatic increase in his muscle and bone strength. After all, any form of growth necessitates energy and resources. His substantial appetite and digestive capacity signified that his physical strength was continuously amplifying. Yet, he felt somewhat embarrassed by the increased frequency of his restroom visits. Ding! The sound of a notification from his phone broke the silence. Zhao Tian picked it up and was instantly filled with excitement. The presence had released new content. Chapter 12. Excited Zhao Tian, the bounty hunter in the villa on the outskirts of Kyoto. Zhao Tian lay back on the ground, brimming with excitement as he opened the post. The strengthening tonic and body refining powder, both of which are great tonics for martial arts cultivation, had arrived just in time. As he was worried that the power of his technique was outpacing his energy, "That's fantastic, master, master!" Zhao Tian exclaimed in reverence. He truly wished he could bow his head in gratitude, exchanging it for a genuine disciple spot. Becoming his apprentice would be an immense honor. He wondered if the Supreme One would deign to acknowledge him. He pondered in his heart, hoping to one day witness the foremost martial artist in the world. The growth in his strength over the past few days had elevated his admiration for the post's creator to an extraordinary level. All disciples should abandon distractions and earnestly study martial arts. The beast tide will invade. Time is running out. Zhao Tian read the text on the post. Will there truly be a beast invasion? He couldn't fully accept this notion, but revered and believed in the world's martial arts champion. Simultaneously, he subconsciously regarded the poster as his master. Fantasizing about the day he could pay homage to the poster, Zhao Tian browsed through the post with a beaming smile, cherishing every word as though it were a treasure. However, upon seeing the comments, his expression darkened. Goodness, is this delusion at its peak? How dare they release new content? A plethora of netizen comments were overwhelmingly negative. Foolish, foolish, a bunch of dimwits. How can such a supreme technique be deemed false? Zhao Tian blurted out in frustration, feeling an intense sense of injustice. Those who cannot obtain something merely dismiss it as fake. What could possibly save you ignorant fools, if the beast tide truly descends? Prepare to be shocked and devoured. In his fury, Zhao Tian posted several comments online. Yet, his remarks languished at the bottom of Weibo, garnering only a handful of likes, failing to stir any significant reaction. Some netizens even accused him of being a hired troll. Zhao Tian was on the verge of crushing his phone in outrage. Clearly, he needed to vindicate his master. His master might disdain these mortals and refuse to defend himself, but he could not allow slander to tarnish his name. Struggling to rise from the ground, Zhao Tian resolved to venture out and procure the herbs. Firstly, he sought to strengthen himself rapidly. Secondly, he feared the herbs would be snatched away. Kyoto National Medicine Store. This was the largest traditional Chinese medicine shop in Kyoto, encompassing nearly all herbal remedies, with a significant customer flow as well. This is the medicine prepared according to your formula. A total of 10 portions, 5 portions of the strengthening tonic at 2,000 each, and the body refining powder at 4,000 each. If you need assistance in decocting, it will be an additional 100 per portion. As Zhao Tian approached the counter, he observed the middle-aged shopkeeper presenting the herbs to a customer. Isn't this the formula from online? He realized that this individual was also a martial artist. Zhao Tian's curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the buyer, only to furrow his brow. The buyer was a known criminal, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, with a robust physique. He was covered in tattoos and scars that exuded a menacing aura. His face, lined with a long scar, resembled a centipede crawling upon it. Zhao Tian recognized this man from the wanted posters. His name was Li Hongbiao, a convicted murderer released 3 years prior. He was not a good person. What calamities might ensue if such a person were to cultivate martial arts? An ominous premonition stirred within Zhao Tian. Can you lower the price a bit? I don't have enough money. Li Hongbiao's voice was deep, his piercing gaze fixed on the shopkeeper. Sir, our prices are fixed, the shopkeeper replied apologetically. Some of the herbs are quite precious. That is the price. Then, can I have it on credit? Li Hongbiao frowned. No, I'm sorry, sir. We are an official store and do not operate on credit. Upon hearing this, Li Hongbiao fell silent. A thick tension enveloped the room. The shopkeeper's expression slightly tightened, instinctively taking a step back, and his pursed lips betrayed his anxiety. The nearby staff grew increasingly apprehensive. Li Hongbiao exuded an aura that was exceedingly menacing. Here are 8,000 yuan. Take it. After a few heartbeats, Li Hongbiao tossed down a sum of money and departed with 2 servings of strengthening blood soup and a packet of body refinement powder in hand. Zhao Tian gazed at Li Hongbiao's towering figure, a flicker of concern welling up within him. However, he felt there was little he could do, so he simply averted his gaze. The shop owner breathed a slight sigh of relief. Hello, how may I assist you? He turned to Zhao Tian with a warm smile. I would like the strengthening blood soup and body refinement powder. Whatever quantity you have in stock, I shall take it all. Furthermore, I require your assistance in preparing it. Zhao Tian stated as he presented his savings card. That's fine. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. I shall arrange it immediately. The shop owner momentarily paused before responding with a forced smile. Zhao Tian appeared to be a person of considerable means. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Who would have thought someone would actually pay for the posts on Weibo? Could it be true? With a hint of curiosity, the shop owner gestured for the staff to begin their work. Ultimately, they prepared 40 servings of strengthening blood soup and 20 packets of body refinement powder. Due to the requirement for the new medicine to be infused with revitalized spiritual energy, older ingredients like ginseng were unsuitable, thus limiting the quantities that could be prepared. Additionally, the process of concocting the medicines necessitated time. Zhao Tian waited in the shop for 3 hours before finally receiving all the potions. As he beheld the 40 bottles of azure liquid and the boxed white powder in his hands, an expression of exhilaration spread across his face. He had previously heard tales of medicinal supplements and martial arts, and now he finally held them in his grasp. The indescribable joy of such a legendary acquisition was overwhelming. Master, wait for me. I, Zhao Tian, shall surely vindicate your name. I am determined to become a master of martial arts. Standing atop the pinnacle of the discipline, Zhao Tian swiped his bank card on the payment machine, settled the bill swiftly, and departed, never once mindful of the 16,000 yuan. A few attendants watched Zhao Tian leave, their faces etched with contemplation. Did this fellow actually see the posts on Weibo? He seems a bit delusional, one of the attendants remarked. Perhaps. The shop owner's thoughts were stirred. The figures displayed on the payment machine made him reminisce about the dreams of youthful martial artists. Chapter 13. The potent efficacy of the medicine, pure body of martial arts. The crescent moon gradually ascended. Zhao Tian slowly awakened in his bed, feeling invigorated. After returning with the medicines, he initially intended to continue training. However, the stellar body refinement technique was so effective that he found himself compelled to rest. To his surprise, he had slept through the night. Nonetheless, the benefit was that his stamina was restored. Time was of the essence. Zhao Tian rose from his bed and began to stretch. In the next moment, he commenced practicing the stellar body refinement technique, planning to warm up with a set of movements before testing the potency of the supplements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In the confines of the room, Zhao Tian executed one movement after another. The martial arts spiritual energy of the world flowed into his body, continuously fortifying his muscles. Zhao Tian sensed his strength escalating. His physical attributes surpassed the limits of humanity. This fulfilling sensation was utterly exhilarating. After completing a series of movements, Zhao Tian felt a surge of excitement, raising his fist and striking the nearby newly acquired punching bag. A dull thud resonated through the air as the bag shuddered violently, revealing slight cracks on its leather surface. Cracked? This bag was just purchased, and I have already shattered it with a single punch. Zhao Tian looked at the bag with a hint of astonishment. My strength is growing ever more formidable. However, I am becoming increasingly lean. My weight has dropped, likely due to the absence of supplements. Zhao Tian examined his physique. Previously weighing 70 kilograms, his chest was muscularly defined, but now it was entirely flat. An aircraft could take off on this surface. This was a consequence of the stellar body refinement technique consuming bodily energy. Now, let me see just how potent the supplements are. Zhao Tian retrieved the potion, holding the pale blue liquid up to his eyes for inspection. According to the post by my master, consuming a bottle necessitates performing 5 sets of the cultivation technique. Otherwise, the errant energy accumulating within the body would be exceedingly uncomfortable. Zhao Tian pondered momentarily before downing a fifth of the potion. Boom. As the liquid entered his mouth, he immediately felt a torrent of spiritual energy erupting from his stomach. His body was instantly filled with vitality and strength. He let out a roar, swiftly engaging the stellar body refinement technique. With each successive movement, the veins on Zhao Tian's body bulged, his heart racing under the infusion of power. A fierce surge of energy coursed throughout him, amplifying his strength at an accelerated pace. The moon hung high in the sky. The 5 hours of training swiftly passed, and an exhausted Zhao Tian collapsed onto the floor, his flushed body emitting wisps of steam. This time, he had consumed 2 bottles of the medicinal soup and executed 13 movements of the stellar body refinement technique. Furthermore, under the augmentation of the supplements, his cultivation speed had more than doubled. Exhilarating. Zhao Tian roared with delight from his position on the ground. The sensation of such an explosive surge of power was indescribably pleasurable. This is what a man should strive for. This is the sensation a martial artist ought to pursue. I wonder how my vitality stands now. Zhao Tian raised his fist for inspection. Alas, the vitality testing device provided by my martial arts master is far too advanced for my capabilities. If only I could assess my vitality. I wonder if I have entered the ranks of martial artists? Zhao Tian's excitement grew with each passing thought. After resting for a moment on the floor, he struggled to rise, raising his fist and striking the nearby punching bag once more. A resounding crash echoed as Zhao Tian's fist, imbued with tremendous power, punched straight through the bag as he withdrew his fist. The stuffing of silk and coarse fabric tumbled out. I broke through it. Zhao Tian gazed at the tattered punching bag in astonishment. This bag was newly purchased. Previously, he could use a single bag for an extended period, but now it could not withstand even 2 of his punches. My strength has undergone a transformative evolution. Moreover, my speed has also increased. The stellar body refinement technique includes specific movements to train the legs. And Zhao Tian felt his lower body was now incredibly stable, with his dodging speed several times swifter than before. I should be able to last longer. Divine martial arts? Divine martial arts? Feeling the extraordinary transformation of his body, Zhao Tian let out a fervent shout to the heavens. At this moment, his admiration for the originator escalated to a new height, akin to a fervent disciple venerating their deity. If I were to engage in boxing now, it would be invincible against those who have not trained in the body refinement technique, wouldn't it? Zhao Tian exuberantly practiced his boxing techniques within the confines of his room, shifting stances, left-handed jabs, evasive maneuvers. Previously, Zhao Tian felt his striking power was inadequate, but now he could effortlessly unleash tremendous force. His fists sliced through the air, producing a whooshing sound. The punching bag echoed with resounding thuds, bursting apart after just a few strikes. A single punch could take a life. It was no jest. I wonder how powerful the foremost martial artist in the world truly is. Surely, they must be the strongest person on the planet. Zhao Tian mused with anticipation. Until now, he had only been posting online without stepping into the limelight. No one was aware of just how formidable he truly was. Yet, Zhao Tian was confident he was far from weak. The sheer ferocity of the techniques shared by the originator validated his prowess. He believed that all who had comprehended martial arts techniques held profound respect for him. All right, let me try another type of medicine. After a brief rest, Zhao Tian retrieved the body refinement powder. The post indicated that no time should be wasted. Zhao Tian wholeheartedly embraced that sentiment. He was determined to continuously challenge the limits of urgency. His master mentioned that this powder was entirely different from the spiritual energy supplements of the strengthening blood soup, specifically designed to refine a martial artist's body. He wondered what effects it would yield. Zhao Tian contemplated before swallowing a packet of body refinement powder. Whoosh! As the powder entered his mouth, Zhao Tian suddenly felt a surge of ferocious power erupting forth. His muscles were violently shaken by the force. His body was being refined. Ah! He let out a pained roar, collapsing to the ground. Under the influence of the body refinement powder, his muscles trembled violently, and a dark residue was expelled from his skin. Zhao Tian sensed his martial arts physique becoming increasingly pure, and he began to undergo some transformation. Chapter 14. Calling out Paul, I, Zhao Tian, shall vindicate the originator. The moon hung high in the night sky. Zhao Tian gritted his teeth as he meditated in his gym. His muscles writhed and quivered with fervor, steam wafting from his body. The raging energy within was refining his physique, much like a hammer tempering resilient flesh and blood. After a while, Zhao Tian felt the energy within him settle down, integrating into his muscles and significantly augmenting his strength. This signified the conclusion of the refining process. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhao Tian was astonished to discover a thick layer of dark impurities coating his skin. Akin to a mixture of oily dust, this what was expelled from my body. He was astonished to learn just how much waste had accumulated within him. Zhao Tian gazed at his skin in amazement. He gradually walked into the shower room to cleanse himself. Upon rinsing away the sticky black impurities, he revealed fresh, fair skin beneath, as if it were newly formed, with the expulsion of accumulated pigments and impurities. His appearance and aura seemed to elevate. Zhao Tian was filled with disbelief. He had not anticipated that the body refinement powder would not only refine his body but also possess such beautifying and rejuvenating effects. If some beauty-conscious women were to see this, they would surely go into a frenzy. Zhao Tian pondered over taking a shower and soon emerged from the bathroom, refreshed. However, as he began to stretch his limbs, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A peculiar surge of energy coursing through his body. He channeled this newfound power, executing boxing dodges with remarkable agility. His figure blurred into a series of afterimages as he moved with astonishing speed. Though the raw strength had not increased significantly, his agility and velocity had augmented by more than fourfold compared to before. Movements that had once eluded him during training were now effortlessly achievable. Yet, when he ceased to draw upon this energy, his speed reverted to its usual sluggishness. How could this be? A new force had erupted within him. Was it internal energy? Zhao Tian was taken aback. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. How could he possibly cultivate internal energy in just 3 days? That would be utterly preposterous. But where had this power originated? Silence enveloped the room, with no one to answer Zhao Tian's queries. After a while, having failed to unravel the mystery in his mind and having reached his training limits for the day, he decided to lie on his bed and scroll through his phone. With excitement, he opened a post by Yi Han, slowly perusing its contents. Why had such a fraudulent post not been taken down yet? What kind of hacker could manage to keep it pinned for so long? Perhaps it was a collusion with Zhaolang? Regardless, the boxing champion had already been confirmed. There was no need to concern themselves with it. Beneath the post lay a torrent of comments from netizens. Zhao Tian's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by indignation at the remarks. Not everyone could excel in high martial arts. Some were simply not destined for the path of martial arts. Otherwise, why would so many be eliminated from high martial arts schools each year? Yet some comments on Weibo were utterly outrageous. The boxing champion's evaluation of the post? Was it Paul, the champion? What had he said? As Zhao Tian scrolled, he suddenly stumbled upon a new trending topic. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to investigate. Ha ha ha, if practicing such gymnastics could bestow superhuman strength, then I, the world champion, would have to step down. Below was a flood of comments. The world champion had been confirmed to be a fraud. That post was fake. Why hadn't the author of the post responded? Was he too afraid to speak? I strongly suggest the martial arts poster and the champion have a bout. No way, I'm afraid he might get knocked out. The comments below numbered nearly 20,000, and Weibo's follower count had surpassed 700,000. As a boxer, Zhao Tian recognized this champion. He had never had so many followers before. Boxing was inherently a niche sport, especially for a foreign champion. It was the sensationalism of martial arts that had boosted his popularity. Anger welled within Zhao Tian, his grip on his phone tightening instinctively, creaking under his immense strength. The device quickly warped. Paul had made such a disappointing remark. As a martial artist, how could he be so ignorant as to mock such a magnificent practice? Zhao Tian huffed, tossing his phone onto the bed in a fit of rage. In his heart, he viewed the post's author as a benefactor who had bestowed upon him strength and new energy. Yet now, this benefactor's revered practice was being derided by these fools. How could Zhao Tian endure this? Initially, he had held Paul in high regard, for he was the heavyweight boxing champion of the world, having reached heights Zhao Tian could only dream of. But now, that reverence had evaporated. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhao Tian picked up his phone again. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Paul had just posted new content. Ha ha ha, I never expected my retweet to gain such traction. Waking up next to my girlfriend, I found I had so many new fans. Intriguingly, that delusional individual had also released new content. He might need a trip to a mental hospital. Ha ha ha. What? Zhao Tian's fury ignited as he read Paul's latest remarks, and with a resounding crack, he crushed his phone. He had not anticipated Paul's fresh tirade. Perhaps he was riding the wave of newfound fame or had other motives, but regardless, such comments attacking something he did not understand were unacceptable, especially when that person was his benefactor. Zhao Tian could no longer contain his anger. He believed in his own strength. Now, he felt he could contend with the so-called champion Paul. He would vindicate the true martial arts leader. If practicing such gymnastics could yield superhuman strength, then the world champion would have to step down, right? Very well. He would pull Paul down from his pedestal. The world champion must yield. Zhao Tian located an old phone and logged into his Weibo. Preparing to record a video. I am the boxer Zhao Tian, he declared, his gaze ablaze with fury as he faced the camera. I am also a practitioner of the Starlight body refinement technique. The true martial arts leader. He is my benefactor, and I will not allow him to face such attacks. Therefore, Paul, I hereby officially challenge you to a boxing match. Zhao Tian pointed vehemently at the camera. If you are a man, do not refuse me. Let us speak through our strength in the ring. For in my eyes, you, the so-called champion, are but an FW and a mere insect in the presence of greatness. You, the champion, must yield. After recording and editing the video, he prepared to post it. Such a provocative piece of content would surely ignite a new wave of fervor online. Chapter 15. Igniting the Internet. Why a young boxer challenges the world champion. The night sky over Kyoto sparkled with countless stars. The clock struck midnight, and the bustling streets were alive with activity. At this hour, the Internet was also abuzz. Today was March 6th, 5 days since the martial arts techniques had been released on March 1 ST. Suddenly, a video appeared on Zhao Tian's Weibo personal page, featuring the tag world champion. You, the so-called champion, are but an FW and an insect in the presence of greatness. You, the champion, must yield. Many netizens, upon hearing Zhao Tian's words, erupted with excitement. Goodness! Such provocation surely could not be tolerated by the champion. This was a direct affront to a man's pride. Has Zhao Gu also practiced that martial arts technique? Zhao Gu, what are you doing? Are you courting death? New comments began to flood in beneath the video, comprising both new fans and Zhao Tian's longtime supporters, all taken aback by the content's allure. With the current heat, many clicked the retweet button. Numerous self-media accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers swiftly sensed the potential virality of the video and began to share it. Thus, Zhao Tian's video rapidly gained traction on Weibo, climbing to the top 300, then 100, and finally reaching the 70s. Weibo was trending. Most online viewers were the first to witness his video. What the heck? Has Zhao Tian lost his mind? Surely he must have hired internet trolls for this. Just for practicing a few fake gymnastics, he dares to challenge the champion? He might just get knocked out with a single punch. What is Zhao Tian's intention? Brothers, I found his information. He just recently lost a 70-kilogram match. Just a small-time boxer. If he can't win at 70 kilograms, how does he expect to defeat a 90-kilogram champion? What the heck? Paul, are you seeing this? quickly accept the challenge. I fear he won't be able to withstand even one punch. Let's get ready for a feast, everyone. The comments on Weibo quickly surpassed 3,000, and the heat continued to surge. Many pedestrians on the streets of Kyoto couldn't even put down their phones. The recent news was too explosive. Xiaoling was hacked, and a young boxer was challenging the world champion. Yet Paul had yet to respond. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian sat in front of his computer, watching as his video soared up the Weibo trending list. I will vindicate you. His fists clenched tightly. Ding, ding, ding. His phone buzzed beside him, displaying his agent's name. Zhao Tian, what are you doing? As soon as he answered the call, an agitated voice resonated from the other end. It was the middle-aged man named Li, who had previously comforted Zhao Tian. Why did you post those videos? Are you looking for trouble or just delusional? Brotherly, I am very clear-headed, Zhao Tian replied calmly. Though the martial arts poster does not know me, he has imparted wisdom upon me, and I will not allow him to bear the brunt of rumors. You practice that starlight refinement technique? A voice filled with confusion came from the other end. Yes, I have practiced it, and it is indeed effective, Zhao Tian affirmed. Effective? Can it be effective enough to challenge the champion after just a few days of practice? Zhao Tian, have you lost your mind? The shouting voice continued from the phone. I do not understand that starlight refinement technique. Perhaps it is genuinely effective, but you want to challenge the heavyweight champion after just a few days? Are you not aware that Paul weighs 90 kilograms? The disparity is immense. A single punch could kill you. Zhao Tian's expression remained calm. Brotherly, I understand that your intentions are rooted in concern for my well-being. Yet my resolve remains steadfast. The voice on the other end is tinged with frustration. Should you continue to act stubbornly, our club shall terminate your contract. Furthermore, if you were to be defeated by Paul, you would instantaneously become the laughingstock of the industry. Everyone would mock your overestimation of your own abilities. It matters not. Zhao Tian's tone is resolute. Should I lose to Paul, I shall concede my own inadequacy. Very well, do as you wish. I shall no longer concern myself with you. Click. The call was abruptly severed. Exhaling deeply, Zhao Tian placed his phone down with a calm expression. He slowly lifted his gaze towards the sky, reminiscing about his arduous training journey, the ferocious energy of the elixirs, the dramatic enhancement of his powers during training, and the force within him that significantly accelerated his speed. All of these imbued him with immense confidence. Indeed, Paul was a man he once revered. Yet at this moment, Zhao Tian brimmed with unwavering self-assurance. I shall undoubtedly procure glory for you. The entire online community is disparaging you. I will silence them decisively. You have granted me newfound strength. Even if I become a jest, it matters not, Zhao Tian declared to the heavens, oblivious to the identity of the publisher. Thus, he merely spoke to the sky. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp notification rang from his computer. Looking down, Zhao Tian discovered that the champion Paul had replied. He too had posted a message. I cannot fathom what folly this individual has committed. Perhaps his overwhelming confidence has led him to naively believe he can triumph over me. Forgetting my unparalleled title as the champion, I had no intention of engaging with such a weakling. However, a king must not be denied, just as a fierce tiger should not be belittled by a sheep. Therefore, I accept this challenge. Let us meet 3 nights hence at 8 o'clock at the Kyoto boxing arena. I shall show you who the true worm is. It would be best to bring your savior, for I intend to deliver a beating to him as well. Do not cower like a turtle. Ha ha ha. Having sent his reply, a glimmer of fighting spirit ignited in Zhao Tian's eyes. He responded with a simple good in the comments, signifying his acknowledgement, which was promptly pinned by Paul in the comment section. Many netizens joined in, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Amazing! You dare to challenge the champion? I thought you merely sought to bask in his audacity. I cannot comprehend your motives. Have you gone mad with boxing? You weigh merely 70 kilograms. Haha, I believe this warrior can win. The current world champion is nothing more than a jest. The upstairs comment is merely keyboard bravado. How amusing. Yet it validates martial arts. Haha, I shall simply watch the spectacle unfold. Chapter 16. Paul, this worm, I could annihilate with a single punch. In the Shanghai metropolis. Within a lavish seaside villa, vibrant neon lights danced upon the walls, as a towering sound system roared with music, and several blonde, blue-eyed women swayed wildly. The joyous screams and music reverberated throughout the villa. A burly man lounged on the sofa. His name was Paul. At 24 years of age, standing at 6 feet 5 inches and weighing 205 pounds. He was the reigning champion of the last World Boxing Championship, hailed as the most powerful boxer in existence. A single punch could unleash a force of 223 kilograms. "Hey there, darling." A blonde woman with crimson lips perched herself on Paul's lap, her phone in hand as she giggled. "I see that many netizens from Xia country are rallying behind you in your bout against that kid. They all believe you can effortlessly bring him down, much like a lion dispatching a sheep." "Ha ha ha." Paul erupted into laughter. "Isn't that entirely expected? The people of Xia country may be short, but they possess some semblance of intellect. They realize they stand no chance against me. If he could defeat me, he would have long since been crowned champion. Ha ha ha." "Indeed." The blonde woman leaned closer, her gaze affectionate. "My dear, you are the strongest, and you mustn't hold back." "Let them see our might, of course," Paul proclaimed, brandishing his fists. Moments later, a well-dressed blonde man entered, placing a stack of documents beside Paul. His name was Jester, Paul's manager. "Hey, Paul, I've gathered information on that kid from Xia country." "Is that so? Let me see. I am curious about what arrogance he possesses," Paul replied, picking up the documents and scrutinizing them. "Zhao Tian, age 22, height 5 feet 7 inches, weight 156 pounds. Heh. A flicker of disdain crossed Paul's eyes. "The people of Xia country are generally quite short. Champion of the provincial 60-kilogram amateur boxing tournament in 2031. Third place in the provincial professional boxing competition in 32. Eliminated in the 70-kilogram professional boxing competition just 4 days ago on March 1st. With a thud, Paul tossed the documents onto the table, his eyes filled with contempt. Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. Or has he lost his mind? Akin to that martial arts publisher with severe delusions, with such meager strength. He dares to challenge me? He hasn't even secured a place in the 70-kilogram category and yet fantasizes about defeating me, the 90-kilogram champion? There is a significant issue with the intelligence of the people from Xia country." "Ha ha." Jester couldn't suppress his laughter. "Regardless of that individual, Paul, our reputation in Xia country has soared. Your social media followers are nearing 1 million. Do you realize the economic benefits this will yield us?" "Ha ha ha. How fortunate that this kid decided to court death and generate buzz. I don't quite understand. As long as you do, that's enough." Paul smiled, knowing his manager Jester was a quintessential businessman, focused solely on commercial gain. "Paul, allow me to pose a question." Jester's expression turned slightly serious. "You can surely secure a win against this Xia country kid, yes? Win? Are you questioning my abilities, Jester?" Paul retorted, a flicker of disdain in his gaze. "This worm is no match for me. I could obliterate him with a single punch." "Heh, I share the same sentiment." "Indeed," Paul continued, "I may not understand this so-called Xia country martial arts, but he could never surpass you in just 7 days. As for Xia country martial arts, they appear to be a mere joke, moreover." Jester produced another document, placing it on the table. "I have contacted numerous media outlets to promote our bout, ensuring the hype will only increase." "Paul, you must defeat him in front of all the people of Xia country. Crush the confidence of this foolish Xia country kid and their martial arts. They persistently seek to surpass us in national standing." "Very well. What must I do?" Paul inquired eagerly, sensing the rising excitement. "The hype appears substantial. Should I knock him out with a single punch?" "No." Jester shook his head. "Paul, I trust you can see the value in this match. It has attracted a multitude of Xia country eyes. Your opponent is a mere loser, providing the perfect stage for you to showcase your prowess. However, if you were to defeat him with a single punch, the spectacle would diminish significantly. You need to engage him strategically, understand? First, demonstrate your techniques, then deliver the knockout blow, utilizing your true strength to crush the martial arts community online, and you shall reap both fame and fortune. If you prove that the people of Xia country are inferior to you, I believe our leaders in the Lighthouse Nation will be quite pleased." "Ha ha ha," Paul exclaimed, his fighting spirit ignited. "Jester, I shall severely injure him. Furthermore, how about I post another message challenging the martial arts publisher to face me directly? To be honest, I am quite eager to knock him out." Jester pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No need to rush. Thanks to this worm's challenge, we have garnered a wealth of attention. This hype should be utilized judiciously. Once the fight concludes, the audience may lose interest, so wait until you've defeated that diminutive Xia country kid before calling out the martial arts publisher. At that point, you shall attract a legion of Xia country fans. The money from the people of Xia country is the easiest to earn. Jester smiled, prompting a beaming response from Paul. He had not anticipated that this casual Xia country tour would yield such unexpected rewards. It was truly remarkable. To profit by thrashing the people of Xia country was the most exhilarating endeavor. Indeed. When the time comes, do not hold back, understand? A final knockout, even with a heavy blow, is perfectly acceptable. As long as you emerge victorious, this worm shall become a clown in the eyes of the people of Xia country. Jester laughed. Naturally, Paul shrugged in response. The next moment, he donned a mischievous expression. Jester, what do you suppose would happen if I were to lose this match? In that case, Jester's eyes, filled with mirth, carried a hint of seriousness. If that is the case, that lad will achieve divine status. And the microwave's martial arts will surely flourish. Our interest will be compromised. However, that is an impossible scenario, right? A smile graced Jester's face. Certainly. Paul cast a disdainful glance at the documents on the table concerning Zhao Tian. Although that insect may be somewhat weak, I shall still engage him with utmost seriousness. Let me send this Summer Kingdom fellow to the hospital with a single punch. Perhaps I might even kill him. Ha ha. Chapter 17. The boxing tournament erupts. Could that young man be the publisher? In a rented room in a village in Kyoto, Tang Jujia, clad in a pink bodysuit, swung a bag of rice back and forth, the 30-kilogram bag seeming as light as a feather in her hands. Ah, Sister Jingjing. I never imagined that after merely 2 days of practicing the martial arts techniques, my strength would increase so dramatically. I feel so powerful, Tang Jujia exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. I never expected the cultivation methods he mentioned to be this potent. It seems the world is truly on the verge of transformation, Chen Jing remarked, gazing wistfully out at the azure sky. After their encounter with Yi Han, the two had rented a room in the city village to study and practice the martial arts techniques. To their astonishment, the sensation of spiritual energy entering their bodies was extraordinary. The profound effects left them both in awe and disbelief. Yet, despite this, many online still claimed that the cultivation methods were ineffective, including the boxing champion Paul, who derisively mocked such a commendable practice. If only my strength were sufficient, I would challenge him myself. Tang Jujia huffed as she opened her computer. Instantly, articles regarding the cultivation methods flooded her browser. Alongside a plethora of content about Zhao Tian's challenges, her phone buzzed with notifications, the excitement reaching a fever pitch. Tang Jujia clicked on Zhao Tian's video page, where a multitude of comments awaited her. The latest updates revealed that champion Paul had already claimed the provincial title at just 18 years of age, while Zhao Tian had recently lost in that very competition. What is Zhao Tian thinking? To issue a challenge with such a disparity in skill is utterly absurd. Even if the cultivation methods are truly effective, they could hardly enable Zhao Tian to defeat the champion. Effective? That's laughable. He can't even absorb spiritual energy properly. This is going to be a disaster. Ha ha ha. Just look at those people online. Tang Jujia fumed, incensed by the comments that dismissed the techniques simply because they couldn't master them. That's how the internet works, Chen Jing replied calmly. You'll get used to it. Then, Sister Jingjing, do you think Zhao Tian can triumph over Paul? I truly hope he can vindicate the cultivation methods. Well, Chen Jing's expression turned contemplative. Under normal circumstances, I would certainly not believe Zhao Tian could win, akin to those uninformed netizens. However, it is difficult to say now. Moreover, Zhao Tian seems to have only practiced for a few days. The outcome is beyond my capacity to predict, Sister Jingjing. Your words imply that you still harbor doubts about Zhao Tian, Tang Jujia remarked. Chen Jing remained silent, tacitly agreeing. At that moment, her long-held worldview clashed violently with the new perspective offered by the martial arts realm. She sensed that the cultivation methods did indeed hold merit, yet the notion of an ordinary fighter surpassing a champion today was a leap she could not confidently endorse. Sister Jingjing, let me ask again. If Yi Han were to face Paul, who do you think would win? Without a doubt, Yi Han would prevail. Chen Jing responded promptly. If Yi Han were to fight seriously, that so-called champion would be knocked out with a single blow. Indeed, I too believe the young man is formidable. He is incredibly strong, Tang Jujia declared, raising her thumb in admiration. Both had witnessed Yi Han's terrifying prowess firsthand, and they could not possibly subscribe to the notion that he would be outmatched by Paul. Humph! Genuine masters remained silent while the clowns squawk. Tang Jejia lamented, casting a mournful glance at Paul's disparaging remarks about the martial arts techniques. Indeed. Chun Jing moved beside Tang Jejia, her gaze fixed steadily on Zhao Tian's page. However, Zhao Tian is not Yi Han. He recently suffered a defeat in the 70-kilogram competition. Whether he can win is truly uncertain. Moreover, the consequences of his loss would be grave. The martial arts publisher would be ridiculed by countless individuals. Zhao Tian cannot afford to lose. Let's go. We must not allow the martial arts of our summer kingdom to be trampled by an outsider. Tang Jejia exclaimed, her heart heavy with worry. Chun Jing, lost in thought, remained silent. She pondered the implications. If the martial arts publisher were indeed disseminating knowledge to combat the encroaching beasts, they had now encountered a minor setback. What could be accomplished in 3 months? Yet, she sensed that a defeat for Zhao Tian would not go unchallenged by other martial artists. The publisher surely had countless disciples supporting him. Sister Jingjing, I have a theory. Tang Jejia's voice chimed in. Do you think Yi Han might be the publisher of the microwave's martial arts? We forgot to ask before, but now it truly seems like he could be well. Chun Jing recalled their meeting with Yi Han. Pondering that it's hard to say. After a few seconds, she shook her head. I don't quite think so. Someone who could create such a comprehensive technique must possess extraordinary martial arts achievements, far beyond merely shattering a stone. Although Yi Han is formidable, he doesn't seem to fit the profile of a publisher. He strikes me more as a martial arts genius, akin to a senior disciple. Then who could the publisher be? Tang Jejia gazed longingly at the sky. Surely, the person who disseminates such techniques must be a martial arts powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the world. I wonder if one day I might gaze up at him? Will I ever be able to kneel before him and beg to become his disciple? Absolutely. Chen Jing's tone grew resolute. If we diligently practice martial arts, one day we shall surely meet the publisher of these techniques. Moreover, the techniques indicate that beasts will invade. Our time is limited. Chun Jing contemplated as she stepped onto the yoga mat. We must seize the moment and strive hard. Once we become masters, we will definitely encounter the martial arts publisher. The two separated within the room to practice the starlight body refinement technique. Tang Jejia executed each movement with precision, synchronizing her breath to draw in the abundant spiritual energy from the air. Her previously soft and powerless muscles began to strengthen under the cleansing influence of the energy. However, upon reaching the 5th movement, she suddenly felt her body tremble, a surge of newfound power erupting from within. Ah, Sister Jingjing, Tang Jejia exclaimed in astonishment, I think something is amiss with my body. Chapter 18. The nation's conflicts, the efficacy of martial arts is unsatisfactory. Kyoto. In an office at the military district on the outskirts, Kong Lingtian sat at his desk, sifting through military affairs. Early yesterday morning, a minor skirmish occurred along the Summer Kingdom's borders, suspected to be the work of foreign criminal organizations. Around noon, suspicious individuals were spotted covertly photographing near the military district. Likely agents from the Sakura Kingdom. At 11 o'clock that night, the military network suffered an invasion, presumably by hackers from the Lighthouse Nation. Kong Lingtian perused report after report, noting that most of the incidents involved minor frictions or disturbances instigated by foreign criminal groups. The primary tension stemmed from the Lighthouse Nation, Sakura Kingdom, Han Nation, and others. To the casual observer, the world appeared peaceful, but that was only because the soldiers of the Summer Kingdom had been thwarting and eliminating such threats in the shadows. They were perpetually engaged in a battle against adversaries, allowing the citizens to experience a serene and tranquil environment. With a sigh, Kong Lingtian finished reviewing the documents and rubbed his eyes. It seems today's incidents are more numerous than yesterday's. He remarked slowly. Yes, General, a soldier beside him replied, his voice tinged with anger. Some ambitious nations have not relinquished their desire for invasion and are continually seeking to disrupt our peace. Chuckling softly, Kong Lingtian gazed at the young soldier with a touch of kindness. Young Li, war, whether among humans or in the animal kingdom, is a perpetual reality. You must learn to temper these emotions. Yes, thank you for your guidance, General. The young soldier immediately stood at attention, his eyes reflecting admiration and gratitude. Kong Lingtian, however, continued to gaze at the sky outside. He felt a peculiar premonition from the posts regarding the microwave's martial arts. Furthermore, he sensed that the world had indeed changed, at the very least. The air felt fresher. People were becoming more spirited. Yet, the relations between nations remained fraught with tension, with economic warfare and covert military skirmishes ongoing. If the threat of invasion by beasts were true, then the dynamics between nations would undergo a seismic shift. Kong Lingtian suddenly felt that the future had become unpredictable. General. A short while later, a soldier assistant entered, exclaiming that there was a new development regarding the martial arts matters you are concerned with. As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase and placed them before Kong Lingtian. Upon examining the materials, Kong Lingtian fell into deep contemplation. A challenger named Zhao Tian is to face the champion? Just a few days prior, he suffered defeat in the 70-kilogram competition. With such a significant disparity between the two, could he truly prevail? Kong Lingtian scrutinized the documents. Unlike most netizens online, he pondered not only the doubts but also the underlying motives behind such actions. No one acts without purpose. This matter is currently of no concern to us. After a few seconds, Kong Lingtian set the documents aside. This is merely a civilian dispute, and we are the military. We shall observe their live match when the time comes. For now, let us check on the progress of the practitioners. When the martial arts technique number 1 was released, I had Old Chun select a few soldiers for training. Let us see the results. Yes, sir, the soldier responded sharply. Subsequently, a few of them departed the office. After passing several camps, they entered a spacious hall on a particular floor. There sat an elderly military officer. Appearing to be in his 60s, clad in uniform, engrossed in the documents before him. His name is Chan Guanglong, an old general from the military district and a former comrade of Kong Lingtian, with whom he shares a close rapport. Due to Kong Lingtian's busy schedule, he had entrusted Old Chun with supervising the training of a select group of soldiers in martial arts. Now, Kong Lingtian intended to assess the results. Old Kong, you've come. Upon noticing Kong Lingtian's arrival, Chen Guanglong lifted his gaze from the documents. Old Chen, I previously instructed you to have the soldiers study the microwave martial arts training method. What are the results? Well, Chen Guanglong exhibited a contemplative expression, seemingly organizing his thoughts before responding. What's the matter? Kong Lingtian furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. Is it possible that the training method is ineffective? In truth, it would not be surprising if it were, given its somewhat fantastical nature. If I had come across it in a regular book, I might instinctively regard it as merely an ordinary piece on cultivation. Akin to a Taoist scripture, that is not the case. Chen Guanglong shook his head. The training method is not without merit. However, the situation is a bit complex. The soldiers practicing this method have exhibited unprecedented results. Complex? Is it due to some side effects? After a moment's thought, Chen Guanglong's eyes twinkled as he smiled slightly. Old Chen, follow me. It may be difficult to articulate the effects with words. It is best you witness it for yourself. Chen Guanglong stated as he headed toward the training room. Very well. Kong Lingtian and his companions trailed behind Chen Guanglong, their curiosity piqued. They soon entered a vast training area, where over 20 soldiers were diligently practicing the stellar body forging technique, executing an array of peculiar postures. Old Chen Guanglong handed a list to Kong Lingtian. After the soldiers practiced the stellar body forging technique, I divided them into 3 groups. Now, let each group report to you in turn. Kong Lingtian accepted the list, which displayed an array of 20 names, evenly divided by gender, with only 3 names in the first group and the remaining 17 in the second. Group 1 of the body forging experiment. Step forward. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the command, 3 soldiers immediately ceased their exercises and rushed to stand before Kong Lingtian. From left to right, now report your training achievements to the general. Chen Guanglong ordered loudly. Yes, sir. Report to the general. My strength has increased from 118 kilograms to 120 kilograms. Report to the general. My strength has risen from 98 kilograms to 103 kilograms. Report to the general. I have not felt any increase in strength. The soldiers quickly delivered their reports. Kong Lingtian's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. It was evident he was not entirely satisfied. Such minor improvements, if accounting for discrepancies, are nearly negligible. Could it be that the martial arts training method is ineffective? Kong Lingtian mused, reflecting on his earlier impression that the training method held promise. Yet now the results seemed less than satisfactory. Chapter 19. The true results of martial arts training, Kong Lingtian's astonishment. Kyoto. Military District Training Room. Though be frank, I am dissatisfied with the results of this training method, as it seems almost ineffective. Kong Ling Tian addressed the soldiers before him. Indeed, the results of this group of soldiers are not particularly impressive. Furthermore, they have exerted considerable effort, yet the improvements are hardly noticeable. Chen Guanglong conceded. Very well, in truth, it is quite normal for the martial arts training method to yield no results, as it is inherently an extraordinary matter. It seems this was merely a jest on the part of the publisher. Xiao Li, Kong Ling Tian, turned to his assistant soldier. Please document this method and categorize it under the ancient martial yoga category. Practicing it occasionally should still bolster physical health. Yes, sir. The assistant promptly began taking notes. Wait, Chen Guanglong interjected, halting the assistant and laughed. Old Kong, what are you doing? When did I ever say the training method was useless? Huh. Kong Ling Tian and the others looked at Chen Guanglong bewildered. Old Chen, what do you mean? Ha! Chen Guanglong chuckled heartily at their confusion. Old Kong, what I just showed you was merely a set of exceptional cases. Now let me present you with a delightful surprise. Group 2 of the body forging experiment. Step forward to report your results immediately. Yes, sir. Upon Chen Guanglong's command, another 12 soldiers let out a deep roar. They halted their exercises and sprinted to stand before Kong Ling Tian. Report to the general. My body metrics have dramatically increased after practicing the body forging technique. My strength has risen from 110 kilograms to 154 kilograms. Report to the general. My name is Lin Lingling. My strength has surged from 98 kilograms to 139 kilograms. I have shattered my previous limits. Report to the general. My initial strength was 170 kilograms. And after practicing the body forging technique, it has soared to 229 kilograms. I am nearing the world record for the strongest punch. One soldier after another presented their reports. The soldiers in this group experienced strength increases exceeding 40 kilograms. Varying by individual. Is this truly the case? Kong Ling Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as he listened. For individuals who have only trained for a few days, such an enhancement is utterly terrifying. It can be deemed a revolutionary leap. If this is the case, then the training method presented by the publisher is not merely a display of superficial techniques, but a genuine masterpiece of martial arts. A creation capable of transforming the entire Xia nation. Ha ha ha, did you hear that, old Kong? Have you heard about these soldiers' progress? Chen Guanglong's voice brimmed with excitement. Although I had already reviewed the data, hearing it now is still exhilarating. This training method is not an ordinary one. It is a groundbreaking work of martial arts that will change the world. Moreover, I've discovered even greater potency. Would you like to see? What kind of potency? Kong Ling Tian's voice was laced with urgency. Hurry and tell me, old Chen. Don't keep me in suspense. Hee hee. You 5, go over to that stake and stand ready. When I say go, run back as swiftly as you can. Chen Guanglong instructed, pulling out a stopwatch. Yes, sir. The 12 soldiers immediately turned and positioned themselves at the wooden stake on the opposite side of the training ground. Old Kong, that stake is 100 meters away. Now let us see how quickly they can run it. Chen Guanglong pointed toward the distant stake, where the soldiers had assumed their starting positions. The next moment, Chen Guanglong pressed the stopwatch and shouted, Go! Thud, thud, thud. The soldiers surged forward, their feet creating a blur of motion as they raced to the finish line. Few as the soldiers crossed the line, a gust of wind swept toward Kong Ling Tian. See, old Kong. Chen Guanglong extended the stopwatch toward Kong Ling Tian. 10.90, 9.98, 9.95, 9.87, 9.81.9.81. Kong Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock at the sprinting record displayed on the stopwatch, 9.81 seconds. This breaks the strongest record in Eastern Zhou. Moreover, this was achieved by a soldier, not a sprinter. If that is the case, then the training method must also possess formidable capabilities for enhancing speed. One must understand that military personnel typically achieve running times around 13 seconds. Having utilized the training method to harness spiritual energy, their times have dipped below 10 seconds, and this is merely the result of a few days of training. It is known that Su Shan took 10 years to shave off just 0.01 seconds. What a terrifying improvement this is. Such a training method is nothing short of a miracle in today's world. The record for human limits will be swiftly shattered. This seems to represent a revolutionary enhancement. Is this truly the result of practicing the training method? Kong Ling Tian exclaimed, snatching the stopwatch with astonishment in his eyes. Generally speaking, given his extensive experience, he would not display such excitement or lose composure unless truly shocked. Today's events have indeed surpassed all expectations. Ha ha ha. Chen Guanglong laughed heartily at the sight of Kong Ling Tian. How do you feel? Surprised, aren't you, old Kong? Are you not immensely satisfied with this outcome? Indeed, General. Surely, you are pleased with our training results. This technique is truly extraordinary. I now feel in peak mental condition, capable of taking on 10 wrongdoers. The soldiers nearby echoed in agreement, their expressions brimming with excitement. Kong Ling Tian's assistant also intently monitored the stopwatch, his wide eyes shimmering with astonishment. Remarkable. Quite remarkable. Your training achievements have exceeded all imagination. Kong Ling Tian set the stopwatch down, his gaze sweeping over the line of soldiers. They were robust, spirited, and exuded immense strength. This embodies the essence of a soldier from a great nation. Moreover, following this incident, Kong Ling Tian's understanding of the microwave technique underwent a revolutionary transformation. Upon his arrival, he had harbored doubts about this technique. Yet now, he had been utterly convinced. The ability to achieve world record results is not only a testament to personal prowess, but would surely astonish the entire Eastern continent. At the same time, his breathing grew heavier, for he realized the world was about to change. With such a formidable technique publicly available online, countless martial artists would undoubtedly emerge. The collective combat effectiveness of the nation would experience a monumental boost. Just imagine, a soldier endowed with the strength of a boxing champion and the speed of a sprinter would already rank as a martial arts elite. Now every soldier has become a martial arts elite. Coupled with the assistance of modern weaponry, the escalation of national combat power would be truly terrifying. If we could amass 100,000 such soldiers, Kong Ling Tian envisioned Xia country ascending to become a global military superpower. Old Kong! Old Kong! Chen Guanglong, observing Kong Ling Tian lost in thought, waved his hand in front of him with a smile. Splendid, splendid. I am thoroughly satisfied with the results. Kong Ling Tian snapped back to reality, muttering to himself. Ha ha ha. Chen Guanglong, reveling in his friend's astonishment, found immense satisfaction in seeing the old veteran so stunned. Are you pleased, old Kong? In fact, we have an even more powerful training group yet to be showcased. What? Kong Ling Tian, taken aback, exclaimed. There is something even stronger. Chapter 20. A more potent effect. This technique will change the world. Kyoto, military training ground. You say there is an even more formidable group? Kong Ling Tian fixated on Chen Guanglong, his eyes brimming with urgency. Then quickly, allow me to see it. You, old Chen, are truly something else for keeping me in suspense. You let me see the first group first. Haha, look how anxious you are. Old Kong. Chen Guanglong laughed heartily. At the same time, he marveled internally. This martial arts training method is genuinely remarkable. He had been equally astonished when he first witnessed its effects. The individual who introduced this martial art must be a genius. What kind of person could possibly unveil such a technique? Chen Guanglong pondered. Third group of body tempering technique. Come forth to report your results. In the next moment, he shouted towards the training soldiers. Yes! The last 5 soldiers who had not been examined rushed to stand before Kong Ling Tian. Among them stood a tall man, towering at nearly 2 meters, sporting a military buzz cut and a broad, muscular chest. Old Kong, allow me to introduce the final group. The second group relies solely on the training method, while this group combines the training method with supplementary herbs. Furthermore, Wang Hong is our unit's martial arts champion. Chen Guanglong introduced the towering figure in the middle, who was also a key beneficiary of this training technique. All right, report your results. Yes, report, General. After practicing the body tempering technique, my physical metrics have drastically improved. My strength has surged from 120 kilograms to 230 kilograms. Report, General. My name is Liu Mei, and my strength has risen from 99 kilograms to 210 kilograms. Report, General. I, Wang Hong, after training in the body tempering technique, have increased my strength from 160 kilograms to 338 kilograms. My speed in the 100-meter sprint has improved from 9.98 seconds to 7.01 seconds. Both strength and speed have skyrocketed. 7 seconds. Upon hearing this, Kong Ling Tian momentarily dazed. A 7-second 100-meter dash. What an astonishing achievement. This surpasses the world record by 2 seconds, with punching power exceeding the world record by 100 kilograms. Kong Ling Tian scrutinized the robust soldier in the center. It was evident. He had transcended human limitations. Under the influence of this powerful technique, he appeared almost superhuman. Old Kong, now let me show you Wang Hong's strength. You few, go fetch a new wooden post. Chen Guanglong called out to the nearby soldiers. Yes. The soldiers promptly ran outside and returned with a wooden post, setting it down. Old Kong, this is the wooden post we found for training. Come inspect its sturdiness. Chen Guanglong smiled at the wooden post. All right. Kong Ling Tian approached the post, placing his hand upon it. It felt solid and heavy. Its density was exceptional in terms of strength. This wooden post surpassed that of an ordinary person's body. What do you intend to demonstrate with this wooden post? Kong Ling Tian questioned, puzzled, as he glanced at his comrade. To showcase Wang Hong's true combat prowess. Chen Guanglong instructed Wang Hong to step forward. Wang Hong, strike this wooden post. No holding back. Yes. The muscular soldier strode confidently towards the post, his gaze resolute as he raised his fist. Wait. Kong Ling Tian instinctively intervened. Old Chun, are you really letting the soldier strike the solid wooden post? He looked incredulously at Chen Guanglong. Surely, human bones possess a certain hardness, do they not? Generally speaking, human bones have a specific rigidity. Many are unaware. Bones are not steel. If excessive force causes one's hand to strike a hard object, it could result in fractures, such as when boxing champion Tai broke his hand in a street fight. This wooden post's density and hardness are clearly superior to that of a bone. Thus, Kong Ling Tian instinctively worried for the soldier's hands. Chen Guanglong chuckled as he pulled him aside. Old Kong, there is no need for concern. I am quite measured in my actions, Wang Hong. Go ahead, the general looks down on you, Chen Guanglong jested. Very well, Wang Hong replied, stepping up to the wooden post. After a brief moment of focus, he struck the post with tremendous force. Wham! A resounding explosion echoed as the thick wooden post shattered into fragments, debris scattering in all directions. Following this, Wang Hong extended his hand for Kong Ling Tian to inspect. Aside from slight redness on his skin, his fist bore no injuries. Do you see that, Old Kong? Chen Guanglong exclaimed excitedly. The body tempering technique enhances not only speed and strength, but also the resilience of the body and the hardness of the bones, resulting in comprehensive improvement. The body tempering technique truly is a miraculous marvel. Indeed, Kong Ling Tian was utterly convinced, instinctively agreeing up to this point. He had fully witnessed the might of the body tempering technique, and his attitude towards the martial arts creator had completely transformed. No longer did he harbor doubts. Instead, he felt profound admiration. Moreover, his decades-old worldview began to crumble. If the body tempering technique is real, then what of the revival of spiritual energy? What about the invasion of alien beasts? If the invasion of alien beasts is also true, then this world is on the brink of monumental change. Work, education, and examinations will be completely overturned. The era of martial arts is about to commence. Will great battles soon follow? Currently, there are still numerous frictions between nations, and the Lighthouse Nation is still striving to undermine Xia country. Old Kong, do you now fully comprehend the training method? The training method is incredibly powerful, capable of exponentially increasing human strength. However, some individuals may not experience significant enhancements due to physical constitution and other factors. Even among carefully selected soldiers, some may not be able to cultivate martial arts. It is likely that among ordinary individuals, more than 50% will show negligible effects. Moreover, those with talent may lack patience. Hence, the training method's reputation suffers. If its reputation is poor, we can assist in certifying it. Kong Ling Tian decisively declared, as long as it is gold, it will never be buried. Yes, Chen Guanglong agreed, his eyes filled with anticipation. Furthermore, Old Kong, I have a hypothesis. Some of our martial arts champions possess extraordinary talent. If our military invests heavily in their training, we could potentially produce legendary masters in bulk. Producing masters in bulk. Kong Ling Tian pondered, excitement surging within him. He had heard of the power wielded by martial arts masters. It is cataclysmic. What once seemed like a fantasy now appeared within reach. If such beings were present in the military, how tremendously would their strength increase? The very thought of Xia country being upheld by such masters exhilarated Kong Ling Tian. Excellent! Splendid! Kong Ling Tian exclaimed. Chen Guanglong laughed heartily. However, the next moment, a look of concern crossed his face. Old Kong, previously, aside from ordering the search for soldiers to practice the training method, you also instructed experts to monitor the atmosphere. Come with me now. The results from the laboratory have arrived, and they even leave me somewhat worried. Is that so? Kong Ling Tian's brow furrowed as he listened. Could there be an issue with the atmosphere? Chapter 21. The Convergence of Technology and Martial Arts, and the Grave Concerns Regarding the Invasion of Otherworldly Beasts Kyoto. In the Scientific Research Laboratory, Kong Ling Tian and Chen Guanglong, accompanied by soldiers, proceeded towards the laboratory. Old Kong, previously, you mentioned entrusting me with the Atmospheric Detection Project. I have arranged for the researchers to analyze the atmosphere, spiritual medicines, and the blood of martial artists. Moreover, I have also had the blood detection device manufactured. The results, however, were both astonishing and alarming. What were the results? Kong Ling Tian inquired with curiosity. Words alone cannot convey the clarity of the findings. Follow me, and you shall see. Very well. The group continued their conversation as they entered the research hall, swiftly arriving at a laboratory filled with glass partitions, where numerous researchers in white lab coats were diligently at work. General Chen, General Kong, an elderly researcher with graying hair, spotted the two and promptly rushed over to greet them. Old Kong, allow me to introduce you. This is Professor Li Mingji, the specialist in detection whom I have appointed. Chen Guanglong introduced the esteemed professor. General Kong, it is an honor to meet you. Professor Li Mingji greeted Kong Ling Tian respectfully. Excellent. Please show me the results of your analysis at once. Certainly. Li Mingji led the two generals to a computer terminal displaying atmospheric data. General Kong, you commissioned me to analyze the atmosphere, and the results are now available. Strangely, a new form of energy has been detected globally, one that we have never encountered before. This world has undergone a remarkable transformation. Upon hearing this, Kong Ling Tian remained silent, his expression slightly grave as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Moreover, as our research progressed, I discovered that this energy can be absorbed by living organisms. Recently, all newly sprouted medicinal herbs possess this peculiar energy. When I concocted a nourishing broth from these herbs to feed laboratory mice, their strength markedly increased. It is extraordinarily fascinating. Professor Li Mingji spoke with growing excitement, as if he had uncovered a new frontier in the realm of science. Kong Ling Tian's eyes glimmered with astonishment. He could surmise without needing further explanation that martial artists who practiced body-forging techniques likely contained this energy within them, which was the very essence that augmented their strength. The starry sky body-forging technique is a method designed to absorb energy. If this energy is indeed what the informant referred to as spiritual energy, then it stands to reason that spiritual energy has truly resurfaced in this world. One aspect of the informant's claims has been validated. Are there any other findings? Kong Ling Tian pondered for a moment before stating, present all findings to me. I must formulate a response strategy. This is no trivial matter. Understood. And regarding the blood detection device? General, please allow me to show you. Li Mingji guided them into another laboratory, where several researchers were tinkering with a machine resembling an oversized stapler. The front of the device featured 3 laser heads directed towards a recessed area. Now, we require a blood sample from a martial artist, Li Mingji announced as he picked up a pack of blood collection needles. Everyone, please provide a drop of blood for the device to analyze. Chen Guanglong commanded the soldiers trailing behind them. Yes, sir. The soldiers complied, stepping forward one by one to provide their blood samples for testing. Ding. Blood vitality value. 7. Does not meet martial artist standards. Blood vitality value. 8. Does not meet martial artist standards. Blood vitality value. 7. Does not meet martial artist standards. Blood vitality value. 10. Meets the first-tier martial artist standard. As the soldier's blood was scanned by the device's lasers, it emitted a series of notifications. Has the blood vitality reached martial artist standards? Kong Ling Tian observed Soldier Wang Hong with mild surprise. General Kong, this represents our third significant finding, Li Mingji remarked, eyeing the device. We constructed this instrument based on the design from the informant's post. It appears capable of detecting the peculiar energy within human blood, displaying it as a numerical value. We had not previously identified these anomalies. But it is undeniable. This world has indeed been undergoing subtle changes. Understood. I grasp the situation now, Kong Ling Tian replied gravely. Having witnessed so much, he had a clearer understanding of the circumstances. Old Chun, the claims made in the informant's post have all been substantiated. Yet what troubles me most is the aspect that remains unverified. Kong Lingtian turned to Chen Guanglong. Indeed, this is precisely what I expressed concern about earlier. Chen Guanglong nodded in agreement. Clearly, both men understood what remained unverified, the invasion of otherworldly beasts. This matter pertained to the lives of over 1 billion citizens in Shagwa. It was no laughing matter. Initially, they had felt little apprehension regarding the post, as its content seemed fantastical. However, with the majority of claims validated, it implied that the remaining unverified aspects were likely true as well. Although they currently possessed no concrete evidence, Xiao Li, please record my new directives. Kong Lingtian beckoned to the assistant soldier nearby. Deep in thought, you have witnessed the situation here. Compile a detailed report of today's observations and submit it to the national leadership, including the transformations of the body-forging soldiers and laboratory data. The post from the informant is highly likely to be genuine. Our nation must formulate a response strategy. Chen Guanglong remained silent, his demeanor solemn. Understood. The assistant soldier saluted before departing to prepare the report. While Kong Lingtian engaged in discussion with Chen Guanglong and Li Mingji, Kong Lingtian sat pensively, aware that once the report was submitted, national leaders would soon issue directives, initiating transformative decisions based on the informant's post. The informant had indeed altered the course of the world. Shortly thereafter, as Kong Lingtian contemplated, he summoned another assistant soldier. Xiao Wang, I command you to contact the informant by any means necessary. I have pressing matters to discuss with him. Yes, sir. The soldier hastily set off to the information department to make the arrangements. Thus, one directive after another was disseminated. The military began to mobilize. A formidable storm was on the horizon. Kong Lingtian entrusted matters concerning foreign disturbances to Chen Guanglong temporarily. In comparison to the contents of the martial arts post, those issues had become secondary. He focused intently on the implications of the informant's message. In his office, he felt the pressing need to clarify several questions. First, from where are the otherworldly beasts invading, and what is their quantity? Second, what is the efficacy of conventional weapons against these beasts? Third, what recommendations might the esteemed informant have for repelling the invasion? Kong Lingtian pondered as he gazed into the sky, sensing a tempest approaching. Shagwa must prepare a decisive response. Chapter 22. The Alteration of the World Line. Never allowing Shagwa to fall during our lifetime. Kyoto, at the headquarters of Zhelang, Chen Gao, the CEO of Weibo, sat in his office, expressionless as he perused the martial arts post on his computer. At this juncture, he had succumbed to a state of apathy. For the past several days, law enforcement and Zhelang's IT personnel had toiled through the night, yet they were unable to delete the post. With no leads to uncover its origin, moreover, when the informant released new content, the programmers questioned their very existence, yet there was no recourse. Thus, Weibo now resembled a helpless maiden, crying out to the heavens with no means of resolution. Then let it be, I shall not pursue this any longer. This was Chen Gao's current mindset. You're bold. I shan't investigate any further. Moreover, Chen Gao noted that the post did not appear to harm Weibo's interests. Rather, it had caused an explosive increase in traffic. The martial arts release and Zhao Tian's challenge against the boxing champion had attracted phenomenal engagement. Weibo's advertising revenue continued to soar. Furthermore, in 2 days, Zhao Tian would face the boxing champion in a duel. If Weibo secured exclusive broadcasting rights, traffic would surge even higher. Consequently, Chen Gao resolved to cease his pursuit. Let it unfold as it may. What do I care? The programmer's hair had fallen out in clumps, while the cleaning staff complained daily. That moment, he lounged in his office, amused by the absurd comments from netizens. Ding! A crisp notification chimed from the computer, signaling a new email. Chen Gao opened it, and his expression instantly turned serious. The email was from the military, requesting assistance in contacting the martial arts informant by any means necessary. The email bore the military's seal. What could the military want with the martial arts informant? Chen Gao stared intently at the email on his screen, his brow furrowed. As a businessman, he was obliged to comply with the military's request. This was a matter of gravity. He realized he could call high-ranking military officials. However, if the informant's claims were false, the military would not be overly concerned. Could it be? Chen Gao pondered, a sense of foreboding gripping him. He summoned the entire IT department for an emergency meeting, and they unanimously decided to reach out to the martial arts informant via Weibo's private messaging system. Although they could not trace his location, They could still send messages. At this moment, the martial arts informant's Weibo account was inundated with over 100,000 private messages. Chen Gao crafted a special message and sent it out. Clang! Moments later, his computer chimed, indicating a reply. Have the military contact me immediately. There are indeed many matters to discuss. The response sent Chen Gao's heart racing. His expression remained grave as he fixated on the screen. Feeling the weight of the informant's mystery and power, Kyoto, military headquarters, Kong Ling Tian sat in his office, gazing at the responses on his computer. Immediately establish contact with the military. There are indeed numerous matters to discuss. At this moment, the microwave system had been commandeered by the military. Thus, this conversation was encrypted, impervious even to Chen Gao's knowledge. Greetings, I am Kong Ling Tian. We have conducted an examination of the content you released and discovered the presence of new energy in the atmosphere. The method of body forging can significantly enhance soldiers. We are profoundly shaken. I must inquire whether the invasion of YSHU is genuine, as this pertains to national security. Truly, the reply came forth. Moreover, the severity is akin to an apocalyptic scenario. If humanity lacks martial prowess, conventional weaponry would only sustain us for a mere 4 months before global annihilation ensues. Global annihilation. Kong Ling Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. A profound shock flickering within them. It was evident he had not anticipated such an intense invasion. The notion of global annihilation included superpowers such as the Lighthouse Nation and the Bear Nation, both of which possessed nuclear arms. How formidable must the invading YSHU be? Humanity must unite. Even the Lighthouse Nation must ally with the Summer Nation. Do you have any directives or requests? We shall consider them, Kong Ling Tian replied. The YSHU will arrive in 2.5 months. I have 3 demands. First, mobilize the military and weapon reserves in preparation for the impending battle in 3 months. Second, develop all martial mineral resources, which I shall announce subsequently. Third, reduce national economic output or production, allowing a majority of eligible citizens to train in martial arts. The more warriors, the better. Understood, Kong Ling Tian replied. We acknowledge your suggestions. May I ask if you can provide evidence of the YSHU invasion? How do you know of this incursion? As for evidence regarding the YSHU invasion, I currently possess none. Kong Ling Tian furrowed his brows deeply upon reading the request on the screen. If there was no evidence of the YSHU invasion, relying solely on the current atmospheric energy and the body forging method made it somewhat challenging to fulfill the 3 demands. The influence of the microwave martial arts post was still insufficient. The request to develop martial minerals was not particularly difficult. It was merely a matter of development. However, the first and third points lacked evidence, rendering them arduous, especially the third point, which posed immense difficulty. Once the military mobilized, it would trigger a ripple effect, impacting the economy and production, particularly the third point. This would entail a complete abandonment of economic development and education. A significant portion of the populace would be engaged in martial training. Consequently, there would be fewer individuals focused on economic growth, and their food and medicinal supplies would have to draw from the national reserves. The current national situation is exceedingly complex. It is not merely the Summer Nation at stake. The Lighthouse Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation are also keeping watch. What if, in the end, there is no invasion by the YSHU? Moreover, there are still many online who doubt the martial arts posts. It can only be said that the current influence is insufficient to sway the entire nation. Other leaders might not sever the economic lifeline based on the mere presence of energy in the atmosphere and a claim of an unproven YSHU invasion. For that is far too critical. Very well, if there is no evidence, we must proceed step by step, Kong Ling Tian responded. He no longer doubted the YSHU invasion, instead adopting a supportive stance. Understood. I also recognize the weakness of lacking evidence, but in 1.5 months, I shall provide proof. What you must do now is to employ all resources at your disposal to support me. The number of martial artists is far too few, came the reply. As for how this information was obtained, the other party did not disclose. All right, Kong Ling Tian replied without hesitation. I understand that many netizens do not believe you. Subsequently, the military will certify the body forging method at the national level. However, this may take a week, as we need to conduct a comprehensive examination of the training method. We must ensure there are no side effects. After all, it is the official mobilization of citizens for training. and we cannot afford any mishaps. Very well. If you require a week for testing, let Zhao Tian first engage in combat with the champion. If he triumphs, it will serve as proof of my claims. I hope you can swiftly present evidence of the YSHU invasion, allowing us to make informed decisions, Kong Ling Tian replied. In any case, regardless of the circumstances, the military of the Summer Nation has acknowledged you. We shall jointly safeguard our country, protecting the nation, protecting humanity. After exchanging a few more words and finalizing certain matters, the two disconnected. Are the YSHU truly coming? Kong Ling Tian pondered as he walked alone to the window. The sky outside was vast and blue, the sunlight radiant. As far as the eye could see lay the land of the Summer Nation. On the bustling city streets, many pedestrians were joyfully conversing, all citizens of the Summer Nation. This country nourished and nurtured me. Kong Ling Tian clenched his fist, now marked with age spots, after my parents departed during my childhood. It was the nation that took me in. They educated and nurtured me. My son and granddaughter live here happily, enjoying the peace and benefits bestowed by the country. Yet now, something threatens to take it all away. I cannot allow it. In my lifetime, I shall never permit the Summer Nation to fall. Chapter 23. The competition begins. I shall vindicate martial arts. Time swiftly passed. 3 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Tian and Paul had agreed to meet for their competition tonight at 8 o'clock, and the activity of netizens online had surged. Today was March 9th, 8 days since the martial arts had been announced. Countless individuals eagerly anticipated the battle. As dusk fell, in a villa on the outskirts of Kyoto, Zhao Tian sat at a table, meticulously navigating the mouse as he studied the pinned martial arts post on the microwave platform. He endeavored to disregard the comments from netizens below, but he still caught sight of many. Damn. Are the tech personnel at Zhejiang being ground into the dirt? How could they allow this post to remain here? Is there some invisible collaboration with Zhejiang? Who on earth released such fraudulent content? I'm utterly exasperated by the sight of it every day. Feel free to mock. I have surpassed the limits of the human body. Ha ha ha. I truly have become a fan after training. I discovered my strength is indeed formidable. Damn. Why do these trolls keep appearing? Is the poster really hiring them to deceive us? The champion is already out there smashing people. Hilarious. These keyboard warriors probably couldn't withstand even one punch from Paul. Aside from Paul, who dares to call themselves a martial artist? To be honest, I've trained with the technique, and I haven't felt any energy. My brother tried a few moves as well, and he felt nothing. It's all a lie. Hilarious. I didn't even bother reading these 40 pages. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to watch videos? Maybe it's that Zhao Tian. Waiting for the champion to smash his dog head. Comments from netizens poured in one after another. Zhao Tian was too lazy to explain anything, knowing that tonight's punches would prove everything. However, he keenly noticed that the comments praising the martial arts technique seemed to be increasing. The likes on those comments were also rising, indicating that more and more people were beginning to recognize the strength of martial arts. Zhao Tian was even more eager to showcase his prowess through the battle against Paul. He intended to deliver a resounding slap to the faces of those who mocked him. It wasn't that martial arts were ineffective. Rather, you simply lacked the qualifications to step through the door of martial arts. It doesn't mention anything about the body generating new energy. What is this enhanced speed I possess? Zhao Tian murmured, flipping through the post once again. Finding nothing, he shut down the computer. After days of training, his strength had completely surpassed that of Paul. Zhao Tian turned to look at the discarded bottles and papers in the trash bin. He had consumed 15 bottles of strengthening blood essence and 5 packets of body refining powder. His physical fitness had improved drastically. Zhao Tian rose and approached the newly acquired dynamometer. Due to his immense strength, the previous dynamometer had been shattered by his punch. The next moment, Zhao Tian slowly raised his fist and struck the dynamometer. Bang! Ding! The sound of the impact and the clear prompt from the dynamometer rang out in succession, the values inside wildly fluctuating before finally settling at 598 kilograms, 569 kilograms. An increase. Zhao Tian gazed at the displayed value in astonishment. This number was 3 times the world record for punching power. How terrifyingly powerful. It was ridiculous that someone online claimed the technique was ineffective. Zhao Tian truly could not be bothered to explain. I estimate that I am now a martial artist. Unfortunately, I lack the instruments to test my vitality. Zhao Tian looked down at his sturdy fists, feeling a deeper gratitude and admiration for the martial arts promulgator. Moreover, it seemed that my control over the speed and strength within me was improving. He mused as he walked to an open area. Before him stood 10 automatic steel ball launchers, capable of firing high-speed steel balls in succession. This was a modification he had commissioned. It was primarily intended to practice his speed and reaction time. Activate third gear speed. Zhao Tian positioned himself in the open area and initiated the steel ball launchers via voice command. Clang! A steel ball the size of a fingertip shot out from the barrel, hurtling directly towards Zhao Tian. He deftly dodged to the side, evading it with ease. However, the next moment proved less straightforward. The 10 launchers fired simultaneously, sending a barrage of steel balls hurtling towards him, and Zhao Tian distinctly felt his speed was insufficient. He quickly summoned the extraordinary power within him. Whoosh! A warm current coursed through his body, and in an instant, his speed surged, agility reaching unprecedented heights. From that moment on, he evaded every steel ball fired at him, gracefully sidestepping subsequent projectiles. Now, he believed his strength could amplify his speed 8-fold. Should he unleash his extraordinary powers, he could stand still and allow 5 ordinary men to strike, their punches effortlessly blocked by him. Zhao Tian concluded firmly about his newfound strength. Simultaneously, his confidence soared. With his current abilities, facing the untrained heavyweight champion Paul would be nothing short of a massacre. Standing still, Paul would not even land a blow. Excellent, the foremost martial artist. I am grateful for the strength and speed you have bestowed upon me. I shall certainly vindicate your name. As Zhao Tian spoke, he began to gather his belongings for the arena. The competition was set to commence at 8 o'clock tonight. Dusk had already settled in. He needed to arrive early to prepare. I shall now set forth towards the arena to duel with Paul at that time. I will be live-streaming the event, so everyone, please stay tuned. Before leaving, he posted a message on social media. All right, fellow warriors, bring him down. As soon as the post was made, comments began to flood in. Rarely did he encounter supportive remarks, and this was no exception. Bring him down. Just wait to be humiliated. This Zhao Tian truly overestimates himself. Does he not realize the caliber of a heavyweight champion? Those hired to cheer him on will be resting in the hospital for a few days. Ha ha ha, he might really need those days. To think he could win with such flimsy training is utterly laughable. Did Paul not just state he could defeat you with one hand? Indeed. It seems you missed Paul's post where he tagged you. Quick, check it out. He claims he can take you down with one hand. Is anyone organizing a trip to Kyoto for the live event? Doge. Has Paul released a new post? Zhao Tian glanced at the comments. Slightly surprised, he opened Paul's profile and immediately saw a post from a few minutes ago that tagged him. Hello everyone. To my surprise, my fanbase has exceeded 1.5 million, which is quite unexpected. Moreover, this match, devoid of suspense, is about to begin. To be honest, I have little interest in it, as I could easily defeat this lamb with one hand. After my victory, I will challenge the martial arts promoter. If he is a man, he will accept my duel, but I suspect he will merely hide behind the internet. Ha ha ha. Zhao Tian observed Paul's new post with a cold smirk, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. For such an affront to his benefactor, he would ensure that Paul pays a heavy price. Chapter 24. The boxing match captivates all attention. Kyoto. At the entrance of the boxing arena, Zhao Tian emerged from a taxi. Gazing at the bustling venue, the entrance was already congested with passers-by. Several security personnel hurriedly maintained order. It appeared that the audience would fill the stands by the time the match commenced. The excitement was palpable. Zhao Tian checked his phone. Online, Paul's live stream boasted hundreds of thousands of viewers, surpassing even the physical attendance at the boxing venue, as everyone was keenly focused on this martial arts-related event. Unbeknownst to many, high-ranking officials from the military office were also watching the match. Even on the train, promoters were tuning in to the live broadcast. The sheer number of viewers was astonishing. Paul, this time, I will surely defeat you. Zhao Tian strode towards the boxing arena, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. He entered the boxing venue alone, positioning himself at the edge of the ring. Zhao Tian is here. The audience erupted in astonished gasps upon seeing him. At that moment, the front row was packed, with attendance surpassing 10,000, and even more people continued to stream in, captivated by the impending battle. Goodness! Zhao Tian arrived all by himself. What the heck? Where's his assistant? Could it be that he has no supporters at all? Hilarious. How could an 18-tier boxer have an assistant? Who applied the Vaseline for him? Those who remain ignorant should be taught a lesson. Zhao Tian, brother, take down the champion. So funny. The one to be defeated will surely be Zhao Tian. Paul, don't hold back. Show him that the power of a champion is not something a third-rate martial artist can shake. Paul is invincible. The majority of the audience shouted frantically. Yet, a small fraction of the spectators merely smiled, sitting calmly in their seats, observing the fervor surrounding Paul's supporters as if they were witnessing a farce. Zhao Tian disregarded the clamor, setting down his backpack at his designated spot. He raised his gaze towards the opposite side of the ring, where the towering figure of Paul, surrounded by a cluster of assistants, looked back at him with a proud demeanor. In the next moment, he raised his hand to give a thumbs up, then pointed at him. Little boxer, don't be too eager to surrender later. I wouldn't want to lose interest. Ha ha ha. Paul's booming voice echoed with palpable provocation. Coupled with his immensely muscular physique and towering height of 6 feet 3 inches, he exuded an intimidating presence. Hee Zhao Tian sneered coldly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Ignoring Paul, he focused on preparing for the match, such as applying Vaseline and other preparations. This lubricant is intended to reduce friction between fists and skin, thus minimizing injury. Zhao Tian initially hesitated to apply it, but considering the potential insistence from the event staff, he decided to adhere to the rules to avoid complications. However, just as he retrieved the Vaseline, a hand suddenly reached out, snatching it away with a resounding smack. Zhao Tian looked up, surprise lighting up his eyes. Li Gu, weren't you on a business trip in the Lighthouse Nation? What brings you here? I came to watch over you, to ensure you don't get knocked out. Li, dressed in a manager's suit, stood before Zhao Tian, glaring at him. All right, Zhao Tian nodded, feeling slightly moved. Li was his manager. He was aware that in the 3 days following Zhao Tian's challenge to Paul, Li had been busy on his trip to the Lighthouse Nation, yet he still managed to send countless messages urging Zhao Tian to reconsider, even threatening to cancel their contract. However, Zhao Tian had never acquiesced. Ultimately, Li did not annul the contract. Now, as the match approached, he had come to see Zhao Tian. I don't understand why you want to face Paul. Do you genuinely believe that training method has instilled enough confidence in you to win against him? Li remarked while assisting Zhao Tian. I do. Zhao Tian replied resolutely. Li cast a skeptical glance at him. I haven't had time to familiarize myself with the training methods over the past few days, nor do I understand where your confidence stems from. However, once you step into the ring, if it seems you are unable to hold your own, you must concede immediately. Paul weighs 90 kilograms and possesses formidable punches. Did you know there is a possibility you could be seriously injured if you stubbornly endure? Fine. Zhao Tian nodded, continuing his preparations for the match. All right. Please have both contestants take the stage. The referee's voice rang out. Great. It's truly beginning. I've awaited this moment for so long. Paul, unleash your fury and shatter his illusions. The kind of fitness routine one finds in the park cannot possibly rival the art of boxing. Indeed, boxing is scientifically validated. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, a stir surged through the crowd, with the attention of hundreds of thousands, both online and offline, converging upon the ring. Li Go, please help me live stream with this phone. I have something to say to the martial arts promoter. Zhao Tian handed a phone to Li. After a moment's hesitation, Li accepted it. Zhao Tian turned and walked towards the ring. Could that martial arts technique truly possess such formidable power? Li pondered as he watched Zhao Tian's retreating figure, hoping for a smooth match. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian and Paul slowly ascended the ring. Neither of them wore mouthguards. Kid, I want to knock you out with a single punch. We'll take it slow. Once they faced each other, Paul grinned at Zhao Tian, their fists lightly tapping together. The coaches exchanged glances at the two. Are both contestants ready? The match is about to commence. Wait, Zhao Tian called out, halting the proceedings. Zhao Tian, do you have any questions? The referee looked at him quizzically, with the 20,000 spectators also focusing on him. I have a few words to say to the martial arts promoter. Zhao Tian responded. This? The coach contemplated. Very well. You may have 2 minutes to speak before the match. Go ahead. All right, Zhao Tian nodded, turning to face the live streaming phone held by Li. The next moment, he executed an unexpected gesture that took everyone by surprise. He knelt down with a thud, bowing deeply 3 times towards the camera. Martial arts first person. Zhao Tian spoke earnestly as he knelt on the ground. I am here to express my gratitude for the strength you have granted me. Your techniques have elevated my power to unparalleled heights. Though I do not know you personally, I hold you in the highest regard. I bow to you here. Now, Zhao Tian continued, glancing around. There are so many people mocking and slandering you, and even insects daring to provoke you. I shall not permit it. I will fight with the strength you bestowed upon me. Should I emerge victorious, all glory shall belong to you. Zhao Tian bowed once more. Wow, what? The surrounding audience was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a fervor moments later. Chapter 25. Paul, please take this seriously. The boxing arena in Kyoto garnered immense attention. All eyes were fixed on Zhao Tian, who was kneeling on the ground. What did you just say? You dare call me an insect? Upon hearing Zhao Tian's words, a flicker of fury flashed in Paul's eyes. Kid, don't think that by merely pretending to kneel you can win. I will crush you, he shouted from the sidelines. The spectators on the platform were also intently watching Zhao Tian. Goodness, Zhao Tian looked so earnest. Could it be that the body refining method truly works? I've practiced it countless times and felt nothing. Haha, Zhao Tian certainly knows how to put on a show. Even Paul claims the technique is useless. Surely no one still believes in a mere amateur boxer. Surely not. We shall see soon enough. Fists will determine the victor. Poor Zhao Tian, thoroughly brainwashed by the martial arts propagandist. That propagandist should step up and face Paul themselves. Paul will knock this drama king out. You are the world champion after all. Zhao Tian. Li, standing beneath the ring, scrutinized Zhao Tian. He understood Zhao Tian's character. Obsessed with strength, passionate, and somewhat delusional. It seems he is indeed serious. All right, 2 minutes are up. Zhao Tian, prepare to commence the match, announced the referee as he lowered his stopwatch. Yes, Zhao Tian stood up from the ground and approached Paul. The two fighters faced each other in the ring. One was a towering figure at nearly 2 meters tall, while the other appeared relatively diminutive. To an unknowing observer, it would be instinctive to support the larger fighter, as size often signifies strength. You have provoked me repeatedly. I shall not let you off lightly, Paul said, looking down at Zhao Tian. Haha. Your attack on the martial arts propagandist is the real provocation, Zhao Tian retorted with a cold smirk. You? Fine. Since you believe that your gymnastic-like techniques are effective, let me see your strength now. Begin. Came the referee's call. Paul began to circle Zhao Tian, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Moments later, seizing a chance, Paul lunged forward, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow. Zhao Tian deftly dodged the first punch. Paul immediately unleashed a flurry of 2 more punches in quick succession, both imbued with immense power and confidence. Yet, Zhao Tian twisted his body, evading the onslaught with an exceptionally agile maneuver, leaving Paul's fists to strike only air. Haha. You can indeed dodge, Paul retreated, chuckling as he observed Zhao Tian. When he first threw his punches, he was confident he would land a hit on the smaller fighter, certain he could secure victory in the first round against a 70-kilogram opponent. Though he had not exerted his full strength, the combination of punches was executed flawlessly, yet Zhao Tian evaded them all. This kid possesses a modicum of agility, but Zhao Tian had merely dodged one set of combinations. Paul felt it was inconsequential. He continued to seek another opportunity to take Zhao Tian down. However, below the ring, Li furrowed his brow slightly. As Zhao Tian's boxing manager, he was acutely aware of Zhao Tian's capabilities. Zhao Tian's speed had indeed increased. In the ring, Paul persisted in circling Zhao Tian, and when he noticed Zhao Tian retreating to the corner, he suddenly recognized a prime opportunity. He raised his fist and struck towards Zhao Tian. You dodged the first time, but you won to escape again. This time, Paul aimed directly for Zhao Tian's abdomen, holding nothing back, executing the combination punch that had earned him the championship. Paul unleashed one punch with tremendous force, another already prepared. Yet, Zhao Tian sidestepped, executing 2 precise evasive maneuvers, eluding all of Paul's punches, leaving Paul to strike only air once more. Instead, Zhao Tian slipped past him. Hold on, how is your speed and agility so remarkable? Paul turned to gaze at Zhao Tian, now 2 steps away, his eyes filled with confusion. As a keen fighter, he sensed something was amiss. How had Zhao Tian managed to pass him by? He had been cornered. Why did his combination punches feel as though they struck nothing but air? When he unleashed that set of punches, he was certain he would hit Zhao Tian. Even if he hadn't, he delivered a substantial blow. He thought he could at least force Zhao Tian into a defensive stance. This was the expectation of a world champion. Yet Zhao Tian had evaded them all, without suffering even a scratch. Meanwhile, the expressions of the boxing staff observing from ringside grew serious. Paul's team shifted from their previous mocking demeanor. After 2 rounds of engagement, they had realized that Zhao Tian's agility was indeed unusual. After 2 rounds of combat, all of Paul's attacks had been evaded. Zhao Tian merely dodged. Why didn't he retaliate? Was it that Zhao Tian had no opportunity to strike? After all, the pressure of facing a world champion was immense. Paul was merely toying with him. Take this seriously, Paul. That kind of character should be knocked out with 1 punch. Zhao Tian can't evade forever. Once Paul gets serious, Zhao Tian is finished. Strike? You're like a mouse. Let us see how long you can keep dodging. Paul sneered at Zhao Tian from the ring. Haha. Zhao Tian replied coolly. Aren't you the world champion? Why is it that your punches can't even touch me? I see your prowess as a champion is rather limited. What? Paul exclaimed in anger. He lunged forward 2 steps, raising his fist to strike Zhao Tian. This time, he aimed directly for Zhao Tian's head, his fury rendering him merciless. A normal person would surely be knocked unconscious by such a blow. However, Zhao Tian remained calm, watching as the fist approached and gently tilted his head to evade in the next moment. Zhao Tian ceased to evade. Raising his own fist, he struck fiercely toward Paul's head. Paul failed to dodge in time, taking the full force of Zhao Tian's punch. A resounding thud echoed. Zhao Tian's fist, imbued with extraordinary strength, left Paul feeling disoriented, staggering backward before collapsing onto the ground. Paul was knocked down by Zhao Tian's punch. What the hell? The audience's eyes widened in disbelief, some even rising from their seats. Chapter 26. Compared to him, the champion possesses but this level of strength. Kyoto. In the boxing arena, a loud thud resonated as the staggering Paul crashed heavily to the ground, prompting an uproar among the audience. Many spectators displayed expressions of shock. What on earth? How did Paul get knocked down? Incredible. Zhao Tian actually brought Paul down. This match is truly captivating. Could the cultivation method truly be effective? Why can't I harness any spiritual energy? Impossible. It's merely Paul underestimating his opponent. Right? Paul was overly confident. Although Zhao Tian is 70 kilograms lighter, he is still a boxer. Get up, Paul. The match isn't over yet. Don't let him take advantage of you. That mystical cultivation method cannot possibly be real, laughable. If it were, the military would have already employed it. Paul hasn't lost a round yet. Get up. Oh, damn it. On the ring, Paul wiped his face and stood up. His gaze filled with fury as he glared at Zhao Tian. Shaking his head, he felt a bit dizzy. Zhao Tian's punch seemed rather potent. Paul, are you still conscious? The referee inquired. Approaching him, I'm fine. I can continue. Paul's voice, laced with anger, responded. Good. The coach nodded. Paul, what happened? Paul's manager, Jester, called from below the ring. Are you all right? I'm fine, Jester. That insect merely caught me off guard. I've only lost once. Now that I'm serious, he will pay dearly. I'll make him beg like the insect he is. All right, Jester shouted. Take it seriously. Even if your opponent was an ordinary boxer before, he has grown stronger now. Be serious, good, Paul yelled, turning to Zhao Tian, his eyes burning with murderous intent and rage. Zhao Tian, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded him. After 3 rounds of combat, he had gained a fundamental understanding of Paul's capabilities. He was clearly no match for him, and this battle would be a bloodbath. Paul wouldn't even be able to land a hit on him. All right, let the match continue, the referee's voice rang out. Paul immediately assumed a boxing stance, circling Zhao Tian as he sought the best opportunity to strike. His gaze was sharp, his expression serious. Yet, Zhao Tian remained motionless, standing quietly as he observed Paul, even allowing his fists to drop. This provocative behavior ignited a blaze of fury within Paul. Not even making a move. Is this the posture of a fighter? This is blatant disrespect. So arrogant. However, years of battlefield experience compelled him to suppress his anger. As he cautiously circled Zhao Tian, searching for an opportunity. Upon reaching a prime offensive position, Paul suddenly erupted. lunging forward to deliver a powerful punch towards Zhao Tian. Whoosh whoosh, the two fists, propelled by fierce winds, struck out, and Paul unleashed a combination of punches. Yet, Zhao Tian deftly tilted his head and leaned back, evading them all. Sensing danger, Paul quickly retreated a step, adopting a defensive stance. Zhao Tian remained rooted in place, motionless, gazing at him. This was a deliberate act on Zhao Tian's part. He intentionally projected an air of disdain towards Paul, returning the humiliation that Paul had once inflicted upon the martial arts community. A flicker of fury ignited in Paul's eyes, mingled with a hint of incredulity. His speed was simply astonishing, yet he refused to yield, continuing to seek opportunities for attack. After a few heartbeats, he spotted another chance and charged forward, launching 3 fierce punches at Zhao Tian. Whoosh, 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 the punches were formidable, yet Zhao Tian evaded them all, gaining not an inch of advantage. This is bad. Paul realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly retreated, his gaze now heavy with concern and panic, a stark contrast to his earlier contempt. As an attacker, he understood best that in those 2 rounds, he had truly unleashed his full power, holding nothing back. Yet, despite this, he had failed to land a single blow. This was no mere coincidence. It was a testament to real strength. He had underestimated this boxer, moreover. Paul cast a glance at Zhao Tian's lowered fist, a flicker of fear creeping into his heart. His punches carried immense weight and force. To be struck once would send him crashing to the ground. How could a 70-kilogram man possess the strength to knock out a world champion? Suddenly, Paul perceived Zhao Tian as an overwhelmingly formidable opponent, an adversary he found difficult to defeat. And he had missed again. The spectators in the audience fixed their eyes on the ring, their expressions growing serious, shedding the earlier casual demeanor they had arrived with. Something was amiss. That Zhao Tian was truly extraordinary. Paul had fought 5 rounds, yet in 4 of them, Zhao Tian had evaded him entirely. Was it possible that this Zhao Tian had genuinely grown stronger? What was wrong with Paul today? Was he in poor form? Paul was giving it his all. The murmurs of the audience persisted, all eyes glued to the ring, captivated by this unexpected bout. Initially, everyone believed Zhao Tian would be knocked out within a round or 2. Yet now, it seemed he was not so easily defeated. He Zhao Tian regarded Paul with a cold smile. Paul, I recall you once stated that if gymnastics could make one stronger, then you, the world champion, ought to relinquish your title, correct? It is truly time for you to step aside. You should regret provoking the harbinger of martial arts. As he spoke, Zhao Tian slowly raised his fist. Paul, he shouted, his voice resonating throughout the arena. For you, insect, I now need only to land 1 punch. Should I fail to knock you down with it, I shall consider it my defeat. 1 punch. A flash of fury ignited in Paul's eyes, while the surrounding audience erupted in discussion. What on earth is this Zhao Tian? He appears to possess genuine skill. How audacious to utter such words. His demeanor, seems he holds Paul in utter contempt. This is truly intriguing. I am on the edge of my seat. Surely, this is merely bravado. I can boast too. If Zhao Tian fails to knock out Paul with a single punch, then it will be his loss. Zhao Tian might be evaded or withstand the blow, right? How could he possibly deliver a knockout? You are far too arrogant. On the stage, Paul was enraged. After finding a prime offensive position, he launched a fierce punch at Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it. In the next moment, he raised his fist. 1 punch. This punch must send Paul crashing. 1 punch to vindicate himself, to shatter all doubts. Zhao Tian gathered all his strength and hurled a powerful punch at Paul. Whoosh, a resounding impact echoed, accompanied by a spray of blood. Paul was sent flying by Zhao Tian's punch, crashing to the ground, his head turned, unconscious. Boom. He was knocked down. The audience erupted in a chorus of cheers. Chapter 27. The moment of deification, the time for martial arts to be recognized. Kyoto. Boxing arena. Paul collapsed to the ground, unconscious, blood streaming from his right eye. The spectators were momentarily stunned, their eyes fixed on Paul. No way. Paul was truly knocked down by a single punch? Unconscious. The world champion has fallen. Is this real? How could Zhao Tian be so strong? Many in the audience began to shout, their expressions filled with excitement. Incredible, incredible. An obscure boxer has triumphed over the world champion. Zhao Tian's moment of deification. Unbelievable strength. Is it truly due to martial arts? Zhao Tian claimed at the outset that the glory was bestowed upon him by the harbinger of martial arts. Now, I understand. He truly possesses power. A single punch capable of sending a 90-kilogram man flying. And this is not strength? Truly formidable. Zhao Tian evaded for 5 rounds without being struck, and with 2 punches. He took down the world champion. That technique must allow a novice boxer to conquer the world champion. It seems the martial arts technique is indeed effective. We were blind. We must return and study the martial arts body refinement method diligently. Teams, I too wish to learn martial arts. I must delve into the body refinement method. Could this be a turning point in my life? If everyone practiced the body refinement method, the harbinger of martial arts would become a revered master. He could change the world. How powerful! The audience's shouts grew louder and louder. Paul's manager, Jester, rushed onto the stage, hastening to Paul's side. Upon seeing Paul's bloodied face, Jester's heart sank. This is bad. Paul's right eye was shattered. And such a powerful blow could likely cause bleeding and concussion. The rescue team must come immediately. All right. The rescue team rushed onto the stage, carrying Paul away on a stretcher. Before leaving, Jester cast a glance at Zhao Tian, his expression now devoid of disdain, replaced by confusion and respect. Zhao Tian? Li stood dazed beside the ring, his eyes fixed intently on the young man atop the stage. He had never anticipated Zhao Tian would win. Yet here he was, having achieved victory with such ease. The ease with which he defeated Paul was akin to sparring with a child. But that was the world champion. To treat the world champion as a mere child. What immense power that required. Having been a manager for so many years, Li understood the strength of a world champion. Yet now, Paul was being carried away on a stretcher, while that obscure boxer stood triumphantly in the ring. Very well. It seems I can no longer view you through the lens of the past. You have transformed into a true powerhouse. Li chuckled self-deprecatingly. Paul was carried away, unconscious. I hereby announce that in this ring challenge, Zhao Tian is the victor. The voice of the referee echoed across the stage. Whoosh martial arts are invincible. The stellar body refinement method is invincible. The harbinger is invincible. The audience erupted in thunderous roars. Other spectators drawn in as well. Zhao Tian, you have truly created a miraculous moment. You have defeated the world champion as a 70-kilogram underdog. This is astonishing. Do you have anything to say? The referee excitedly handed a microphone to Zhao Tian. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Tian took the microphone. He surveyed the crowd. At that moment, the spotlight of the arena shone upon him. Nearly 20,000 spectators gazed at him, and in the live-streaming room, hundreds of thousands of viewers waited in anticipation for his words. Tonight marks a pivotal moment for martial arts. I do have something to say, Zhao Tian declared loudly. The audience fell silent, the beginning of the match. I stated that the glory of victory today does not belong to me but to the harbinger of martial arts. All my strength is a gift from him. Without him, I would merely be a defeated contender who lost in a 70-kilogram match. However, Zhao Tian's tone grew somber. Such a formidable technique, misinterpreted due to its peculiarity and avant-garde nature. That divine figure, the foremost practitioner of martial arts, was provoked by certain unknown individuals. I cannot abide by this. Therefore, today's battle serves to vindicate the legacy of martial arts. Go forth and study. The door to the new world of martial artists shall be wide open for you. Applause erupted. Applause roared. After Zhao Tian concluded, several martial artists present were the first to applaud, and the rest of the audience quickly followed suit, creating a tempest of applause. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. It now appears that the martial arts technique is indeed genuine. Indeed, the world champion's eye has been shattered. My goodness. I must return and practice martial arts diligently. That esteemed figure, please teach me. I have been practicing the body refinement method but have not absorbed any spiritual energy. What could be the issue? The publisher truly stands as the foremost figure in the world. With a deep breath, Zhao Tian listened to the audience's remarks. At this moment, he achieved the effect he desired. Following this battle, the number of skeptics regarding martial arts online would undoubtedly diminish by a significant margin. Although some may still harbor doubts, tangible evidence of martial arts had emerged. Numerous media outlets vying for attention would surely amplify the narrative surrounding this duel. It is estimated that the number of individuals studying martial arts would surge dramatically post-duel. This battle has vindicated martial arts. Uncertain if he had been of any assistance, Zhao Tian gazed into the distance, lost in thought. His statement was directed towards the martial arts publisher. Though he was unaware of the publisher's whereabouts, he understood the intent to rally the nation in the pursuit of martial arts. He had contributed, in his own way. If martial arts were indeed authentic, then could the invasion of otherworldly beasts also be true? Suddenly, a shout erupted from the audience, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Indeed, many spectators were struck by a realization. The martial arts techniques discussed on the internet were intrinsically linked to the invasion of otherworldly beasts. Both phenomena were exceedingly bizarre. Now that the first extraordinary event had been confirmed, could the second be? Gasp. Many in the audience inhaled sharply, their hearts racing. Respond to us, brother Zhao Tian. An invasion is no trivial matter. It impacts the entire nation and even the world. Could it truly be real? Oh my, are the otherworldly beasts genuinely invading? Never mind. I'll hold off on buying a house for now and assess the situation first. Is the invasion real? Indeed. Please answer us. The audience's calls echoed relentlessly, all eyes fixated intently on Zhao Tian. Faced with such a barrage of inquiries, Zhao Tian found himself at a loss for words. To be honest, he knew martial arts were real, as he had personally experienced the surge of power, yet he had no evidence regarding the invasion. How could he respond to the audience before him? I believe in the martial arts publisher. After careful contemplation, Zhao Tian responded slowly. Believe in the martial arts publisher? The audience exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that tantamount to an admission? Oh no. Given the current instability, it's best to refrain from business for now. I won't watch anymore. I'll head to the supermarket and stock up on rice. After all, we'll need food. I'll postpone buying a house. I still lack sufficient funds. Should I also prepare for something? A wave of unrest began to ripple through the audience. Some individuals exited the venue in haste. This is bad. Li, standing by the arena, silently exclaimed. Zhao Tian's revelation was far too shocking, potentially inciting panic among the crowd. Chapter 28. The aftermath of Zhao Tian's battle, a world transformed by martial arts news broadcast. Last night at 8:30 p.m. Zhao Tian, competing as an ordinary boxer, triumphed over the world champion without sustaining any injuries. Sales of essential goods like rice, oil, and salt soared in Kyoto supermarkets, with some stores even witnessing a frenzy of purchases. Last night, gold stocks surged. Real estate transactions experienced a slight decline. The victory of boxer Zhao Tian triggered a cascade of reactions, prompting societal contemplation and anxiety regarding the invasion of otherworldly beasts. With a plethora of individuals inquiring about the martial arts publisher online, Kyoto News reminds you. Currently, there is no evidence of an invasion by otherworldly beasts. The martial arts technique, Starlight Body Forging Method, has not been officially certified by the state. Do not believe or panic easily. In the Bear Country, Mo City, Yihan sat in a hotel room in Lishantown, utilizing a transnational network to watch the news broadcast from Huaxia. Zhao Tian's battle indeed served to validate martial arts to a certain extent. However, it also incited some panic, as evidenced by the news coverage. He truly was altering the world. Presently, the government was striving to stabilize the populace. For societal panic is no trivial matter. Disorder would hinder societal development and preparedness. Yet, Yihan understood that panic was inevitable. The world does not change overnight. Transformation occurs gradually. This world is destined to remain tumultuous. The era of martial arts is on the verge of unfolding, and it is bound to commence. Zhao Tian's battle is but a small step forward. The military certification in 4 days will mark a significant advance. There is something intriguing about Zhao Tian. He loves martial arts and possesses a sense of gratitude. It would be worthwhile to keep an eye on him. Yihan contemplated Zhao Tian's microblog. However, when he glanced at the time, a sense of urgency washed over him. 10 days had already elapsed, and the perception of martial arts among the citizens of Xia country remained stagnant. As for the Lighthouse and Cherry Blossom nations, there was no news whatsoever. There remained a considerable distance before the world would embrace martial arts. Would 3 months truly suffice? The otherworldly beasts are set to arrive in 3 months. Ding, as Yihan pondered. His computer suddenly chimed up a frontline celebrity with 40 million followers who had tagged him in a lengthy post, posed numerous questions. The title read, Zhao Tian's battle sparks my reflections on the body forging method. 5 questions for the publisher. 5 questions for me? Yihan felt a twinge of curiosity. He refrained from immediately clicking into the tagged post and instead entered his own microblog on martial arts. He noticed that the comments from netizens had refreshed. May I inquire whether the invasion of otherworldly beasts is genuine? I too am concerned about this matter. How could the martial arts publisher provide further guidance? As a girl, I've practiced a few times. Yet I haven't absorbed any spiritual energy, brothers. My punching power has surpassed 150 kilograms. It's truly remarkable. Incredible. This fantastical technique is indeed real. Zhao Tian, the boxing champion, has ascended to glory. If I practice, can I also defeat Paul? I too wish to know if the invasion of otherworldly beasts is real. This is no joke. I hope the publisher can respond directly. Why hasn't the state certified your technique? Is your technique truly effective? Publisher, can you prove the invasion of otherworldly beasts? I'm feeling somewhat anxious, currently practicing the Starlight body forging method. The most upvoted comments on the post had completely transformed, shifting to inquiries about martial arts training and doubts regarding the invasion of otherworldly beasts. There were hardly any remaining skeptics questioning the authenticity of the technique. The perception of netizens had dramatically changed. To some extent, Zhao Tian had indeed propelled the movement forward, or rather, he had contributed to the struggle of humanity. Yet, concerning evidence of the invasion of otherworldly beasts, Yihan found himself at a temporary loss. The beasts had torn through the dimensional barrier unexpectedly, and currently, there were no traces of them on Blue Star. The invasion was inherently sudden. It seemed that a step-by-step approach was necessary. Yihan contemplated as he closed the post page, navigating to the celebrity's tagged post. This star with 40 million followers was named Kai Yiming, a recently popular young celebrity. Yihan reviewed his post. Hello everyone. I watched the boxing match yesterday, and I was genuinely surprised that an ordinary boxer named Zhao Tian could defeat the world champion. Moreover, his victory was decisively overwhelming. It is noteworthy that he was previously someone who lost to a weight of 70 kilograms. Truly astonishing. However, I have practiced that technique and feel unable to absorb any spiritual energy, leading me to some reflections. Today, I am here to pose 5 questions to the martial arts publisher. I hope you can respond directly to me. First, is the invasion of otherworldly beasts real? What evidence do you possess? Second, why has your technique not received state certification? A technique capable of empowering a novice boxer to triumph over the world champion should significantly enhance military strength. So why has the state not certified it? Third, why do some individuals experience weak results when practicing your technique? Fourth, are there any side effects to your technique? Does it involve sacrificing one's lifespan to gain strength? If so, it would be better not to practice. Fifth, could you provide a detailed training guide? I feel unable to absorb any spiritual energy. Now, your technique has garnered immense social attention and has incited a degree of panic. You need to address these inquiries directly. Wow, I didn't expect even my brother to be concerned about this. The publisher has many unanswered questions. I hope he can respond directly. Indeed, given Yiming's influence, he ought to respond. It seems that the technique requires more practice. Let us wait for the publisher to address these matters before practicing. My brother has a point. It wouldn't be wise to harm my body. Yihan perused Kai Yiming's post and the comments from followers. I feel unable to absorb any spiritual energy. He chuckled. It seemed that Kai Yiming appeared somewhat anxious. Yihan contemplated the final question. This inquiry struck him as personal, and the questions posed were indeed incisive. However, in the next moment, Yihan maneuvered the mouse to close the page. To be honest, he had no desire to answer the netizens' questions. And as for Lu Yiming's inquiry, he was under no obligation to respond simply because it was asked. Addressing these matters would only complicate things further. Moreover, Kong Lingtian had promised him a week for the technique certification. 4 days remained until the deadline. The technique would undoubtedly pass. It was likely that the military would directly certify it, heralding the true era of martial arts. Instead of expending energy on needless explanations, it would be more effective to let the state provide validation. Nonetheless, when he subsequently releases new content, he could briefly mention it as it pertains to his own growth and strength. Now, let me access the system page. In the next moment, Yihan thought to himself. After accumulating a wealth of experience over the past few days, he yearned to ascertain the number of disciples he had gathered. for the treasures he desired could only be claimed with the strength of a grandmaster. Chapter 29. 700,000 Disciples, the pinnacle grandmaster of the world. In the early morning hours, in a quaint inn room on the outskirts of Imo City, from the Bear Country, Yi Han sat upon his bed and addressed the system. Display data hologram. Over the past few days, as Yi Han journeyed from Huaxia to this place, he recalled an extraordinary artifact that had emerged in Bear Country during his previous life, only to be snatched away by otherworldly beasts. A loss that weighed heavily on his heart. Now, reborn, he was determined to seize it at the earliest opportunity. Thus, he had spent this time on the road, refraining from accepting the rewards from the system, allowing them to accumulate within it, and now, with the advent of personal space, he was ready to receive his upgrades. Understood. The system's voice resonated within his mind, followed by the appearance of a holographic screen. Host, Yi Han Realm, Innate Martial Master Level 4 Vitality, 17,800 Combat Power, 49,075 Skills, Starlight Body Forging Technique, Platinum Level, Innate Martial Master Internal Chi, Passive, Chi Explosion of Mountains and Rivers, Gold Level, Skill Tiers, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Planetary, Stellar, Mythical, Novice Disciples, 740,000, Martial Disciples, 17,000, Superpowered Martial Artists, 231 Backpack, Strong Muscle and Blood Soup Recipe, Bronze Level, Body Refining Powder Recipe, Bronze Level, Vitality Testing Device Blueprint. Item tiers are equivalent to skills. Reward, 0. 3 times Cultivation Feedback from 700,000 Martial Disciples, Gift Pack for 700,000 Martial Disciples. A staggering 730,000 disciples had been amassed, a figure that would soon surpass 1 million. Yi Han gazed at the system interface, feeling a wave of astonishment wash over him. After he had released his martial arts techniques, on the first day alone, he had garnered over 40,000 disciples, and the numbers continued to swell by several thousand each day. Following Zhao Tian's victory over Paul last night, the count saw a significant increase. Moreover, to date, a portion of these disciples had already become martial artists, with even 200 of them possessing superpowers. This represented a monumental leap forward. These martial disciples would become the elite forces in the battle against otherworldly beasts. Superpowered martial artists could even assume the role of captains. Martial artists had emerged in Blue Star, and humanity had begun to rise. Yi Han pondered, feeling a surge of excitement. He recalled how, during the previous invasion by the otherworldly beasts, Blue Star had faced insurmountable challenges, deprived of the benefits of spiritual energy and lacking effective body refinement techniques. Consequently, martial artists on Blue Star were exceedingly scarce. Even he, having been nourished with medicinal herbs to reach the second-level martial artist realm, could ascend to the position of captain. However, that was no longer the case. With the Starlight Body Forging Technique, an exceptional platinum-level body refinement method supporting him, Blue Star now boasted 20,000 martial artists, and even stronger superpowered martial artists had emerged. They had taken the first step toward reversing the tide against the otherworldly beasts. The struggle had been arduous. Yi Han recalled the scene of humanity's retreat in the face of the otherworldly beasts' invasion in his previous life, and he couldn't help but be moved to tears. Furthermore, they had merely been auxiliary forces. He, as the martial arts instructor, was the true mainstay against the enemy. Let us merge the cultivation feedback from the 700,000 martial disciples, Yi Han commanded within his heart. Understood. The voice echoed in his mind. Boom. Suddenly, Yi Han felt an explosive surge of power flood into his body, a force born of the unity of 700,000 human beings, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. He could not restrain a roar of exhilaration. This immense power ignited a searing heat within him, as his strength surged at a terrifying pace. His heart raced, and his vitality surged like a mighty river. Gradually, Yi Han's body lifted from the ground. The overwhelming force enveloped him in a blazing radiance, akin to a resplendent sun hovering within the in-room. Poof! Moments later, the intense energy ignited the objects in the room. Flames crackling to life, Yi Han sensed the power within him escalating wildly. As his realm shattered through barriers, boom! He felt himself break through to a new Grandmaster level, an exhilarating surprise washing over him. Furthermore, the momentum of his strength's increase showed no signs of abating. 2 minutes later, his realm surged once more. The newfound energy within him expanded rapidly, akin to a lake transforming into an ocean. He was in the midst of a remarkable transformation. After 5 minutes, the growth of his internal power finally began to slow, as he fully absorbed the feedback from the 700,000 martial disciples. His body gradually descended from the AI. Yi-Han looked down at himself at that moment. He had undergone a profound metamorphosis. His skin and flesh had been tempered by the searing heat, his garments utterly incinerated. His flawless new skin had been forged through countless trials. Its strength had increased 100-fold. It was as if he had transformed from raw ore into refined steel. Furthermore, Yi-Han could distinctly feel a new layer of power enveloping his skin. It was a protective energy membrane, formidable and akin to armor, rendering him impervious to blades and bullets. Despite the raging inferno surrounding him, Yi-Han felt not a trace of discomfort. That energy membrane completely shielded him from such trivial harm. Was this the Grandmaster's energy membrane? Yi-Han gazed at his reflection in the mirror, astonished. Through his knowledge of the Starlight body forging technique, he understood that upon advancing to the Grandmaster level, a martial artist undergoes a qualitative transformation, with the emergence of a martial arts energy membrane being one such change. With this membrane in place, even if he stood still, it would take considerable effort for an internal Qi martial artist to breach his now tempered body. Such strength was truly formidable. Crackle. Suddenly, as Yi-Han pondered, he heard a tremendous crashing sound nearby. Observing his surroundings closely, he noticed that the entire room had been engulfed in flames. The heat emitted during his upgrade had proven too intense. Igniting the wooden beams and fabrics within the room, he was akin to a powerful heat source. Little did he expect the force released during this upgrade to be so overwhelming he would need to seek a deserted place next time. Yi-Han mused to himself. He listened intently and heard the distant sounds of fire truck sirens and shouts. The fire had clearly drawn attention. Let me check the system hologram, Yi-Han thought. Given that the Grandmaster's energy membrane was protecting him, there was no rush to escape, and he was eager to see how far his cultivation had progressed. Chapter 30. The Infire, a great gift to propel Blue Star's development. The bright moon hung high in the night sky, the evening breeze rustling the treetops. The inn in Lishan Town was ablaze, flames and thick smoke reaching skyward, the inferno consuming the establishment like a ferocious tiger. My heavens! How did the inn catch fire? Goodness, I hope no one was harmed. This blaze is no ordinary fire. It seems the entire inn may be reduced to ashes. Has everyone evacuated? Oh no, there are still 2 guests inside. Quick, save them. What? The innkeeper's frantic cries sparked immediate concern among the onlookers, prompting firefighters to expedite their efforts to extinguish the flames. However, the inferno had already engulfed an entire building. Within the fiery room, Yi-Han stood on the ground, summoning the system hologram with his mind. Understood. The voice echoed in his mind, and a holographic screen materialized before him. Host, Yi-Han Realm, Peak Grandmaster Level 10 Tiers, Martial Artist. Martial Master, Innate Martial Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Planetary Grandmaster, Stellar Realm, Dimensional Realm, Lord Realm. Vitality, 3,870,000 Combat Power, 24,980,000 Skills. Starlight Body Forging Technique, Platinum Level, Great Grandmaster True Qi, Passive, Qualitative Change of Martial Master's Internal Qi. Novice Disciples, 740. 000, Martial Disciples, 17. 000, Superpowered Martial Artists, 232 Backpack. Strong Muscle and Blood Soup Recipe, Body Refining Powder Recipe, Vitality Testing Device Blueprint Reward, Gift Pack for 700,000 Martial Disciples. His power had already reached the pinnacle of Great Grandmaster. Yi-Han gazed at the holographic screen, a mix of excitement and astonishment flooding through him. It had been 11 days since he had released his martial arts techniques. 10 days to attain the rank of Grandmaster. This speed of advancement was truly remarkable. He had become the first Grandmaster of Blue Star. Moreover, his vitality had surpassed 3 million, and his combat power had soared to a staggering 24 million. A leap that far exceeded his previous achievements. In the system, these were mere numbers, but in reality, they represented tangible strength. Yi-Han felt that if he were to encounter that blue-haired Wolf King again, he could easily crush it. With a slight increase in strength, he would be able to advance to the rank of Planetary Grandmaster, to soar across the cosmos. He hoped to transform into a cosmic lord-level powerhouse before the otherworldly beasts launched a full-scale assault. Yi-Han contemplated with eager anticipation. If he could become such a formidable existence, he would be able to extinguish the beast tide with a mere gesture and slay the beast king with a thought. As a savior, he would dominate the battlefield. However, to attain such a status, he would either need to meditate in seclusion for countless years or disseminate martial arts across the globe, allowing all human martial artists to contribute to his growth. It seemed that the propagation of martial arts required further expansion. Yi-Han mused inwardly. Although he had now ascended to great grandmaster, he still felt remarkably weak in comparison to the beast king that could tear through the fabric of space and time. He needed to grow even stronger. Moreover, many nations still lacked martial arts seeds. Aside from Xia country, others had yet to receive them, leaving vast potential for dissemination. His martial arts must spread throughout the world. Let me claim the gift pack for the 700,000 martial disciples. In the next moment, Yi-Han addressed the system. Understood, ding. The gift pack for 700,000 martial disciples was successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Psychic Cultivation Method 1. 500 years of martial arts Grandmaster Combat Experience 1, the Grandmaster Skill Eternal Blaze 1, and 10 million Summer Country Currency. The system's voice resonated continuously. This 700,000 disciple gift package has bestowed upon him a plethora of treasures. Among them, the 500 years of Grandmaster Combat Experience and the currency require no further elaboration. Yi-Han's primary focus lies on the other three extraordinary rewards: Psychic Cultivation Method, a platinum-level martial arts training technique. Synopsis. This method encompasses a detailed introduction to psychic abilities, specifically designed for psychic martial artists. Cultivating through this method can significantly enhance the power of one's abilities. Eternal Blaze, a diamond-level Grandmaster skill. Synopsis. It unleashes the true energy of a Grandmaster, greatly enhancing one's strength and power while emitting a dazzling, scorching light akin to the sun. Once activated, one's combat prowess can increase by more than double. Psychic Heat Weapon Technology Books 5 Synopsis. These books contain new technologies for heat weapons following the revival of psychic energy. They enable the infusion of atmospheric psychic energy into bullets and gunpowder, facilitating the creation of psychic firearms and the incorporation of psychic energy into missile weaponry, thus greatly advancing humanity's technological tree. All three items are indeed invaluable. Yi-Han gazed at the holographic screen, filled with admiration. The first item is designed to aid psychic martial artists in their cultivation. This revelation, when made public, would undoubtedly accelerate the training speed of psychic martial artists, allowing Blue Star to truly cultivate its first elite soldiers. Moreover, his own acquisition of power will also hasten. The second item, Eternal Blaze, represents his inaugural Grandmaster skill. It is an amplification skill. Once activated, he will be exponentially stronger than in his ordinary state. The radiant heat he emits will resemble the intensity of his recent upgrade. With these three treasures, his combat power should see a substantial surge. He mused. In the next moment, he focused his consciousness on the data hologram. Host. Yi-Han Realm. Grandmaster Level 10 Pinnacle Vitality, 3. 870,000 Combat Power, 58,900,000 Indeed. It has surged dramatically. Yi-Han felt a rush of excitement as he viewed the combat power displayed on the screen. Although his vitality remained unchanged, his combat power had nearly reached 60 million, more than doubling from before. This enhancement was solely due to the 700,000 Disciple Gift Package. A true Grandmaster embodies not only abundant internal strength, but also formidable combat experience and the skills to unleash that power, much like the sword in the hands of a swordsman. Now, he possesses all of that. Splendid, truly splendid. Yi-Han felt immense satisfaction with this acquisition and eagerly anticipated his next rewards. In the forthcoming battle against Zhao Tianyi, bolstered by military validation, the number of his disciples would surely skyrocket, potentially exceeding 1 million in one fell swoop, but that is a matter for days to come. Yi-Han contemplated saving 1 million disciple gift package for later. Now, I am capable of obtaining such items. Yi-Han remarked, turning his gaze towards the east. There lies a great mountain, within which resides what he desires. In the next moment, he withdrew his attention from the system and began to observe his surroundings. At that moment, the inferno engulfing the inn blazed fiercely, as debris crackled and fell to the ground. The flames had grown significantly. It was likely that the entire inn was ablaze. Nevertheless, with the Grandmaster's aura protecting him. The fire posed little threat. Seems I must make my exit. Yihan picked up a piece of intact clothing, dampened it with water, and donned it before striding towards the entrance. However, as he approached the doorway, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help emanating from nearby. Chapter 31. The fire burns 3 feet high, despairing family bang. With a thunderous sound, the wooden door of the burning inn collapsed, rendering the establishment a mere pyre. My daughter, my daughter, a blonde woman cried out at the entrance. The flames cast a crimson glow upon her tear-streaked, contorted face as large droplets fell like rain. She desperately attempted to rush into the inn, while her friends held her back with all their might. Kate, this is not the time to save anyone. The flames are too fierce. You will be burned alive. Let the firefighters handle it and save Ginny. Oh no! The entire inn is engulfed in flames. There is no chance of survival now. With such a blaze, it is nearly impossible for anyone to survive. Onlookers gazed with pity and helplessness at the inn, as firefighters in protective gear hurriedly circled the building, eager to rush in and rescue those trapped inside. However, the inferno had already grown too intense. The fire had erupted suddenly, and by the time the firefighters arrived, the flames had consumed the entire structure. Boom! Deafening explosion reverberated as a room within the inn suddenly collapsed. The blonde woman's weeping morphed into despair upon witnessing the scene. She collapsed to the ground, her tear-filled eyes fixed vacantly on the room. Within the inferno of the inn, Yihan treaded carefully across the burning debris in the corridor. The blazing flames enveloped half of his body, and such heat could indeed incinerate even a martial artist. Yet Yihan felt nothing. His skin remained unblemished, and the soot slid off him as if it were water on a lotus leaf. Leaving no trace behind, he appeared almost angelic in his purity. Help! Cough, cough. The cries of a girl and her coughing echoed through the air, accompanied by a growing sense of helplessness and despair. Becoming increasingly faint, Yihan quickened his pace. Soon, he entered a room and immediately spotted a girl calling for help from the bathroom. She appeared to be merely 7 years old, standing at about 1 meter tall, drenched and covered in soot, with tear streaks adorning her delicate face. She was curled up in a bathtub that barely held any water, helplessly gazing at the flames. The girl was about to wail when she suddenly spotted Yihan, her small face paling slightly. Had she seen a firefighter approach, she would have cried out loudly for help. However, this was different. The man before her, clad only in a long robe and treading upon hot embers, approached her, his calves being singed by the flames, yet he displayed no sign of discomfort. This was utterly astonishing. The girl stared, her expression frozen in shock. Why was he unafraid of the fire? Meanwhile, Yihan knelt beside the little girl and gently stroked her head. Are you all right? Are you burned anywhere? He spoke softly in a foreign tongue. No, I'm fine. The little girl shook her head. Who are you? She looked at Yihan with a mixture of caution and fear, questioning why the flames did not harm him. Are you an angel? No. Yihan shook his head. Then why are the flames not burning you? You look so extraordinary. The little girl pointed at Yihan's unscathed skin. Ha ha! Yihan chuckled softly, choosing not to answer her question. I will take you out now. He then walked over to a burning curtain, grasped it, and with a swift motion, ripped it down. The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the air as he pulled down the half-burned curtain, soaked it in the bathtub's water, and spread it out on the ground. Come in. Close your eyes, quickly. Yihan instructed the little girl. The girl, her eyes brimming with tears, hesitantly stepped into the curtain and crouched down. Looking up at Yihan swiftly wrapped the curtain around her, cradling her in his arms, and made a beeline for the raging flames. Outside the inn, wails filled the air as several family members of the girls sat on the ground. Mourning, the cries of Ginny, my daughter, intermingled with the blaring sirens of fire trucks. I should never have brought you here to play. It was a mistake. It's my fault. It's my fault. I was the one who suggested Ginny come here for vacation. I am a sinner. I truly deserve to go to hell. The girl's family lamented, tears streaming down their faces as they gazed at the inferno. Friends nearby, moved by the thought of the lively and lovable little girl meeting such a tragic fate, couldn't help but weep alongside them. Onlookers shook their heads in despair. The firefighters clenched their jaws as they frantically operated the high-pressure hoses. but they found themselves powerless against the overwhelming blaze. The flames radiated an immense heat that no ordinary human could withstand. Even the young firefighters attempting to charge into the blaze were held back by their more experienced colleagues, for the situation was truly not conducive to rescue efforts. "Oh, God!" A voice of sheer despair rang out. The blonde woman, tears streaming down her face, gazed up at the night sky, devoid of any solutions. She could only lift her eyes in prayer. "My God, if you truly exist, I implore you, save my daughter." Her lips trembled as she spoke. "Ginny has never done anything wrong. Why must she perish in flames? Please send down an angel to rescue her. If she can survive, I would dedicate my everything to serve you. To serve." The woman broke down in tears, and those around her felt their hearts ache in response. "Oh God, please save them. Save the poor girl," they prayed. "Merciful Lord, why must such cruelty unfold in this world?" Some bystanders joined in the supplications. The night sky stretched high and serene, with only a few twinkling stars to bear witness, yet no response echoed back, as if the divine had not heard their cries. However, moments later, a tremendous explosion erupted from the inn, shaking the very ground. The thick walls suddenly erupted, bricks and debris scattered, and clouds of dust soared into the sky. As the dust settled, everyone stood in stunned silence. Was that an angel? Chapter 32. This extraordinary being has rescued me from the depths of hell. What is that? The onlookers fixated their gaze on the site of the explosion at the inn, where a man in white robes emerged, cradling something from the raging flames. The fire was fierce. It scorched his garments, yet he remained unharmed. My heavens! People looked at Ihan with shock and confusion. Did he walk out from the inferno? How is his skin unscathed? Look, he is actually stepping directly on the hot embers. How could he truly be a deity incarnate? Remarkably powerful, the flames seemed to have no effect on him. He resembled an extraordinary being. Is he an angel descended from heaven? The crowd gazed in awe as Ihan emerged, their eyes filled with astonishment and reverence. The charred remnants of his clothing formed a stark contrast against his flawless, fair-skinned, and a few firefighters were equally astounded. How could he possibly have survived unscathed? Not even a burn mark. This is no ordinary person. Is this a god? Those on the ground stared blankly at Ihan, their minds beginning to deify him. "All right, you can come out now." Ihan ignored the crowd's gaze, placing the large bundle he held on the ground after stepping onto the grass. A little girl slowly poked her head out from behind the curtains. Boom! Upon seeing the living girl, shock flashed once more across the faces of the onlookers. Previously, they marveled at Ihan's emergence from the fiery abyss, and since the bundle he carried was tightly wrapped in curtains, they had not noticed its contents. Only now did they realize that he had rescued the little girl who had been on the brink of perishing in the flames. He cradled her as he stepped out of the inferno, akin to an angel carrying a child from hell itself. What? No way. You can't be a god who has descended. He truly resembles a deity. How did you emerge from the fiery depths? The crowd gazed at Ihan in astonishment, and a fervent elder even knelt down on the spot, bowing respectfully to Ihan, as if he truly believed him to be an angel. Jean and I? The tear-streaked blonde woman rushed to embrace the little girl as soon as she spotted her. Tears streamed down her face like raindrops. Wow, Jean and I. My Jean and I. It's wonderful that you are safe. I was so afraid you would perish in there. I had lost all hope, Jean and I. My niece, uncle nearly caused you harm. How miraculous. You actually made it out, Jean and I. You must be under divine protection. The girl's family clutched her tightly, weeping. However, these tears were no longer of sorrow but of joy and laughter. Entirely different from before. Ihan smiled down at the weeping family. Witnessing this scene filled his heart with great happiness. He had at least accomplished a good deed with his newfound powers. Moreover, this fire had originated from him. Mom, it's him. He is the one who walked out from the flames to save me. That brother must be an angel. After a moment, the little girl pointed at Ihan and exclaimed, You! The woman and her family turned to look at Ihan, their eyes brimming with immense gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter. I will repay you with all that I have. I will definitely go to church from now on. If it weren't for you, Jean and I would never have made it out. I would have become a sinner. The blonde woman knelt humbly on the ground. Joined by the other family members, They seem to regard themselves as noble angels. Please, rise. I am not a god. There is no need for such reverence, Yihan said, looking down at the blonde woman. In the next moment, he approached the innkeeper, reached into his robe, and tossed a large sum of money onto the ground to compensate for the inn's damages. Yihan was not particularly concerned about money. Gee God! The innkeeper stammered, utterly speechless. He could not comprehend why this godlike man was throwing money at him. However, Yihan paid him no mind. Slowly, he walked in front of the little girl and gently ruffled her hair. You and I are somewhat fated. When you return, practice martial arts with your family. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Yihan spoke in an unfamiliar language. Huh? Imichim? The little girl replied, half comprehending. In the next instant, with a whoosh, Yihan's figure vanished without a trace, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling around the little girl. Wow! This sudden scene caused the onlookers to widen their eyes in disbelief. Even the firefighters turned to look. The little girl's family was left in shock and excitement. Is this a figment of my imagination? He seemed to have vanished into thin air. After a few heartbeats, someone stuttered that it truly happened. He seems to have performed 3 miracles. He emerged from the fiery abyss, rescued Jean and I, and then suddenly disappeared. He is immensely powerful. Today has truly opened my eyes. Could he be an angel? Hooray! The crowd gazed at the spot where Yihan had vanished, their faith wavering. This night was destined to become an unforgettable memory in their hearts. Meanwhile, Yihan arrived at the foot of a stone mountain, draped in his white robe, gazing at the rocks upon the mountainside. Moments ago, he had not truly vanished. He had simply departed at an astonishing speed. After advancing to the Grandmaster level, Yihan's speed and agility had dramatically increased, allowing him to briefly hover in midair. A single step could cover 100 meters, his movements akin to a wraith. Coupled with the darkness of night, to others, Yihan appeared to have disappeared in an instant. Yet, in truth, it was merely a testament to his extraordinary martial arts prowess. If I recall correctly, this should be the mountain. Yihan pondered, gazing up at the mountainside. He remembered that in his previous life, a rare treasure had emerged from this very place. Chapter 33. The Pinnacle Grandmaster. A collision that crumbles mountains. In the Bear Country, the night sky was cleared. Yihan stood atop the hills, gazing at the towering mountain ahead. The mountain rose a full 30 stories high, resembling a colossal slab of stone, with a dense forest at its base. Yihan knew that within lay a superlative mineral. He recalled that during his previous life, while battling a beast, a missile had gone awry and struck this mountain, shattering its entire structure. When all the debris had settled, a mineral revealed itself amidst the rubble, its radiance akin to stars in the night sky. His journey to Bear Country was motivated by this very stone. When the beasts and humans had spotted it, they immediately recognized it as a treasure, particularly the beasts, who abandoned their assault and rushed frantically towards the mineral. The humans also dispatched individuals towards it, however. The humans were already at a disadvantage, defending their city, and could only watch helplessly as the mineral was seized. Subsequently, the Beast King forged weapons from that mineral, annihilating a small city with a single shot, plunging humanity into an even more desperate situation. It was only close to the end that Yihan learned that this was a primordial mineral, existing long before the resurgence of spiritual energy, capable of self-absorbing that energy. If it were incorporated into firearms, it would significantly amplify their power. A pang of heartache and helplessness washed over him. Yihan contemplated as he approached the mountain. Whoosh whoosh, faint sounds echoed, and Yihan's figure flickered like a specter across the hills, covering several hundred meters in just 3 seconds to reach the mountain's base. Now that he had ascended to the Grandmaster level, traversing 100 meters in a single step was remarkably effortless. Where exactly did the missile strike? I need to ascertain the impact site. Yihan mused as he approached the mountainside to knock against it. Thud, thud, thud. A faint echo reverberated from within the mountain, and Yihan listened intently. He aimed to determine the location of the treasure through the echoes, enabling him to retrieve it more swiftly. Thud, thud, thud. Roar, however, as he struck the second time. A deep growl suddenly interrupted the echoes emanating from the mountain. He turned his head, slightly furrowing his brow. Not far off, in the forest, a massive brown bear bared its teeth at him. When it stood upright, it reached a height of 5 meters, its fierce visage marked by a long scar, and its sharp teeth and claws appeared menacingly aggressive. Behind the Bear King, 3 smaller brown bears also stood at around 4 meters tall. A spiritual energy beast. What, do you intend to attack me? Yihan raised an eyebrow slightly, addressing the brown bear. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, some beasts had absorbed a fraction of it, greatly enhancing their strength and intelligence. The creature before him was evidently one of those spiritual energy beasts. Roar, on the other side. The Bear King, upon seeing Yihan turn, let out a roar, seemingly provoked. It charged at Yihan, followed by the other brown bears, their jaws wide open, ready to tear him apart. Hee hee, Yihan chuckled at the brown bear, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He lightly lifted his foot and kicked a small stone towards the brown bear. With a whoosh and a puff, the heart of the charging Bear King and another brown bear erupted in a mist of crimson. As a swiftly flying stone pierced through their hearts, a mournful howl echoed as the 2 brown bears collapsed to the ground. It was merely a single stone that had felled both of them. Upon witnessing their companion's fall, the other 2 brown bears hesitated momentarily, but the next instant, fury ignited in their eyes as they charged toward Yihan. One of the bears lunged at Yihan, raising its paw to strike him down. Yihan deftly sidestepped its claws. The other bear leapt with a grunt, aiming to pounce on Yihan. Ha! Exploding mountains and rivers. Yihan called softly, unleashing his true energy. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as a terrifying force erupted from his body, reminiscent of a violent detonation. The 2 charging brown bears were sent flying as if they were mere foam colliding with a wall. With a loud crash, their remains struck several trees before falling to the ground. Throughout this encounter, Yihan had not even lifted a finger. The behavior of these 4 brown bears was peculiar. Had they claimed this place as their territory? Pondering this, Yihan sensed the rich spiritual energy here, far denser than in other areas. Following the revival of spiritual energy, many mystical realms and precious materials had descended. And this was one of them. It seemed imperative to document the mystical realms of Huaxia and share them online. An idea for accelerating martial artist training flashed through Yihan's mind. In the next moment, he disregarded the bear corpses and turned to strike the black mountainside. Thud, thud, thud. The faint echoes within the mountain resonated clearly in his ears. After the 5th strike, he discerned a hollow echo. This was the place. Yihan felt a rush of movement, swiftly turning away from the mountain. With a whoosh, his form flickered over the rolling hills, reappearing a kilometer away from the mountain in mere seconds. The next instant, Yihan radiated a blinding light. This brilliance was exceptionally bright, and as he hovered in the sky, he resembled a miniature sun, illuminating the area for miles around. Soon after, a faint sound emerged from the grass and forest below. Ignited by the heat emanating from his light, flames roared back to life. This was Yihan's eternal radiant skill, a manifestation of his mastery of true energy. It appeared dazzlingly spectacular and possessed formidable power, dramatically enhancing his combat prowess while unleashing immense heat. With a surge of energy, Yihan released his eternal radiance and charged toward the mountain. Resounding crash followed, akin to a meteor striking the earth. As a beam of light streaked across, penetrating the mountain in an instant, I felt as if a bullet had pierced through sand. A resounding boom echoed throughout the realm as boulders tumbled down, crushing a significant portion of the burning forest below, while animals and birds fled in frantic terror. In that moment, it felt as though a calamity had befallen the land. Once the dust settled, Yihan suddenly spotted a glimmering light among the rubble, reminiscent of the North Star in the night sky. Although the glow was gentle, its penetrating power rivaled even the dazzling radiance he emitted. He had found it. Yihan gazed at the light with immense delight. The treasure once snatched away by the beasts was finally within his grasp, tantalizingly close. Chapter 34. Starry grade radiant silver, supreme material. The night sky sparkled with countless stars. In the peaceful hills outside Mo City, a bright and dazzling light hovered atop a pile of stones in the mountain. It appeared as a humanoid figure engulfed in radiance, resembling a small sun. Surely, this was it. Yihan looked down at the stones below. There lay a silver or the size of a basketball, its smooth surface riddled with corrosive holes, emanating an intensely penetrating silver light. In his previous life, he had never glimpsed the true form of this object. Now, he finally understood what it looked like. It was mine. Yihan lowered himself and lifted the ore. He immediately sensed the extraordinarily rich energy within, as if he were holding a bomb ready to detonate. System, can you analyze what this is? He inquired mentally. Yes. The system's voice responded. Detection complete. Host has acquired one piece of radiant silver Oregon. Displaying mineral information. Item. Radiant silver or description. A top-tier material of the starry realm, one of the finest weapon materials in the universe. Renowned for its unparalleled hardness, it can spontaneously absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy, allowing the user to manipulate the ore's energy. Additionally, radiant silver is one of the best materials for psychic weaponry in the cosmos, perfectly attuned to mental power. Indeed, it can absorb spiritual energy from the air spontaneously. No wonder a beast king once obliterated an entire city with a single strike. Yihan felt a surge of excitement as he read the information displayed on the screen. Unlike ordinary weapon materials, where a user's spiritual energy cannot penetrate the weapon, this material was exceptionally unique. It felt akin to an energy-storing weapon. Just imagine forging this piece of radiant silver into a weapon, using his master-level true energy to accumulate vast amounts of energy, and then unleashing it all at once. It would be far more than merely destroying a mountain. Moreover, this radiant silver was of starry grade, nearly the strongest mythical grade material. It was likely the only piece on the entire blue planet. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. The thought of possessing the finest weapon in the world filled Yihan with exhilaration. However, while this radiant silver was immensely powerful, forging it into a weapon would not be an easy feat. It would likely require mythical-grade tools and techniques. Yihan pondered, gradually calming himself. Just as its hardness was extraordinary, so too was its difficulty to manipulate. A regular hammer would be utterly ineffective against it, akin to attempting to strike glass with flesh. Yet, with the finest material now in hand, a method to forge this radiant silver would eventually present itself. Yihan commanded the system to absorb the radiant silver. With a flash of light, the ore vanished from his grasp, entering the system's space. It seemed time to depart. Yihan leaped onto a stone, gazing distantly toward the east, towards Imo City. He had to admit, the city held a unique charm. Amidst the tranquility, he could still hear faint sounds of sirens approaching from 10 kilometers away, a result of the commotion caused by his explosive encounter with the mountain. Naturally, it was to be expected that someone would come to investigate. Slowly, he turned his gaze westward. Suddenly, the grass a few hundred meters away trembled, accompanied by faint sounds, reminiscent of rodents. Yihan knew they were not mere mice, but 2 inhabitants of the Bear Nation. Stealthily capturing footage of him with their phones, he paid them no mind. Let them record, for there was no need to hide after causing such a stir. The revelation of this astonishing event could potentially inspire the people of the Bear Nation to pursue martial arts. If they shared the video on international forums, it could spark a significant response. With such thoughts, Yihan made his way toward Imo City. In the grass, 2 inhabitants of the Bear Nation slowly emerged. Their expressions a mix of shock and awe as they watched Yihan vanish into the night. A brother and sister duo. The young man held a hunting rifle, having ventured out to hunt, only to inadvertently encounter Yihan. They were left awestruck by his terrifying prowess. Joseph, I feel as though I've seen a deity, the sister exclaimed, watching in trepidation as Yihan departed. Indeed, his power was genuinely overwhelming. The brother nodded in agreement. Not only did he single-handedly fight off 4 brown bears without lifting a finger, but he also managed to explode a mountain. My heavens, how can such a being exist in this world? Is this a dream, sister? The brother asked, breathless. Did you record it? The sister asked after a moment, recalling that her brother had raised his phone to capture footage, yet she had hesitated to stop him, fearing it would attract the attention of that formidable presence, a person who could slay brown bears without using their hands. Would a hunting rifle even be of any use? I recorded it. It's all on tape, the brother replied, pulling up the video on his phone. It showcased Yihan's annihilation of the 4 brown bears and his radiant form hovering in the air as he collided with the mountain. This is truly astonishing. The sister exclaimed, I heard rumors about martial arts emerging from Xia country, but now witnessing such incredible feats here. Could there be a connection? I sense something unusual too, the brother added. Let us return home and tell Mom and Dad. The siblings quickly retreated from the grass. The night outside Imo City remained tranquil. Yet many gazed in astonishment at the charred remains of the inn and the collapsed mountain. They listened to the accounts of witnesses, their expressions filled with shock and confusion, having witnessed the most unbelievable events. Meanwhile, a video stealthily uploaded to international forums began to capture the attention of countless netizens. Among them are also netizens from Xia country. Chapter 35 Upload. The martial artist's extraordinary abilities and techniques.in. The luxurious presidential suite of the Imo City Grand Hotel. Yi Han stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze calm as he observed the dazzling lights of the bustling city outside, relishing the exotic beauty that surrounded him. Now that he had amassed a considerable fortune, he could afford to indulge in the finest accommodations. However, Yi Han felt an unease, knowing that in less than 3 months, the invasion of the alien beasts would commence. At that moment, a global war would ensue. He recalled that in his previous life, when the alien beasts attacked, this city had only managed to hold out for 3 months before succumbing. The exquisite buildings here had been nearly obliterated, replaced by ruins, dust, and flames that consumed the tranquility and splendor of the past. It seemed I must hasten my efforts, Yi Han contemplated as he approached his computer desk. Logging into Long Country's Weibo through an international network, he slowly browsed through posts, flipping through the new comments from Xia country's netizens. To his astonishment, content regarding the invasion of the alien beasts had been censored. This platform clearly did not want the topic to trend. This was understandable, as such an invasion would undoubtedly incite societal panic. I urge the poster to address this matter. You people, why not just practice martial arts, regardless of whether the invasion is real or not? Brothers, this starry sky body refinement technique is truly formidable. My strength has surged tremendously. I can't believe you all joined in without national certification of the technique. What if something goes awry? I implore the poster to clarify the issue of the alien beasts. I am genuinely alarmed. Why doesn't the poster provide evidence? Is the invasion of the alien beasts merely a fabrication? The comments beneath Yi Han's martial arts post had completely shifted direction. Now, following Zhao Tian's battle, coupled with the surge in the number of martial artists exceeding hundreds of thousands, the skepticism regarding the efficacy of techniques had vanished entirely. This was a significant advancement, facilitating an even quicker growth in martial artists. Yet, new questions arose in their minds, such as the potential drawbacks of the body refinement technique and concerns about the alien beast invasion. However, Yi Han had no intention of addressing their queries. As online discussions often led to ambiguity, if you claim there are no drawbacks, they will demand evidence. Without proof, your words are deemed false. It would be more prudent to have the state certify my technique. Let us take a look at the number of disciples. Yi Han communicated with the system in his mind. Yes, the system replied, and a light screen materialized before Yi Han. Host, Yi Han. Entry-level disciples, 910. 000. Martial artist disciples, 23,000. Extraordinary martial artists, 259. The number of disciples had surpassed 900, 000. Yi Han gazed at the light screen, feeling a surge of excitement. It had only been a few hours since he last received a gift package, and already the number had increased by over 200, 000. The recognition of the technique had led to an astonishing surge. Zhao Tian's victory had sparked curiosity and contemplation among many, prompting them to diligently study the starry sky body refinement technique rather than abandon it at the first sign of difficulty. Hopefully, the military will expedite their certification. Once they do, the growth in disciples will be even more formidable. Yi Han looked eastward with anticipation. The military certification is crucial. Once they validate it, the era of martial arts will officially commence. Let us upload the Spirit Energy Body Refinement Technique, the Spirit Energy Weapon books, and the explanations of the body refinement techniques I have written. Yi Han ordered in his mind. Yes, the system's voice echoed. The new post's accompanying text. 10 days have passed since March 1 st. Time is of the essence, so let us accelerate our efforts. I am uploading 2 items. One significantly enhances the combat power of extraordinary martial artists, while the other assists ordinary martial artists in their training and increases the probability of awakening extraordinary abilities. The second item consists of new military technology, including firearms and cannons, which can illuminate and elevate the technological tree of humanity. Dive into your research. The era of martial arts is on the horizon. Publish. After a brief accompanying text, Yi Han commanded the system to release it. Ding. Upload successful. The Spirit Energy Body Refinement Technique has been uploaded in image format. The books have been uploaded to a cloud storage link on Weibo for those in need to download at their convenience. The system's voice chimed by and Yi Han refreshed the page with his mouse and soon saw the new post pinned at the top of Weibo. Comments began to flood in rapidly below. The spirit energy body refinement technique. Extraordinary ability. Ah, so the new power within me is an extraordinary ability. Wonderful. This technique is truly timely. HM? What extraordinary ability. Why don't I feel anything? While there are even 5 weapon books, why make these public? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to privately send them to the military to bolster Xia country's strength? Incredible! The poster intends to uplift all of humanity. If the alien beasts are indeed enemies of humanity, Xia country would suffer significant losses by monopolizing this. It seems I was short-sighted, considering the conflicts between nations. If these weapons prove effective, then the poster is truly magnificent. Magnificent one. Is the alien beast invasion real? Could you provide some evidence? If you present evidence, I will believe you. No matter. I shall begin my training. The comments on Weibo surged like a chat room, and the reposts rapidly escalated. Moments later, posts were being shared across social media platforms, with some individuals even forwarding the downloaded books to military emails. Yi Han's post spread like snowflakes drifting in the wind. Excellent. Yi Han was highly satisfied with the current status of the post, his heart brimming with anticipation for the rewards when his disciples surpassed 1 million. This time, he aimed to accumulate the number of disciples. When the time came to claim the 500,000 disciples gift package, the rewards would be even more astonishing. In the capital, in the emergency room of a hospital, Jester sat solemnly beside the bed, gazing at Paul, whose head was wrapped in bandages. During the previous battle, Zhao Tian's punches had been overwhelmingly powerful, leading to Paul being admitted to the ICU. After several hours of emergency treatment, the concussion and bleeding in Paul's brain had finally stabilized. However, his condition was still far from favorable. It appears I truly underestimated him. I severely misjudged Zhao Tian's strength, Jester pondered while seated beside Paul's bed. Reflecting with a hint of regret, during the fight, I had no inkling of Zhao Tian's formidable capabilities. They were not on the same level at all. How could he possibly defeat Paul? Yet now, he had performed a miracle, while Paul had contributed to the hospital's success. Moreover, whether Paul awakens depends on his own fortitude. Otherwise, he might remain a vegetable for life. The starry sky body refinement technique? I shall remember this. I must find a martial artist and practice diligently to see if it truly possesses such strength. If the people of Xia country can train, so can we. Zhao Tian gazed thoughtfully at Paul on the hospital bed. Ding, ding, ding. After a while, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Hello, Jester answered the call. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The Supreme Leader? Chapter 36, The Lighthouse Country. This is our opportunity for resurgence. Lighthouse Country. In the office of the Supreme Leader's palace. Supreme Leader. Based on the information we have gathered, at present, at least 10 million people in Xia country are researching and learning martial arts. Though most are still in the preliminary stages, the stock market, real estate, and grain trading in Xia country have all been influenced by the rumors of martial arts and the impending invasion. It seems the military district of Xia country is unaware of the poster. However, they have begun to pay attention to martial arts. The assistant continuously reported on the developments in Xia country. Good. It appears this martial arts phenomenon has indeed captured Xia country's attention. We must also conduct our research. Commander Milligan, dressed in a tailored suit with a head full of white hair, responded. Who would have thought? His expression revealed a sense of wonder. Who would have imagined such formidable knowledge would emerge from Xia country? Yes, the assistant replied. Just then, the office door swung open, and a soldier from the lighthouse country entered. Holding a tablet, Supreme Leader, the soldier saluted respectfully. Good, General Mike. How effective is our training method? Milligan inquired with a smiled eye in response. The soldier stood at attention, replying, Supreme Leader, the results have exceeded our expectations. Our soldiers, after practicing the body refinement technique for just 1 day, have increased their strength by 15 kilograms, with some even gaining 20 kilograms. Moreover, their speed and other attributes have also improved. This is truly astonishing. Milligan beamed with delight upon hearing this. I anticipated this outcome. In fact, I have already spoken with my friend Jester over the phone and even had a video call to learn in detail about Zhao Tian's power and speed. Our soldiers will undoubtedly surpass those from Xia country. Yes, the soldier affirmed. Milligan regarded him with admiration. So, General Mike, do you comprehend what this signifies? Milligan fixed his gaze on the soldier, speaking in a probing tone. The soldier pondered momentarily. I am uncertain. Please enlighten me. Supreme Leader. Sure. Milligan felt a slight sense of disappointment. General Mike, I ask you, if our soldiers were to practice martial arts, combined with the most advanced weaponry of the Lighthouse Nation, how much would their combat effectiveness be enhanced? Well, that our understanding of martial arts is rather limited. However, it is evident that the improvement would be staggering. After a moment of contemplation, Mike replied, staggering. Ha ha ha, I quite like that term. The energy of martial arts is indeed unimaginable. If we could master it, our Lighthouse Nation would rise to greatness once more. Therefore, General Mike, Milligan smiled at Mike, I now command you to seek out the martial arts practitioner and invite him to our Lighthouse Nation. Such exceptional talent must not be left to the Xia Nation. We, the Lighthouse Nation, must monopolize his knowledge. Do you understand? The Xia Nation does not cultivate such excellent martial arts knowledge. The soldier pondered for a moment and then remarked, Commander, currently, the practitioner's knowledge is publicly available, including those advanced spiritual energy weapons. All are accessible. Yes, Milligan interrupted the soldier, but that is merely the tip of the iceberg. I suspect he possesses much more knowledge. The soldier contemplated for a moment and gently reminded, Commander, the practitioner has warned of an impending invasion by otherworldly beasts. Humanity needs to unite. Upon hearing this, Milligan's face displayed signs of impatience. Let me tell you, regardless of whether the otherworldly beasts invade or not, that person must remain under the control of the Lighthouse Nation. War is an opportunity for the Lighthouse Nation to reclaim its greatness. And that martial arts practitioner too. Currently, the Xia Nation has yet to discover the martial arts practitioner. If we locate him and invite him to the Lighthouse Nation, we will gain access to the world's most premier martial arts knowledge, propelling us to the forefront of the world. As Milligan spoke, he moved closer to the soldier. General Mike, we must not only prepare for the potential invasion of the otherworldly beasts, we must also plan for the aftermath of the war. The influence of the Lighthouse Nation is waning. Do you not see? The soldier gazed into Milligan's eyes, remaining silent. I understand. After a brief moment, he replied, I will do everything in my power to locate the martial arts practitioner and bring him back to the Lighthouse Nation. And I will expedite the dissemination of martial arts within the military. Our Lighthouse Nation must be the strongest. Excellent, Milligan praised as he patted the soldier's shoulder. I am the A3 Nation. At the Commander's office, Commander Occam of the A3 Nation sat in his living room. Before him stood soldiers wielding sword and shield. You have been practicing the Xia Nation's martial arts for some time now. Please demonstrate your progress. Starting from the left, Occam spoke in a gentle tone. Yes, the man on the far left, appearing to be in his 50s, stepped forward. Reporting to the commander, I was once a coach at the Sword and Shield Ancient Martial Arts Academy. The man drew his black curved saber from his waist and declared, after practicing the body forging method, I found my strength greatly increased. I am faster than ever. Bring me the straw mats. The man called out to the outside. Several soldiers quickly carried in 5 rolled straw mats, placing them in front of the sword and shield soldiers before stepping back. Commander, please observe. Ah, the ancient martial artist shouted. And with a swift motion, he lunged at the straw mats, his figure momentarily transforming into an afterimage. Whoosh! With a swift rush, 2 seconds later, the man dashed through the straw mats, leaving behind a chaotic pile of shredded straw scattered on the ground. Had the mats been human, there would have been a sea of corpses. Following this, other ancient martial artists sequentially displayed their strength. Not a single soldier took longer than 3 seconds to sever 5 straw mats. Ha ha ha, impressive, truly impressive. Occam observed the ancient martial artists with great satisfaction. I never expected such miraculous phenomena to manifest in the Xia Nation. In their perception of the cultivation methods, Occam and Milligan shared similar reactions. Commander, a secretary dressed in a suit tentatively inquired, should we not consider disseminating the Xia Nation's martial arts among our soldiers? No. Occam shook his head. The commander does not plan to arrange that? The soldier slightly furrowed his brows. I intend for the entire army to practice martial arts. Moreover, I want to designate martial arts as our Shiva's specialized combat technique. Occam decisively declared. all millions of our soldiers will practice the body forging method. We, the A3 nation, shall possess the world's strongest warriors. Yes, the assistant, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. He gazed upward at the sky. Outside, the sky was a canvas of blue and white clouds, but this was merely superficial. He understood that the world's dynamics were shifting due to martial arts, and the A3 nation would rise as the strongest martial nation in the world. Chapter 37. The Attention of the Bear Country Emperor. Preparing for the invasion of otherworldly beasts. Bear Country, Emo City. The commander of Bear Country, Pulley, sat in his office, observing a video on his tablet that depicted Zhao Tian ruthlessly defeating Paolode. Is this all true? Pulley's expression turned grave, incredulity evident in his voice. Yes, Commander. We have had it verified and investigated. It is all genuine, the secretary replied beside him. I never expected our partner in the Xia nation to possess such incredible prowess. This Zhao Tian's strength seems to have surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. What kind of martial art could enable him to so effortlessly defeat a boxing champion? Pulley's tone was filled with awe. Indeed, Commander. Furthermore, there are many other astonishing occurrences. According to reports of a fire in the suburbs of Emo City, witnesses claim a Huaxia individual rescued a little girl from a burning hotel. The blaze was so fierce that even firefighters in protective gear dared not enter. That person emerged from the inferno without a single trace of burn, emerging from a fire without any burn marks. This sounds like a tale from a fantasy story. Pulley's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Truly surreal, but it is all real, Commander, the secretary emphasized. When people saw him emerge, it was as if they were gazing upon a deity. Some superstitious elders even knelt on the spot. That Huaxia individual is extraordinary. Very well. Pulley set down the tablet, seemingly coming to terms with the situation. Show me the martial arts techniques from the Xia nation that you mentioned earlier. Moments later, he looked up at the secretary and said, Yes. The secretary promptly placed the martial arts materials before Pulley. Commander, the Xia nation has already begun to delve into martial arts, and Commander Kong Lingtian has also suggested we start our own research. The secretary reminded Is that so? The Xia nation has made such claims. However, the techniques are public. It is likely that other nations, aside from Xia, have commenced their studies as well, Pulley remarked, gazing at the techniques. Then, the secretary pondered before suggesting, should we not begin our own training? This is undoubtedly essential, Pulley declared, placing the materials on the table. All nations are progressing, and if we do not advance, we shall perish. However, our understanding of the techniques is still somewhat limited. Relay my orders. Send a battalion to practice the body forging method. In 10 days, if all goes well, I will extend this practice nationwide. Yes. The secretary immediately stood at attention, swiftly recording the commander's orders. He knew that the commander of his nation was always decisive in action. If this battalion yields favorable results, Bear Country would undergo a comprehensive reform. The military strength of Bear Country is already at a top-tier level, and the commander is not a conservative individual. This time, Bear Country will truly change. A nation of martial practitioners, an army of warriors. Leon, I now pose a question to you. Do you think the alleged invasion of otherworldly beasts is real? What? Upon hearing the commander's words, the secretary snapped back to reality. Commander, I cannot definitively answer this question. As I too am uncertain, the secretary finally replied. Very well, but do you know what my thoughts are? What? I believe it is highly likely to be true. A glimmer of determination flashed in Pulley's eyes. For what reason? The secretary felt incredulous. Why would the commander believe in such fantastical occurrences? Clearly, he had no evidence. Indeed, there is no evidence. Yet, do the current events not lend themselves to explanation? The secretary was momentarily speechless. He knew his commander was a bold individual. Yes, I understand. I shall now devise a military mobilization plan in preparation for the invasion of otherworldly beasts. The secretary stood at attention and declared. Currently, our stockpile of weaponry has reached a world-class level. If there truly is an invasion by otherworldly beasts, they shall experience our might. Yura! The secretary shouted, and upon hearing this, Pulley nodded slightly to Ian the next moment. He turned to look out the window. He could not fathom what those so-called otherworldly beasts looked like. But when they came surging forth, they would be met with a barrage of artillery. Such a scene was unfolding in nation after nation. Zhao Tian's battle, coupled with the extraordinary strength of the body forging method. All nations have turned their attention to martial arts, prompting changes within their realms. Han Country, Sakura Country, and Monkey Country have all made relevant decisions. The world is undergoing further transformation, significantly influenced by the martial arts propagated by Yihan. What did you say? The strengthening blood soup is priced at 15,000 a serving. And the body refinement powder costs 30,000? In the pharmacy, Zhao Tian was taken aback after hearing the proprietor's quote. Indeed. The owner chuckled as he regarded Zhao Tian. Is this very young man who triumphed over the boxing champion, sparking global interest in martial arts and driving up the prices of restorative medicines. Young man. We only have the last 3 servings of restorative medicine and 2 doses of body refinement powder left. If you hesitate any longer, they will be sold out, the shopkeeper remarked with a smile. What he said was true. The restorative medicines require newly sourced spiritual energy ingredients, which are scarce. Business has been booming these past few days. Akin to a money-grabbing frenzy. Well, fine. I'll take them all. All right. Please wait a moment. The shopkeeper grinned and turned to fetch the medicine. Zhao Tian gritted his teeth and settled into a position. Shopkeeper, is there any restorative medicine left? I want it all. Even if there are no ingredients, it's fine. During his brief respite, several martial artists approached inquiring about the medicines, but they left empty-handed as they were indeed sold out. Zhao Tian let out a soft sigh. He never anticipated that after vindicating martial arts, he would find himself without restorative medicine. It felt somewhat like lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Perhaps it would be wiser to diligently cultivate and amass strength instead. However, I suppose I have aided you. Your disciples have certainly increased. Zhao Tian pulled out his phone and opened Weibo in the next moment. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. The entity had actually released something new, and his strength was about to surge again. Chapter 38. Spiritual Energy Body Refinement Method, the marvel of martial arts training in the pharmacy. Zhao Tian, my brother, the strengthening blood soup and body refinement powder you requested are ready. 3 servings of strengthening blood soup for 45,000, and 2 doses of body refinement powder for 60,000. The shopkeeper placed the restorative medicines on the table with a smile. Good. Zhao Tian, who was engrossed in his phone, looked up excitedly. He gritted his teeth, took out his bank card, and swiped it on the payment machine. Hearing a beep as 100,000 disappeared, Zhao Tian felt a twinge of helplessness. It was not so expensive when he last visited, and the supply was ample. Now, having vindicated martial arts, he found himself without restorative medicine. Nonetheless, he knew that even without the vindication, once the publisher's disciples grew in number, it would inevitably disrupt the online landscape. Provocateurs like Paul would eventually face consequences. He estimated he was still lying in a hospital bed. Zhao Tian pondered as he drove back to his villa in the outskirts of Kyoto. Upon arriving home, he was filled with excitement and anticipation as he powered on his computer, eager to see what his most revered figure had released. The theory of spiritual energy weapon manufacturing, guidance on body refinement, the spiritual energy body refinement technique. It's actually a technique for cultivating extraordinary abilities. Is the surge of power within me an extraordinary ability? Zhao Tian browsed through the new body refinement technique, feeling an overwhelming thrill. Previously, he had always been puzzled by the strength within his body. Now, he finally had answers. With this new knowledge, his strength would dramatically increase. The comments from netizens under the post were also filled with excitement. Brothers, I am now declaring, after guidance from the body refinement technique, I understand. I have truly absorbed spiritual energy. Me too. The martial arts publisher is incredibly powerful. Truly miraculous. This body refinement technique has transformed me from a 200-pound man to 100 pounds. What should I do about my smaller chest? Indeed, it's impressive. I am quite curious about who the martial arts publisher is. What kind of person could create such a technique, who could alter the world's trajectory? As a mere mortal, I doubt I could ever change the world. I speculate the publisher is a centenarian, humorous. May I inquire of the martial arts publisher, is the invasion of extraordinary beasts real? What the? Brothers. It seems there's a super martial artist emerging from the bear country, capable of flying and exploding mountains. Yes, this video is trending. It's truly astonishing. Haha, it appears that nearly everyone now acknowledges this technique. I'm quite curious about the identity of that great martial arts publisher. Zhao Tian scrolled through the comments, deep in thought. The next moment, he downloaded and opened the Spiritual Energy Body Refinement Method. Every individual's physique is unique, each harboring extraordinary strength. Once spiritual energy enters the body, that power will be thoroughly activated. The Spiritual Energy Body Refinement Method can greatly enhance extraordinary abilities. Zhao Tian read and absorbed the information gradually. When he felt sufficiently prepared, he moved to a yoga mat in his room. He was ready to attempt this new training method. My extraordinary ability can now amplify my speed tenfold. The 6th gear trial of the steel ball launcher. I wonder how much speed I can gain when paired with restorative medicine. Focusing on the Spiritual Energy Body Refinement Method, Zhao Tian contemplated as he took a bottle of strengthening blood soup and drank it down, simultaneously practicing the Spiritual Energy Body Refinement Method. Boom! As he began the new body refinement technique, Zhao Tian immediately felt a surge of power splitting at his heart. It was a wondrous new phenomenon. A new force was being extracted from his vital energy, akin to salt settling in salt water. Simultaneously, in practicing the Spiritual Energy Body Refinement Method, his extraordinary power was both honed and amplified, and the new energy that was separated increased as well. The strengthening blood soup he consumed did not convert into vital energy. Instead, it transformed into extraordinary energy. Zhao Tian sensed his extraordinary ability rapidly strengthening. Is this the effect of the Spiritual Energy Body Refinement Method? Truly deserving of being the foremost martial artist in the world. They always manage to surprise people. Zhao Tian felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The sun traversed the sky. Zhao Tian focused intently on practicing the Spiritual Energy Body Refinement Method in his room, soon consuming 3 servings of strengthening blood soup, which enhanced his extraordinary energy. Feeling unsatisfied, he also consumed 2 packs of body refinement powder. He trained from morning until the sun set in the afternoon, utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat. This is wonderful. The sensation of growing stronger is immensely fulfilling. After this dedicated training session, my extraordinary ability should have increased significantly. I estimate my speed enhancement could reach 20 times. However, this is merely a conjecture. Yet, the ability to distinctly perceive the growth of my strength during training is simply exhilarating. Zhao Tian was filled with excitement and joy in his heart. Little did he know that for every tenfold increase in his strength, Yi Han would receive a 0.3 times boost. This held true for martial artists worldwide. That individual would forever be the greatest victor. No, wait. It seems my body has undergone some transformation. Moments later, Zhao Tian sensed something amiss. He struggled to sit up from the ground and looked down at his body. At this moment, his physique had become emaciated. Beneath his skin, only thin strands of muscle remained, resembling a desiccated corpse. The body fat percentage had plummeted significantly, rendering him as thin as a spear. Moreover, he felt immensely fatigued, his stomach growling with hunger. Seems I truly need restorative medicine. Without it, I will grow exceedingly thin. Zhao Tian pondered as he glanced at the empty bottles beside him. After practicing for so long, he could feel that both the Starry Sky Body Refinement Method and the Spiritual Energy Body Refinement Method were extraordinarily powerful techniques. However, his restorative supplies were insufficient. Coupled with excessive training, the Body Refinement Method had begun to draw energy from his own body. I wonder how much my speed could increase now that I've become this thin. Zhao Tian struggled to rise from the ground, eager to test his strength. Chapter 39. Speed Surge, Surpassing Human Limits in the Night Sky. Stars twinkled. The bustling lights of Kyoto resembled a river of stars on the ground. With vehicles on the road making rhythmic sounds, and silhouettes of martial artists practicing could be seen in some windows. Zhao Tian awoke from his slumber. After eating, he had lain down to rest. And now he felt refreshed. Let me test how much my speed has increased, Zhao Tian thought as he walked to a distance of 3 meters from the instrument. That device consisted of 10 steel ball launchers capable of firing high-speed projectiles. He had used it during his match against Paul. Last time, he managed to reach 6 gears using his extraordinary ability. Now, feeling significantly stronger, he should be able to surpass 8 gears. Zhao Tian contemplated as he observed the instrument. In the next moment, he activated the device using voice command. Start, Gear 5. Whoosh. As the device powered on, one of the launchers shot high-speed steel balls at Zhao Tian, capable of obliterating an apple from a meter away with its formidable speed. The lethality was still quite impressive. Zhao Tian activated his extraordinary ability, dodging the first steel ball in the next moment. Whoosh 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 sounds echoed. The second, third, and fourth steel balls followed in rapid succession. Zhao Tian swiftly evaded, moving so quickly that his body appeared as a blur, each steel ball whizzing past him without making contact. Moreover, Zhao Tian felt he could clearly see the steel balls hurtling toward him. His focus and reaction time had received a tremendous boost. He noticed the steel balls almost the instant they were launched, granting him ample time to react. Clang! Gear 5 was quickly surpassed, and the device automatically initiated Gear 6. The speed of the steel balls surged further. However, under the enhancement of his new extraordinary ability, Zhao Tian found dodging to be remarkably effortless. Clang! Gear 7, Gear 8, Gear 9. Under Zhao Tian's flawless evasion, the device swiftly reached the 9th bell, where the velocity of the steel balls was nearly 3 times that of the 6th bell. Even at a distance of 3 meters, an apple would be obliterated by the steel balls. The speed and pressure were akin to those of a small slingshot. Ah, the 9th bell. Zhao Tian, panting heavily, gazed at the apparatus, his heart racing with excitement and astonishment. He had actually triggered the 9th bell. After practicing that martial arts body tempering technique, the enhancement of his abilities had escalated from the 6th to the 9th bell. Such formidable and visibly apparent growth. The martial arts originator truly deserves the title of the world's foremost expert. One steel ball after another was shot towards Zhao Tian, his body becoming a mere afterimage as the balls zipped past him. The 20th ball, the 21st ball, ding. Finally, as the last steel ball was launched, the device emitted a crisp sound, signifying the flawless completion of the 9th bell. Stop! Zhao Tian shouted, drenched in sweat, and the device ceased its operation. He then collapsed against the nearby wall, barely supporting himself to avoid falling to the ground. In that moment, he felt his heart thumping violently, akin to a high-pressure pump, as his vital energy surged throughout his body. A faint warmth emanated from within him. Yet, his spirit felt no trace of fatigue. Rather, he was exhilarated. For this achievement was immensely satisfying. After a day of training, he had made remarkable progress. Surviving the test of the 9 bells was equivalent to 10 individuals firing slingshots at him without success. If this were to occur in reality, it would surely astonish the world. And this was his power. The more Zhao Tian contemplated, the more thrilled he became. Warmth? How could my breath emit warmth? Moments later, Zhao Tian suddenly sensed something amiss. The air he exhaled was actually misty. Although it was but a wisp, it was indeed unusual. Could it be that due to my martial arts training, my body has attained extraordinary power, thus raising my body temperature? Zhao Tian pondered as he rummaged through his room. When he finally located the electronic thermometer and pointed it at himself, it beeped, beep, body temperature 46 degrees, a dangerous level. 46 degrees. Zhao Tian's heart trembled as he heard the thermometer's reading. His body temperature had reached 46 degrees, a temperature at which an ordinary person would have long succumbed. Yet, when Zhao Tian made the slightest movement, he felt remarkably healthy. Moreover, he harbored an immense strength within him. Was this something a corpse could possess? Martial arts is undoubtedly the greatest phenomenon of this century. With martial arts, I have essentially evolved. Zhao Tian was so ecstatic that he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was now immensely pleased and confident in his strength. The elevated temperature within him indicated that he had surpassed the human limit. Compared to this super martial arts, his previous boxing practice seemed like child's play. My combat power has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the world. Zhao Tian excitedly threw a few punches at the air. He felt like the most loyal supporter of the martial arts originator. He had begun training on the very first day martial arts was introduced and wasted no time. Those who had just started practicing martial arts would surely be no match for him. Indeed, it is a pity that the country has yet to support martial arts, and I have no idea where I stand in terms of strength ranking, Zhao Tian mused as he sat down on a chair. He had reached his limit for the day and decided to take a break before training again tomorrow. He opened his phone to check the latest updates. Ding! Just as the screen brightened, Zhao Tian saw a notification from the browser that a video that challenged conventional understanding. The Bear Nation unveils a super warrior. The title was simple yet enticing. The Bear Nation's warrior. I believe I've seen comments about this on social media. Zhao Tian recalled that while browsing the martial arts originator's posts, someone had mentioned the emergence of a warrior from the Bear Nation. However, he hadn't clicked on it at the time. Now, Another browser had pushed the same notification, and it appeared to be garnering significant attention. Let me see what this is all about. Zhao Tian clicked to open the video. He immediately saw a young man clad in a white robe standing beside a mountain, gently tapping the mountainside, his ear inclined as if listening intently. This young man seems to be about my age. What is he doing? Zhao Tian watched with a hint of curiosity. Chapter 40. Zhao Tian's astonishment. There are always greater heights beyond pure starlight cascaded from the night sky that I in the outskirts of Kyoto. Within a villa, Zhao Tian sat in his room, gazing down at his phone, which displayed a video of the young man striking the mountain. What is he up to? Zhao Tian found it perplexing. Analyzing the video, he felt that the young man in the white robe appeared to be of a similar age to him. His physique looked remarkably well-proportioned, and he stood over 6 feet tall, but the darkness of the video obscured his face. This individual must also be a martial artist. I wonder if he has practiced the starry sky body tempering technique. However, judging by the title, he must have trained in a body tempering method. I wonder how far his strength has progressed. Zhao Tian pressed play on the video. Roar after a moment of tapping. 4 gigantic brown bears suddenly emerged nearby, with the lead bear towering at 5 meters. 4 bears. Zhao Tian's brows furrowed immediately, feeling a surge of tension. He sensed that facing these 4 brown bears would leave him with little chance of victory. It would be prudent to flee. However, in the next moment, an incomprehensible scene unfolded before Zhao Tian's eyes. The foremost bear's heart suddenly burst, spewing blood, and it collapsed alongside the bear behind it. As the other 2 bears charged towards the young man. He gently pressed his foot against the ground. A resounding crack echoed. The 2 bears erupted like bursting bubbles, crashing into several trees. Wow, what did is happening? Zhao Tian's heart raced with shock and confusion, and his gaze toward the young man in the video transformed into one of respect. From the preceding scene, he could deduce that the young man was no ordinary martial artist but a supermaster. Incredible. The technique displayed in the latter part looked like a martial skill. Why had he never encountered anything like it in body tempering methods? And how did he attack in the first place? Zhao Tian found it difficult to comprehend the young man's methods in the video. As he continued watching, even more astonishing events transpired. After the young man finished tapping, he leapt back to a distance of several hundred meters from the mountain, requiring a wide-angle shot to capture both him and the mountain. A few seconds later, a whoosh echoed. The young man suddenly radiated a brilliant and dazzling light, transforming into a small point of light, akin to a star in the night sky. The next moment, with a tremendous bang, a beam of light shot towards the mountain, instantly shattering the massive rock formation, creating a deafening roar and tremors. Wow! Upon witnessing this, Zhao Tian sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with astonishment. There exists such a formidable individual in this world. Who is this extraordinary warrior? Truly remarkable. Zhao Tian gazed at the young man in the video with admiration. He replayed and zoomed in on the footage repeatedly, seeking any clues, but the video captured in darkness was too blurry for him to discern anything. The only certainty was that the individual in the video was quite young and presumably from the Summer Nation. He had defeated the brown bears using a kick against the rock. Zhao Tian stood up, raising his foot and forcefully kicking a steel ball on the ground. Whoosh, the steel ball soared across the room, ultimately crashing against the wooden door with a thud, embedding itself halfway in. The power was indeed considerable. Yet, in comparison to the young man in the video, it paled in significance by several 100,000 meters. My strength hardly qualifies me for comparison. Observing the steel ball's trajectory, Zhao Tian recognized his own limitations. He was not the type to be overly proud. He willingly acknowledged his failures and shortcomings, while harboring immense respect for the strong. This compatriot was so powerful. Could he possibly be the esteemed martial arts originator? Zhao Tian gazed at the young man in the video with admiration, his mind filled with speculation. The strength required to obliterate the mountain truly befitted the identity of the martial arts originator. Such a reclusive figure, a terrifying powerhouse, however. After Zhao Tian contemplated this question, no one responded. The room fell silent, save for the distant sounds of vehicles honking outside. I wonder how much strength I possess now. I aspire to grow even stronger. Moments later, Zhao Tian paced anxiously around his room. The appearance of the young man in the video made him realize one thing. There are many extraordinary warriors in this world of which he was unaware. There are those who can shatter mountains and the creators of supreme martial arts. Although his abilities could amplify his speed by 20 times, in the presence of the young man in the video, it would likely be as inconsequential as a pebble. He wouldn't even qualify to make him lift a finger. The gap was insurmountable. There are always greater heights beyond, and I must strive harder in my martial arts training. I am determined to ascend to the realm of martial arts mastery. Zhao Tian paced back and forth in the room, feeling increasingly exhilarated. He began to practice the starry sky body refinement technique. However, before he could complete the first move, he distinctly felt his fatigued muscles trembling. It suddenly dawned on Zhao Tian that today's training had reached its limit. Further exertion would risk injuring his meridians. Thus, he reluctantly lay down on his bed to rest. He was incredibly powerful, truly formidable. He wondered how he measured up against my esteemed publisher. Would he be able to meet him during the impending beast invasion? Lying on his bed, Zhao Tian reminisced about the scenes from the video. Whenever he recalled the super-strong martial artist shattering mountains, he felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. He lay there, fantasizing about the day he could become a martial arts grandmaster, capable of demolishing mountains. Dingling, dingling. Moments later, his phone suddenly rang, displaying an official call. "Hello. Zhao Tian speaking. Good day. Is this Mr. Zhao Tian?" came the voice on the other end. "I am the head of conscription for the Summer Nation, Mr. Zhao Tian. You are an exceptional martial artist, and we invite you to join the Summer Nation's military. We will provide the finest resources to cultivate martial artists." The voice continued. The military. Zhao Tian furrowed his brow, astonished that the nation had extended a military invitation to him. Chapter 41. The shock of Kong Ling Tian, sparing no effort to locate this stronger individual and the publisher in the outskirts of Kyoto. At the military office, Kong Lao exclaimed, "We have sent invitations to Zhao Tian and 180 other outstanding martial artists to join the military, and Zhao Tian has accepted our invitation. After testing, he will be incorporated into the program." "Good," Kong Ling Tian nodded, slightly agitated. He picked up a project plan from the table, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Oldley has provided a 100 billion master plan, which I find highly feasible. Once we receive Old Chin certification results, we shall initiate." Yes. Although the soldiers were unaware of the specifics of the plan, they stood at attention and replied, "Kong Lao, I have additional news." The soldier continued reporting. "We have discovered that 25 countries, including Asan and the Lighthouse Nation, are beginning to focus on martial arts. Martial arts are advancing globally. The martial arts publisher has released new spiritual energy weapons. There are indications of a hacker intrusion from the Lighthouse Nation. Furthermore, we found a new suspicious video trending online, allegedly concerning super-strong martial artists." "Suspicious video? Super-strong martial artists?" Kong Ling Tian inquired with curiosity. "Such a thing exists? Show me that video." "Yes," the assistant replied, adjusting the tablet to display the trending video, respectfully placing it before Kong Ling Tian. The video, which challenged conventional understanding, showcased a super-strong martial artist from the Bear Nation. Kong Ling Tian scrutinized the title before pressing play, and immediately witnessed a young boy striking a mountain. Quite young. He must be a brother from our Summer Nation. Kong Ling Tian formed his first impression of the youth. However, what transpired next in the video utterly shattered Kong Ling Tian's worldview. The piercing sound pierced the air, and in shock, Kong Ling Tian sat up straight, his chair scraping noisily against the floor. "Is this real? This boy is astonishingly powerful," Kong Ling Tian exclaimed in disbelief. "The video shows no signs of editing or alteration. This has been verified multiple times by our technical department," the assistant soldier added, visibly excited. "This is undoubtedly the work of a high-tier martial artist. For us soldiers practicing martial arts, we are merely at the initial stage." "Indeed, at the initial stage?" Kong Ling Tian set the video down, his eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. The impact of this video was profoundly staggering. Curiously, he opened the comments section of the video, which was currently trending in the top 10 on the platform, generating immense buzz. "Is this for real? The person in the video is incredibly strong. I genuinely believe this video is authentic, and the martial artist must be a top-tier powerhouse. He must have been practicing martial arts for an extensive period. The difference between him and us novices is like heaven and earth. That young man's physique is remarkable, truly impressive. Could this brother be the martial arts publisher? Oh my. Now that you mention it, he does resemble him. After all, He is currently the strongest. Brothers, do we have any leads? I suspect this individual might very well be the martial arts publisher, a mountain-crushing powerhouse. The martial arts publisher. This world is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Even I, a military leader, feel diminutive in comparison. Kong Ling Tian mused, feeling a tinge of humility. Although he considered himself one of the highest military leaders, in comparison to the one who shattered mountains and established unparalleled martial arts, he felt rather insignificant. Shoutly, record my orders, Kong Ling Tian commanded. Yes, the assistant soldier replied, standing at attention and opening his notebook. Please proceed, Kong Lao. I will record everything. You are to locate the martial artist from the video. I wish to meet him. Consult with the Bear Nation, as they are our partners. Additionally, spare no effort in finding the martial arts publisher. He is a treasure for our entire Summer Nation, and we absolutely cannot allow him to be taken by other countries. The assistant soldier quickly recorded the orders. Kong Lao. We will establish a special task force to investigate this matter. I estimate we will have leads for you shortly. We know that the mountain is located in the outskirts of Emo City in the Bear Nation. Coupled with records of Summer Nation personnel traveling abroad, we should be able to obtain clues. Kong Ling Tian nodded in agreement. He then opened the private messaging page of the publisher, only to find that his invitation to join the military had been declined, with the reason being that the military currently offered him no assistance. For an ordinary soldier, Kong Ling Tian might not have been overly concerned. However, this individual was far too important. You must locate the martial artist and the publisher as soon as possible, Kong Ling Tian urged. Although they might soon face an invasion of beasts, the rivalry between nations remained ever present. Some Western countries harbored relentless ambitions, and formidable martial artists would soon become crucial combatants. Yes, the soldiers responded, promptly recording the new directives. After finishing, Kong Ling Tian rose from his chair. Let us proceed to Old Chen's office. I previously promised the martial arts publisher certification, and today happens to be the final day of testing. Furthermore, I must present the new spiritual energy weapon project to Old Chen. If the results are satisfactory, we shall announce the martial arts certification tomorrow and usher in the true era of martial arts. Yes, the soldiers felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of entering the martial arts era. The two swiftly left the office, traversing the military corridor until they arrived at the martial arts research office. This was a dedicated space for research. As soon as they entered, Kong Ling Tian spotted Chen Guanglong and a group of personnel in white coats gathered around a screen, seemingly preparing to watch something. Old Chen, Kong Ling Tian called out, what are the results of the martial arts testing? Hurry and show me, Old Kong. You've come to collect the report so soon? Chen Guanglong replied, somewhat surprised. Indeed. Did you not say I should come tonight for the complete report? Is it not ready yet? The report is ready, however, Old Kong, you need not rush. Why not first observe our testing? What testing? Kong Ling Tian furrowed his brow, recalling the last time this old comrade had played a prank on him. What are you up to this time, Old Chen? Please do not jest with me. Chapter 42. The fusion of technology and martial artists, a new type of military in the military's martial arts research room. Kong Ling Tian and a group of high-ranking military officials gazed at the large screen, which displayed footage from numerous surveillance cameras. The scenes depicted a tropical rainforest and a training ground. This appears to be the border forest near Asan. What do you intend to do? Kong Ling Tian observed the footage, well aware of the Summer Nation's borders as a military leader. Old Kong, we are going to conduct a military exercise. We will have the Summer Nation S2 military factions engage in a practical use of colored ammunition. On one side, there will be 100 ordinary soldiers, and on the other, 5 martial artist soldiers, Chen Guanglong explained. What? Kong Ling Tian furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He felt that having 5 soldiers battle against 100 seemed excessively imbalanced. This 100 soldiers versus 5? That disparity seems rather extreme, does it not? Our martial artists have only trained for a mere 10 days. Can they possess such combat prowess? Kong Ling Tian pondered aloud. Chen Guanglong smiled slightly in response. Ah, this is why you, Old Kong, spend all your time in the office and neglect the affairs of the martial arts laboratory. Take a good look now. Sit down. Chen Guanglong gestured towards the adjacent seat. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Ling Tian settled into his chair, joining Chen Guanglong and the other researchers in intently observing the monitors. Attention. Once I shout start, both teams will conceal themselves in the designated areas. Being struck by paintballs on the body or head results in elimination, while hits to the hands and feet do not count. The team that eliminates all opposing members will be declared the victors. All right, commence concealment. The instructor announced the rules before signaling the start. Boom. With a rapid clatter, the soldiers dashed towards their respective positions. Kong Lingtian noted that the martial artist soldiers exhibited a markedly superior speed compared to their non-martial counterparts, moving with the agility akin to that of wolves in the forest. By the time they reached their destination, the opposing soldiers had only covered a third of the distance. The disparity in speed and dexterity was glaringly evident. Once the non-martial soldiers had concealed themselves, the instructor raised the microphone and shouted, "Begin!" Bang! A martial artist soldier, upon hearing the command, immediately raised his weapon and fired at the enemy, a paintball soaring forth. A loud pop ensued as a soldier, 200 meters away, was struck squarely in the forehead. Upon impact, the paintball exploded, splattering yellow across the soldier's face. Instinctively, he rubbed his eyes with his hand, lowering his weapon, for he had been eliminated, the very first casualty. "Conceal yourselves now," the nearby captain yelled, prompting the other soldiers to swiftly take cover behind the rocks. Bang, bang, bang. The forest echoed with the sound of gunfire. The martial artist soldiers moved with remarkable agility, their reflexes and aiming skills far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. As the simulated battle continued, one non-martial soldier after another fell victim to elimination. 30, 40, 60. After 40 minutes of combat, only a little over 20 non-martial soldiers remained, many utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, the martial artist soldiers grew increasingly formidable, seemingly fueled by an inexhaustible reserve of energy. Victory appeared utterly inevitable. "Well, these soldiers are indeed impressive," Kong Lingtian observed the screen, slightly astonished, unable to suppress his admiration for the martial artist soldiers, who resembled kings of war. "Ha ha ha!" Qian Guanglong chuckled in response. "Do you now perceive the enhancement that martial arts bestow upon a soldier's combat prowess? Old Kong, let me tell you, these are not even the elite among our experimental martial artists. They are merely ordinary martial artists. Yet, even such martial artists can effortlessly dispatch regular individuals. Just imagine the magnitude of power if the entire army of Xiagu practiced martial arts." "Indeed, indeed." Kong Lingtian nodded as he continued to scrutinize the simulated battle. Bang. Moments later, a final gunshot reverberated through the rainforest, followed by an eerie silence as colorful smoke swirled through the air. The battle had concluded. The teams approached the instructor. Among them, every soldier from the 100 soldiers team had been hit by paintballs, most concentrated on their foreheads and hearts, indicating the opponent's remarkable marksmanship. Not a single martial artist soldier had been struck. Hiss! The instructor involuntarily inhaled sharply at the evident disparity between both sides. It was clear he was astounded by the results, as were the high-ranking officials watching from the screen. They had triumphed. They had won just like that. Kong Lingtian observed the impeccably uniformed soldiers on the screen, marveling at the fact that not a single martial artist had been killed. Not only had they not been killed, but they had not even been hit. Indeed, Qin Guanglong exclaimed, his excitement palpable, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. However, the next moment, his expression turned serious. "Old Kong, do you consider the combat prowess of these martial artist soldiers to be formidable?" Chen Guanglong inquired. "I believe they are indeed impressive, quite strong." Then, Chen Guanglong's tone shifted. "What if the claims of otherworldly beasts invading are true? How would these armed soldiers fare against such creatures?" At that moment, Chen Guanglong fell silent, for he possessed little knowledge regarding these beasts. He found himself at a loss for an answer. Indeed, these soldiers were strong against ordinary foes, but how would they perform against otherworldly beasts? Could they still achieve such swift eliminations? Kong Lingtian was hesitant to make any guarantees. Nonetheless, the necessity of the entire army practicing martial arts was now undeniable. Kong Lingtian concluded. Indeed. Chen Guanglong concurred, as did the other military officials. The strength bestowed by martial arts was simply overwhelming. Even in the absence of an invasion by otherworldly beasts, it was imperative for the entire army to engage in martial training. Otherwise, when other nations adopted martial arts, their combat capabilities would surpass ours, rendering us vulnerable to annihilation. The tensions between nations were bound to escalate. "What tier of martial artists are they?" Kong Lingtian inquired curiously after a brief pause. According to the Blood Chi assessment, those 5 soldiers are third-tier martial artists. They are not the strongest in our military. The strongest soldier is Wang Hong, a 7th-tier ability martial artist. Chen Guanglong pointed towards the training grounds monitor, where a tall soldier stood prominently. Wang Hong. Kong Lingtian recalled the first time he witnessed the effects of martial arts, recalling the soldier who shattered wooden stakes with a single punch. What was he doing now? Kong Lingtian gazed at the imposing figure in the training ground, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Chapter 43. The Stone Skin Ability. Decision to announce certification in the outskirts of Kyoto. Kong Lingtian and several high-ranking officials sat before a computer, their eyes intently fixed on the training ground displayed on the screen, where the towering Wang Hong stood. Old Kong. Our Wang Hong is indeed a true king of soldiers. Did you know? After training in martial arts, his body underwent extraordinary changes. Chen Guanglong remarked. Extraordinary changes? What kind of changes? Kong Lingtian inquired, intrigued. Just watch and see. All right. Just as Kong Lingtian nodded in agreement, a sudden sound of steel grinding echoed from the screen, revealing 10 soldiers surrounding Wang Hong with drawn blades. Are those real steel swords? You want Wang Hong to face 10 sword-wielding soldiers? Kong Lingtian gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape as if to voice his concerns. However, having witnessed the previous performance of the martial artist soldiers, he refrained from speaking, silently observing. Yet, a sense of uncertainty lingered in his mind. How would Wang Hong confront 10 opponents armed with steel blades? The glinting edges seemed genuinely sharp. You 10 with blades, engage Wang Hong. Use the tactics you have learned to surround him. Do not hold back. The instructor commanded the 10 soldiers. Understood, they replied in unison, their voices resonating as they gradually spread out to encircle Wang Hong. How will Wang Hong respond? Will he rely on speed to prevail, or will he employ overwhelming strength to incapacitate his opponents? Either way, he would still be vulnerable to their blades. Kong Lingtian's mind was filled with questions and confusion. Just as his thoughts spiraled, the training ground battle commenced, with the 10 armed soldiers charging towards Wang Hong. Charge! One soldier raised his steel sword and swung it at Wang Hong. Wang Hong, however, remained rooted to the spot, not even attempting to evade. A resounding clang resonated as the steel blade struck Wang Hong's skin. To Kong Lingtian's astonishment, the anticipated scene of blood gushing forth from a lacerated body did not materialize. Instead, the blade ricocheted off his skin as if it had struck solid stone. The same was true for the attacks from the other armed soldiers. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of steel meeting Wang Hong's skin echoed as each blade failed to breach his defenses. Is this a special ability? Kong Lingtian watched in astonishment. A man impervious to even real blades was a sight he had only witnessed in films. Yet now, it was unfolding in reality. What an unbelievable occurrence! Kong Lingtian rubbed his eyes and continued to observe the video. Meanwhile, Wang Hong stood still, enduring a flurry of strikes before unleashing a powerful roar. He suddenly raised his arm and struck at a nearby soldier. With a resounding thud, Wang Hong's immense strength sent the soldier crashing to the ground, the steel blade he had been wielding flying from his grasp. Subsequently, Wang Hong dispatched each soldier with a single punch. The battle that pitted 1 against 10 concluded swiftly in his favor. All right, victory. Wang Hong's stone skin ability had grown even stronger, and he had shown restraint. Chen Guanglong, watching from the sidelines, exclaimed excitedly and led the applause, which soon filled the room with cheers. Kong Lingtian realized that his comrade's words rang true. Had Wang Hong not held back, with his demonstrated strength capable of shattering wooden stakes, no soldier would have withstood a single blow from him. Martial arts were indeed lethal combat techniques. The claims made by the publisher were nothing short of monumental. Old Kong, what are your thoughts? How do you evaluate those martial artist soldiers? After the applause subsided, Chen Guanglong turned to Kong Lingtian with a smile. Evaluate? Don't you have your own thoughts on this, old Chen? Why ask me? Kong Lingtian retorted. Ha ha ha! Chen Guanglong burst into laughter at his response. Now that you've witnessed the results, such power. Even if the training methods are flawed and pose risks to the human body, other nations would still have their soldiers practice martial arts. In this escalating arms race, we in Xiagu have no choice but to follow suit. Indeed, Kong Lingtian sighed slightly in acknowledgement. What are the results of the inspection now? The martial arts have already transformed the entire world. The content released by that publisher is truly extraordinary. With the strength of a single individual, he has propelled Blue Star to a level that would only be seen a century from now. Such an achievement is nothing short of magnificent. By the way, how did the martial arts inspection I requested earlier turn out? Are there any side effects associated with this martial art? After a moment, Kong Ling Tian inquired. The martial arts are so powerful, he genuinely wishes to expedite its widespread adoption. Moreover, he came here primarily to obtain the results of the inspection. Rest assured, Old Kong, following the assessment, the martial arts presented no issues, save for a couple of points that require caution. Xiao Peng, please fetch the report for the commander to review. Yes, a nearby soldier saluted respectfully and then turned to present a report before Kong Ling Tian. Issues? Kong Ling Tian, filled with curiosity, picked up the martial arts inspection document to examine it. Points of caution. First, the Starshine Body Refinement Method possesses an extraordinarily vigorous absorption of spiritual energy. When an individual overexerts themselves, it may lead to the absorption of the body's energy, resulting in a drastic drop in physical weight. Second, the martial arts refinement method will significantly increase one's appetite. Third, excessive consumption of martial arts supplements may cause an overwhelming surge of energy within the body, potentially harming the internal organs. There are over 20 points of caution in total. The inspection results are exceedingly detailed. However, Kong Ling Tian noted that all these points of caution are manageable, as long as one maintains proper control. It is feasible to practice martial arts without inflicting harm upon the body. Regarding the power of martial arts, the earlier video has already illustrated it quite clearly. When Kong Ling Tian reached the last line of the evaluation, he discovered a recommendation indicating that it could be promoted throughout the military or even nationwide. Excellent. It can be disseminated to the entire military or the entire nation. Kong Ling Tian gazed at the final inspection result. Feeling a surge of excitement, he had come to review this report precisely for this moment. Those few words may seem unremarkable, but their significance is monumental. They mark the dawn of a new era. Kong Ling Tian felt as though he was standing at the precipice of a historic turning point. What do you think, Old Kong? Qin Guanglong's excited voice rang out. Now that you have seen the inspection report, we await your decision as the commander. If you agree, we can convene a decision-making conference immediately and announce the new policy by tomorrow. Indeed. Now that the video has been reviewed, we await your decision. Old Kong, please, Old Kong, make your choice. Several high-ranking officials echoed in agreement. Kong Ling Tian glanced at his comrades and let out a soft sigh. All right, since everything is in place, let us convene the meeting. Chapter 44. The conference approves the mass master plan. The eastern sun slowly rose. A new day began. Simultaneously, this day marked the final day of inspection as agreed upon by Kong Ling Tian and the publisher. The results of the martial arts inspection would be revealed today. Kong Ling Tian arose early and made his way to the office. Despite the decision-making conference having lasted until 4 o'clock yesterday, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Rather, he was filled with exuberance. He sensed that he was engaged in an endeavor that would transform the Xia Kingdom. Old Kong, you have finally arrived. The martial artists we invited are already waiting for you at the training ground. Comrade Zhao Tian has also accepted our invitation. However, we require time to evaluate him, so he has not yet joined the ranks. As soon as Kong Ling Tian entered the office, an assisting soldier hurried to report. Alongside the assisting soldier was Qin Guanglong, who held 2 documents in his hands. Point 1 was the outcome of last night's decision-making conference regarding whether martial arts could be promoted nationwide. The upper echelons were unanimously in favor. Such a remarkable method that poses no threat to the body while significantly enhancing one's power would garner no opposition. This signifies that martial arts have now received official recognition from the Xia Kingdom. Additionally, the document contained decisions regarding martial arts certification, subsidy policies, and the spiritual weapon initiative. Once announced, the era of martial arts would commence immediately. The other document was the master plan submitted by Kong Ling Tian. It detailed a plan to select 300 suitable martial artists with the highest potential from across the Xia Kingdom, integrating them into the military. Subsequently, 100 billion would be allocated from the military budget to cultivate them. The goal is to transform them into masters within 3 months. These 300 masters will serve as the leading force of the Xia Kingdom, its backbone. Should the beasts invade, these masters will be of utmost importance. This plan would also yield immense benefits for Yi Han, who cannot remain in the shadows indefinitely. There will come a day when he emerges from the network to lead the Xia Kingdom personally. Old Kong, to be honest, Your master plan has left me in awe. If this plan succeeds, our Xia kingdom will possess masters, Qin Guanglong exclaimed, clutching the master plan in delight, unable to put it down. Ha ha! Naturally, Kong Ling Tian responded with a smile. The martial arts publisher has released the spiritual weapons on the waves. I am entrusting this research project to you. You must dedicate your efforts to it. Who knows, the spiritual weapons might also yield great results, Kong Ling Tian advised. Rest assured, Chen Guanglong replied, I have summoned 30 weapon experts to study the spiritual weapons. I estimate you will see results in 5 days. At that time, you can come and examine the new weapons. All right, Kong Ling Tian nodded. In the next moment, he turned to the assisting soldier. Xiao Li, record my orders, draft an announcement based on the contents approved in yesterday's decision-making conference, and publish it online by noon. Yes, the assisting soldier replied, his excitement palpable. He then departed to carry out the task. Come, old Chun. Kong Ling Tian placed his hand on his comrade's shoulder. Let us go witness our future masters. Certainly. Ha ha ha. The two old soldiers laughed heartily as they exited the office, accompanied by a group of soldiers. Kyoto. Outside the military district's training ground point, 100 new recruits in military uniforms stood in perfect formation on the parade ground. They were a mix of men and women, all of whom were extraordinary ability wielders. Among them were several familiar figures to Yi Han, including Chen Jing, Tang Jujia, and others. Additionally, there was Wang Hong, whom Yi Han did not know. They had gathered together, ready to delve into the study of martial arts. The other martial artists included renowned figures from the internet and gifted talents from the civilian sector, all of whom had passed military assessments. Creak. Shortly thereafter, a military vehicle arrived before the new recruits. Chen Jing and the others saw two elderly men in military uniforms descend from the vehicle, their uniforms adorned with numerous medals. The surrounding soldiers showcased their extraordinary ranks. The two elders who stepped down were none other than Kong Ling Tian and Chen Guanglong, who approached the new recruits, their faces radiating admiration. Good, very good. Full of vigor and embodying the spirit of Xia Kingdom soldiers, Kong Ling Tian praised. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately stood at attention, feeling a surge of excitement within. To them, these two elders were revered veterans of the nation. Old Kong, here is the detailed list of our new recruits. Currently, we have not yet filled the numbers, but we will soon. The instructor nearby smiled as he handed a list to Kong Ling Tian. Kong Ling Tian accepted it and looked down at the details. Wang Hong, defensive ability wielder, Qi and blood test at the 7th rank. Chen Jing, mental power ability wielder, Qi and blood test at the 5th rank. Tang Jujia, strength type ability wielder, Qi and blood test at the 5th rank. The list provided a detailed introduction of each new recruit's abilities. Kong Ling Tian felt immensely satisfied as he reviewed it. Excellent, he exclaimed excitedly, turning to address the soldiers before him. New recruits of the Xia Kingdom. You have all been selected to join the ranks. Do you know how the military will arrange your future? After Kong Ling Tian spoke, no one replied. Clearly, none of them were aware of the forthcoming arrangements. Even though they knew the military promised to train them, from now on, you will be the elite candidates nurtured by the military. The military will invest 100 billion in you, training you to become masters. You will be the pioneers of a new world of martial arts, Kong Ling Tian declared loudly. 100 billion. Pioneers. The soldiers erupted with excitement upon hearing this. Becoming masters to safeguard the nation was their aspiration. Ha ha! The new world of martial artists requires this kind of spirit. Kong Ling Tian, sensing the fervor of the crowd, felt exceedingly joyful and content. Time is of the essence. You are about to commence training. Is there anything you would like to say? Kong Ling Tian asked additionally. The soldiers remained silent. Clearly, they had nothing to express. Report. I have something to say. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out from the crowd. Kong Ling Tian turned to see a lively female recruit. Who are you? He inquired curiously. Commander, my name is Tang Jujia. I noticed that we are missing a certain individual, a person who is stronger than all of us combined. Tang Jujia exclaimed loudly, attempting to make her youthful voice sound serious. This, someone stronger than all of us combined. Kong Ling Tian's expression turned slightly serious upon hearing this. The other soldiers were equally intrigued, with some even igniting a sense of combativeness. Is he your friend? Tell me just how strong he is, Kong Ling Tian asked curiously. Report, Commander. He possesses the astonishing ability to shatter a 3-meter-high bluestone with a single punch. unleashing a force so potent that it can rupture trees within a 10-meter radius and send individuals flying 70 meters away, Tang Jejia reported. Kong Lingtian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. The other soldiers also displayed expressions of astonishment, particularly Wang Hong, who gazed at Tang Jejia with curiosity. Is what you say truly accurate? The explosive power capable of demolishing large trees indicates an exceptionally formidable warrior. Indeed, a rare talent of a master. Can you establish contact with him? I wish to extend an invitation for him to join our military, Kong Lingtian expressed with anticipation. Tang Jejia found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She recalled sending a message to Yi Han, yet had yet to receive a response. Commander, you will need to invite him yourself, and I only know his name. I am not particularly familiar with him. Tang Jejia replied somewhat sheepishly. Very well. What is his name? His name is Yi Han. Excellent. Kong Lingtian committed this name to memory. He turned to his aide, Xiao Yi. After the dismissal, you and this young lady must discuss matters and ensure you locate Brother Yi Han. If found, extend an invitation for him to join our ranks. Our army is eager to cultivate every outstanding warrior. Moreover, judging by this young lady's words, Brother Yi Han appears to be extraordinary. Understood, the aide responded sharply. Kong Lingtian nodded, then addressed all the soldiers. All right, new recruits of the Summer Nation, he proclaimed with fervor. I hope you are all mentally prepared, for in the days to come, you shall undergo exceedingly arduous training. You will practice the body tempering technique daily. The military will provide you with scientifically formulated, continuous supplements. Your strength will soar, and you shall become the backbone of the new era of the Summer Nation. Answer me, do you have the confidence to become masters? Yes. After Kong Lingtian concluded, the soldiers on the training ground shouted in unison, their spirits high. Excellent. Very well, Lao Chun. The next phase is entrusted to you. This batch of soldiers will heed your guidance and that of your martial arts laboratory. Kong Lingtian turned to his old comrade. Understood. Leave it to me, Cheng Guanglong replied with a smile. He approached the new recruits and began to outline their training regimen. Thus commenced the plan for cultivating 100 billion masters, alongside the research into spiritual energy weapons, in the Bear Country. Yi Han lay asleep in a hotel bed, his fists clenched tightly, his consciousness submerged in a silent dream. Suddenly, he found himself back in the midst of the beast invasion during his past life, alongside his comrades within a steel fortress, surrounded by a relentless tide of beasts. The sky was overcast. The ground littered with colossal wolves and ferocious bears. Above, a massive dragon circled ominously, its numbers seeming to reach into the tens of thousands. With a deafening roar, the dragon signaled the charge of the beasts toward the fortress. They surged forward, braving intense artillery fire, tearing through the steel structure as if it were mere paper, annihilating the soldiers and refugees within. The scene shifted to the great human base of 1390, where, as it succumbed to the beast onslaught, colossal missiles erupted like fireworks, all aimed at the distant beast stronghold. There were over 300 of them, a final desperate act of the human race. However, merely one or two detonated, the remainder rendered inert under the influence of the abnormal forces, reduced to scrap metal. The remaining tide of beasts engulfed the fortress, leading to its collapse. Yi Han's emotions surged violently as he suddenly awoke from his nightmare. His powerful hands tearing the blanket apart with a swift motion. The hotel room was silent. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the streets of Emo City in the Bear Country buzzed with life. The sounds of honking cars and cheerful conversations wafting through the window. The cool air from the air conditioning gently soothed Yi Han's agitated spirit. Phew, another nightmare? Yi Han exhaled slowly. In fact, ever since his return, he had frequently been plagued by nightmares depicting the fall of humanity in his past life. This only reinforced his resolve to popularize martial arts. This world must change. Yi Han approached the table and sat down, powering on his computer to enter his martial arts forum. Brothers, how much can you lift now? 210 kilograms. What the heck? 150 kilograms, and I'm a post-2005 girl. Wow. The effects of this technique genuinely have me worried about a beast invasion. I'm so apprehensive about the beasts actually invading. Should I quit my job? The claims of an impending beast invasion seem unsubstantiated and uncertain. It is quite distressing. Whatever, I'll focus on martial arts for now. My work keeps me too busy to practice, but this stuff really does strengthen the body. Indeed.
I should find time to practice as well. I am a bit scared. I hope the beast invasion isn't real. The online chatter was bustling. Yihan noted that discussions regarding martial arts cultivation had noticeably increased, with many live streams dedicated to martial arts training across various websites, indicating a commendable level of enthusiasm. Yet he felt it was still insufficient to genuinely withstand the beasts, the Dragon King of Hell and the blue-haired giant wolf of Blue Star. It is imperative that the entire populace embraces martial arts. Only then can there be a comprehensive resistance against the beast invasion, and one can grow stronger as well. However, Yihan also understood that such changes would require time. He continued to browse the web, and after a while, his computer vibrated, delivering exhilarating news. The military has officially recognized martial arts. The Summer Nation has embarked on a new era of martial arts. The title was short, yet the content was immensely shocking and surprising. Yihan immediately clicked into the post, joining countless others who were simultaneously entering, both from the Summer Nation and abroad. The comments section exploded with activity. In a way, the military has officially recognized martial arts. This is shocking beyond belief. I can't believe it. The official stance was previously so silent. Now they've dropped such a monumental bombshell. The recognition of martial arts. Does this imply the poster intends to change the world? Truly impressive. The martial arts poster has become the foremost figure in the world. Wow. I'm so eager to know who the poster is. I want to know one. I feel a sense of reverence. To think he could single-handedly transform the Summer Nation. What the heck? Brothers, martial artists are actually receiving subsidies. Haha. This is exhilarating. Yihan chuckled at the comments, then examined the official document. The contents were quite straightforward, essentially stating that the Starlight body tempering technique has received official safety certification and can be practiced with peace of mind under the provided guidelines. It also announced to the world that, starting today, the entire military of the Summer Nation will practice martial arts. Additionally, there is a subsidy policy for martial artists. First, citizens are encouraged to practice martial arts. Certified martial artists will receive 5,000 yuan and a potion for muscle enhancement and a body tempering elixir each month for 3 months. Second, exceptional martial artists who join the military will receive a reward of 30,000 yuan, along with the opportunity for military training. Third, a specialized department for martial artists and guidance will be established, allowing martial artists to test their vitality and strength. Fourth, martial arts will be included as an examination subject. Students with outstanding vitality scores will receive extra credits. The final point was a reassuring message indicating that the government is preparing for the issue of beast invasions, and citizens need not panic. Rewards for practicing martial arts will be provided, along with the distribution of vitality instruments. Yihan felt a rush of excitement upon reading the announcement. The vitality instrument is a hallmark item of the martial arts era, and the government's recognition and distribution of these instruments mark the dawn of the martial arts epoch. He had indeed become the foremost figure in martial arts. Moreover, with the entire military of the Summer Nation engaging in martial arts, other countries would undoubtedly follow suit. The number of his disciples was poised to soar. Chapter 46. The Bear Country announces recognition. The world enters a new era. The sky was radiant with sunshine. Yihan's martial arts certification swept across the internet like a blizzard, with news of martial artist recognition flooding platforms such as news networks, social media, and video sharing sites. The trending topics online surged beyond 30. Even foreign platforms in Lighthouse Country and Bear Country were dominated by news of martial artist recognition. This global transformation attracted immense traffic. Damn, the Summer Nation actually recognized this. Can you believe it? Am I witnessing a historical turning point? Whoa, becoming a martial artist comes with a salary of 5,000. Why even bother with a job? Just become a martial artist and enjoy the state subsidies. This martial artist condition is incredibly tempting. Martial arts vitality can even earn extra points in exams. I'm enrolling my child in the Starlight body tempering technique right now. 1,111. It is also great for health. I can't believe it. Truly unbelievable. To receive national recognition, this poster is exceptionally formidable. Truly remarkable. Brothers, I declare, I'm heading to test my vitality. Haha. Thinking back, martial arts are genuinely useful. Practicing martial arts would make me 10 times more efficient at my construction job. Indeed, that's not right. Does the national certification of martial arts imply that the invasion of otherworldly beasts is indeed real? The thought is chilling. Could it be that otherworldly beasts are truly on the verge of invading? My girlfriend hasn't experienced it yet. What a travesty. Can this possibly be true? The comments on Weibo mostly express shock at the certification, with many deciding to start practicing martial arts. There are even extremists who have begun to worship the issuer of the martial arts certification, and of course, many people are becoming increasingly concerned about the notion of an invasion by otherworldly beasts. The number of comments on the certification post on Weibo quickly surpassed 30,000, and the total comments across the internet exceeded 4 million, with the martial arts certification rapidly spreading throughout the nation. As Ihan scrolled through Weibo, the page suddenly froze, and then it completely crashed. What has it crashed? Ihan stared at the screen in disbelief. He quickly maneuvered the mouse to reopen Weibo, but it remained stuck in the loading phase, refusing to let him in. Platforms like Douyin were also lagging. Has every platform collapsed? Ihan felt a slight tremor of shock as he looked at the computer screen. Simultaneously, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. The collapse of a well-known online platform indicated a terrifying level of interest. The overall traffic was being calculated in the hundreds of millions, and this traffic would inevitably convert into the number of disciples. The energy that would come to him from this was unimaginable. He realized that he would be the greatest beneficiary. Certainly, the state would benefit from the martial arts certification, as would all of humanity. There was a chance for change. The future held the promise of transformation. Ihan thought excitedly. Now, 15 days had passed since the state certified martial arts, marking the first step forward. With his efforts, he was sure that martial arts would become a nationwide practice, enabling everyone to stand against adversaries. Under his guidance, the extinction of humanity would not repeat itself. When the otherworldly beasts arrived, they would be met with millions of martial artists and himself. A superpower. Just look at the number of disciples. Ihan mused internally as he spoke to the system. Yes, the system replied, and then a holographic screen appeared before him. Host, Ihan. Entry disciples, 2. 98 million. Martial disciples, 98,000. Supernatural martial artists, 1,098. Rewards, 2.07 million disciples cultivation feedback rewards, 2.07 million disciples gift package. The total number of disciples was approaching 3 million, and Ihan felt a surge of excitement at the figure. Previously, he had only over 900,000 disciples. Now, that number had increased by over 200,000. In fact, this spike in disciples was a result of Zhao Tian's victory over Paolo, and the state had only just begun to certify it. Its true influence had yet to be revealed. Many individuals only started cultivating after the state's certification, meaning they would need some time to transition into disciples. The subsequent period would witness significant growth in numbers. Ihan planned to wait until the disciple count increased further before claiming his rewards, as the richness of the gift package was determined by the number of disciples. He was curious about how terrifying the gift package for millions of disciples would be. Ihan contemplated before closing the system. He clicked on Weibo to check on the situation of the netizens. However, Weibo was inaccessible no matter what he tried. It remained stuck on the loading page, seemingly having collapsed entirely. Even platforms like Douyin had frozen, and no matter what he did, he couldn't gain access. Ihan felt a ripple of astonishment in his heart. He understood that as the issuer of the post, he was under Weibo's scrutiny. His inability to access the site could only mean one thing. The entire platform had crashed. It was likely that tens of millions of netizens were refreshing Weibo. Perhaps Weibo's servers were too scared to boot up. After several unsuccessful attempts, Ihan decided to log into the network of the Bear Country to check the post's status. However, he had not scrolled for long when he saw yet another exhilarating piece of news. Latest update, Emperor Priel certifies martial arts. Following in the footsteps of the Summer Country, the Bear Country officially commences the martial arts era. Below the article was the certification announcement from the Bear Country, stating that they would mandate martial arts training for the entire military and designate the Starlight Body Forging method as the official practice for the armed forces. Additionally, they would include blood and energy assessments as a mandatory part of the college entrance examination. Martial artists achieving a blood and energy level of 5 points would receive significant bonus points. Within 3 months, becoming a martial artist would also grant a one-time subsidy of 30,000 and a monthly stipend of 5,000. The military would offer more benefits for martial artists, among other policies, most of which were similar to those of the Summer Country, with minor adjustments. It can be said that the announcement of these national policies greatly motivated citizens to practice martial arts. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the bear country would also make such an announcement? Yihan felt a surge of delight as he read the bear country's announcement. What about other nations? The next moment, Yihan eagerly opened the international forum, hoping to see if any other countries had certified martial arts, ideally witnessing martial arts sweeping across the globe. Chapter 47. Small countries announce certification. Those who follow will prosper, those who oppose will perish. The sky was adorned with crimson clouds, and gentle rays of dawn cascaded down, painting the towering spires of Imo City in hues of red. Many of the buildings displayed videos of the certification on their billboards. Most people on the streets were discussing martial arts. Inside the Grand Hotel of Imo City, Yihan sat at his computer desk, incessantly refreshing the page before him. Announcement. The Golden Fresh Country announces martial arts certification and will implement universal martial arts training. Announcement. The Riel Country announces martial arts certification and will strongly support martial artists. Announcement. The Cherry Blossom Country will officially promote martial arts, integrating martial arts and swordsmanship. One after another, news items flashed across the screen. The martial arts certification dominated the entire news network. Ever since the two major nations announced their certification, a wave of smaller countries followed suit. Although many of these smaller nations had populations of only a few million, they were still vital components of Blue Star, and their sheer numbers were advantageous. Within 12 hours of the summer country's announcement, nearly 30 smaller countries had also certified martial arts, like a flock of birds flocking to a phoenix. This means that my martial arts has already spread to a third of the world. Yihan scrolled through the international news page, feeling an overwhelming sense of excitement. The certification from the summer country had propelled the dissemination of his martial arts at an astonishing speed. However, what struck Yihan as peculiar was that, aside from the summer country and the bear country, the eagle country and the lighthouse country remained surprisingly calm, without following suit to announce their certifications. He opened the international forums for both nations, only to find that the discussions revolved entirely around martial arts. Damn it. So many countries are certifying the summer country's martial arts today. Indeed, the online atmosphere is buzzing with excitement. My goodness, this day will undoubtedly go down in history. Why hasn't our great eagle country released any news? Friends, did you know? I've achieved astonishing results from practicing martial arts. I've seen the summer country's posts. They're truly incredible. Now that the state has certified it, does that mean the invasion of monsters is also real? Yeah, I'm so worried. Why doesn't anyone care about the invasion? Damn it. Are you all not concerned about the otherworldly beasts? The online comments reflected a mix of astonishment at the certification and widespread anxiety and fear regarding the invasion of otherworldly beasts. As for the certification, Yihan knew that the lighthouse country would inevitably announce it. At most, it would take 3 to 4 days for global certification to be achieved, unless these two major nations wish to be left behind by the times. Yihan recognized that the martial arts era he envisioned was bound to commence. This was a grand trend, akin to the Industrial Revolution of yesteryears. Those who follow will prosper, and those who resist will perish. Yihan was aware that the leaders of the lighthouse country were not foolish. They could not fail to see his significance. However, he also identified a new concern that had been weighing on his mind: the growing anxiety over the invasion of otherworldly beasts online. This represented a collective panic. A storm was likely brewing. Yihan contemplated logging into Weibo. After a period of buffering, he was finally able to access Weibo, albeit with some lag, which did not hinder its usability, on the trending topics. The top 10 were all related to martial arts certification. The heat remained exceptionally high. However, as Yihan scrolled down to the 20th position, he noticed a new article surging upward, gaining momentum that surpassed that of the martial arts certification. The state officially certifies martial arts. Personal speculations regarding the invasion of otherworldly beasts. This was an article published by a self-media outlet. Hello, everyone. I am the social commentator Xiao Huang. So much has occurred recently that is beyond belief. I am sure everyone has been astonished and fed some significant gossip. And now, even more shocking is the state as certification of martial arts. They have certified such a mystical phenomenon. The issuer has become a pioneer of an unprecedented martial arts era, transforming into a great figure. However, it seems everyone has overlooked one critical point. Martial arts has always been intertwined with the invasion of otherworldly beasts. From the posts, I can see that the issuer aims for us to learn martial arts to resist these beasts. Now that his fantastical techniques have been certified, in conjunction with various facts, It seems he has no reason to lie. Therefore, the reality of the invasion of otherworldly beasts may be as high as 80. Prepare yourselves. War may be imminent. This article was not lengthy and appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet it encapsulated the sentiments of all netizens, resulting in rapid likes and shares, swiftly climbing to trending status. The comments section was abuzz with activity. Yes, yes, finally, someone has voiced my thoughts. Martial arts has been certified. Should the invasion of otherworldly beasts not also be validated? Good grief, could this invasion really be apocalyptic? I have also decided to forego attending classes, as the publisher has stated that the invasion of the alien beasts will occur in just 3 months. I shall dedicate myself to training for these 3 months and see what transpires. But how am I to manage? If I train in martial arts without working, how will I sustain myself? I share your sentiment. Must we not train in martial arts? If the invasion truly begins, then it is martial arts that may save us. Damn it, is there really an invasion on the horizon? The publisher claims there is, yet provides no evidence, and the government remains silent. How frustrating, on the eve of a great conflict. I find myself at a loss. I have lived my life without joy, and now that the apocalypse approaches, I must accomplish something significant. Clang. As Ihan was perusing the posts, a sudden sound emanated from his computer browser. The article page vanished without a trace. Huh? Ihan furrowed his brow, clicking to refresh the page. However, upon reloading, he discovered that the publisher had already deleted the article. Now Ihan understood. Such articles that incite societal panic would undoubtedly provoke concern in the publisher. Nevertheless, the deletion of the article cannot erase the fear that lingers in the hearts of the citizens. As time passed, Ihan noticed that the official account had surged to the trending topics. Due to the lack of any evidence released and the government's ambiguous stance on the invasion, netizens and people around the globe were left in a state of uncertainty. They were anxious, yet unable to ascertain the truth. Feeling utterly bewildered, it was only natural for them to seek assistance from the authorities, leading to an influx of inquiries in the comments section of the official account. The world had transformed, a new era had commenced, and the calm before the storm was drawing to a close. Chapter 48. The new panic stemming from martial arts certification on the eve of war in the night sky. Stars twinkled like scattered gems while Ihan sat beside the computer desk in his hotel room, his gaze fixed intently on the microblogging platform. The global internet was abuzz with activity. The official certification of martial arts had incited a new wave of panic. It seemed as though the online community in Xia country had been swept up in a tempest, with some netizens hopping about like startled rabbits. Ihan clicked into a certain official account, where the homepage featured articles regarding martial arts arrangements, appearing rather mundane. However, once he delved into the articles, he was met with tens of thousands of inquiries, all echoing a singular question. Since martial arts have been certified, should there not be a mention of the invasion? Indeed, why has the government not provided a clear response regarding the invasion? I was initially thrilled at the dawn of a new era. But now this martial arts certification has unearthed the specter of war. I find myself uncertain of my next steps. I need to work, and I have no time to train in martial arts. Yet, if there is truly an invasion, martial arts may be our salvation. Ugh, this uncertainty is maddening. I recall the publisher's original words. Currently, the Blue Star has experienced a resurgence of spiritual energy, and alien beasts will invade in 3 months. Here is a martial arts training manual. Now that martial arts has been certified, the invasion must be addressed. We certainly do not have 3 months left. I am filled with anxiety. As Ihan scrolled through the articles, he realized that all the posts on this official account echoed the same concerns, and other official accounts were no different. Furthermore, as he continued to browse, he stumbled upon a plethora of rumors, with some individuals even impersonating him. I am the publisher of martial arts. The invasion is genuine. Astonishingly, it appeared that a chat log purportedly between the publisher and his friends had been leaked, revealing preparations for a shelter. Apples can withstand alien beasts. Article after article flooded the internet, and as the publisher, Ihan could easily discern their falsity. He was well acquainted with the online landscape, and most of these chat logs were likely fabrications. Yet, the issue was that these rumors had garnered considerable traction. Upon clicking into the posts, netizens were directly impacted. Goodness, it seems I must also stockpile supplies. With such chat logs circulating and the government remaining silent, it appears there may be some truth to it. Wow. Can I seek refuge in the countryside? Ihan perused the comments, his brow furrowing. These rumors were like grains of sand mixed with gold, alongside a slew of anxious speculations, creating a cacophony across the microblogging platform and the entire internet. Ding! After a while, the computer vibrated, and a new news alert appeared. Hundreds gather in South City, seeking answers on the invasion. The title was not lengthy, yet it was closely tied to martial arts. Ihan clicked to view the news. The video depicted hundreds of individuals congregating at the department's entrance, vocally demanding answers. They sought a direct response from the authorities. Ultimately, the government merely advised them to return home and await further information. This response was far from satisfactory. However, the citizens did not resort to unrest. They merely returned home in frustration, a somewhat peaceful resolution. Yet Ihan understood that the underlying tensions remained unresolved. This scenario was likely unfolding across the entirety of Xia country. The authorities were probably overwhelmed with activity. Was all of this instigated by me? Did my publication incite such shock and chaos in this world? Ihan sat at his computer, deep in thought. He recognized that it was indeed his doing. He had stirred the winds of turmoil. A new era had begun. The official account was inundated, and the public sought answers, shattering his previously tranquil existence with a single blow. However, Ihan was aware that these events were inevitable. He had never anticipated that tranquility could alter everything. Monumental reforms cannot be achieved in a single step. Moreover, if he did not disseminate martial arts and allow the crisis to compel citizens to learn, then when the apocalypse arrived, the populace would suffer even more. The only question was, how could the government stabilize this situation now? Ihan contemplated as he opened the official account of Xia country. He understood that panic would not aid in the popularization of martial arts. Although the apocalypse had not yet descended and humanity's darker nature had not fully revealed itself, the authority and order of the governing body still prevailed. However, the current circumstances could lead to a surge in crime rates, impeding the growth of martial arts and the collective resistance against invaders. Ihan awaited an official response. Ding! After half an hour of waiting, the official account released a new announcement. Following the certification of martial artists, numerous citizens have requested answers regarding the invasion of alien beasts. We hereby provide a unified response. Martial arts have indeed received official recognition. However, there is currently no evidence supporting the claim of an alien invasion. Citizens need not panic. Maintain your daily routines. Relevant departments have commenced arrangements, and specific tasks will be assigned down to the county and town levels, ensuring every citizen receives guidance. Please await your assignments. Additionally, we encourage everyone to engage in martial arts training. Furthermore, severe penalties will be imposed on criminals and those spreading false rumors. What does this mean? Are they suggesting the invasion of alien beasts is a fabrication? Yet they have not explicitly stated it is false. What on earth is happening? It seems the authorities are equally in the dark. Could it be that the publisher holds all the power? Surely, this world cannot rely solely on one individual for information. Is the fate of the entire world in their hands? Very well, since the government claims they will arrange tasks, I shall wait and see. Trust in the authorities and focus on practicing the body tempering method. Yet, what about work and study? We should inquire with the practitioner of the martial arts. I hope he can provide clarity rather than merely grandstanding. Indeed, he should address this. After all, he is the founder of martial arts, and his credibility cannot be dismissed. I feel that the announcement has failed to resolve the issue. It leaves me in turmoil. Ihan continued to peruse the announcement and the comments from netizens. In truth, this announcement was quite sincere. Although it did not acknowledge the invasion of alien beasts, it also did not deny the troubles it had caused him. Moreover, it stated that arrangements would be made, ensuring that every individual would receive guidance. This could serve as a measure of reassurance for the anxious populace. However, it was clear that it could not completely quell the panic. After all, without evidence, it is challenging to convey certainty. Yet, Ihan knew that the authorities must have devised numerous strategies. This announcement was merely the tip of the iceberg in the vast sea of tasks they needed to undertake. It was likely that the grassroots officials would be working late into the night. It appeared that the government had much to handle. Now it was up to him to take charge. Ihan contemplated the announcement. In the next moment, he returned to his bed to rest, while internally addressing the system. Open the system page and check the number of disciples. Yes, came the response from the system. Ihan carefully examined the page. Indeed, the world had undergone significant changes, yet it was far from sufficient. He needed to release new content to propel the world into a new direction. Chapter 49. 7 million disciples overnight. Advancing to Mentalism Host. Yihan Realm. Peak of Grandmaster. Level 10 rank. Warrior. Martial Master. Innate Martial Master. Grandmaster. Great Grandmaster. Planetary Grandmaster. Planetary Realm. Stellar Realm. Dimensional Realm. Lord Realm. Vitality. 3.87 million combat power. 53. 2 million skills. Starlight Body Forging Technique. Platinum level. Grandmaster True Chi. Passive. Beginner Disciples. 9.94 million. Warrior Disciples. 230,000. Abnormal Warriors. 1,590 Backpack. Radiant Silver or Stellar Level. Rewards. 9.02 million Disciple Training Feedback Rewards. 9.02 million Disciple Gift Pack. The number of disciples has surpassed 9 million, approaching 10 million. Yihan gazed at the system's holographic screen, feeling a surge of excitement that dispelled his prior drowsiness. He recalled that before the official certification, the number of disciples was around 3 million. This implied that following the certification in Xia country, the count had swelled by over 700,000 overnight. If this increase had taken several months, it would have been less astonishing, but it occurred in just one night. Such explosive growth is truly formidable. Yihan understood that this was the result of the official recognition of martial arts. Many who had previously disregarded martial arts began their training, and he was undoubtedly the greatest beneficiary. The rewards were becoming increasingly substantial. Moreover, he was now a great grandmaster. Absorbing the accumulated 9 million disciple gift packs would surely elevate him to the status of planetary grandmaster. He wondered about the terrifying power that awaited him, however. While Yihan scanned the hotel room, IT was certain that he could not assimilate this power within the confines of the hotel. The high explosive energy would undoubtedly generate terrifying heat. Even the dissipated remnants would be formidable. The last time he advanced, the inn had caught fire. This time, the energy was tenfold greater. Should he attempt to advance, the entire hotel would likely be obliterated. First, let us open the disciple gift pack. Yihan commanded the system in his mind. While it was ill-advised to merge powers here, he could still claim the gift pack. Yes, the gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 grand rewards. 1 million high-purity martial arts spiritual energy, 3 400,000 ton spirit stone mines, 10 foundational martial techniques at the platinum level, and 15 new formulas for martial supplements. Diamond level passive skill, spiritual mind master, 30 million Xia country currency. Proficiency in the lighthouse language. The system's notifications echoed in his mind consecutively. This time, the rewards from the disciple gift pack were exceedingly grand. With the system reading for 2 full minutes before it concluded, Yihan curiously explored the details of the martial arts rewards. 1 million high-purity spiritual energy description. 1 million units, 30 of Grand Master level spiritual energy, which the host can merge at any time. 400,000 ton spirit stone mines. 3 description. The system rewards 3 new mines from Blue Star, with the landing location controllable by the host, totaling 1.2 million tons of spirit stones. Note: the spirit stone mines contain powerful spiritual energy. They can assist warriors in their training and serve as materials for spiritual energy, among other uses. 10 foundational martial techniques description. Includes 10 platinum-level martial techniques, such as Storm Fist and Strong Collision. Note: ordinary warriors can also learn these, significantly enhancing their combat power. 15 new supplement formulas description. Includes foundational martial pills such as toughness pills. Note: suitable for foundational warriors and martial masters, greatly accelerating their training speed. New mines, new martial techniques, new supplements. These are all entirely new acquisitions. Yihan felt a surge of excitement as he perused the system's description screen. He knew that the items he had acquired would undoubtedly enhance the training speed of the warriors across the board. Their combat power might even double. Moreover, as their training speed increased, his strength feedback would surely rise as well. Ultimately, the primary beneficiary would always be himself. However, what astonished Yihan was the unexpected reward of the mines. The total quantity was in the millions of tons, comparable to a large coal mine. This was indeed an unforeseen boon. Beyond that, the spiritual energy and the passive skill of Spiritual Mind Master were solely for his use. System: can I merge the spiritual energy? Will it create a significant disturbance? Yihan cautiously inquired. Regardless of whether it was spiritual energy or disciple feedback rewards, any power would surely integrate. Ding. Host merging spiritual energy. The disturbance will not exceed this room, the system's voice responded. Excellent. Since the disturbance will not exceed this room, let us commence the merging. Ihan commanded the system directly. Yes, boom. Ihan suddenly felt an immense power surge into his mind. Strangely, this force was entirely different from vitality energy. It did not permeate his entire body but solely entered his brain. It felt cool and transparent, condensing within his mind into a crystalline consciousness never experienced before. As Ihan closed his eyes, he could distinctly sense the existence of that crystal. It was entirely rhomboid, shimmering like a diamond. In the dark sea of consciousness, it radiated a dazzling light. Simultaneously, the crystal continued to absorb spiritual energy. Growing larger and more potent, boom, squeak. Ihan sat upright in the hotel room, translucent ripples emanating from his head in concentric circles. Objects around him gradually began to float under his influence, creating an extraordinary sight. Furniture, cups, and other items seemed to defy gravity, hovering in midair. Concurrently, a violent force ground and tore at them. The computer screen cracked bit by bit before shattering with a loud bang. The entire square bedside table was brutally crumpled into a mass. Splinters flying in all directions. Just as the last ripple emanated from Ihan's mind, a small burst of chaotic energy erupted. A dull thud resonated as the surrounding broken cabinets, lamps, and other items disintegrated into powder, turning to dust that swirled in the air, while the walls rapidly cracked under the force, as if they might collapse at any moment. Yet, in the next instant, a clattering sound was heard. The strange power abruptly vanished, causing the dispersed debris to fall to the ground as if it had lost its support. Ihan slowly opened his eyes. The Grand Master-level spiritual energy had successfully merged. Chapter 50. The Power of the Spiritual Mind Master. That person must be extraordinarily powerful, right? Maoxiong Country, Emo City. Ihan surveyed the dilapidated room, feeling an involuntary sigh escape his lips. It seemed this time the released power was not to be underestimated. However, in comparison to his ability to shatter mountains with a single punch, the surrounding effects of this upgrade could be considered gentle. Let me check the spiritual energy values on the system screen. Yes, the system's voice responded. Host, Ihan Realm, Peak of Grandmaster, Level 10 Spiritual Energy. Value 1 million, Purity 40, Rhomboid Crystal Skill. Spiritual Mind Master, Diamond Level Passive. Ihan's system screen now displayed two new entries, the spiritual energy item and the newly awarded skill from the system. This constituted his new power. Furthermore, Ihan understood. Spiritual energy is one of the most formidable abilities of high-tier martial artists, capable of instantaneously defeating ordinary powers. With the integration of spiritual energy, he could kill with a thought. The passive skill of Spiritual Mind Master was intended for manipulating this spiritual energy. He could use spiritual energy to attack, amplify himself, scout, and even control others. The power was rich and formidable. Now, with no beasts available for him to vanquish, let me test my powers on objects. Ihan pondered as he scanned the room. The next moment, he focused on a broken sofa. Boom. Under Ihan's influence, the sofa instantly lifted into the air, hovering 3 meters away from him. Then came the sound of splintering wood. The sofa was torn apart, transforming into a cloud of wood shavings suspended in the air. Throughout the entire process, Ihan never touched the sofa. He merely observed from a distance. If the sofa were to represent a life, then a soul would be crushed into nothingness. The spiritual energy value of 1 million was immensely powerful. Ihan believed that if he unleashed his full potential, this hotel would be obliterated in an instant. This was the new power he had acquired. If I could forge my radiant silver into weapons, I could wield the power of the spiritual mind master in battle. Ihan contemplated, retrieving the radiant silver in a flash of light. The radiant silver ore materialized in his hand. Ihan infused his spiritual energy into the ore. Boom! The basketball-sized radiant silver ore soared into the air. Under Ihan's command, it darted around, shattering the already broken glass and wood with its tremendous and furious impact. This exemplified the method of the spiritual mind master in controlling weapons. Now, the radiant silver ore was merely a basketball-sized stone. However, if it were forged into small beads, fine needles, or threads, the attack methods of the spiritual mind master would become elusive and varied. For example, directly manipulating threads to slice throats or invade minds, truly killing in silence. This is the reason why the spiritual mind master is regarded as the most formidable ability of martial artists. His basketball-sized radiant silver ore was sufficient to forge a variety of weapons. They would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Beast King. However, this stellar-grade hard ore is not easily forged. He would need to find a suitable method for its crafting. First, let us merge the disciple feedback power. A short while later, Ihan departed from the hotel. Now that the rewards from the gift pack had been fully claimed, he planned to find an open space to merge his feedback power. Maoxiong country streets. Ihan stood by the bus stop, waiting for a bus. He intended to rest his mind while searching for a suitable location, as his brain had just endured the storm of an upgrade. Further strain without rest would be excessive. At that moment, the bus stop was crowded with people waiting for their rides, predominantly pale-skinned, golden-haired citizens of Maoxiong country. Ihan, a citizen of the Summer Kingdom, stood out conspicuously among the crowd. However, given the amicable relations between the two nations, the surrounding populace did not exhibit any overt hostility towards him. In fact, some even engaged him in discussions about the most trending martial arts of the moment. They spoke of the potency of martial arts, their concerns regarding the otherworldly beasts, and so forth. Amidst their conversation, the bus soon arrived. Ihan boarded and settled into his seat. "Hey, Natasha, have you practiced that martial art from the Summer Kingdom?" The voices behind him, discussing martial arts, piqued his curiosity, prompting him to glance back. He noticed two girls from the Bear Country seated in the rear. They appeared to be in their 20s and were undeniably attractive. Their skin was exceptionally fair, and they possessed tall, curvaceous figures, with lovely faces exuding a hint of exotic charm. "I have indeed practiced it. Its strength is truly formidable. My power has now reached 130 kilograms. Anna, one of the girls, responded with a giggle. "Have you trained as well, Natasha?" "Yes," Natasha replied, her gaze filled with admiration and longing. "I never imagined that such a powerful technique would emerge from the Summer Kingdom. It has truly transformed my life." "Indeed," Natasha nodded in agreement, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. "I wonder if the invasion of those otherworldly beasts is real. My family and I are a bit worried. Regardless of its veracity, we simply need to focus on practicing martial arts. If we don't train now, we will have to do so later," Anna asserted with determination. "Absolutely," Natasha concurred. After a brief pause, she inquired curiously, "Anna, do you know who the martial arts originator is?" "That's unknown to me, but he must be an incredibly powerful individual, right?" Anna responded, her eyes shining with admiration. "He has released such a potent technique. He has ushered in a new era of martial arts. People from all over the world have surpassed their limits thanks to his teachings, so I believe he must be remarkable, indeed." Natasha nodded solemnly. "Though he is far away in the Summer Kingdom and we know little about him, the reason people can break their limits now is entirely because of him. Without him, our civilization wouldn't have progressed so rapidly. He truly resembles a great figure." A great figure?" Ihan, seated in the front, chuckled to himself at the self-deprecating remark. It was only natural that discussions about the martial arts originator arose, given that they were all talking about martial arts. Yet, it felt rather strange and peculiar to hear people behind him express their feelings about him. Ihan's chuckle caught the girls' attention. They quickly realized that a citizen of the Summer Kingdom was sitting in front of them, a dot high. After a moment's thought, Anna gently tapped Ihan's shoulder. "Hello, friend from the Summer Kingdom. You must know more about the martial arts originator than we do. Do you know who he is?" Anna asked, her smile warm and inviting. Well, Ihan hesitated, unsure of how to respond to this question. Chapter 51. "You also think he is impressive, don't you?" The seeker of the people. The bus ambled along the Bear Country highway, heading towards the remote outskirts. Natasha added, "Yes, brother from the Summer Kingdom. You should know who the originator is, right?" Do you really want to meet him?" Ihan countered in a foreign language. "Absolutely," Anna exclaimed with a giggle. "I am quite curious about what such an impressive person looks like. He has released something that has changed the world but remains in the shadows. I believe many are curious about him. At least my friends want to know who he is, don't you think so?" "Natasha?" "Yes." Natasha nodded with a smile. Her face, adorned with an exotic charm, lit up with a beautiful golden mane of hair that swayed with her movements. "You know, whenever we break our limits through martial arts, We instinctively marvel at the originator's strength. I want to know how he created such a powerful technique. His martial accomplishments must be extraordinary. Hee hee. Ihan chuckled softly. I don't feel he is quite as exaggerated as that. Hmm? Why do you say that? Natasha looked at Ihan with a puzzled expression. Brother from the Summer Kingdom. You seem to know the originator, don't you? Anna's eyes sparkled with anticipation after hearing Ihan's words. Natasha focused her gaze on him as well. Well, Ihan pondered. He knew that if he revealed his identity, everyone on this bus would be utterly astonished. It wouldn't just be this bus. Even the leaders of the Bear Country would personally come to seek him out. However, Ihan did not wish to appear in the public eye just yet, as he still needed to journey to various nations to collect treasures. Moving about as an ordinary person was far more convenient. For instance, the next destination he planned to visit was the Lighthouse Country. As an ordinary individual, no one would obstruct him, but being the originator of martial arts and the creator of a new world was an entirely different matter. There would be numerous negotiations, various receptions, and there would likely be comments such as, "This treasure is within the bounds of our Lighthouse Country. It wouldn't be appropriate to take it just like that." The complications would be endless. Moreover, the timing was not yet ripe. Appearing in public would not necessarily be more advantageous than operating from behind the scenes. Thus, Ihan had no intention of exposing himself before completing his mission. I don't think I know him. Ihan smiled at the two girls. Oh, is that so? The two girls nodded in response. Although they sensed something off in Ihan's tone, they did not dwell on it. What impression do the people of the Summer Kingdom have of the originator? Anna asked. I imagine he must resemble a reclusive sage, like an elder of your Summer Kingdom, with a long beard and a flowing robe. She gestured animatedly, appearing somewhat chatty and endearing. Ihan couldn't help but admire her vivid imagination, recognizing that she was referring to the archetype of a Taoist immortal. Actually, I am quite curious about one thing. If you were given the opportunity to speak with the originator, what would you say? Or what would you request? Ihan posed the question to the two girls. This time, the two girls fell silent. Well, if I were to meet him, I wouldn't really know what to say. We simply hold him in boundless admiration. After a few seconds, Anna responded thoughtfully. However, if I had the chance to see him, I would like to become his disciple, if he would accept me. It would be such an honor to be his student. Anna's expression radiated longing and reverence. Natasha nodded in agreement. Hee hee, Ihan chuckled softly. The three continued their conversation, and 10 minutes later, a notification pinged. Anna's phone suddenly buzzed. Someone had sent her a message. She checked it, and her eyes immediately brightened. Hey, Natasha, friend from the Summer Kingdom, do you know what my sister just sent me? It's a joint invitation for the martial arts originator to make an appearance internationally. What? Ihan's brow furrowed with curiosity as he listened. He took Anna's phone to examine it. It was a post from the world's largest international social networking forum, akin to a microblogging platform, with a prominently displayed new post at the top. The bold title was striking. We hope the martial arts originator steps into the public eye, friends from all nations. If you wish for the martial arts originator to lead us now, if you want to meet the great individual who has changed the world, please cast your votes with your real names. Below the post were a plethora of calls for action in the comments. Does this post really have any effect? I'll vote for it. I don't quite understand why the originator, having changed the world, remains unseen. His accomplishments are already monumental. His honor is on par with the greatest scientists in the world. If it were me, I would have already appeared to receive the admiration of martial artists. Haha, to be honest, this originator is truly formidable. I hope he steps into the public eye. I, too, wish to hear his evidence regarding the otherworldly beasts. I'm feeling quite anxious. Let's practice martial arts. The comments continued to flood in, mingling various languages from around the globe, including those from Bear and Lighthouse countries, as well as the Summer Kingdom. Ihan was astonished to discover that the post had been published just 10 minutes ago and had already amassed 50,000 signatures. This meant that merely 10 minutes after the post's release, 50,000 individuals had already signed in hopes of seeing the originator. The magnitude of this influence was both terrifying and powerful. Moreover, the number of signatories was rising rapidly. It was estimated that it would exceed 60,000 within 2 minutes. The effects were staggering, and one could only imagine how many signatures would accumulate after 10 days. Ihan mused that he could easily rally a super military organization with such support. Given the current situation, He surmised that the originator would soon make an appearance. Yihan returned the phone to Anna. I hope so. We all wish to see him. Anna accepted the phone and, filled with longing, cast her vote. By the way, in the next moment, she turned to Yihan. Brother from the Summer Kingdom, we've been chatting for quite a while. Yet I still do not know your name. Might you share it with me? Chapter 52. A wonderful journey. The disciple breaks through 10 million on the bus. After Anna inquired about his name, she blinked her large eyes at Yihan. Beside her, Natasha also gazed at him quietly. Oh, I am Anna, and my friend here is Natasha. We both reside in Emo City. A few seconds later, the girl introduced herself, a gesture of politeness. I am Yihan. He replied. Although he was a grandmaster, he was not someone who shunned social interaction. Oh, greetings, Yihan. The two girls noted his name. Brother Yihan. Are you a martial artist? Have you mastered the great martial arts of your summer kingdom? Natasha asked curiously. Indeed. At first glance, we find you quite handsome. However, we are uncertain if you are a martial artist. Anna giggled as she scrutinized Yihan from head to toe. Haha, I am an ability-based martial artist. Yihan replied with a smile. It struck him as quite normal that the two beauties from the Bear Country failed to recognize him. After all, he had suppressed all his power and aura. If they could see through him, it would imply that he, a grandmaster, was rather lacking. An ability-based martial artist? Natasha expressed mild surprise, re-evaluating Yihan. Are you truly an ability-based martial artist? I have read on martial arts forums that abilities seem exceedingly rare. I have just begun training and have yet to awaken any abilities. None of my friends possess abilities either. Yihan pondered for a moment and then spread his palm. This is my ability. As he spoke, he activated his psychic power. Whoosh! The two girls' phones suddenly floated into the air, as if they had lost gravity, hovering above Yihan's outstretched hand without any contact. The sunlight streaming through the bus window illuminated the screens of the two suspended phones. How did you do that? It feels so magical. Anna's eyes sparkled with astonishment, her delicate lips forming an O shape. Natasha was equally taken aback, instinctively rubbing her large blue eyes. Other passengers on the bus also turned to look at Yihan. Their expressions filled with shock and wonder. How did you accomplish this? After a few seconds, Anna inquired again, her gaze now thoroughly transformed. None of my friends can do this. Natasha nodded, her eyes glimmering with anticipation for Yihan's response. Initially, when they first met Yihan, they regarded him with ordinary, enthusiastic eyes, but now they had discovered his extraordinary side, and their attitude had shifted to one of eager expectation. Haha, Yihan chuckled softly. This isn't particularly difficult. Once you awaken your psychic ability, such basic levitation control becomes quite easy. Moreover, psychic abilities often involve manipulating objects for attacks. As he spoke, he activated his psychic power again. Whoosh! The two phones above his palm began to spin gracefully. Like falling snowflakes, gradually, the phones floated back into the pale hands of Anna and Natasha. Wow! This is truly impressive! Anna exclaimed as she examined her phone, her eyes brimming with excitement. So amazing! Yihan, may we exchange phone numbers? In the next moment, Anna lifted her gaze to Yihan, her large azure eyes filled with anticipation. Yes, if you have time, let's south visit the amusement park in Missouri City together. Natasha also looked at Yihan expectantly. Yihan smiled at them. To be honest, he had initially approached the conversation with a casual attitude, never considering exchanging contact information, but it was the two girls who took the initiative. Their blue eyes glimmered with anticipation, entranced by his peculiar ability. All right, after a moment of contemplation, he agreed. However, I must caution you that I am quite busy. I may not have much time to spend with you, and I might not even be able to attend to you. That's all right, just leave your number for now. Once you get off the bus, we might not see you again. Anna giggled as she spoke. Yihan took out his phone, logged into his international forum account, and added the two girls from the Bear Country as friends. He felt that exchanging contact information was inconsequential, as he had no friends in this country. It would be convenient to inquire about the Bear Country's situation when needed. After all, it would be useful when the time came, and retaining friends was of little consequence when not in use. The three continued their cheerful conversation. The bus rolled along at a leisurely pace. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped at a bus station, surrounded by wilderness except for a village in the distance. Yihan deemed the location quite suitable and alighted from the bus. Goodbye, Yihan from the Summer Kingdom, our journey together has been truly delightful. We will surely meet again. As the bus departed, Anna and Natasha waved at him. Yihan nodded, watching the bus disappear from view. He found these two girls quite unique. Him, a person from the Summer Kingdom, their voluptuous figures, fair skin, and azure eyes exuded an exotic charm. During the previous invasion of the otherworldly beasts, the Bear Country had fled to the Summer Kingdom. Subsequently joining forces to construct steel fortresses, he wondered how this invasion would unfold, especially since he had returned to this world and fundamentally altered its course. The once defenseless humanity had transformed into martial artists. He estimated that within 2 months, human civilization would grow even stronger, possibly witnessing the emergence of new grandmasters. Coupled with the spiritual energy weapons he had popularized, he was curious how they would fare against the otherworldly beasts. Yet, no one answered Yihan's musings. All of this would require time to reveal. Yihan turned and walked towards the wilderness. Whoosh, 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 his figure flickered rapidly, traversing several kilometers to a rocky mountain range. Check the number of disciples, he mentally communicated to the system. Yes, the system replied. Host, Yihan Realm, Peak Grandmaster, Level 10 rank, Martial Artist, Martial Master, Innate Martial Master, Master, Grandmaster, Planetary Master, Planetary Realm, Stellar Realm, Dimensional Realm, Lord Realm, Vitality, 3,870,000 Combat Power, 24,980,000 Entry-Level Disciples, 12, 050, 000 Martial Disciples, 260, 000 Ability-Based Martial Artists, 1,850 Reward, 11,130,000 Disciple Cultivation Feedback Reward, 2, 110, 000 Disciple Gift Pack. The number of disciples has surpassed 10 million. Yihan felt a surge of excitement and astonishment. Moreover, from the Disciple Gift Pack, he could see that the newly added disciples numbered over 200,000, all within the brief time he spent on the bus. Compared to the previous day's increase of 40,000, this was a meteoric rise. It was evident how terrifying the effects of authentication could be. Yet, Yihan understood that this was merely the beginning. The future held even greater terror. Chapter 53. Merging Disciple Power. I saw the starry sky. The sun hung high in the blue sky, and the bright sunlight bathed the earth. Yihan sat cross-legged in a circular valley. Surrounded by a series of continuous ring-shaped stone mountains, many of which towered 50 meters high, providing him with a natural barrier. He gazed at the system interface before him, which reflected the number of disciples' cultivation feedback as 11. 130, 000. All of this energy had yet to be absorbed. After confirming there was no one within a 10-kilometer radius using his psychic power, Yihan communicated with the system in his mind. Merge the disciples' cultivation feedback. Yes, the system responded. Boom. Yihan suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power flooding into his body. The sensation was akin to a dam bursting, unleashing a long-accumulated torrent of water instantaneously. He felt his body filled with this power. However, this new energy showed no signs of causing him to explode. Instead, it fused with his existing power, continually refining and condensing it. The energy density within his body swiftly escalated by hundreds of times. His heart thumped wildly, blood rushing through him like a mighty river. Soon, Yihan's skin began to glow a vibrant red, radiating an intensely dazzling light, and a terrifying heat erupted forth. Fortunately, the location he chose was ideal. No flammable materials were nearby, only the stones roasting under the immense heat. Boom, boom, bang. When the internal power reached a certain threshold, Yihan heard a shattering sound, indicating that the bottleneck within him had been breached. The shackles that had confined him were violently shattered by the disciples' overwhelming power. Boom. Yihan ascended to the planetary master realm. Moreover, the surging power showed no signs of abating. As a planetary master, he continued to break through one small realm after another. At that moment, Yihan's consciousness gradually entered a hazy state. His perception of the external world began to fade, and within the sea of his consciousness, an endless starry sky unfolded before him, reminiscent of standing atop the world's highest peak, gazing upon the galactic river. Before him stretched a vast black canopy, where stars twinkled and ethereal starlight cascaded down. Each star resembled a solitary island, silent, serene, and lonely. Simultaneously, it embodied a world of its own. Thus, countless worlds coalesced into an infinite universe, all of which remained unexplored by him. Yi Han sensed that each star imparted profound insights to him. This upgrade felt as if it transcended mere enhancement of power. His comprehension of martial arts had also reached a new zenith. The realization of martial arts is indeed a matter of profound significance. Time flows gently by. The sun traverses the sky, and soon the night descends, with stars illuminating the heavens. Yi Han remains suspended in the valley, merging and absorbing the feedback power of his disciples. Just as the final remnants of energy are absorbed, a terrifying ripple suddenly erupts from Yi Han's body. Boom! The stone mountain within a 1,000-meter radius is flattened. The stones are instantly vaporized. Following this, a resounding roar fills the air. Yi Han, eyes closed, floats in the sky, surrounded by strands of golden light that gradually enter his body. Upgrading to this point, Yi Han's physique has been reforged within an immense and terrifying power. Akin to a phoenix reborn from the flames, his skin radiates a faint golden glow, hovering in the air like a celestial being. He has officially advanced to the realm of planetary masters. Check the system interface. Yi Han slowly opens his eyes and speaks to the system in his heart. Yes, the system responds, and a luminous screen materializes. Host, Yi Han. Realm, Planetary Grandmaster, Level 7. Stages, Martial Artist. Martial Master, Innate Martial Master, Master, Grandmaster, Planetary Master, Planetary Realm, Stellar Realm, Dimensional Realm, Lord Realm. Chi and Blood, 29.8 million. Combat Power, 380 million. Entry-level Disciples, 18.9 million. Martial Disciples, 290,000. Abnormal Ability Warriors, 350. Rewards, 6.85 million from Disciple Training Feedback, 8.96 million from Disciple Gift Packages. Skills, Mentalist, Passive. Planetary Master True Chi, Passive. Grandmaster True Chi Upgrade. His combat power has already surpassed 380 million. It is measured in hundreds of millions. Yi Han gazes at the screen, feeling an overwhelming shock and excitement. This advancement has surpassed 7 stages. Compared to before the upgrade, his overall power has increased by more than 10-fold. He is becoming increasingly formidable. Gradually, he strides toward becoming a cosmic-level powerhouse. And his resistance against alien beasts grows stronger. Moreover, Yi Han is astonished to find that during this upgrade from day to night, the number of his new martial disciples has quickly surpassed 10 million. Following the state certification and promotion of martial arts, the growth of disciples is nothing short of terrifying. At this rate, it is estimated that the accumulation of tens of millions in gift packages will take merely a day. However, Yi Han is not particularly surprised. After all, this world boasts a population of 7 billion, with 14 billion in the Xia country alone. The growth rate compared to before is undoubtedly significant. This is the result of martial arts certification. He will only grow stronger in the future. This rate of upgrade is simply exhilarating. Nevertheless, Yi Han does not rush to merge his power but plans to allow his disciples to accumulate a bit more first. After all, his cultivation will not run away. Furthermore, consecutive upgrades place a tremendous burden on the body. A period of rest is necessary. Now that I have also advanced to the realm of planetary masters, let me first test my new power. Yi Han clenches his fist in contemplation. Upon advancing to planetary master, the true chi within him undergoes a slight transformation, enabling him to fly through the air. Such terror! Now, Yi Han is soaring through the skies. In the next moment, he sets his sights on a distant mountain and takes off. Whoosh! The distance of several thousand meters is instantly traversed, and a second later, Yi Han stands before a 30-story-high stone mountain, gazing quietly at it. Previously, he would have needed to combine the eternal blazing sun to shatter such a mountain. But now, he estimates that it is no longer necessary. He flicks his fingers at the stone mountain. Boom! The new power of the planetary master erupts, causing the surrounding air to warp and ripple. Then, with a resounding crash, the stone mountain crumbles as if it were a sand pile struck by a heavy fist. Debris and dust soar into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he has obliterated this mountain. Chapter 54. Soaring to the skies, with 7 billion human beings in the world. Boom, boom. The earth-shattering sounds resonate as Yi Han, shimmering with golden light, hovers in the air, watching the shattered stones of the mountain fall. Now, he no longer needs to charge to destroy the stone mountain. a mere flick of his finger suffices. The enhancement of his power is immense. If he were to unleash the eternal blazing sun skill, the force would be even more terrifying, akin to a meteorite descending from the heavens, in fact. A Grandmaster at the planetary realm ranks among the top combat forces against alien beasts. Although this realm is not as formidable as the dimensional realm, it is not easily attained. Each planetary master is a leader of their respective planet. Now, should he encounter the blue-haired wolf king that once killed him, he could easily dispatch it as if it were an ant. After all this development, a significant gap has formed between him and that beast. He can now soar through the skies. He wonders if he can ascend to the cosmos. In the next moment, Ihan gazes upward at the starry sky. He recalls witnessing the cosmos during his upgrade and gaining countless insights. His perspective broadened. Why should the realm of martial arts be confined to masters? Why limit it to a single planet? Martial arts. It should be as infinite as the universe. Perhaps he should condense his own miniature universe. Now, with golden light radiating from his body, reformed by the essence of heaven and earth, he has achieved a degree of unity with the cosmos. Ascending is undoubtedly within reach. Ihan contemplates as he soars upward. Like a superhuman racing toward the boundless starry sky, boom 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 the wind howls past his ears as Ihan channels his power, shooting skyward like a rocket. The land of the Bear Country recedes farther below him. 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters. As Ihan ascends rapidly, he looks down to find the urban area of the Bear Country has shrunk to the size of his palm, with nothing to support him around. Were an ordinary person to stand at such a height, they would instantly experience overwhelming vertigo. Yet, Ihan feels none of this. He senses that the distant stars of the universe grow larger and brighter. And upon breaking through the cloud layer, he beholds the beautiful Star River. The starlight flickers in the darkness. The high altitude is silent and devoid of human presence, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Above him, the stars represent new worlds, seemingly beckoning him closer. However, as he ascends, the pressure intensifies. The gravity of Blue Star feels like countless hands pulling him down, striving to drag him down forcefully. His master-level energy is rapidly consumed in an effort to counteract the gravity. Furthermore, as he traverses the atmosphere, his body experiences intense friction with the air, igniting him in flames. His clothes have long since burned away. Were it not for the protective golden aura enveloping his body, he would undoubtedly have sustained significant injuries. To make matters worse, oxygen is becoming increasingly scarce. Currently, he cannot survive unprotected in the cosmos. In summary, multiple factors hinder his leap into the stars. It seems the reason why the planetary master is called such is that he cannot yet break free from the shackles of this planet. High above, Ihan comes to a halt. He knows that if he pushes himself, he could fly higher. However, it would only result in injury and be devoid of purpose. He'll leap into the cosmos. He must grow stronger and advance to the dimensional realm. Ihan surveys his surroundings. At this moment, he hovers at an altitude of 10,000 meters, with wispy clouds drifting below him and the vast sky surrounding him. Leaving him utterly alone, It feels profoundly tranquil. The air is cool, hinting at a touch of solitude. Within Ihan's heart arises a sense of loneliness. He is unsure whether it stems from his temporary invincibility over the world or the influence of the surrounding environment. The starry sky above is bright, yet he cannot ascend further. Well, it seems prudent to return to Blue Star to address matters concerning his disciples. He still needs to grow stronger. Moreover, the world has entered a new phase, and he must lead the way. Ihan gazes thoughtfully at the vibrant lights below. In the next moment, he slowly descends, leaving the serene altitude behind. Bear Country, Emos City Grand Hotel. Clad in a new outfit, Ihan walks through the entrance. Upon seeing him, the hotel manager rushes over, demanding to know how the room became so disheveled. Ihan, disinterested in responding, tosses a consumption card worth 300,000 golden meters. The manager, taken aback, instantly shifts to a servile demeanor, respectfully assisting Ihan in securing a new room. Ihan finds his eagerness somewhat disconcerting. He prefers the manager's previous brash attitude. After entering the new room, Ihan opens his computer and logs onto the web. Ding. The browser immediately pushes the latest news. This afternoon at 6 o'clock, the Great Eagle Nation and the Asan Nation announced their martial arts certification. with the Bone Orthopedic Nation following suit, officially commencing the martial arts era among these three nations. As of now, 2/3 of countries have entered the martial arts era. Only a handful of nations, including the Lighthouse Nation, remain unrecognized. With the certification of martial arts, a palpable sense of panic has emerged globally. The crime rate has surged. The world has been transformed by great individuals. Have 3 more nations certified? This is indeed quite remarkable. Yihan observes the news, feeling immensely satisfied. The martial arts are on the verge of spreading across the globe. The more countries that certify, the faster he can grow stronger. However, Yihan is puzzled why the Lighthouse Nation has yet to announce its certification. Yet he is too indifferent to concern himself with it. It seems that I have successfully taken the first step in changing the world. Now I must prepare for the plan of the new era. Yihan contemplates as he shuts down the computer. In the next moment, he finds paper and a pen in the bedside drawer. Brainstorming his plans for the next stage in the upcoming phase, he should encourage the nation to ensure that all able-bodied youth practice martial arts, potentially halting or slowing the country's production and economic development, and mobilize the army to prepare for the impending war against the monstrous beasts, to illustrate with the example of the Xia Kingdom. Currently, there are 2 million active soldiers, while over 70,000 citizens fulfill their mandatory military service and subsequently retire each year. All of these constitute a reserve force. In the event of a global conflict, the Xia Kingdom could muster up to 30 million trained soldiers. Should the nation face a true crisis, it could fully mobilize all adult male citizens, reaching a staggering number of over 500 million. The sheer number of personnel is a significant advantage for the Xia Kingdom. Just imagine, if all 500 million citizens were to become warriors, wielding the latest spiritual weapons, what terrifying combat prowess would that yield? Even the Beast Kings would have to regard the Xia Kingdom with utmost seriousness. Furthermore, the entire world is home to 7 billion human beings. However, the current challenge lies in transforming all 500 million citizens of the Xia Kingdom into warriors, or even martial masters. This would necessitate a profound disruption of the foundations of production and the economy. Moreover, before the monstrous beasts arrive, one must seize all the treasures of Blue Star. Not a single item can be left for the beasts. Yihan excitedly contemplated his ambitions at the table. Although he had undergone significant changes, it was still insufficient. While many individuals had begun to practice martial arts, their jobs and daily lives still consumed a considerable amount of their time, in Yihan's mind. A vision took shape. He aimed to completely upend this world, urging the nation to support people in abandoning their jobs and studies to dedicate themselves fully to martial arts training, preparing for the imminent Great War, and also paving the way for his own ascension among the stars. Chapter 55. The Changes of the World. Uploading new content at 1 o'clock in the morning, in a hotel room in Imo City. Yihan spoke to the system in his heart. Prepare to upload new content? Affirmative. Please elaborate on the content you wish to upload and provide the text for the pin post. Came the system's voice to Yihan pondered as he logged into Weibo, accessing his previous posts. Brothers, congratulate me. I have officially become a warrior. Wow, so envious. It seems the current policy in the Xia Kingdom grants 5,000 yuan a month for becoming a warrior. Even if one lies flat, there's still money to be made. I'm more concerned about the issue of the beast invasion. My dad is very worried about it and is forcing me to practice martial arts. Did you all hear about the warrior who robbed a bank yesterday? Yihan examined the comments from netizens. Just as he had anticipated, a wave of panic had spread across the internet, with many people grappling with the authenticity of the beast invasion. Ding! After scrolling for a while, the computer suddenly chimed. The browser pushed a new article. Due to the recent certification of warriors, the global crime rate has surged. Curious, Yihan opened the article. It contains statistical data. Following the certification of martial arts worldwide, the daily crime rate had increased by 32. The crime rates in the Great Eagle Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and even the Xia Kingdom had all risen. Robberies, thefts, and assaults had seen a significant uptick. Most of these crimes were related to money and women, and many perpetrators were warriors. Yihan speculated that people felt the end was near, prompting them to indulge themselves. What astonished Yihan the most was that following the announcement of martial arts, the crime rate in the Lighthouse Nation had surged by 43. It had nearly doubled, reaching a terrifying figure, standing out starkly among numerous peaceful nations. Yihan finally understood why the Lighthouse Nation had not rushed to certify martial arts. Their leaders likely understood the internal conflicts within their own country. Yet, the data before him was cold and unforgiving. Each incident was a heinous act occurring in reality, inflicting pain on families and women. However, Ihan recognized that these events were an inevitable part of the process. After all, the apocalypse would indeed arrive. After briefly checking the online sentiments, Ihan began to draft the text for a new post. Let us upload the 10 new martial techniques and 15 healing potions from my backpack. Ihan instructed the system in his mind. Accompanying text, 18 days have passed since the announcement of martial arts, and the beast invasion draws ever closer. I am now uploading martial techniques and healing potions to enhance your combat strength. Additionally, I will facilitate the arrival of 3 mining sites within the borders of the Xia Kingdom. The minerals extracted will be allocated to warriors for training, significantly accelerating their cultivation speed. Although martial arts have been certified, it is still insufficient to fend off the beasts. My hope is for nations worldwide to pause or slow down their production and economic development, supporting all able-bodied youths in their martial arts training. The beasts may invade suddenly by tearing through dimensions. Prepare swiftly. Designate 3 suitable locations for the mining sites in the Xia Kingdom and proceed with the posting. Ihan completed his text and commanded the system to publish it. Affirmative. The system's voice responded. Ding. The spiritual stone mining sites have been established in 3 locations in the southern province. And the new post is being uploaded. Ding. Upload successful. Excellent. Quite satisfactory. Ihan felt a sense of contentment. He encrypted the locations of the mining sites and sent them to Kongling Tian through a private message. Then, he refreshed the Weibo page on his computer. His newly published post appeared almost instantly, with views rapidly increasing and comments from netizens flooding in. Wow, wow. The publisher has released new content. It's a new prescription. Fantastic. Let's rush to the pharmacy and martial techniques. Oh wow. I've been looking forward to this. Truly deserving of being the foremost in Blue Star's martial arts. Impressive. What does the spiritual stone mining site mean? Are we really going to have 3 spiritual stone mines? Wow, that sounds almost divine. Why is it referred to as the arrival of the spiritual stone mining sites? Are mining sites something that just arrives? Is the publisher trying to expose something? I don't quite understand this phrasing. And that call for halting economic development, wow. Does this mean a complete upheaval of the world? Isn't certification itself not enough? Asking the nation to stop economic progress is simply too daunting, indeed. After all, the economy is the lifeblood. This concerns the livelihoods of many in the Xia Kingdom. The beasts invade by tearing through time and space. Wow, that sounds mystical. Could you share some details or evidence? Tearing through dimensions? It seems like mere words, and the nation will be cautious, but halting economic growth is incredibly difficult. Present us with evidence, and we'll believe you. Please, publisher, provide some proof. Otherwise, this tearing through dimensions sounds even more mystical. I believe it. I've already started practicing martial arts. The comments from netizens flashed across the screen, some expressing shock at the new content, while many others demanded evidence of the invasion and questioned the notion of universal martial arts training. However, regarding the critical comments, Ihan had no intention of engaging in debate. After all, evidence would take at least 28 days to present. And what mattered now was maintaining the status quo and encouraging more people to practice martial arts. The world must change step by step. The impact of this post would gradually unfold in the days to come. Ihan contemplated as he observed the online discourse. After a while, the computer chimed again. A post tagged with his handle popped up. Dialogue with the publisher. We hope you can step into the public eye and lead us in martial arts training. The title was striking. This was a post on Weibo, but it bore official verification. Ihan curiously opened the post. Chapter 56. An immortal figure. The changes in the reality of the Xia Kingdom in the hotel room. Ihan clicked to view the post. Dialogue with the publisher. We hope you can step into the public eye and lead us in martial arts. Respected founder of martial arts, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your new contributions. We believe that what you have shared will prove invaluable and accelerate the development of martial arts in the Xia Kingdom. Your achievements have become unparalleled, and you alone have propelled the Xia Kingdom and the entire human race toward a new civilization. Your name should be immortalized. Yet, such a magnificent figure, and we do not even know your name. We cannot deny the possibility of an invasion by monstrous beasts, but we also hesitate to blindly abandon and change everything. As every transformation comes with risks we are unwilling to bear. Now, the wavering human race needs your guidance. Why do you not appear in the public eye? Why remain in the shadows of the internet? Please, step forward. We will earnestly heed your counsel. Indeed, we implore the martial arts publisher to reveal themselves. I am genuinely curious about your identity. Why do you always publish content yet remain silent? This is truly an aloof demeanor. If you were an ordinary person or a minor celebrity, it would be one thing, but you are a significant figure. Your words could shake the world. Although there is no evidence, the likelihood of the beast invasion is indeed high. It is quite concerning. Please, take the reins and lead us. My family and I are contemplating whether to return to the countryside. We sincerely urge you to reveal yourself. Let us see who you are and how powerful you truly are. A multitude of voices clamoring for the publisher. The entire article was lengthy, and beneath it was a poll that had already garnered 40,000 votes within just over a minute of posting. The number of online viewers exceeded 150,000. It was hard to fathom such numbers at 1 in the morning. The post's popularity was astounding. It seemed that the people were indeed eagerly anticipating his presence. Yihan reflected, aware of the considerable influence he now wielded. As this influence gradually accumulates, the likelihood of him leading the entire summer nation in martial arts training significantly increases, potentially even commanding the entire world. However, Yihan remains reluctant to reveal himself. Primarily, he has matters to attend to, requiring him to venture into other countries, and he does not wish to engage in negotiations with them. Yet, he has no intention of remaining hidden indefinitely. He merely intends to delay his appearance. Contemplating this, Yihan shuts down his computer. In the next moment, he pivots and begins to pack his belongings, preparing to embark on a treasure hunt in the distant lighthouse nation across the ocean. In Kyoto, at a villa on the outskirts, Zhao Tian lies asleep in bed. He had previously received an invitation from the Huaxia military district. However, due to a significant mistake committed by his grandfather, the military district plans to observe him for a period of time. Now, he awaits news. Suddenly, as Zhao Tian slumbers, his phone emits a sound, followed by a series of ringing tones, causing the entire device to vibrate. Startled, Zhao Tian jolts upright. He understands what this ringtone signifies. It is a unique alert he designed himself. Whenever the issuer posts something new, it rings. Consequently, the moment the sound resonates, the ardently passionate Zhao Tian awakens instantly. He picks up his phone to check, and his eyes light up upon seeing a new post. New supplements and new martial techniques. Wow, this is fantastic. They actually release such remarkable things. Zhao Tian feels an overwhelming surge of excitement. Previously, he had watched a video of a young boy from the Bear Country colliding with a mountain, igniting his deep yearning for martial skills, to the extent that it had become an obsession. Yet, he knew he could not create a complete martial technique on his own. Now, the martial arts publisher has finally unveiled new techniques. Storm Fist. Mysterious body technique. So many martial skills are suitable for me, and these new supplements. I must head out immediately to purchase them before they are gone. Zhao Tian muses as he snatches his car keys with a decisive snap. Dashing out the door without even changing out of his pajamas. Vroom vroom. Zhao Tian swiftly drives toward the pharmacy. Beep beep as he passes through an intersection. He suddenly spots 10 police cars approaching from the opposite direction. Accompanied by the loud sounds of gunfire echoing nearby, it is difficult to fathom hearing gunshots in the peaceful summer nation. Zhao Tian surmises that it must be martial artists committing crimes. Most often, these incidents involve bank heists or armored vehicle robberies. Following the formal recognition of martial arts, such occurrences have surged. Certain individuals, after cultivating martial arts and gaining power, begin to engage in activities they would have previously deemed unthinkable, relishing their final days before an impending apocalypse. Such events are not exclusive to one nation. They transpire in every country, particularly in the Lighthouse Nation, known for its freedom. It is said that the Lighthouse Nation is currently in chaos due to martial artists, as the local police, untrained in martial arts, are no match for these criminals. The only weapon they possess is a gun. Yet, martial artists wield guns as well. Thus, the Lighthouse Nation is even more tumultuous and perilous than the Summer Nation. Nevertheless, the overall security of the world remains relatively stable. The entire policing system still manages to uphold the order of the nation. Ignoring the rushing police cars, Zhao Tian continues his journey to the pharmacy. Along the way, he observes numerous newly renovated shops, each adorned with signs related to martial arts certification and other martial arts-related topics. Occasionally, he catches glimpses of brightly lit windows, where figures practice the starry sky body technique. It seems this world has indeed undergone a transformation. This city has been altered by that remarkable individual. Online discussions are one matter, but in reality, it is an entirely different story. Creak. A moment later, Zhao Tian slams the brakes and parks his car at the pharmacy entrance. This hour, 1 o'clock in the morning, the pharmacy has already closed, leaving the front empty save for the flickering streetlights. Many martial artists, upon seeing this, turn to leave. However, Zhao Tian does not budge. He strides directly to the door and knocks forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding knocks reverberate through the street, illuminating nearly every room in the vicinity. Who is it? An irate voice from within the shop calls out. As the door opens slightly, the shop owner glares at Zhao Tian, incensed. Oh, it's you. What brings you here at this late hour? Give me all the supplements on this prescription. Zhao Tian thrusts his phone forward. We're not selling any medicine right now. The shop owner replies impatiently, attempting to close the door. I'll pay 10 times the price. What? The owner furrows his brow, and the next moment, with a creak, he swings the door wide open. All right, since you're so sincere, I might consider selling the medicine after all. Zhao Tian is momentarily speechless. He then quickly gathers 10 packets of Windwalker powder and 20 strong yuan pills from the pharmacy. When he exits, he is brimming with excitement, mirroring the enthusiasm of his peers involved in the Billion Master Plan, such as Tang Jiejia. Chapter 57. The Summer Nation Martial Arts Research Institute. Her strength is 1 ton 5. As the sun rises, a new day dawns in the era of martial arts. ATA training base on the outskirts. 180 martial artists practice a simplified version of the body forging technique. Chunjing and Tang Jiejia are among them, both selected for the Billion Master Plan, an initiative costing 100 billion to cultivate 300 masters for the Summer Nation. This simplified version of the body forging technique was adapted by the newly established Summer Nation Martial Arts Research Institute. It is particularly suited for morning practice, allowing martial artists to stretch their weary bodies and enhancing the effectiveness of subsequent training. Once the practice concludes, it is time for free use of their abilities. Jing, something's not right. I think my strength has increased again. Tang Jiejia's soft voice reaches Chunjing as she practices her mental strength. Turning her head, she sees her university classmate, who stands at a height of 1.60 meters, staring helplessly at her hands, her large eyes filled with disbelief. Before her lies a 400-kilogram barbell. The next moment, Tang Jiejia bends down and effortlessly lifts the barbell with one hand, swinging it as if it were a mere feather. The sound of the massive barbell slicing through the air sends a shiver down Chunjing's spine, causing her to instinctively take a few steps back. Even Wang Hong, a stone-skinned ability user nearby, feels a twinge of fear, distancing himself from Tang Jiejia. After all, what does a 400-kilogram barbell imply? It could easily be fatal with a single blow. Just a single plate flying off could shatter a person's foot. It is entirely natural to feel a sense of dread. Oh dear, Jing. I feel like the barbell is getting lighter again. What am I supposed to do? Tang Jiejia tosses the barbell back and forth, her soft voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Chunjing, hearing this, is momentarily at a loss for words. She knows that when Tang Jiejia previously swung a rice sack, she awakened her power-type ability. Her physical strength has dramatically increased. Aside from her defense, her other physical attributes are on par with Wang Hong. In a previous spar, Tang Jiejia had managed to break through his defenses with a single kick, sending him flying 10 meters away. Her opponent conceded without hesitation. Her strength is formidable, making her the most powerful among the martial artists in the Billion Master Plan, and she has created a significant gap between herself and the second-ranked individual. This has astonished the martial arts researchers within the team, who are already planning to equip Tang Jiejia with a heavy hammer weapon. However, Tang Jiejia feels that this masculine strength is in stark contrast to her petite, 1.6 meters stature. She has always embraced a cute and gentle persona. How has she ended up with such incredible power? The thought of a certain Nezalite girl makes her head spin. All right, Jiejia, you need to tone it down a bit. You re-affecting the other comrades. Chunjing interjects, gesturing for her to calm down with a smile. Okay. Tang Jiejia replies with a hint of resignation, dropping the barbell. The dull thud of the 400-kilogram barbell hitting the ground reverberates throughout the training ground, causing the other soldiers to tremble in their hearts. All right, Jiejia, keep your abilities low-key. Chunjing chuckles. She then begins to practice her own abilities, concentrating her mental energy to manipulate a deck of playing cards. Whoosh, the cards instantly levitate, performing simple spinning motions in the air, creating a mesmerizing and mystical sight. Oh, Jing Jing. I adore your ability. It looks so cool. Unlike me, all brute strength, like a bull. Tang Judge elements. Nearly in tears, the haha Qin Jing chuckles at her response. Yet, she knows that abilities cannot be exchanged. She is curious about what it would be like when Tang Judge wields a warhammer, smashing the skulls of alien beasts. It's hard to believe such a cute girl has awakened such immense power. Alright, the warm-up activities are over, and it's time to assemble for training. A moment later, Chen Guanglong's voice echoes throughout the training ground. Everyone lines up for a test of their vitality and strength. Yes, Qin Jing and Tang Jujia respond promptly, standing at attention. They jog over to the equipment, testing their vitality first and then their strength, while researchers in white coats record the data. Chen Jing, vitality 140, strength 650 kilograms, martial artist level 7. Wang Hong, vitality 230, strength 904 kilograms, martial artist level 9. Tang Jujia, vitality 152, strength 1490 kilograms, holy cow, 1 ton 5. The white-coated researcher's voice carries a hint of astonishment. The next moment, he realizes he has exclaimed something inappropriate, his face turning slightly awkward. I meant martial artist level 7. Ha ha ha, several martial artists can't help but laugh. Tang Jujia's heart skips a beat, feeling as if she has been stabbed with a sharp object. She gazes at the laughing martial artists, her small fists raised defiantly. The martial artists quickly suppress their laughter, fearing her wrath. They are intimidated. Although she may appear to be a cute girl, her strength is 1 ton 5, with a single step forward. It was as if a bulldozer had unleashed its formidable power. Truly formidable. Very well. The vitality assessments have concluded. Let us commence our training. After all the martial artists had completed their vitality tests, Chen Guanglong approached them, holding a document. Just yesterday, the martial arts publisher released new information. We have devised the optimal plan tailored specifically for each of you. Tang Jujia. Chen Guanglong's gaze fell upon the young lady before him. Her fists tightly clenched. Continue practicing the body refinement technique, supplemented by 5 strong yuan pills to enhance your vitality energy. This will greatly aid your physical prowess and abilities. Understood. Tang Jujia responded with a hint of resignation. Ha ha, excellent. Chen Guanglong nodded approvingly. He was aware that this young girl was not entirely satisfied with her abilities, yet she trained with unyielding determination, accepting and recognizing the reality of her situation. In the next moment, Chen Guanglong turned his attention to Qin Jing. Chen Jing, the martial arts publisher has released a skill for mental manipulation. Shortly, the researchers will explain it to you. Your primary focus should be on mastering this ability. Understood? Understood, Qin Jing replied, standing at attention. Good, Kong Lingtian called out. You are all elite martial artists selected for the 100 billion plan, the future masters of the Summer Nation. Should anyone show signs of complacency, they will be immediately expelled from the program. Laziness is not tolerated here. Now, let us begin our training and experience the power of martial arts. Yes. Chapter 58. Following the publisher is an unparalleled honor. You have asked me 4 times already. In the capital city, at the martial artist training grounds, 180 soldiers were simultaneously refining their skills, each accompanied by staff in white attire providing guidance and meticulously recording their errors. Each martial artist here represents the future of the Summer Nation. Tang Jujia consumed a pill and initiated the Starlight Body Refinement technique. Boom. She felt a surge of new energy radiating from her abdomen, coursing through her body and continuously reinforcing her muscles. Tang Jujia sensed a dual ascension in her vitality and strength. Her comrades nearby experienced similar sensations. Even martial artists positioned in different locales across Blue Star shared this feeling. The seeds of martial arts were sprouting and flourishing worldwide. Each seed bestowed power upon Yihan, nurturing him into a towering tree. Yihan was gathering strength from across the globe. Meanwhile, Chun Jing's training approach was distinct. At this moment, she sat on a chair, studying the materials in her hands. It was the new skill of mental manipulation released by the publisher, the sole ability suited for those with mental powers. Other techniques, such as the Storm Fist, were rather generic. The mental manipulation skill encompassed extensive information about mental energy and methods for manipulating objects. After a while, Several researchers clad in white approached Chen Jing. Comrade Chen Jing, how is your comprehension coming along? Here are your tools. Would you like to experiment with them? The staff member presented a box before her and opened it, revealing 6 copper wires, each 30 centimeters long. They were specially crafted for the summer nation, pliable and rope-like. All right, I'll give it a try. Chen Jing set the materials aside. In the next moment, she focused intently on the copper wires, her palm hovering above them as she activated her mental energy. Whoosh, the 6 copper wires soared into the air. Excellent. Now I will toss a ping-pong ball to you. Try to catch it. One of the researchers threw the ping-pong ball into the air. Chen Jing immediately used her mental energy to manipulate the wires, weaving them into a small net and positioning it where the ping-pong ball was about to descend. A soft thud echoed as the falling ping-pong ball was caught by the copper wire net, floating in mid-air, creating a most peculiar sight. Well done. You have successfully mastered the basic manipulation of the wires. The researchers exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Chen Jing felt a rush of happiness. Now, let us see you use the copper wires to strike the ping-pong ball. The researcher retrieved the ping-pong ball from the wire net and tossed it into the air once more. Chen Jing amplified her mental energy, directing one of the wires towards the ping-pong ball. Whoosh, the sharp tip of the copper wire pierced through the air, followed by a resounding pop as the ping-pong ball was skewered, hanging in mid-air like a candied hawthorn. Marvelous. You have also achieved basic attacking manipulation. The researchers' voices brimmed with delight. Simultaneously, they marveled at the sheer power of Chen Jing's abilities. Currently, it was merely a ping-pong ball being pierced. But what if it were an eyeball or a soft abdomen? If the copper wires were replaced with transparent ones, Chen Jing's assassination capabilities would be truly terrifying. Even slaying a beast general would pose no challenge. The mere thought of the wires penetrating and tearing through internal organs sent shivers down the researchers' spines. Comrade Chen Jing, now, you will learn to manipulate this second type of weapon using your mental energy. The staff handed Chen Jing 3 small iron balls the size of a fingertip. Chen Jing began to control them with her mental energy. Interestingly, the method of attack with these balls was entirely different from that of the wires. It relied heavily on brute force. When the balls flew back and forth, they could shatter watermelons and wooden boards, and sometimes even break through walls with their sheer power. Additionally, there were fine needles akin to sewing needles. Chen Jing practiced with various weapons, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Meanwhile, Tang Jejia commenced her training in the storm fist and other martial techniques. Chen Jing witnessed her unleash her skills, shattering a solid concrete pillar with a single punch. Her strength continued to escalate. When she swung a 1-ton hammer, even the surrounding researchers felt compelled to maintain their distance from this seemingly delicate girl. A 1-ton hammer was no trivial matter. Time swiftly passed during training, and the crimson hues of dawn began to paint the horizon. The training ground echoed with the whistle signaling the end of the session. Tang Jejia set down the 1-ton hammer and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Oh no, tomorrow, my 400-pound barbell is being upgraded to 500 kilograms. My strength is about to increase again, Tang Jejia murmured, just recalling the earlier conversation with the white-clad researchers about the barbell change, and the Neza girl left her feeling dizzy. Moreover, she felt utterly exhausted. She had reached the limits of her martial arts training for the day. Chen Jing, too, appeared pale, her head buzzing as her mental energy had been nearly entirely depleted. Yet, she did not feel weary. Instead, she felt invigorated, as she could distinctly sense her growth, with her mental energy peak evidently heightened. Once she recovered tomorrow, she would be even stronger. All right, everyone, cease training to ensure optimal performance for tomorrow's sessions. You must enter rest time, Chen Guanglong announced through a loudspeaker, his voice brimming with encouragement. Witnessing your progress today brings me immense joy. When you return, there will be no need for additional body refinement training. But this does not mean you may slack off. Carefully review the martial arts materials provided to you until you have memorized them. You are all elite candidates of the Summer Nation. Should the publisher make an appearance, the outstanding among you may become his foremost followers. The accomplishments of the publisher are nothing short of monumental. Is this not a source of glory? The glory of following a great man. After Chen Guanglong's remarks, the soldiers became slightly stirred, and Chen Jing and Tang Jejia straightened their backs, with Wang Hong clenching his fists tightly. For these soldiers who practiced the publisher's body refinement technique daily, the publisher was their deity. the god of martial arts. Some martial artists even felt that their lives were mundane and unexciting, yearning to join the publisher in undertaking great endeavors. Observing the expressions and subtle reactions of the soldiers, Qian Guanglong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As an experienced instructor, he understood the necessity of motivation. To follow the foremost martial artist in the world was indeed an honor. Train diligently. I believe the publisher will emerge to lead us, personally guiding all of Summer Nation. You shall be the strongest martial artists of the Summer Nation. Now, prepare to disperse. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? Instructor. I have something to say. Tang Jiejia raised her hand. Comrade Tang Jiejia, please proceed. I would like to inquire if you have located my brother. Yihan? Yihan? Chen Guanglong's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. We have indeed found him, but why do you continue to ask about him? You have already inquired 4 times. Chapter 59. Is the young lady's heart being drawn away? In the capital city, at the martial artist training grounds. Comrade Tang Jiejia. We have located the information regarding Brother Yihan, and we are currently in the process of inviting him. However, you have asked me about Brother Yihan 4 times already, and now it's the 5th. Do you truly wish to meet him? Qian Guanglong questioned, his tone almost accusatory. Tang Jiejia faltered slightly, her cheeks flushing with warmth, turning a shade of pink. No, instructor. I just feel that he would progress faster in his training. Tang Jiejia stammered, her words tumbling out in a disjointed manner. Chen Guanglong found her response somewhat peculiar. He wanted to say that he was merely curious about her repeated inquiries and that her answers seemed evasive. However, he did not wish to unduly press his soldier. Therefore, he replied in a gentle tone, rest assured, we will extend an invitation to your friend. The organization will not overlook any outstanding martial artist from the Summer Nation. Yes, I understand, Tang Jiejia responded. Standing at attention, Chen Guanglong nodded. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? He inquired, directing his gaze towards the soldiers. Silence ensued. Very well. Allow me to address one more matter. You are all dismissed. As he spoke, Chen Guanglong turned to the nearby researchers and picked up a stack of documents. Recently, our team has encountered numerous incidents involving tigers and giant bears inflicting injuries. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, these ferocious beasts have become exponentially more aggressive, and their strength has magnified significantly. Initially, I intended to eliminate them with firearms upon capture. However, I have conceived a new strategy. After some further practice, I plan to have you engage in combat with these beasts. Utilize the powers you have acquired to vanquish the enemy in real combat. I believe that a qualified master must witness bloodshed. Fight the ferocious beasts? Goodness. Upon hearing Qian Guanglong's words, many soldiers displayed expressions of shock, and some could not suppress their exclamations. The notion of battling such formidable creatures had never crossed their minds. It is well known that individual humans have always been no match for these beasts, relying instead on intellect and teamwork. Now, to confront them head-on? Yet, recalling the powers they had recently cultivated, the martial soldiers felt compelled to accept this challenge. All right, you are dismissed. After concluding his remarks, Chen Guanglong announced the dismissal. While Chen Jing and Tang Jiejia departed to grab a meal. In the training ground cafeteria, Chen Jing and Tang Jiejia sat beside a table laden with 2 large platters of food and over 20 dishes. The cafeteria's staff served the meals with shovels. After becoming martial artists, even the girls exhibited astonishing appetites and digestive capacities. Without reservation, they began to eat heartily. Sister Jingjing, when do you think Brother Yihan will join our unit? Tang Jiejia asked between mouthfuls, her cheeks puffed with food. Oh dear. Chen Jing sighed upon hearing this. She discreetly glanced at her companion, who was engrossed in her meal, seemingly oblivious to anything else. However, as an outsider, Chen Jing recognized that her friend was overly concerned about Yihan. Previously, she had insisted on Yihan joining the team and had inquired with Qian Guanglong 5 times, which had led to Chen Guanglong's impatience. Now, she was asking about him again. Although Tang Jiejia had not explicitly stated her affection for Yihan, Chen Jing knew that he had firmly made his mark on her friend's mind and life. Hence, she had frequently displayed concern, unaware of what it signified. Sometimes, feelings develop quietly. Is it possible that my adorable classmate's heart has truly been captured by him? Chen Jing pondered, letting out another sigh. Sister Jingjing? Why are you so quiet? Tang Jiejia, noticing her companion's silence, turned to look at her with curiosity, her bright, innocent eyes sparkling with youthful purity. "Don't worry. You will definitely see him," Chen Jing replied. Yet, she felt a twinge of concern. If indeed there were to be an invasion of otherworldly beasts, such a charming person as Tang Jejia might not escape unscathed. She could very well face danger. Simultaneously, she was curious about the whereabouts of the young man capable of shattering boulders with a single punch. Overall, Chen Jing sensed that the future was increasingly uncertain. I truly wish to meet that young man again." Tang Jejia nodded eagerly. Chen Jing tilted her head slightly, sensing her companion's feelings bubbling to the surface once more. Then, "Sister Jingjing, the instructor once mentioned that we might have the opportunity to become followers of the publisher. Is that true? It feels so glorious to be by his side. A follower of the world's foremost martial artist. I feel as if the entire Summer Kingdom will take notice of us, and we might even be recorded in history. That is indeed true." Chen Jing responded, feeling a surge of excitement. Historically, many who followed the founding emperors were immortalized in the annals of time. This martial arts publisher seemed to surpass even those emperors in prowess. His achievements appeared to rival those of the Qin dynasty. There is not a chance. As long as we excel in the Summer Kingdom training camp, we will be among its most formidable martial artists. We should have the opportunity to capture his attention. We must strive to become masters, Chen Jing declared, filled with aspiration and determination. "All right." Tang Jejia nodded enthusiastically, diving back into her meal with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, at the military district on the outskirts of Kyoto, Kong Lingtian sat in his office, holding a secure phone. "Hello. Old Zhang, have you finished work?" "I have indeed." "And you, Lingtian?" came the cheerful voice from the other end. This individual, named Zhang Pingyuan, was a longtime friend of Kong Lingtian and a high-ranking official in the relevant department. They had once studied together at the highest institution of learning in the Summer Kingdom, both choosing to dedicate their lives to serving the nation. However, while Kong Lingtian joined the military, Zhang Pingyuan pursued a career in the bureaucratic sector, ultimately rising to a leadership position. After decades of work and promotion, both had reached high status. "I have yet to finish, still dealing with matters concerning martial arts. By the way, old Zhang, what do you think of my previous proposal to slow down economic development and promote martial arts for all in the Summer Kingdom?" After Yi Han's recent post advocating for universal martial arts, Kong Lingtian had brought this matter to the attention of the high-ranking officials. "Well?" The voice on the other end hesitated slightly. In the military district office, Kong Lingtian furrowed his brow, his tone growing serious. "What's the matter, old Zhang? Is it not feasible? Indeed, your proposal for universal martial arts reform is not yet ripe for implementation. What would constitute ripe?" Kong Lingtian pressed. "The publisher has already elucidated how otherworldly beasts tear through space to invade. Time is truly of the essence." After a moment of silence on the line, a resigned sigh followed. "Old Kong, let me explain the implications of this reform. In our country, there are 700 million adults capable of practicing martial arts. However, they are vital components of our economy and workforce. If they suddenly cease working, the labor force in factories and agriculture would plummet, striking a severe blow to the entire Summer Kingdom. Moreover, once economic activity halts, recovery becomes exceedingly difficult. Coupled with the immense food consumption by martial artists, the national reserves would deplete by at least 30% within 2 months. We would fall behind developed Western nations, and the risks are far too great. But what if there is indeed an invasion of otherworldly beasts? Would we then squander 2 months of training time, reducing the Summer Kingdom's combat strength by several hundred million martial artists?" Kong Lingtian's voice rose. "Yes, I am aware of that. But what if there is no invasion?" came the retort from the other end. "The publisher has only recounted the tale of the otherworldly beasts tearing through space without providing any evidence. During the meeting, many officials dismissed your proposal. Do you know what they said? They questioned whether this is truly wise, stating that our ambitions are too grand and the risks too high, suggesting we should wait. They outright rejected the proposal, asserting that the timing was simply not right. The notion of universal martial arts espoused by the publisher is currently untenable." "So, you don't believe him?" Kong Lingtian nearly shouted in response. "What more evidence do you need? He has already unveiled so many remarkable martial arts." A voice from the other end sighed. "Calm down, old Kong. I cannot manage my temper. I only feel that we are squandering precious time day by day. We are driving ourselves towards destruction, Kong Lingtian exclaimed, his frustration mounting. Now, old Kong, this is not productive. Did you call to argue with me? The voice on the line expressed dissatisfaction. You must see the situation clearly. The reality is that I believe what the publisher says is true, Kong Lingtian replied gloomily. Yes, but what about everyone else? Came the colder response. The nation is not governed solely by the two of us, and many delegates at the conference have rejected the resolution. How will you persuade them? Who will bear the consequences if 2 months pass without an invasion of otherworldly beasts? You, Kong Lingtian faltered momentarily. Those stubborn old fools are simply afraid of change, he concluded with a hint of disdain. Humph, old Kong, you are being unreasonable. You are merely here to quarrel. Very well. I will now strive to implement more favorable policies for martial artists while you continue to expand our influence. We can convene a conference once you have convinced the other delegates. This reform must be approached step by step. The phone call ended abruptly with a click, sigh. Kong Lingtian exhaled, putting down the phone. Feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him, it seemed there was still a long road ahead. Despite feeling somewhat disheartened, he could not abandon this cause. As a senior member of the Summer Kingdom, Kong Lingtian had weathered many storms. How could he possibly give up and shout in defeat over a minor setback? That would be childish. Xiao Li, are you there? He called out towards the office door. Yes, replied the assistant soldier standing at the entrance, stepping into the office and standing at attention. Old Kong, how may I assist you? I had just instructed you to send the publisher's mineral locations to the Geological Bureau. Have they been sent? Yes, the assistant soldier promptly replied. However, the response from the Geological Bureau's experts struck me as quite peculiar. What is peculiar about it? The experts mentioned that due to work commitments, they had thoroughly investigated those locations a few days ago and found no trace of any ore. Thus, they inquired whether you might have made an error. What? Impossible. Upon hearing this, Kong Lingtian immediately furrowed his brow. The publisher could not possibly provide me with erroneous locations. How could your previous investigation yield no discovery of ore? It is indeed true, the assistant soldier replied, placing a stack of documents before Kong Lingtian. As Kong Lingtian picked them up to examine, he found the Geological Bureau's detection reports for those locations, dated 5 days prior, complete with numerous photographic samples. How could this be? Kong Lingtian's astonished voice emerged. He understood that the Geological Bureau had no reason to deceive him. There should be no ore present there. Yet, the publisher insisted otherwise, which created a significant contradiction. Kong Lingtian was perplexed. Then, Kong Lao. Is there a possibility that exists? The assistant soldier's tentative voice broke through. What possibility? I recall the publisher's post stating that a mine would descend upon Xia country. So could it be that the mine appeared only after he made that statement? Kong Lingtian rejected this notion. It is too far-fetched. His brow deeply furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion and skepticism. If it were true that the publisher could alter the world through martial arts, Kong Lingtian would wholeheartedly acknowledge his martial prowess. But to say that 3 mines could descend, how could that be accomplished? Is he a deity? Such a possibility is exceedingly slim. He is not. Kong Lingtian's worldview did not permit him to accept such bizarre and shocking occurrences. Let them conduct another investigation at those locations. It is likely that the publisher erred in his coordinates. After the exploration, I will discuss it with him, Kong Lingtian declared. Understood. The assistant soldier quickly recorded Kong Lingtian's command. All right, let us temporarily conclude the day's official duties. I am rather fatigued and wish to visit Lao Chun for some tea. As Kong Lingtian spoke, he rose to his feet. I have heard that their billion master plan is progressing quite smoothly. Furthermore, the research on spiritual energy weapons is also making commendable strides. Chapter 61. Lighthouse Country Certification. The world-transformed crimson clouds adorned the sky. During the dusky hours, the military district bustled with activity. Numerous soldiers concluded their daily drills, flocking in groups towards the mess hall and bathhouse. As Kong Lingtian finished work, he entered Chen Guanglong's office. There sat Chen Guanglong beside his desk, sipping tea. Although a senior figure in the military, his office was remarkably simple and unadorned, furnished only with a water dispenser and a functional desk. There were no lavish decorations. Even the tea set and leaves on the table were brought from home. Chen Guanglong was a quintessential elder statesman. Hey, Lao Kong. Upon seeing Kong Lingtian, Chen Guanglong smiled slightly. You are back to mooch my fine tea after work, aren't you? This time, I shall not pour you any. Kong Ling Tian, in a foul mood, huffed in response, I have plenty of tea leaves at home. Ha ha ha! Chen Guanglong chuckled heartily, his curiosity piqued. What has stirred you up so? I just had a debate with Lao Zhang, Kong Ling Tian replied. Sullenly, Chen Guanglong quickly grasped the situation, surmising that Lao Zhang must have told you that reform was impossible. Correct? That matter is indeed rather challenging at the moment. Even you say so. Is it not so? Our nation's economy has been struggling to reach this point. Now, to initiate such a monumental change, it is only natural to feel apprehensive. Kong Ling Tian fell silent in response. Observing his old comrade's troubled expression, Chen Guanglong sighed, pouring tea while placing a document before him. Seeing you so downcast. Take a look at this. It is good news for the publisher. What? Kong Ling Tian curiously accepted the document, which contained data. Currently, the unofficial statistics indicate that 9.9 million martial practitioners are absorbing spiritual energy. And the Martial Arts Certification Department has certified 170,000 martial artists. An estimated 400 million individuals are engaged in martial practice. The momentum for future martial practitioners and martial artists is expected to surge rapidly. Moreover, the Xia country military has commenced martial training across the entire army, with 2 million active soldiers and 14 million police and firefighting personnel beginning their martial training. The nation has allocated an additional 150 billion miles gold in military funding to cultivate martial artists. Alongside weapon research, this year, Xia country's military expenditure may reach 400 billion miles gold. In the research of spiritual energy weapons. As of now, after soldiers transition to entry-level martial practitioners, the combat capability of the entire Xia military has increased by over 2.5 times. An enhancement of 2.5 times in military strength is indeed positive news. Kong Ling Tian appeared somewhat more cheerful. The next moment, he marveled at the power of martial arts. After just a few days of practice, it could elevate the nation's overall combat strength twofold. This martial art is undeniably formidable. Or perhaps the publisher's martial achievements are unparalleled. Haha, feeling a bit better now, are we? Let me show you this as well. It is another good development for the publisher. Chen Guanglong smiled as he handed over a tablet. Kong Ling Tian looked down to see the news. This afternoon at 6:50 p.m. Lighthouse Country officially certified martial arts. They simultaneously announced their intent to construct the world's strongest martial arts nation. As of now, 95 of countries globally have certified martial arts, ushering in the era of martial arts. Excellent, Kong Ling Tian nodded in agreement. This truly represents good news for the publisher. The number of martial practitioners worldwide will undoubtedly increase. Under his leadership, humanity is genuinely advancing. Indeed, even I, as an old man, hold him in high regard, Chen Guanglong remarked, raising his teacup in a toast. He knew not who the publisher was, so this was his only form of respect. What a pity, Kong Ling Tian sighed. A hint of annoyance in his expression. With such a powerful influence, those old senators dare not initiate widespread martial training. Is that not rather normal? We are currently striving to cultivate the military. The populace will not be compelled to practice martial arts. After all, if there is no invasion in 2 months, a Xia country that has embraced martial training will find itself in a rather awkward position. Chen Guanglong stated. Let it be. I shall call Lao Zhang later. I will not give up. Kong Ling Tian gently sipped from his teacup. The next moment, he looked up at Chen Guanglong. Speaking of which, how are the master plan and spiritual energy weapon developments that I entrusted to you? Well, Chen Guanglong hesitated upon hearing this. I have assigned that matter to Professor Lu Quan, so I have not kept up with the progress in detail. Humph, Kong Ling Tian huffed in response. Look at you. You possess no sense of urgency whatsoever. Here you are, sipping tea, completely uninformed. If I were to pester them daily, it would serve little purpose. Chen Guanglong shrugged and chuckled. I am unaware of that matter. They have not reported any difficulties to me. If I were to ask them a myriad of questions, I might just hinder their progress. However, I heard from a soldier that they have already produced weapons. They are currently testing their power and a report should arrive by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Kong Ling Tian furrowed his brows slightly. What weapons have they created? It seems they have developed a spiritual energy concentrator. A new type of spiritual energy gun, spiritual energy materials, and gunpowder. Essentially, a plethora of new weapons. Well then, Kong Ling Tian declared, rising to his feet. Let us now proceed to the research facility for a closer examination. What? Chen Guanglong tilted his head to look at Kong Ling Tian, saying, I am currently off duty, enjoying my tea. What are you up to, Lao Kong? In a swift motion, Kong Ling Tian snatched the teapot. No more tea. What use is it? Come with me at once, he exclaimed, tugging at his comrade's clothing as he headed for the door. Hey, Lao Kong. Chapter 62. New type of spiritual energy weapons. A major advancement in global firearms. Stars twinkled in the night sky. Outside the capital, several military vehicles traversed the roadway, ultimately arriving at a complex of buildings. Once the vehicles came to a halt, Kong Ling Tian disembarked and surveyed the surroundings. The area was illuminated by bright lights, with thousands of researchers in white coats bustling about, while soldiers in the distance tested firearms. This was the third largest military weapons research base in the northern region of Xia country, now dedicated to the study of spiritual energy weapons. General Kong, General Chun, I was just about to send you a report. What brings you here? Welcome. Shortly after the two elders alighted, an elderly man with graying hair approached them warmly. His name was Lu Quan. At 67 years old, he was a renowned military expert and the head of the 3rd Military Weapons Base. Professor Lu, it has been a while. Tonight, Lao Chen and I were eager to come and check on the research results. Do you have time to give us a demonstration? If not, we can explore on our own. Kong Ling Tian smiled at Lu Quan, as senior military officials of Xia country. The three were accustomed to meeting one another, so they were not strangers. Certainly, just in time for my break. Generals, please follow me, Lu Quan replied, turning to lead the way. Kong Ling Tian and Chen Guanglong followed closely behind, walking across the square towards a massive building. Meanwhile, in the open space beside the structure, before them stood an imposing apparatus, towering at a height of 15 meters, reminiscent of a gramophone. A gentleman, allow me to introduce this remarkable device. It is chronicled in the annals of literature. Specifically designed to gather spiritual energy, this contraption serves as the foundation for all spiritual energy weaponry. Its construction is exceedingly arduous, akin to that of an aircraft carrier. Our nation, Xia, possesses but this solitary unit. Lu Quan gestured towards the apparatus while addressing the two generals. As they conversed and ambled along, Kong Ling Tian gradually absorbed the information. The primary function of this device is to collect the spiritual energy present in the atmosphere, subsequently infusing it into materials such as gunpowder, explosives, and bombs. In essence, it embodies the process of energy accumulation and storage. Gunpowder infused with spiritual energy can unleash a force far surpassing that of conventional gunpowder. Moreover, it can imbue materials with enhanced toughness and strength. Just how much power can gunpowder infused with spiritual energy unleash? Kong Ling Tian inquired, his gaze fixed upon the apparatus. Given its technological sophistication, akin to that of an aircraft carrier, the prowess of the creator's martial arts is indeed formidable. Yet, one wonders how potent the spiritual energy weaponry they have developed truly is, since General Kong is intrigued. Let us proceed to observe it in action. We are currently testing our new weaponry on the upper floors. Follow me, Lu Quan declared as he led them into the research building, with Kong Ling Tian and his companions trailing behind. Ultimately, the three elders ascended to the balcony on the 20th floor. Lu Quan handed 2 binoculars to the elderly gentleman. The firearm being tested by that soldier was crafted based on the texts authored by the creator. The materials and structural design are all derived from those writings. The spiritual energy gunpowder originates from the apparatus we just examined. Lu Quan pointed towards the soldier. Is this the creator's new firearm? Allow me to take a look. Kong Ling Tian raised the binoculars for a better view. In the distance lay a vast training ground, where a soldier, cradling a new type of firearm, took aim and fired. The weapon was comparable in size to an AK.in. The next instant, the sound of gunfire echoed. With a resounding crack, a 10mm steel plate was perforated from a distance of 2,500 meters. Based on our preliminary tests, this firearm boasts an effective range exceeding 2.5 kilometers. Lu Quan elaborated. 2 kilometers. Such immense power and stability. Is this the latest spiritual energy sniper rifle? The weaponry devised by the martial arts creator is indeed impressive. A gleam of delight sparkled in Kong Ling Tian's eyes. In this world, prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the most formidable sniper rifles belonged to the Lighthouse Nation, with a shooting range of approximately 2,500 meters. The sniper rifles of Xia had an effective range of around 1,700 meters. A notable disparity existed between the two, yet the firearm before Kong Ling Tian filled him with astonishment. To penetrate a 10mm steel plate from a distance of 2 kilometers signifies a significant advancement for Xia's sniper rifles, effectively narrowing the gap with the Lighthouse Nation. Lu Quan, standing nearby, momentarily faltered. In the next moment, he asserted, "Gentlemen, that is not a sniper rifle. It is a new type of automatic rifle." "What?" Kong Ling Tian's gaze shot towards Lu Quan, his expression one of profound shock. An automatic rifle? How could that be possible? How could an automatic rifle possess such a long range and power? Moreover, the firearm appeared quite compact. Kong Ling Tian exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. It is widely understood that sniper rifles and automatic rifles differ fundamentally. Sniper rifles have a slower rate of fire but deliver greater power. In contrast, automatic rifles like the AK boast a rapid rate of fire, albeit with shorter range and diminished power. Yet, the firearm in the distance exhibited the power of a sniper rifle, astonishingly being an automatic rifle. Its lightweight design was equally remarkable. "Goodness, Professor, you mustn't be deceiving me." Kong Ling Tian's face bore a serious and astonished expression as he gazed at Lu Quan. "Does this automatic rifle possess the firing rate of a sniper rifle while delivering similar power?" Qian Guanglong, standing beside him, also looked on in astonishment. "Indeed, its rate of fire is an astounding 700 rounds per minute." In response to their incredulous stares, Lu Quan nodded gravely. He then picked up a walkie-talkie and instructed the soldiers in the distance to fire in succession. Rat-a-tat-tat. A series of gunfire erupted. The steel plate situated 2,500 meters away was instantly transformed into a mass of holes. "My goodness. The power of this new automatic rifle is utterly terrifying," Kong Ling Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Currently, Xia's automatic rifles have a range of 800 meters. This firearm boasts a range and power exceeding threefold. While considering the recoil factor, Kong Ling Tian understood that the power of automatic rifles might not be excessively strong. Yet he recognized that the emergence of such a weapon would significantly elevate the global standard of weaponry. Its remarkable feature lies in the fact that such a compact firearm can unleash such tremendous force. The energy of the spiritual energy gunpowder and the toughness of the spiritual energy-infused steel are truly formidable, indeed. Lu Quan nodded in agreement. He was not particularly surprised by Kong Ling Tian's astonishment. This firearm utilizes a new type of spiritual energy gunpowder. The advancements represented by this new weapon, in comparison to Xia's existing firearms, are monumental, as if heralding a technological revolution in weaponry. When it was first produced, the entire military research facility was left in awe. "Gentlemen, the soldier wielding that firearm is a martial artist, as only martial artists can withstand the overwhelming power of such weaponry." Indeed. Kong Ling Tian nodded, not particularly surprised by this revelation. "Old Kong, if you were to pit a martial artist armed with this new weapon against an ordinary soldier, how many could he defeat?" It's inconceivable," Kong Ling Tian replied. "The effective firing range of that automatic rifle is simply too extensive." Although he was uncertain of the strength of the invading beasts, a martial artist equipped with such advanced weaponry would undoubtedly decimate ordinary soldiers. With an effective range of 2 kilometers and tenfold the stamina and endurance, if the martial artist were to engage in hit-and-run tactics, they could likely annihilate 1,000 soldiers. Kong Ling Tian was convinced that if this weapon were to be monopolized by Xia, the Lighthouse Nation would swiftly lose its status as the dominant force in firearms. The changes brought about by the creator extend beyond martial arts. What of other weaponry? The new sniper rifles? Grenades and explosives? Kong Ling Tian turned to Lu Quan, his eyes filled with deep curiosity. Chapter 63. When high martial technology encounters beasts within the Spiritual Energy Weapon Research Institute, Kong Ling Tian regarded Lu Quan with keen interest. If this new automatic rifle possesses such power, then what of other firearms? For instance, the sniper rifles. Surely their capabilities are even greater. Indeed. If the two generals are curious, please follow me, Lu Quan responded as he led the way. They soon arrived at another balcony, where numerous researchers were engrossed in analyzing the displays before them. Upon noticing Kong Ling Tian, they promptly stood to greet him, to which he acknowledged with a nod and a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "General Kong, the soldiers below are currently testing the new sniper rifle. and the soldier in question is a martial artist of considerable strength. This sniper rifle is also derived from the creator's texts. We could only manufacture such weaponry by relying on those writings. Lu Quan indicated a soldier below. Kong Ling Tian followed his gesture and beheld a soldier lying prone on the ground. A technologically advanced sniper rifle positioned before him. The firearm was slightly smaller than a conventional sniper rifle, and the display screen showcased the target's footage point 8,000 meters. Can such a compact sniper rifle truly shoot 8,000 meters? Kong Ling Tian gasped in astonishment at the distance displayed. 8 kilometers. What an astonishing concept! Moreover, Kong Ling Tian noted that the target consisted of two 10mm thick steel plates positioned 1 meter apart. This distance was not only unfathomably far, but also the thickness of the target was exceedingly excessive. Currently, some sniper rifles can reach 5 kilometers, but they are massive and require thicker materials due to insufficient strength in the gunpowder and steel. Yet the firearm in the soldier's hands was even smaller than a typical sniper rifle. One could only speculate about the power of the spiritual energy gunpowder within its cartridges. Could it truly hit the target? Kong Ling Tian inquired, gazing curiously at the martial artist soldier below. The soldier has yet to fire. I cannot provide certainty, Lu Quan replied with a smile. Very well. I shall watch closely. Kong Ling Tian focused intently on the soldier's shot. After approximately 30 seconds of aiming, a loud bang echoed as the soldier fired. Then, silence. 1 heartbeat. 2 heartbeats. Bang. After a few heartbeats, the monitoring screen revealed that the 2 steel plates had been pierced and the shots struck true. My goodness! Kong Ling Tian inhaled sharply, his expression filled with shock. To penetrate 2 steel plates from a distance of 8 kilometers is truly terrifying. On an ordinary battlefield, this would be akin to cheating. A martial artist could take down a tank with a single shot. How could any nation contend with such might? Kong Ling Tian found it difficult to comprehend how the creator had devised such powerful weaponry. The strength of this firearm lies in its compact size and the energy of its gunpowder, utterly formidable. Moreover, there is also an experiment involving a new type of grenade, Lu Quan remarked, gesturing towards another direction. General Kong, you may wish to observe with the binoculars. Kong Ling Tian raised the binoculars to take a look in the distance. A soldier was fiddling with a spherical object the size of a fist. Positioned next to a scrapped armored vehicle, Kong Ling Tian immediately recognized it as the latest model of armored vehicle, reinforced and enhanced. Typically, standard grenades would struggle to damage such a vehicle. However, when the soldier hurled the spherical object, the armored vehicle exploded with a resounding crash, shattering like a broken vase. A towering inferno erupted into the sky, reducing the vehicle to mere fragments. The explosion was so powerful that it shattered everything. Kong Ling Tian gazed in astonishment at the debris of the armored vehicle, resolute in his belief that the grenade's power surpassed that of any in Xia country. All the weapons he had encountered thus far were eclipsed by the might of these. And by a factor of 10 at that, it was truly remarkable. The publisher was undeniably formidable. Kong Ling Tian shook his head as he surveyed the remnants in the distance, his eyes reflecting both shock and trepidation. Should a global conflict erupt now, ordinary people would likely face extinction. Indeed, this weapon poses immense pressure on the average individual. Lu Quan concurred, though he felt less astonished, having already witnessed the devastating power of the publisher's firearms. Their strength stemmed from the intricate firearm structure, the potent spirit-infused gunpowder, and the remarkable resilience of spirit materials, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of their potency. While others may regard the publisher as a deity of martial arts. In the eyes of Lu Quan, a 60-year-old professor, the publisher was a god of military industry, an unattainable ideal. He had not only elevated the martial arts of humankind, but also bolstered humanity's prowess in conventional weaponry. Moreover, Kong Lao, Lu Quan reiterated, the publisher's writings encompass far more than just these few firearms. They include a plethora of other innovations. This encompasses new types of spirit materials and spirit fuels. If we were to fully comprehend his writings, our fighter jets, tanks, and missiles would experience a tremendous enhancement in power. By how many times, we have yet to ascertain, but it would certainly exceed fivefold. Exceed fivefold? Kong Ling Tian listened, momentarily taken aback. Yet, he refrained from contradicting Lu Quan. For he had already witnessed the formidable might of the publisher's weapons and had come to regard the publisher's military achievements as undeniable. Such powerful weaponry truly exists. I am more concerned about the possibility of war. Kong Ling Tian's expression turned somber. While these weapons appear overwhelmingly powerful, they also serve as harvesters of life. Indeed, however, General Kong, during my recent research and development, I have been pondering a particular matter. Lu Quan stated. What matter? If these weapons were pitted against otherworldly beasts, what would their efficacy be? Lu Quan mused as he gazed into the sky. To my knowledge, certain beast races surpass humanity in strength. Much like the ancient, long-extinct dinosaurs, or the rhinoceros, which ordinary bullets cannot penetrate. I fear our perspective is too narrow. As these weapons advance, so too does humanity, but I am uncertain of the power they will wield against master-level otherworldly beasts. Moreover, the might of these weapons is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Great power begets terrifying recoil. Indeed, Kong Ling Tian nodded, his gaze shifting skyward. The era has transformed, reshaped by a great individual. To resist the tide of martial arts is to invite obsolescence. The enhancement of soldier strength will enable them to withstand greater recoil. However, Lu Quan cautioned, these firearms currently possess a significant drawback. They cannot be mass-produced. Why not? Because the foundation of these firearms is the spirit energy collector previously demonstrated. The manufacturing difficulty is akin to that of an aircraft carrier. We require time to produce more collectors. Is this merely a matter of time? I could propose a solution for mass production. Kong Ling Tian inquired. Indeed. However, we only have 3 months, no, merely 2 months left, Lu Quan reminded. Kong Ling Tian suddenly realized, in just 2 months, the otherworldly beast will arrive. How many machines can the country procure in that time? Will these firearms be available for every martial artist? Very well, Shao Li. Record my new directive, document everything witnessed today, and when Professor Liu submits his report tomorrow, submit it to Commander Zhang Pingyuan as well. I demand an expedited mass production of spirit energy collectors. Furthermore, I propose a nationwide martial arts initiative. We must be prepared to welcome war at any moment. Kong Ling Tian contemplated as he turned to the soldiers beside him. Yes, recorded. Chapter 64. A startling revelation. Reform in martial arts is imperative on the way to the military district dormitory. Kong Ling Tian and Chen Guanglong sat in the vehicle, each gazing out at the passing scenery. This evening, they had witnessed the terrifying power of spirit-infused weaponry, reshaping their perception of the publisher. He seemed to embody more than just formidable martial prowess. Now, their astonishment began to wane. Old Qin, do you think that if I present the power of these weapons, Commander Zhang and the group of national legislators will promptly agree to a nationwide martial arts initiative? After a moment, Kong Ling Tian spoke. Well, Chen Guanglong hesitated slightly. I believe they will certainly pay more attention to the martial arts publisher. A nationwide martial arts initiative will be considered, but it may take some time. Chen Guanglong scoffed in response. Those old fogies are simply too afraid to change. Perhaps, after all, they do not witness the formidable might of martial arts as we do every day. However, today's developments will likely heighten their awareness of the impending invasion by the otherworldly beasts. If you persist, I estimate that in 10 to 20 days, we could garner substantial support for martial military policies. We could mandate martial arts training for adult students in Xia country, which would encompass over 100 million individuals. The influence of martial arts is too great. They cannot remain indifferent. 10 to 20 days. Kong Ling Tian chuckled softly. The otherworldly beasts are set to arrive in 3 months, and another day has passed. Isn't 10 to 20 days a bit lengthy? If it were 3 months, time would be tight. However, to enact a reform that could transform the entire nation in just 1 day seems implausible. Meetings and discussions take several days. Chen Guanglong remarked. Sigh very well. Kong Ling Tian sighed softly, turning his gaze back to the scenery. Old Chen, do you think the otherworldly beasts will truly arrive? Look at our country's beautiful landscape and the youthful vigor of our Xia country's youth. After a moment, Kong Ling Tian observed the scenery outside. Chen Guanglong did not respond. Instead, he too admired the view. The night was enchanting. The roads were tranquil, with only the faint sounds of insects emanating from the grass on either side in the distance. A river and the capital city lay ahead. As his gaze traversed the shimmering river towards the city's vibrant lights, a sense of serenity arose within him. The distant, multicolored lights twinkled, creating a mesmerizing sight. Peace is a rare treasure, and Kong Ling Tian and Chen Guanglong savored this tranquil moment. However, The calm did not endure for long, as the serenity was shattered by the jarring ring of their phones. Both men's devices buzzed simultaneously. Kong Ling Tian retrieved his phone. It was an urgent report from old Zhu. Your phone is ringing too, Kong Ling Tian remarked. The old Zhu he referred to was named Zhu Feng, another general in Xia country. Given the vast size of Xia country, it was impossible for there to be only one general. Kong Ling Tian merely held the highest authority. Yes, he is calling me too. Let us head back immediately. Xiao Li, accelerate. Yes. The assistant soldier at the front immediately pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. 30 minutes later, Kong Ling Tian and Chen Guanglong entered a conference room where 10 gray-haired military officials were already seated. They were all high-ranking officers summoned for the meeting. Old Kong and Old Chun have arrived. Let us commence the briefing, a soldier in uniform announced. He was Zhu Feng. What matter was so urgent that you called us here? Kong Ling Tian inquired with curiosity. The situation is as follows. According to intelligence gathered by our internal operatives, the Lighthouse Nation plans to expand its military forces, mobilizing $500 billion specifically to cultivate martial artists. With annual military expenditures potentially reaching $1.2 trillion, mobilizing $500 billion to train martial artists. Kong Ling Tian furrowed his brow slightly, a profound sense of apprehension washing over him. The financial commitment to cultivate such a military force is staggering. First and foremost, he had to acknowledge that nation indeed possesses immense wealth. $500 billion is an incomprehensible sum. Converted to Xia country's currency, it amounts to over 3 trillion. It is worth noting that Xia country's annual military budget is only a little over 400 billion. With 150 billion allocated for cultivating martial artists, which is already considerable. Yet, the Lighthouse Nation's expenditure solely for cultivating martial artists equals Xia country's entire annual military budget. What if they also develop spirit-infused weaponry? Of course, their military budget has always been substantial. Prior to the resurgence of spirit energy, the Lighthouse Nation's military expenditures were 3 times that of Xia country, reaching as high as 700 billion USD. But why spend such an exorbitant amount on combat power? What other reason could there be aside from a desire for war? It's akin to 2 neighboring small nations, one of which suddenly invests heavily in weaponry. The other would be remiss not to feel a sense of crisis. This is excessive. Kong Ling Tian scrutinized the documents in his hand. The number of martial artists being cultivated by the Lighthouse Nation is alarming. Such a scale of martial artists cannot possibly be for mere self-defense. Chen Guanglong chuckled derisively, observing the momentum as if they were intent on igniting a third world war. Indeed, but that is not the reason I summoned you here. The true reason is something else. Zhu Feng continued speaking, gesturing towards the large screen in the conference room. It displayed a psychic ability user who was manipulating his mental power to crush a ping-pong ball sealed within a metal box. Located 3 meters away, he could also alter the trajectory of a thrown ping-pong ball at will. Remarkably, he could even tear a ping-pong ball apart with sheer mental force. This was a demonstration of remote destruction. After the video concluded, Zhu Feng inquired with curiosity, "What observations do you all have?" Following the video, Kong Ling Tian and others remarked, "Such a peculiar energy." Indeed, Zhu Feng replied. However, I trust everyone is aware that a nuclear bomb is detonated via a specific device or impact, and its flight path is crucial. Yet, a psychic can simply redirect the warhead to alter its trajectory. Thus, experts predict that if this ability user were to become a master, he could potentially neutralize or even render current nuclear weapons ineffective. What? Bang! Several elderly individuals suddenly stood up, their powerful gestures knocking over nearby glasses, which shattered upon hitting the floor. Kong Ling Tian's mind buzzed with alarm, his body trembling and numb. As a leader in the military district of Xia country, he understood the significant role of nuclear weapons. Nuclear arms hold great importance for peace. When weaker nations possess nuclear capabilities, it creates a formidable deterrent that discourages stronger nations from launching unwarranted attacks. The sheer power of nuclear weaponry instills fear, preventing strong countries from oppressing weaker ones, lest the latter resort to desperate measures that could inflict devastating blows on their homelands. It is akin to how an adult would hesitate to strike a child wielding a gun. No one dares to act against the other, for the consequences would be dire. Given the current intensity of conflicts between nations, if nuclear weapons could effectively be countered or rendered ineffective, altering their intricate internal structures or flight paths, the 5 permanent members of the UN could swiftly plunge the world into a catastrophic war. perhaps even reigniting conflicts that had laid dormant for 3 decades. Humanity has not faced a major war in 60 years, largely due to the presence of nuclear weapons. Today's peace is inextricably linked to them. If mental powers can disable weapons, and the Lighthouse Nation is training numerous psychics, what are they plotting? Kong Ling Tian voiced these concerns with a mixture of shock and trepidation. The Lighthouse Nation had remained silent until now, only to unleash a significant threat. Thus, my fellow colleagues, Zhu Feng's expression turned grave and anxious. I fear that even if the beasts do not arrive in 3 months, humanity may still ignite a world war. At most, in 30 years, perhaps even sooner. The future of humanity is uncertain. Although this is merely speculation from experts, lacking a master and having never tested nuclear weapons ourselves, and being unaware of potential countermeasures, we must prepare for the worst, lest we be swept aside by the tides of time. A major reform is imperative. Chapter 65. The peculiar psychic power, bombs rendered obsolete in the east, the sun rose, casting a radiant glow over the land of Kyoto. The streets bustled with activity, the sounds of honking vehicles filling the air as commuters frequently glanced at their watches. In the military district dormitory, Kong Ling Tian awoke and promptly made his way to the weapons testing facility. After Zhu Feng revealed the impact of psychic powers on weaponry the previous day, Kong Ling Tian and others had deliberated until 4 in the morning, managing to sleep only after returning to their quarters at 7. When the alarm rang at 9, he sprang from bed, and after a brief journey, accompanied by his assistant soldier, he entered the weapons laboratory, where a large assembly of individuals had gathered. The 10 high-ranking military officials from last night's meeting were present, along with a group of white-coated researchers led by Lu Quan. Among them lay a bomb measuring 2 meters in length and 50 centimeters in width, an explosive that could ensure peace for humanity. It contained no detonating materials, only intricate instruments. Old Chen, has Comrade Chen Jing arrived? Kong Ling Tian inquired, directing his gaze towards Chen Guanglong. On her way. Chen Guanglong responded. During last night's meeting, Kong Ling Tian decided that the psychic ability users should face a real bomb. Currently, the most powerful psychic known in Xia country was Chen Jing, part of the master plan. Moments later, Chen Jing, clad in military uniform, entered the lab. Initially surprised by the summons while preparing for training, her curiosity intensified upon seeing the bomb. Comrade Chen Jing, you have finally arrived, Kong Ling Tian expressed, feeling a twinge of urgency. Yes, General Kong. May I ask what you require of me? Chen Jing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zhu Feng stepped forward. Comrade Chen Jing, within this bomb lies a square electronic device. Could you attempt to crush it or sever its connections? Essentially, try to destroy it from the farthest distance possible. Chen Jing felt puzzled but complied. She focused her gaze on the bomb, extending her mental power to envelop and penetrate it, quickly detecting the operational square device inside. Subsequently, she retreated to a distance of 12 meters. Exerting her mental force, a resounding bang echoed as the internal device collapsed into a heap of scrap metal. "It has been destroyed," reported a soldier holding the control instrument, his voice quivering with fear. Though it appeared to be a mere instrument destruction, it signified a monumental shift in an era. Is it truly destroyed? The power of the one who initiated this is akin to opening Pandora's box. Professor Lu Quan exclaimed, seizing the control device, his eyes wide with astonishment as he read the notifications. The other high-ranking officials were equally shaken, some even gazing skyward in reverence towards the initiator. "No, it cannot be used." Lu Quan's voice broke the silence. "This detonating device has been rendered obsolete, eliminated in an instant." Hissed the surrounding officials exchanged glances, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. "So, Comrade Chen Jing, can you lift or alter the direction of this bomb? Or attempt to tear it apart?" Kong Ling Tian urged, trying to maintain his composure. "Yes, I will give it a try." Chen Jing felt an unsettling premonition, activating her mental power to manipulate the bomb. With a whoosh, the 600-kilogram bomb was effortlessly lifted, moving freely through the air, its warhead direction under her control. In the next moment, she placed the bomb down and suddenly exerted her mental force. Crack! A series of fissures appeared on the bomb's shell. However, Chen Jing was unable to tear it apart due to the immense strength of the outer casing. Her current abilities were insufficient, yet this was already a significant demonstration. Once Chen Jing's power reached mastery, she could easily rip the bomb apart. Contemplating the implications, If a bomb were to be torn open mid-descent, what purpose would remain for its launch? It would be akin to a firecracker being shredded, rendering the gunpowder inside useless for ignition. The high-ranking officials, including Kong Ling Tian, exchanged incredulous glances. Well done, Comrade Qin Jing. The demonstration is complete. You may return to your training. And remember, today's events must remain confidential, Chen Guanglong instructed. Yes, Chun Jing saluted, departing with lingering questions and speculations. Once she left, the office erupted into a flurry of discussions. Obsolete. Today's nuclear bombs are entirely outmoded. Once psychics develop further, these bombs will be rendered useless. We must either innovate or face extinction, Lu Quan lamented, gazing at the bomb. So Professor Lu, do you have confidence in developing a new one? He was asked. Lu Quan fell into deep thought. Shaking his head moments later, General Kong, I cannot provide an answer at this moment. I currently have no leads. The methods by which psychics can alter things are numerous, damaging internal structures, changing trajectories, tearing apart, and more. I can develop psychics, but they can evolve too. The gap in this new era is vast. Moreover, we know little about psychics. I am deeply concerned. If there are also psychics among the beasts, then the weapons upon which humanity relies will lose their efficacy, Lu Quan cautioned. Indeed, Kong Ling Tian and the others immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, gasping in alarm. The beasts represented an unknown terror for them. With only 2 months left, the urgency was palpable. Bang! Kong Ling Tian slammed his hand against the railing. No. I must continue to propose to Zhang Pingyuan that Xia country must enact changes at this very moment. Even if it is not to defend against the beasts, we must prepare against foreign threats. Time is slipping away. Yes. I also propose this, Old Kong. I second your proposal. The other generals echoed in agreement. All right, Kong Ling Tian called out. Within this laboratory, a multitude of high-ranking officials from the Xia military district had gathered, and their words could indeed shake the nation. They had now resolved. Xia country was on the brink of significant reform. This was unbeknownst to Yi Han. Let us step outside to discuss. Kong Ling Tian and the others decided, slowly making their way towards the exit. However, just as he reached the door, an assistant soldier rushed in to report, Old Kong. The inspection results from the mine have come in, Chapter 66, increasingly mysterious, the Azure Blue or in the military district, Old Kong. You previously requested a re-inspection from the Geological Bureau, and the results are now available. The assistant soldier informed Kong Ling Tian. What are the results? I am not certain. The experts from the Geological Bureau have come to see you. The assistant soldier replied. They are currently waiting in the office. And I noticed they were coming to report immediately. The experts have come in person. Kong Ling Tian was taken aback. Why have they come personally? Could it be that there are no minerals there? And they came to inquire themselves? The expert did not inform me, the soldier responded. Well then, Old Chun. Kong Ling Tian turned to the senior military officials beside him. You all prepare yourselves. We shall convene a meeting today to finalize the matters regarding the reforms in Xia country tonight. Not a moment can be delayed, understood. You may go meet the experts, Chen Guanglong said. Kong Ling Tian and the assistant soldier departed from the laboratory in the office. Upon entering, Kong Ling Tian found several individuals waiting inside, who immediately stood up. They comprised an elderly professor and several young members of the expedition team. Professor Kong, greetings, Professor Kong. The young individuals exclaimed in unison. Kong Ling Tian nodded and then turned to the elderly professor. Professor, what is the situation? Why have you come in person, General Kong? I find this result to be utterly astonishing and bizarre. Thus, I have come personally to report to you. The elderly professor gasped as he looked at Kong Ling Tian, appearing quite anxious. Do you know? Previously, when you asked me to conduct tests, I stated that there were no ores in that location. We dug a pit 5 meters deep, and it was all just soil. But guess what happened when we went back to test again? What happened? Kong Ling Tian inquired with curiosity. With one shovel strike, it was all glowing blue minerals, the elderly professor exclaimed, taking deep breaths. I truly did not expect there to be minerals beneath. It felt as though they had suddenly appeared. It is simply extraordinary. What the announcer mentioned about a descent may indeed be true. He truly is. The elderly professor struggled to catch his breath. Upon hearing this, Kong Ling Tian's expression gradually turned grave, his eyes reflecting astonishment and confusion. Based on the professor's reaction, Kong Ling Tian realized he was evidently quite frightened, perhaps due to his inherently timid nature. However, this matter is indeed exceedingly strange. It was clear there were no oars present. How could they suddenly appear now? Could it truly be, as the announcer described, a descent? If that is the case, he is akin to a deity. How did he descend? Who exactly is he? Are you certain it is as you say? Kong Ling Tian asked. This matter is simply too bizarre, surpassing the limits of his worldview. Yes, the elderly professor replied solemnly. General Kong, if you do not believe it, we have video evidence, he said, glancing at the young individuals nearby. One of the young men opened a laptop and clicked play on the video. Kong Ling Tian took a brief look. The footage showed several expedition members shoveling at the previously excavated site, and then a sound echoed as the shovel struck a rock. Upon uncovering the soil, they found it filled with shimmering blue minerals. Moreover, these minerals were distributed shallowly and densely, not the type buried deep underground, making it impossible not to discover them during the initial detailed examination. Truly, it is uncanny. It likely indicates a sudden emergence. What the announcer casually mentioned about a descent is indeed real. It genuinely feels divine. I find it increasingly difficult to comprehend you. Kong Ling Tian gazed out the window at the sky. His eyes filled with reverence. General Kong, the elderly professor said as he approached Kong Ling Tian. This time, I have come personally to implore you to heed the words of the announcer. I am now firmly convinced of an invasion by otherworldly beasts. It is extraordinary. This world has changed. Even my grandson can now soar through the skies. His words cannot be dismissed. I have briefly practiced martial arts. The ailments of my old bones have surprisingly improved, and my health has become much better. I no longer need to go to the hospital, the elderly professor exclaimed anxiously. Very well, Kong Ling Tian nodded. Then, Professor, please write down in detail what you have experienced. We will submit your account to the higher-ups. We are about to hold a meeting. Your insights will greatly assist in promoting our reforms. I have already detailed this clearly in my report, the elderly professor said as he handed over a document. I came in person to ensure you would take it seriously. Kong Ling Tian accepted the report and began to review it. Upon opening the report, he discovered it contained a small, radiant piece of azure mineral. This mineral is remarkably pure. It resembles glass. It emanates a gentle, azure glow, as if it were imbued with ethereal water. And it feels cool to the touch, a truly exquisite piece. General Kong, this is the mineral we discovered. After our initial testing, this energy can be directly absorbed by martial artists. Furthermore, it can be utilized in weaponry and other applications. Representing a treasure trove for the era of martial arts, the elderly professor explained. It certainly sounds promising. The announcer has provided such a valuable resource to Xia country. We must not let him down. Kong Ling Tian replied, slightly exhilarated, gripping the mineral tightly in his hand. Then, what is the estimated reserve? After a moment, he inquired. We have surveyed 3 mining sites, estimating each site to contain around 400,000 tons. So the total reserve is approximately 1.2 million tons. 1.2 million tons? That is quite impressive. Hearing the quantity of the minerals, Kong Ling Tian felt a surge of excitement. 1.2 million tons could sustain us for quite some time. It is estimated that it could provide for 100 million martial artists. So then, Professor, have any of these minerals been discovered in other regions of our country? Kong Ling Tian asked with curiosity. The elderly professor fell into contemplation. Chapter 67. The Martial Arts University is about to open. Decisions before the Great Reform. Promoting the development of martial arts, Xia country officially establishes the Martial Arts University. In the Military District Office, Professor, are there such minerals in other parts of Xia country? Kong Ling Tian inquired with curiosity. We have not yet conducted tests there. Previous examinations did not yield any findings. The elderly professor replied. However, given the sudden emergence of these 3 mining sites, the previous test results may hold little significance. Very well. Kong Ling Tian placed the materials on the table. Professor, in light of the appearance of these spiritual energy minerals, I may propose to the higher-ups to reassess the lands of Xia country, and the leaders will likely agree. Your geological bureau may have a busy period ahead. Oh, that is of no concern. The elderly professor declared with conviction. Even if you do not propose it, we will proactively conduct tests. These resources are of great importance to the nation. It is no trouble for this old body to work a little. We, in the Geological Bureau, have long been prepared for this, right? The elderly professor turned to the young individuals behind him. Yes, we will assist with the testing. We are not afraid of hardship, several young supporters of the elderly professor exclaimed. Very well, Kong Ling Tian called out, feeling slightly exhilarated. Thank you all. Safeguarding the nation is not solely about leading troops into battle. Your contributions from the rear are equally significant, indeed, the elderly professor said. Straightening his back, General Kong, it is truly nothing. Ever since I started practicing martial arts, my health has greatly improved. Although I am not a martial artist, I am confident I can traverse the land with ease for the next decade. Is that so? It seems I should also find time to practice, Kong Ling Tian chuckled. The group continued to converse in the office. After 30 minutes, the elderly professor took his leave. The organization hoped they would return to prepare for the mining operations, aiming to extract the minerals as swiftly as possible and explore more methods of utilizing them. Kong Ling Tian then exited the office. After walking for a while, Kong Ling Tian and the assistant soldier entered meeting room No. 5. There, Cheng Guanglong and several senior military officials were seated, engaged in discussion, with a document before them listing various agenda items. Old Kong, have you arrived? Good news. Zhang Pingyuan and the others have agreed to our request for a meeting. Chen Guanglong exclaimed excitedly. In this world, Xia country is managed by several groups of people. Kong Ling Tian and his colleagues are from the military district's upper echelons. Now that the military district has united to call for a meeting and reform, the higher-ups from other departments cannot ignore this, and the method of discussion will be through a meeting. Excellent. This meeting is of great importance. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Old Kong, take a look at how we are preparing. I have listed numerous reasons for the necessary reforms, Chen Guanglong said as he pushed a sheet of paper toward Kong Ling Tian. Is that so? Have you reached any conclusions? Kong Ling Tian picked it up to review. Inside were several points. Firstly, it emphasized the immense power of the announcer's martial arts, greatly enhancing the credibility of the invasion by otherworldly beasts. Secondly, the formidable nature of spiritual energy weapons signifies that the weaponry of Xia country is on the brink of a new transformation. Thirdly, the recent discoveries of extraordinary abilities indicate that should nuclear weapons go awry, the nation could be inadvertently thrust into war. Fourthly, the distinct nature of martial artists. The cultivation of warriors necessitates considerable time. They are distinct from ordinary soldiers, as new recruits, after merely 1 or 2 years of training, can rival veterans of 4 to 5 years. However, this is certainly not the case for warriors. A warrior who has trained for 5 years could easily vanquish 10 who have trained for just 1 year. Thus, if the nation does not commence the nurturing of warriors now, it will find itself at a severe disadvantage in the event of a great war 30 years hence. There are countless other reasons as well. With but a moment's thought, Kong Ling Tian and his companions could enumerate numerous achievements of martial arts proponents. His current accomplishments are already quite significant. The group continued their discussions as time swiftly slipped away. Before long, it was deep into the night. The moon hung low in the western sky, and the lights of the capital had long since illuminated the surroundings. Kong Ling Tian and his colleagues exited the conference room. Having convened from 4 o'clock until midnight, even discussing matters during a 30-minute meal break. On the way, Kong Ling Tian's eyes flickered with contemplation and concern. Old Kong, enough with the thoughts, it's best to return and rest early. We have another meeting tomorrow, remarked Chen Guanglong beside him. Such a pivotal meeting cannot be concluded in a single day, as each executive must analyze the situation thoroughly, consuming a significant amount of time. Thus, the conference is scheduled to span several sessions over the next few days. Old Chun, to be frank, I am not satisfied with the outcome of this assembly. I am uncertain how the forthcoming meetings will unfold. Kong Ling Tian expressed. Especially the analysis from the Poverty Alleviation Department has left me feeling quite challenged. In truth, there has been some progress. Let us take it slow, Chen Guanglong replied. Perhaps, Kong Ling Tian mused, lowering his gaze to examine the documents in his hand. The contents, stemming from the resolutions of the first conference, appeared exceedingly favorable for martial arts proponents, promising a substantial increase in the number of warriors. The first resolution passed was to establish 10 martial arts universities nationwide, with the inaugural phase aimed at enrolling 100,000 outstanding students from among the warriors. The martial arts university is a hallmark of the era of high martial arts, its significance rivaling that of the blood test apparatus. The construction of these universities heralds the advancement of the martial arts epoch. Once this initiative is announced online, it is bound to stir a tremendous uproar. Another aspect involves the rapid construction of spiritual energy collectors, mass production of spiritual energy weapons, and the dissemination of these to the warrior soldiers. According to the standards of the Xia Nation in this world, 11 units can be constructed simultaneously, with each unit taking 10 days to complete. Over the course of 2 months, approximately 66 spiritual energy devices could be constructed. While such weaponry may not be sufficient for the entire army, it would still equip a significant number of warriors. Additionally, there are numerous other decisions to discuss, such as increasing military funding for the warriors, among others. Kong Ling Tian and his companions still have much to deliberate. This is far from adequate. These measures are completely insufficient. Kong Ling Tian remarked as he surveyed the documents. There are still several days of meetings ahead. I hope we can decide on more matters. Once announced, it could transform the entire Xia Nation. Chapter 68. Mark's vision of the stars, humanity to become multiplanetary beings. As time passed, leaders from around the globe convened meetings regarding Yi Han's martial arts initiative. In the Lighthouse Nation, at the Pentagon, 9 men sat around a circular conference table. Seated to the west was the leader of the Lighthouse Nation, Milligan, flanked by 8 other powerful figures from the nation's conglomerates. In this world, the Lighthouse Nation is a state dominated by capitalists, where the highest authority resembles that of a corporate manager, with their power constantly constrained by the vast conglomerates that truly govern. These conglomerates control the nation's energy, military industry, and advanced technologies, their nearly century-long accumulation rendering them formidable entities. A loud bang resonated in the conference room as a portly middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table. Damn it! That martial arts proponent has equalized the global military technology landscape, allowing other underdeveloped nations to catch up with us. Their technological level has also drawn nearer. The middle-aged man glared at the documents in his hand, his voice brimming with fury. Indeed, Mr. Tom. There's no need to vent your anger at us, Milligan replied, reclining casually. If anyone should be angry, it should be directed at that damned martial artist. Their revelations have been extraordinarily powerful, elevating the military standards far beyond ours. Consequently, other nations have closed the gap. Damn it, Tom exclaimed loudly. Our trillion-dollar investment to establish military supremacy has evaporated due to that single publication. If I ever find him, I will certainly kill him. He shot a glare at Milligan. You were supposed to locate the proponent, and yet there has been no progress. Meanwhile, others revel in their freedom. Ha ha, Milligan smirked at Tom. Mr. Tom, I completely understand your rage over our lost military dominance. If you are so incensed, feel free to mobilize your family's resources to hunt him down. With another conglomerate backing him, Milligan was not inclined to treat Tom, the family patriarch, with undue deference. How intriguing, truly fascinating, remarked another conglomerate leader, Mark, as he perused the documents. The proponent's capabilities are indeed formidable. What they revealed has surpassed us by such a margin that it has leveled the playing field. For us, it represents decades of advancement, but for other nations, it signifies a century of progress. How captivating! If such a remarkable figure were to emerge, I would certainly wish to meet them personally. Mark, you can go to hell, Tom retorted, scoffing at Mark. Ha ha, Mr. Tom, you ought to be cautious with your words, Mark replied with a smirk. The proponent is no longer a mere commoner. Do not assume that your family's influence renders you invulnerable. The proponent has proven their unparalleled strength and has galvanized the entire world. Be wary that your statements do not bring calamity upon your family. Tom's expression stiffened slightly, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Mark merely chuckled. In truth, Tom is one of the individuals adversely affected by this new era. Not everyone benefits from the changes. Tom's family, having thrived under military technology since World War II, now faces the devaluation of their multi-billion-dollar patents and technologies due to the emergence of superior alternatives. Many research outcomes have been rendered obsolete. The future remains uncertain, but he has already lost a substantial number of patents and research achievements. Humph. What of it? Tom grumbled. And that cursed Xia Nation's martial arts? They should all perish. Enough. Let us cease the squabbling, Milligan interjected, rising to his feet. We were once among the elite at the pinnacle of the global hierarchy. Now, our status is threatened, as there exists one or more individuals who stand atop an even higher echelon. We must adapt to embrace the new era, or the consequences will be dire. Well said, Mark exclaimed, also standing in preparation for the arrival of this new era. I intend to revive a plan I previously failed to implement. Would you care to hear about it? What? Milligan inquired, intrigued, as did the other leaders. I wish to restart the lunar base project, Mark declared enthusiastically. I trust you are all aware of an important fact. The proponent's technology can infuse spiritual energy into fuel. Individuals who practice martial arts possess enhanced physical capabilities. What does this imply? It signifies a monumental breakthrough in the fuel for our spacecraft, enabling human bodies to withstand even more extreme conditions in outer space, thus allowing our ships to travel at unprecedented speeds. Previously, our journey to the moon took 3 days. Now, it can be reduced to mere hours. Moreover, the spacecraft will be far more stable. I can finally initiate this project. Mark, what are you up to now? Milligan inquired, regarding Mark with skepticism. Let me remind you that the proponent has stated that otherworldly beast will invade in 3 months. No, it's now only 2 months away. Hence, I intend to prepare an escape route, Mark chuckled mischievously. How do you plan to construct a base up there? Will the spiritual energy be sufficient? Milligan challenged. That's a valid question, Mark replied, pulling up an image on his phone, revealing a long, gold-colored mineral. Let me inform you, we have come into possession of a rather extraordinary object. It appears to be a treasure. It spontaneously emits spiritual energy and the materials necessary for biological existence, serving as a substantial energy source for life forms. With it, my base project can become a reality. Not only can we build on the moon, but we could also establish a base on Europa without issue. What? The image captivated everyone's attention. What is this? Where was it discovered? How could something so miraculous exist? Mark, please do not exaggerate. You have a penchant for embellishment. It is indeed a treasure. I am commencing the recruitment of warriors now. Just watch me achieve wonders, Mark declared with a hint of pride. Meanwhile, Yihan emerged from the airport, gazing ahead at the twinkling lights of the city. The Statue of Liberty and the towering Pentagon stood prominently in view. Phew, I have finally arrived. First, I must retrieve my belongings. Yihan gazed at the city of Yaoqing, feeling a surge of excitement. Chapter 69. The Mark Group, High Society Gala. Inside the Via Grand Hotel of Yaoqing, Yihan sat at his computer desk, incessantly flipping through maps of the surrounding area, examining mountain ranges one after another. Why can't I find it? I seem to have forgotten its location. Yihan pondered over the maps before him. Relying on the vague memories from his past life, he recalled that at the foot of Mount Luomei, to the east of Yaoqing, there lay a piece of golden ore, buried not too deeply, however. Upon reaching the base of the mountain and extending his spiritual energy to explore the surrounding kilometers, he found no trace of the ore. Doubt crept into his mind. Perhaps he had misremembered the location. After all, in his previous life as a captain in the army, he was more accustomed to wielding weapons against beasts rather than searching for treasures. Yihan continued his search, investigating 8 mountain ranges over the course of a day. Now it was evening. It's impossible. It must be in the Luomei mountain range. There is no other place. Could it have been excavated by someone else? With that thought, Yihan shut down his computer. The next moment, he made his way to the windowsill. Whoosh! His figure flickered across the dark rooftops of Yaoqing. Moments later, he arrived at the base of the mountain, far from the city center, levitating in the air to probe with his spiritual energy. He sensed the dense forests and rocks of the distant mountain range, felt the nearby lighthouse country farm, and even noticed a trembling farmer hiding 100 meters away, peering at him. Yet, he found no sign of the golden ore. However, after a while of investigation, Yihan discovered a 2-meter-3 clay mound nearby. The spiritual energy within it was denser than that of the surrounding earth. The mound appeared somewhat unusual. Yihan contemplated as he flew above the mound, observing that the soil bore signs of recent disturbance. Slowly, he turned his gaze towards the lurking farmer in the distance. Rustle, rustle. The faint sound of movement from the grass reached his ears. The frightened farmer fled in a panic. Trying to escape. Yihan activated his spiritual energy, and with a whoosh, he seized the farmer as if lifting a rabbit, bringing him into the air, hovering before him. No. The golden-haired farmer kicked his legs wildly, eyes wide with terror as he looked at Yihan. It should be noted that he had merely intended to take a stroll outside. Little did he expect a figure to suddenly appear in the distant hills, floating in the air, which greatly shattered his traditional worldview, instilling profound fear within him. "Are you the owner of the nearby farm?" Yi-Han inquired in a foreign tongue, a language previously gifted to him by a disciple's packaged. "Why, yes." "G Great One, you want to harm me? Will you? Please spare me. I have never done anything to harm anyone in my life." The farmer stammered, panic etched across his face. "Then did you see who excavated here? Where did the golden ore go?" Yi-Han pointed at the mound below. The farmer hesitated. Yi-Han lightly flicked his finger, and the muscles in the farmer's neck instantly caved in. "Cough. It was me. Cough, cough, cough." The farmer coughed violently. His hands flailing, Yi-Han relaxed his spiritual grip. "Ha, G Great One. It was I who took it. That golden ore was taken by me, but I genuinely did not know it was yours. Please let me go." The farmer gasped for air, his heart racing with fear. "Where is the ore now?" Yi-Han asked. "I've already sold it in the city. It seems to have been taken by the Mark Group." The farmer pointed towards Yaocheng. "The Mark Group," Yi-Han mused, glancing at the city. There stood a towering 70-story building, the headquarters of the Mark Group in this world, one of the 8 major conglomerates of Lighthouse Country, a colossal entity within Lighthouse Country. Indeed, it had been excavated, causing me to search for so long. Yi-Han observed the building, contemplating. However, this was quite normal. After all, this ore was not buried deep within the mountains like dazzling silver. It was a crucial treasure for humanity's advancement into outer space. In his past life, humanity had fought desperately to seize a small fragment from the beasts after discovering its potential, enabling the torch rocket to colonize outer space. Regrettably, most of it had been taken by the beasts, and ultimately, the torch rocket had exploded. Yi-Han recalled the sorrowful images, the despair and helplessness of that time resurfacing in his heart. Everything he had done was to reverse the future. "G Great One," the farmer, noticing Yi-Han's silence, cautiously ventured, "If you let me go, I will help you retrieve it. I truly did not know it was yours." Yi-Han turned to face the farmer before him. The next moment, he unleashed his spiritual energy. Boom! The farmer instantly fainted, and Yi-Han cast him into the distant estate, where he would remain unconscious for 10 days to half a month. Upon waking, his memories would be somewhat hazy. This farmer was not an evil man, and he bore no enmity towards Yi-Han. Yi-Han was not one to indiscriminately kill. He spared him. He acted only under 2 circumstances. Either the person was malevolent, or they provoked him. After dealing with the farmer, Yi-Han made his way towards the building. Whoosh! Moments later, he stood before the Mark Tower. He activated his spiritual energy to envelop the building. He immediately sensed the presence of the ore. It resided within a safe on the 80th floor of the Mark Tower. On that level, a group of individuals was engaged in a gala. Most of them appeared to be Americans, resembling the so-called elite gentlemen. As Yi-Han strolled through the crowd, he overheard a conversation. "Hello, Mr. Mark. I heard you plan to build a base on the moon." A noblewoman addressed a middle-aged man. "Indeed, Lady Pied. I plan to send 10 powerful warriors to the moon first, then construct a small base in the moon's crater. This will facilitate my future endeavors." "Oh, how splendid. You are going to explore space." The noblewoman's gaze sparkled with longing. "We heard you obtained a miraculous ore. Is that what makes your lunar base plan possible?" Another noblewoman inquired curiously. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, Mrs. John. I have acquired a piece of ore. However, the feasibility of the plan relies not solely on the ore, but also on the powerful technology provided by the issuer. Without the groundbreaking technology from the great issuer, the strength of the spacecraft could not achieve an epoch-making enhancement, nor could the cost of traveling to and from the moon be reduced by over 60%. Let us praise the number 1 in martial arts. Let us commend the pioneer of the new era," Mark respectfully stated. The noblewoman chuckled, covering her mouth with a folding fan, her laughter as melodious as silver bells. "I am curious. What sort of person is this world changer?" she mused, lifting her eyes to the heavens. Her gaze filled with endless yearning and admiration. "He has become the most mysterious person in the world. Whenever I practice martial arts with my friends, I am always in awe of his boundless achievements." "Indeed, Lady Pied. Such an excellent technique. Do practice it more," Mark chuckled. "So, where is your ore now? May we have a look?" Another noblewoman asked. "Of course, Mrs. John. My ore is currently in the vault. After the banquet concludes, I will take everyone for a visit." Mark replied, "Oh, is it very secure?" "Secure. My vault is one of the safest in the world. Unless someone were to blow up this building and remove it, no one can take my ore," Mark proclaimed, puffing out his chest with slight pride, confidence gleaming in his eyes. I never anticipated that I would be discussed at such a banquet." Meanwhile, Ihan smiled faintly as he listened to Mark and the others converse. Moreover, he had not expected that Mark intended to use his technology for lunar exploration. Spiritual energy indeed provided a tremendous enhancement to explosives and materials. With the two major issues of aerospace energy and spacecraft strength resolved, many things became simpler. While it might take some time to venture beyond the solar system, reaching the moon remained quite feasible. Furthermore, Ihan himself had considered the idea of constructing a base on the moon. First, one must descend to the realm of planetary mastery. Moreover, the otherworldly beasts possess neither technology nor spacecraft. They can only reach the moon upon attaining planetary status. Constructing a concealed base there would offer a significant advantage in warfare. That golden stone is a treasure of the base, Ihan pondered as he continued toward the direction of the stone. A great man? Ha! I perceive that the publisher is merely a demon disrupting the balance. His martial arts may very well bring calamity upon the planet. Suddenly, a piercing voice echoed through the banquet hall. Ihan turned towards the source of the sound, where he beheld a rotund man vociferously cursing. This world was perfectly fine. There was no one who wished for him to propagate such martial arts. The middle-aged man exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury, Mr. Tom. It may not be appropriate to speak of the publisher in such a manner." A young lady before him interjected, "It appears he intends for humanity to defend against the beasts. Otherwise, he could have reserved the technology solely for the Xia nation." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man scoffed. "Defend against the monsters? I suspect those so-called monsters are precisely what he has summoned. He has plunged our entire planet into turmoil." The young lady fell silent, pressing her delicate lips together. Meanwhile, the president of the Lighthouse Nation, Milligan, shook his head in disapproval. "What is this, Miss Chi-Chi? Have you also noticed this issue?" Seeing her reticence, the middle-aged man assumed she was contemplating his words. "We were living quite harmoniously on this planet. Monster invasions were merely the stuff of money-grabbing films, and everyone was well settled. The tranquility was shattered by his emergence," Tom lamented. "Not to mention, he has rendered some of my family's technology obsolete. He might even bring monsters that endanger our entire world, Mr. Tom." "I believe that is enough." The noble lady spoke in a soft yet deliberate tone, laced with a hint of ire. "The publisher is a person of great achievement. You ought not to speak of him in such a manner. Is that so?" the middle-aged man questioned, his voice dripping with skepticism. "What harm is there in my words? Besides, I am the eldest son of the Tom family. Backed by my elders, even the publisher would not dare to touch me. Even if he were to change the world, what of it? My family remains a leader in this world. My criticisms are well-deserved. He is simply a man who should not exist," the middle-aged man chattered incessantly, while the young lady before him remained tight-lipped, unwilling to engage in a quarrel. Meanwhile, Ihan observed this scene and shook his head. Turning toward the direction of the vault. In the next moment, a whoosh sounded. An invisible burst of psychic energy surged forth, hurtling directly toward the middle-aged man. Chapter 71. The Master of the World's Consortium? A mouth shattered on the spot. In the Yuching. On the 80th floor of the Mark Tower's banquet hall, an unseen force of psychic energy surged through the assembly of gentlemen and elite. Barreling towards the middle-aged man's face, a loud bang resounded. Thomas' mouth erupted with blood, and he was flung backward. Crash! The portly figure was propelled 4 meters away, crashing into a table laden with delicacies, shattering plates and spilling dishes all over him, staining his gaping, bloodied mouth. "Help! Murder! An assassination!" Several noblewomen shrieked in horror upon seeing Thomas' condition, covering their heads and retreating into the crowd. The men too turned pale, hastily backing away. The sight of Tom's mangled mouth was utterly terrifying. A wide circle rapidly formed around Tom. Security personnel wielding submachine guns rushed in, swiftly encircling him and shielding the nobles. They were elite martial artists hired for a hefty sum. The scene descended into chaos. What is happening?" Mark pushed through the throng, and upon seeing Tom, his brow furrowed in concern. The middle-aged man lay on the ground, his mouth utterly destroyed, This was severe. Tom? He exclaimed, alarmed. Quick, get a doctor to staunch the bleeding and provide aid. Security, ensure the safety of the other guests. Mark barked orders without hesitation. A few security personnel with first aid training rushed over. The surrounding nobles looked on in wide-eyed terror. Poor Mr. Tom. How could this happen? How did he suddenly get thrown? Security remained vigilant, while whispers of disbelief and fear filled the air. Such injuries are horrifying. Half of his face is shattered. Could Tom be dead? Who did this? The gentlemen murmured anxiously, their hearts gripped by fear. Yet, aside from Thomas' injury, no one else bore any harm, and the security staff could find no assailant. Merely standing guard with their weapons drawn. Mr. Mark, the young lady who had been conversing with Tom, timidly stepped forward, her body shivering, her face ashen. Tom. Tom was punished for slandering the great publisher. Her voice trembled. What? Mark responded, puzzled, as did the other gentlemen, exchanging bewildered glances. Miss Chi-Chi, do not be afraid. Tell me what you witnessed. It was just that he was maliciously disparaging the publisher when his mouth suddenly exploded. And he flew away. Whoosh. The publisher of the Xian nation cannot be slandered. He is a god, my deity. Tears streamed down the young lady's cheeks as she spoke, having grown up in an exceptionally privileged environment. Within lavish villas and castles, and never having witnessed such a spectacle now, all she felt was profound fear and reverence for the publisher. Is that so? Mark pondered deeply, and the other nobles appeared equally perplexed. What is Miss Chi-Chi talking about? Thomas' mouth exploded suddenly. How could that be? What's impossible is just what I witnessed. The surrounding nobles buzzed with speculation, some skeptical, while others insisted on their observations. Meanwhile, Milligan, the leader of the Lighthouse Nation, frowned in contemplation, as if recalling something. After a while, a security personnel rushed in. Mr. Mark, we've reviewed the surveillance footage. Many cameras malfunctioned, but the one capturing Mr. Tom is intact. Play it. Mark's expression turned grave as he commanded the security staff. Yes, the banquet hall's large screen flickered to life. In my view, the publisher is the last person who should exist in this world. He ought to vanish. Tom's voice boomed from the screen. Suddenly, a pop echoed, and Tom's entire mouth exploded, sending him flying without any contact from another person. Even the only one who had heard his speech. Miss Chi-Chi, along with her companions, had stood far away from him. The footage revealed no objects flying toward him, as if no one had attacked him at all. Gasp. It truly appears to have exploded spontaneously? How astonishing and perplexing. My God, could the publisher be omnipresent? This is terrifying. Not only has he achieved greatness, but his power is equally formidable. How did he know what Tom was saying? The audience gazed in astonishment at the screen, some even dropping their glasses in shock, the sound of shattering glass echoing through the hall. Mark, too, stared at the screen, bewildered. He had no inkling of what had transpired. This was the headquarters of the consortium, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of security personnel, all elite martial artists. Some could draw their firearms and react in less than a second. Yet, this attack had caught everyone off guard. Wasn't he the publisher in Xian Nation? Had he come here? Or was he truly omnipresent? Many pondered these questions, yet no answers emerged. Mark gazed skyward, filled with confusion and awe. Following this incident, the publisher became even more enigmatic in the eyes of Mark and the high-ranking officials of America. Deepening their fear, after all, what was a consortium against such might? One must act decisively. All right, I believe there is nothing further to address. The banquet is hereby concluded. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience. Please make your way home, Mark announced to the crowd. Following such an incident, he intended to disperse the affluent guests as swiftly as possible, lest any further complications arise that he could not bear. Very well, Mr. Mark, we shall take our leave. The guests, eager to vacate the premises, remarked, Today has truly been an eye-opener. One must not slander the publisher. It is terrifying, yes. The attendees conversed as they slowly dispersed, each departing the banquet hall. However, just as the first noble stepped into the elevator, a resounding thud echoed from the east, and the red light at the entrance of the vault flared to life. Treasury. Someone has infiltrated the vault. Hiss. You lot, go in immediately, Mark shouted, glancing at the security personnel. Yes, A robust security officer responded, rushing forward with his team. Chapter 72. Collecting or with unfettered ease. I intend to exploit the world-class consortium of the Lighthouse Nation. Mark Tower. Clang, clang, clang. A deafening sound reverberated, and the red light on the eastern vault door flickered ominously, while the guests hastily retreated through the safety passage. And why heavens! Someone has breached Mark's vault. The publisher? Could it possibly be the publisher himself? Has he arrived here? I don't know. Let's flee. It might be that rare ore of Mark's that has drawn him here. Can he really take the ore? After all, Mark's vault is reputed to be of the highest caliber in the world. Who knows? Hurry and run. Let's go home. The guests fled in haste, while luxurious cars streamed out of the garage beneath Mark Tower, and police vehicles surged in the opposite direction. Mark Tower's vault has been robbed. This will undoubtedly make headlines across the Lighthouse Nation. Protecting Mr. Mark's vault is our duty. Let's go. On the 80th floor, a throng of security personnel hurried towards the vault entrance, aware that safeguarding the vault was within their contractual obligations. Thus, they dared not delay. However, when they swung open the massive door and charged into the vacant corridor, a loud bang echoed. The lead security commander seemed to have abruptly collided with an unseen wall, falling to the ground with a significant red mark on his forehead. Damn! The security captain cursed, scrambling to his feet and raising his firearm to scan the area ahead. Yet, there was nothing before him. However, as he reached out, he was instantly taken aback. There appeared to be an invisible, remarkably hard wall, entirely transparent, only detectable by touch. Damn! What on earth is this? The security captain kicked the wall twice in frustration. In the next moment, he pushed those around him aside, withdrew, and fired 2 shots with his gun. Bang, bang. The bullets ricocheted instantly, leaving no trace behind. The security captain stared in disbelief at the transparent wall ahead, which could not be breached even by bullets. The vault seemed so close yet paradoxically distant. On the other side, in the corridor leading to the vault, Ihan closed his eyes and released his mental energy. Obliterating all detection devices, security cameras, and lighting fixtures, a loud bang resonated, and sparks erupted around him, plunging the entire corridor into darkness. Outside, a tremendous alarm blared. Yet, Ihan remained unfazed, having sealed all entrances with his mental energy. Unless bombarded by missiles, no one could enter. He levitated towards the vault. Jackson, be cautious. The lights malfunctioned. There is a strong possibility of an intrusion. Prepare your weapons and remain alert for suspicious individuals. As he advanced, Ihan heard sounds emanating from around the corner, accompanied by the flickering beams of flashlights. Clearly, there were numerous security personnel within the vault. However, this posed no threat to Ihan. He gently released his mental energy, causing the security personnel to collapse to the ground with a thud, remaining unconscious for the entire day. The path was cleared in merely 10 seconds. Ihan swiftly arrived at the vault entrance. It was a round vault door, a hallmark of banking security. Such doors were exceptionally thick, designed to withstand immense force, and were fortified with numerous defensive measures. Mark's safe was world-class. Thus, the defensive installations inside were also of the highest standard. As Mark himself had stated, for an ordinary person to access the contents within, the only way would be to demolish all 80 floors of the building. Yet Ihan was no ordinary individual. He gazed at the safe and summoned his mental energy. With a resounding crack, the circular vault door suddenly splintered. The heavy iron barrier forcefully pulled apart, splitting into 4 petals, resembling a blossoming flower. Ihan, now the strongest in existence, found the efforts of the human race to be as fragile as paper before him. When power reaches a certain threshold, all calculations become futile. The golden ore lay upon the display pedestal in the center of the vault. It was an entire block of gold ore, radiating a dazzling golden light, while also emanating spiritual energy, nitrogen, oxygen, and other substances. Its presence within the vault infused the entire space with spiritual energy, 3 times denser than that of the outside world. Warriors could achieve an extraordinarily high cultivation speed here. Moreover, the ore contained an immense amount of energy, sufficient for 100,000 masters to utilize for a millennium. In a genuinely advanced martial era, this would undoubtedly be a coveted treasure fiercely contested by warriors. 100,000 masters for 1,000 years was no trivial quantity, yet now, it was as simple as taking candy from a child. At last, I've found you. Yihan stepped into the vault, grasping the golden ore in his hand. The surrounding instruments had long been destroyed by his mental energy, thus not a sound was made. Ding! The voice resonated in his mind. Host has acquired an extraordinary item. Congratulations, Host has obtained a piece of spiritual dark gold. Spiritual dark gold. So this is its name. Indeed. Quite splendid. Yihan gazed excitedly at the ore in his hand. He planned to utilize this ore to construct 10 extraterrestrial bases. Once he ascended to the rank of planetary master, space would become his other home. Furthermore, the space stations held significant strategic importance for humanity. Yihan did not intend to allow Mark to monopolize such a substantial piece of ore. However, it appeared that Mark also intended to build a base, didn't he? His consortium's strength is indeed worth my exploitation. I can leverage his resources to construct my own projects. Yihan pondered while cradling the ore. The next moment, he extracted a small piece from the golden ore and placed it back into the original display case. The small piece was roughly the size of 2 fingers, sufficient for 3 master warriors to use for decades. Then Yihan turned his gaze toward the nearby vault wall. A piercing sound echoed as he used his mental energy to inscribe words upon the wall. These words were meant for Mark's eyes. Once the inscription was complete, Yihan stepped forward and vanished from the vault in a swift motion. The vault was left with only a small piece of softly glowing ore. From the moment he entered the vault to the acquisition of the ore, merely 2 minutes had elapsed. Hiss, hiss, bang. The security captain, using a chainsaw to puncture the mental wall in the corridor, suddenly lunged forward a few steps, collapsing along with the saw onto the floor of the corridor. Did I cut it open? Did I really breach this wall? Damn. I succeeded. The security captain's voice rang out in delight. He quickly got up, gun in hand, and charged towards the vault. Everyone follow me. We shall protect Mr. Mark's property to the death. Chapter 73. The aesthetic of power. Across from Mark Tower, Mark stood on a high floor of a building. Binoculars in hand, observing the banquet hall on the 80th floor of his tower, watching security personnel rush into the vault. As the leader of a super consortium, he naturally would not place himself at risk within the building. However, being concerned about the ore, he did not wish to distance himself. How many minutes have passed since the alarm rang? Mark inquired of his elegant secretary beside him. Sir, it has been 7 minutes since the alarm sounded. The secretary replied. However, the security team breached the door and charged in just 2 minutes after the alarm. They entered in 2 minutes. Well, 2 minutes is certainly insufficient to unlock my vault. I just wonder if the publisher has come. I am not well acquainted with his powers, Mr. Mark. I believe your ore is secure. Your vault is the foremost in the world, the secretary flattered. Perhaps. Mark's expression grew serious as he spoke. After pondering for a moment, he turned to the secretary. Inform the security captain that if he encounters anyone resembling the publisher inside the vault, do not fire first. The publisher is my friend. Yes, the secretary replied, reaching for the walkie-talkie to relay Mark's instructions. However, before the secretary could speak, the security captain emerged, gun in hand. Huh? Mark looked at the security captain in confusion. Why are you out so quickly? Perhaps it is because the situation has already been resolved. The secretary adjusted her glasses and responded. After all, nearly 100 personnel had charged in through multiple exits. It was unlikely the intruder would have brought so many people. Mark remained silent upon hearing this. This secretary had a rather straightforward perspective, yet Mark felt the situation was not so simple. He used his binoculars to peer across. He saw the security captain picking up his phone. Ding, ding, ding. The secretary's phone rang. And after answering, she turned to Mark. Sir, the captain says he needs you to come. The publisher has something to say to you in the vault. Something to say? Mark expressed slight surprise, and in the next moment, he nodded. Good. Take me there immediately. The banquet hall on the 80th floor. Mark hurriedly exited the elevator. Mr. Mark, please follow me. The security captain said no further words, turning directly toward the vault. Mark and the others followed closely behind. Along the way, Mark noticed many security personnel lying on the ground. They were the ones who had originally guarded the vault. Are they all dead? Why is there no blood? Mark, filled with curiosity, inquired. Is that so? The head of security shook his head, stating that all 200 guards patrolling the vault had fainted. How did that happen? Mark pressed, but the security chief remained silent, clearly out of his depth. The group continued to advance, and when Mark laid eyes on the vault's grand entrance, His eyes widened in astonishment. Even the secretary beside him gasped, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with shock as they beheld the colossal door. Nearly a meter thick and fortified with advanced technology, now split into 4 segments. The sight was nothing short of breathtaking, embodying a violent beauty. "This is how it was when we rushed in." The head of security remarked. "Is that so?" Mark responded, momentarily taken aback. If the security had found it like this upon entering, it implied that the perpetrator had torn through the iron door within 2 minutes. Considering the time taken to walk and seize the ore, it might have been ripped apart in mere seconds. A chuckle escaped Mark as he gazed at the door, instinctively wiping his forehead and eyes. "I once believed the door was unlocked. Now I comprehend. Is this what is referred to in the tales of Xiagua as a single force breaking through myriad laws? Truly, a harbinger of change in today's world." "Indeed, Mr. Mark. There are also messages from the perpetrator for you inside," the head of security indicated, pointing towards the secure vault. Upon entering, Mark's gaze fell upon a display pedestal housing a gold ore piece, roughly the size of 2 fingers. While the ore remained, it was now reduced to a mere fragment, with the surrounding artifacts untouched. Holding the chilling ore, Mark muttered to himself. In the next moment, he glanced at the inscriptions on the wall. "Follow my instructions. Continue with your aerospace plans." Mark read the inscription aloud. A silence ensued as he fell into contemplation, the others within the vault remaining equally mute. After a while, Mark scrutinized the ore in his hand, then cast a glance at the torn vault door, his eyes shimmering with a newfound resolve, as if a decision had crystallized within him. "All right, you lot. Erase the inscriptions here, and regarding today's events, no one is permitted to disclose anything. You all understand the consequences of breaching the confidentiality agreement, correct?" Mark addressed the security personnel. "Yes," they replied, bowing their heads. "Handle the remaining matters and arrange for a new vault door." Mark surveyed the surroundings before exiting the vault. "Sir, our incident has already been reported by the media. The coverage is immense." On their way, the secretary handed Mark a tablet. "Breaking news. The perpetrator was spotted at Mark Tower. The president of the World Military Industrial Group is suspected to have been injured by the perpetrator, with his condition currently unknown. The vault at Mark Tower has been robbed." One headline after another surged onto the internet's trending list, accompanied by a flurry of comments from an online audience numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The perpetrator's notoriety was soaring, especially considering the shocking news of the robbery at Mark Tower. "Mr. Mark, how should we handle this situation?" the female secretary inquired anxiously. "With such high visibility, we must hold a press conference." "And what about Mr. Tom's situation?" "Rest assured, I have devised a response strategy. We shall hold the press conference tomorrow morning," Mark declared, casting a final glance at the torn vault door, a decision solidified within him. Chapter 74. The acquisition of treasures complete. I shall personally advocate for reform. In the Lighthouse Nation, Yi Han sat atop a 100-story building, gazing distantly at the entrance of Mark Tower. That moment, it bore the aura of a crime scene. The entrance was overcrowded, a multitude of police and security vehicles congesting the street, accompanied by a throng of media reporters drawn by the unfolding drama. News of the events spread rapidly, with numerous versions of reports circulating, few of which conveyed the full details. Shortly thereafter, Mark, the leader of the consortium, emerged. A swarm of reporters surged forward, thrusting microphones towards him. "Mr. Mark, is it true that your vault has been robbed?" "Mr. Mark." Our reporter captured footage of Mr. Tom entering the intensive care unit. "What can you tell us about this? Did you encounter the perpetrator? What manner of person is he?" "Mr. Mark, is your ore still intact?" A cacophony of inquiries erupted as the reporters jostled one another, camera flashes illuminating the scene. Yet, Mark remained reticent, his security personnel forming a barrier to push the reporters back as a Rolls-Royce glided past. "All right, everyone, regarding today's events at the tower, I will address everything at tomorrow morning's press conference. Please refrain from speculation and spreading rumors." With that, Mark slipped into the luxurious car and gradually vanished from the reporter's sight. Mr. Mark, please answer just one question." Several reporters called after the vehicle, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. How intriguing! I wonder what Mark will reveal at tomorrow's press conference, if he possesses any wisdom. "He will certainly not go against my interests," Yihan mused, observing the departing Rolls-Royce. After a moment, he descended from the rooftop and returned to his hotel room. In the hotel room, after showering. Yihan opened his computer. He was immediately greeted by a plethora of news articles, some even trending on Xia Country's Weibo. Shocking! The perpetrator allegedly appears at Mark Tower. The vault has been robbed. This may all be due to a single stone. Mark announces a press conference for tomorrow morning. Damn. I awaken from my cultivation to find such a significant event unfolding. Mark Tower seems to be the headquarters of the world's consortium. No? I've heard that scoundrel has publicly declared assets of $200 billion, with countless hidden assets. Hell, that Rolls-Royce appears to be customized, worth over $20 million. The world of the wealthy and capitalists. I am more curious about whether the perpetrator truly made an appearance. Yes, we practice the starlight body refinement technique daily, yearning to witness him in person. Mark is to hold a press conference tomorrow. We shall find out then. Yihan shared the collective curiosity of online commentators, eager to learn about the events of the night, especially regarding what Mark would confess. With the ore now in hand, it was time to take action and stimulate a new reform. Yihan contemplated as he stood by the window of his hotel room, overlooking the bustling city. The sights before him were aglow with lights. Vehicles flowing through the streets, among which were numerous luxury cars, Martins, Ferraris, Porsches, and more. This was one of the world's most developed cities, a haven for the affluent and powerful, often dubbed the magic city of the world. Today was the 25th, marking just over a month since his return to this era, with a little over 2 months remaining. Yihan calculated the time in his mind. However, he gazed westward, pondering a concern that lingered. Would the alien beasts arrive ahead of schedule? Previously, he had mentioned presenting evidence of an impending invasion within a month and a half. That evidence comprised a reconnaissance team of alien beasts. The alien beasts were notoriously cautious. Prior to launching a full-scale attack, they would dispatch a team to assess the overall strength of Blue Star. In his past life, they encountered a world devoid of martial artists. Yet this time, the circumstances would differ, for the world had undergone a transformation. If the reconnaissance team discovered abnormalities, would it trigger a butterfly effect? This remained uncertain, for alien beasts were not programmed entities. Their behavior was not fixed. The outcome would depend on the ensuing conflict with the alien beasts. Preparation for the forthcoming events was essential. Moreover, Yihan contemplated as he gazed towards the ruling palace of the Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse Nation was a formidable power, one of the 3 nations that had contributed significantly to resisting the alien beasts in his previous life. This time, the Lighthouse Nation would play a crucial role in combating the alien invasion. This country was not one to be overlooked. Yihan formulated his plan in his mind. After a while, the computer beside him chimed, signaling an important notification. Curiously, he approached the screen. Breaking news. The Xia Country government has announced that it will unveil new reform details in 3 days, marking the largest reform in the nation's history. What on earth is happening? An incident at Mark Tower. And now Xia Country is also gearing up for major reforms. Damn. We are living in an era of monumental change, brothers. The revelation from Xia Country shocked netizens. And Yihan felt equally astonished. He found it puzzling that Xia Country would suddenly announce reforms, seemingly without any provocation from him. Moreover, the current attention was focused on the Lighthouse Nation rather than Xia Country. However, Yihan quickly realized the nature of the situation. The world follows its own developmental patterns, and what he had unveiled was sufficient to alter the course of events. Such upheaval was only natural. This announcement served as a precursor to Xia Country's grand reforms, a means to prepare the populace psychologically. Otherwise, an abrupt announcement of reforms might be too startling. Simultaneously, it indicated the transformative nature of these reforms. Yet, the notice had already been issued, confirming that discussions had taken place within Xia Country's official channels. Now, we merely await the appointed time. Yihan mused, gazing intently at the computer screen. Tomorrow marks the announcement by Mark, followed by a significant upheaval in Xia Nation. Let us observe what unfolds. Chapter 75. Mark, do not engage in baseless speculation. The sun rises, casting its gentle rays upon the statue of the lighthouse goddess. As the streets of Yu City begin to buzz with activity, heralding the onset of a fast-paced and bustling day. After rising from his bed, Yihan approached his computer and accessed the official website of Mark Group. A press conference was live-streaming on the site. The setting of the conference was rather simple, with a podium positioned to the north and an audience of 100 reporters seated across from it. Mark was set to clarify the events surrounding yesterday's attack on the skyscraper. A bold headline adorned the streaming room, drawing significant attention, while a multitude of netizens engaged in fervent discussions in the chat room. Damn, I couldn't sleep a wink waiting for this press conference. I kept waking up too. Has Mr. Mark clarified yet? I'm about to commence my daily martial arts training. Friends, have you noticed how effective morning training is? It seems there has been a notification from Xia Nation as well. Did Mr. Mark truly meet with the publisher? I'm curious whether the publisher visited the skyscraper, but if so, why would they rob the vault? I want to see news about the publisher. I left my Mark there yesterday, and I also punished that Tom. Mark should know I was there. I wonder what he will say. Yihan pondered as he gazed at the screen. After a brief wait, Yihan saw Mark make his entrance. The reporters, who had been waiting eagerly, immediately erupted with excitement, their flashes illuminating the room. The topic of the publisher piqued their interest, promising a surge in viewership. Mark raised his head, signaling for silence. I am here to address your questions, provide clarity for those concerned, and mitigate any negative societal impact. Please send in your representatives to pose questions. All right, Mr. Mark, is it true that Tom, one of the leaders in the global military-industrial complex, was attacked and severely injured? Indeed, Mark replied. Mr. Tom encountered a conflict with an exceptionally strong martial artist. So, was that martial artist the publisher? I heard Mr. Tom was punished for defaming the publisher. Nonsense. There is no evidence to suggest that the publisher was responsible for his injuries, so do not slander the publisher, Mark asserted, as though he had anticipated the question. Is that so? The reporters momentarily fell silent, quickly jotting down their notes. Then, was Tom truly attacked? The barrage of comments in the chat exploded with increased frequency. And my goodness, I was perplexed when I first heard this news. Which martial artist would dare provoke a figure from the global military-industrial family? That's incredible. This is indeed big news. So the injury has nothing to do with the publisher. Did the publisher go there? Didn't T-Mark just say there's no evidence? Sitting in a hotel room, Yihan chuckled softly. From the traces he left behind, along with Tom's response, it should be possible to connect the dots to himself. Yet, Mark had outright denied it. There was much more to this than met the eye. Mr. Mark, a reporter interjected again. Could you clarify whether your vault was indeed robbed by the publisher who allegedly made off with your recently acquired minerals? First and foremost, there is no evidence to suggest that the publisher robbed my vault. Do not fall prey to rumors. Moreover, I have not lost anything. The minerals are safe. The lunar space program will proceed as planned. My secretary will provide you with details shortly, Mark responded with a serious expression. Oh, and one more thing, he added after a moment. An incident of robbery by martial artists did occur at my skyscraper. But I fail to comprehend why this should be linked to the publisher. Have any of you actually seen him? I have not. If someone is attempting to connect these two events for the sake of publicity, without any proof, you will face legal action from Mark Group. Those who doubt may certainly try, Mark emphasized. However, due to his stature, reporters and viewers speculated there would be severe repercussions for testing him. Nonetheless, Mark's responses left the reporters feeling unsatisfied. They were eager to hear news of the publisher's appearance at the skyscraper. That would be the explosive headline they sought, and it diverged entirely from their expectations. But Mr. Mark, attendees have mentioned that Tom defamed the publisher, and subsequently, his mouth was injured. One reporter exclaimed, Yes, we interviewed a certain guest who confirmed this. We also have numerous interview videos from other guests. How could we link this matter to the publisher otherwise? Other reporters chimed in. Indeed, Mark replied, on that day, Mr. Tom did defame the publisher, and our group is very concerned about this matter. We have conducted a thorough investigation. However, there is no evidence directly implicating the publisher. It is well known that Mark Group does not make baseless accusations. Tom's defamation is insufficient to substantiate this. It would be akin to someone defaming me, and then subsequently suffering an accident on the street. Does that mean I am involved? Mark stated. The reporters exchanged glances, some even setting down their microphones. If that is the case, there seems to be little left to inquire. Then, Mr. Mark, could you elaborate on the incident involving the vault robbery? The reporters continued to press. Yet, the number of online viewers gradually dwindled. They had come to witness the publisher, and now that Mark claimed there was none, what was the point of remaining in the live stream? Meanwhile, Yihan observed Mark thoughtfully from his hotel room. He recognized this as Mark's attempt to cooperate with him, claiming there was no evidence was a falsehood. Even though he indeed had not seen Yihan, merely a trace of handwriting could not definitively prove his presence. However, Mark's concealment indicated his stance clearly. He was indeed a figure attuned to the currents of his time. Even global conglomerates must align with him. All right, the press conference has concluded. Is there anyone else who wishes to ask? Mark's voice resonated as the live stream continued. And no more. It seems that's about it. The reporters noted down the responses they had gathered. Well then, Mark activated the screen behind him. Now, let me present to you our group's lunar base plan. Chapter 76, just a single sentence. U-City. Yihan sat in his chair, watching the female secretary present. This incident at the skyscraper has had no impact on us. We have not lost anything, and we will continue with our plans. The female secretary explained, gesturing towards the screen behind her. The large display showcased a map of the moon. First, we will construct a central base within the lunar crater, subsequently placing the minerals within the central base. Then, we will excavate the lunar soil below, gradually building a base that radiates in all directions. Preparations are underway, and we will launch the first rocket in 10 days. Please stay tuned, the female secretary elaborated. Meanwhile, at Tom's villa in U-City, a loud crash resonated. A 50-year-old woman furiously smashed a vase onto the floor. Why? Why did he beat my brother to this extent, and yet we do not retaliate? The woman yelled. Behind her, Tom lay unconscious on the bed, swathed in bandages. Father, he is not only my brother but also your son. Look at what has become of him. Shouldn't you be seeking vengeance on his behalf? The woman glared at a 70-year-old man with graying hair. They were all Tom's family. The 50-year-old woman was Tom's sister, while the 70-year-old man was Tom's father. Although the elder was aged, he stood upright. Exuding vitality, he was a martial artist. Why are you yelling at me so loudly? The old man retorted, growing impatient with the woman's tirade. Have you not felt his strength? What of the martial arts? What does it matter? I shall never practice again. He has injured my brother. The woman shouted in fury, tears streaming down her cheeks. This matter will not end here. You be quiet, unless you wish for your mouth to be damaged. The old man hissed through clenched teeth. Look at the evidence regarding Mark. The old man slammed a stack of documents onto the table. Within were photographs of numerous security personnel lying on the ground, alongside images of the vault door torn into 4 pieces. You keep talking about revenge. Look at his strength. Can you even contend with that? With the strength of Mark's security, he comes and goes as he pleases. And with his world-altering, unparalleled achievements, do you dare speak of vengeance? Do you wish for the Tom family to be obliterated? Do you wish for your siblings to end up like Tom, lying helplessly in bed? He is far too powerful and enigmatic, the elder remarked, lowering his gaze to the documents. Upon hearing this, the woman pursed her lips, her eyes brimming with defiance. Father, you have grown old. You have become weak. When has our Tom family ever feared anyone? Now that my brother is in such a state, can you, as his family, tolerate it? The elder fell silent, his chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. Allow me to pose a question. What is the strength of our family? After a brief pause, the elder inquired calmly. We are a colossal consortium of the Lighthouse Nation, and what of our technological prowess? Before his arrival, we were at the pinnacle of the world. Indeed. The elder nodded. We possessed world-class technology prior to his coming. Thus our family stands as a consortium of this nation, engaged in the arms trade. Yet now, he is the pioneer of martial arts, the founder of global technology. Anything he casually reveals could potentially obliterate vast portions of our technology. What magnitude of power does his family wield? This? The woman faltered slightly, her teeth grinding together. Listen to me, dear. His strength is terrifying, and we know nothing about him. Acting rashly would only invite disaster, let alone whether he has any backing. His current followers number in the multitude. Did you not see the extreme martial artists outside? With just a few words, he could plunge our family into monumental trouble. The woman remained silent, yet her fists were clenched tightly. Ultimately, she approached Tom's bedside and sat down. Turning to gaze at him, Father, is it truly impossible to seek his help? After a moment, she spoke slowly, her tone laden with defiance. The elder shook his head, looking at Tom. This lad truly needs a lesson. His mouth has indeed run amok. Fortunately, the one who issued the challenge merely dealt him a slap. After learning his lesson, perhaps he may yet save his life. But what if he turns his aggression towards the rest of our family? Are we to await our doom? The woman said, glancing at the elder. This? Let us hope not. The elder's tone was tinged with fear and apprehension. Father! The woman looked at the elder with tear-filled eyes. You are afraid. You no longer dare to confront him. Upon hearing this, the elder's voice grew somber. It is not that I am afraid. It is that you are too young. Just look at Mark. The elder pointed at the television. Observe Mark's reaction. What did he say at the press conference? He stated that these matters should not be linked to the issuer, urging against frivolous slander. But does this truly have nothing to do with him? Mark's actions were astute. He comprehends the situation and thus can genuinely manage such a vast consortium. You only see the issuer's words online, along with the support from netizens, but you remain oblivious to his influence in reality. When he raises his arm, it is highly likely that millions of martial artists will respond. So, are you suggesting that he could seize control of the Lighthouse Nation? And even the world at any moment? The woman countered. That is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. The elder replied slowly, and the woman's complexion gradually paled. End of Stage 1, Chapter 77. The enormous rewards of the disciple package. The universe is boundless. The sun rises, preheating. With only one day remaining until the Xia Nation announces significant reforms, all citizens of Xia Nation are urged to stay informed. Yi Han awoke early to check his computer. Discovering a pinned international news story it was a repost from the official Xia Nation. Remarkably, they had issued 2 reminders prior to the reforms. This must be a substantial change. Yi Han pondered as he gazed at the screen. Following the Mark incident, the Xia Nation had already made one announcement. Now, they remind us again, a nation does not make loud proclamations without substance. It seems the Xia Nation intends for its citizens to prepare. Other netizens echoed Yi Han's sentiments. What on earth does the Xia Nation intend to do? With 2 reminders, could they be looking to achieve a leap forward in the martial arts era? It is quite possible, after all, the Xia Nation has long sought revival. I have heard that the Great Eagle Nation convened numerous meetings in response to the changes in the Xia Nation. The leader of the Golden Fresh Nation seems to have spoken with the Xia Nation, likely seeking to understand. After all, the competition among world nations remains fierce, does it not? The actions of the Xia Nation have suddenly made me anxious. The invasion of alien beasts feels increasingly real. Shouldn't the nations of the world unite in response? Indeed, humanity must unite, especially as we enter a new phase of reform. Yi Han contemplated the comments. If we consider the state recognition of martial arts as the first phase, then encouraging as many citizens as possible to practice martial arts is the second phase. The third phase would mobilize all human forces to prepare for the resistance against the alien beasts. Now, we await tomorrow's news from the Xia Nation. Their reforms should propel the entire world forward, and at that point, I can step in to hasten the process and lead the world into the second phase. Everything is being prepared in the shadows. Very well, let's check the data panel. Yi Han called out to the system in his mind. Yes, the system's voice responded. Host. Yi Han Realm. Planetary Grandmaster Level 7 rank. Martial Artist. Martial Master. Innate Martial Master. Grandmaster. Great Grandmaster. Planetary Grandmaster. Planetary Realm. Stellar Realm. Dimensional Realm. Lord Realm. Vitality. 29.8 million combat power. 380 million intra-level disciples. 130 million martial artist disciples. 3.63 million martial master disciples. 20 abilities users. 9,870 rewards. 110 million disciple training feedback rewards. 130 million disciple packages skills. Psychic Master, passive. Planetary Grandmaster True Chi, passive, backpack. Radiant Silver Ore, Spiritual Energy Dark Gold. The number of entry-level disciples has reached the hundreds of millions. Yi Han gazed at the system display. A surge of excitement coursing through him. This is an astonishing figure. Since the global recognition, the growth rate of entry-level disciples has been remarkable. And this is merely data from a few days. While its growth momentum may not be as explosive as at the outset, it is far from slow. The last time he checked, Yi Han had not grasped the full impact of global recognition. Now, he finally comprehended it. His disciples had surpassed 100 million, and he had martial masters, which is an excellent achievement. If we estimate roughly, excluding children under 10, the elderly, and those lacking martial talent, there should be around 400 to 500 million martial artists among humanity. We have now reached 1/5 of the maximum growth. However, Yi Han understood that within this 400 to 500 million, Many individuals only devote 2 to 3 hours a day to comprehend and practice martial arts. They are the primary labor force, even the backbone of their families. Their daily lives and studies consume a significant portion of their time. Moreover, the economic burden of practicing martial arts is substantial, which undermines their resolve. To compel them to practice diligently, they must be pushed. To truly reach the maximum numbers, he needs to further promote reform. In that case, let's claim the disciple package first. Yihan instructed the system, as he now needed to release something new to stimulate global reform and encourage martial artists. Yes, the voice resonated in his mind. Disciple package successfully claimed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 million psychic power. All combat experience of a 9-turn civilization planetary level powerhouse, a mythical level great grandmaster level resplendent galaxy, and 3 opportunities for star level weapon forging. The spiritual energy of the entire blue star has increased by 30%. 7 large mines of deep blue spirit ore, 7 spirit herb mountains, and 20 large mines of spirit copper, gold, and iron. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 billion Xia Nation currency. This 1 billion disciple package reward is exceedingly generous. The system took a full 3 minutes to announce everything. After all, with rewards for over 100 million disciples, the quantity could not be lacking. Besides the rewards for himself, there is a significant boost for the Blue Star. The increase of 30% in spiritual energy across Blue Star is an immense boon. The spiritual energy of Blue Star is already abundant. An additional 30% in spiritual energy transforms it into a paradise sought by martial artists. Now, the system has effectively turned the entire Blue Star into a paradise. This will accelerate the cultivation speed of martial artists. However, there is one reward that Yihan found rather peculiar. Review the combat experience of a 9-turn civilization planetary level powerhouse. Yihan instructed the system in his mind. Yes, the system's voice responded. Subsequently, a display screen flashed before Yihan. Reward. All combat experience of a 9-turn civilization planetary level powerhouse description. The 9-turn civilization is a formidable civilization within the universe, overseeing 83 planets. This reward encapsulates the battle experience of a certain powerful being from 9-turn, who has achieved remarkable feats through years of warfare. The 9-turn civilization governs 83 planets. How powerful must their entire civilization be? Yihan pondered as he gazed at the display. Sensing merely the tip of the iceberg, he contemplated the existence of another civilization. Moreover, he began to draw comparisons with the alien beast civilization. How does the civilization of the alien beasts measure up against 9-turn? This is a question no one can answer for Yihan. He knows not how formidable the alien beast civilization is. He can only hasten the process of strengthening Blue Star. Yihan's heart raced. The universe is vast and boundless. Humanity is neither alone nor insignificant. Chapter 78, Fusion of Power, the Dream of the Strong. Lighthouse Nation. As noon approaches, the streets of the land of the lighthouse are bustling with activity, throngs of people jostling to enter the fried chicken and hamburger establishments. The culinary offerings of the land of the lighthouse differ significantly from those of the summer nation. Within the confines of a hotel, Yihan eagerly activates the holographic screen to examine the details of his Grandmaster-level skill. This marks the acquisition of his very first mythical-grade ability, which is also nearing its maximum potential. Skill. Radiant Star River, Mythical Grade, Description. This skill unleashes mental energy, generating a celestial river of stars upon activation. As the star river flows, it fervently condenses the spiritual energy present in nature, ultimately delivering a devastatingly powerful and certain strike. The longer the charge time, the greater the strength. The more mental energy expended, the stronger the attack. There is no upper limit to the charge time for mythical-grade skills. Note: a minimum mental energy value of 5 million is required. Yihan reviews the skill's description on the holographic screen and realizes it is a charging attack skill, one that guarantees a hit akin to a mythical feat. Implying that the opponent can only endure the assault, it appears somewhat arcane. Its literal interpretation is indeed impressive, yet the true manifestation remains uncertain. Therefore, let us proceed with the skill fusion. Yihan addresses the system. The fusion of skills would not cause significant disturbance, allowing him to remain in the hotel. Skill fusion successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a mythical-grade skill. The system's voice resonates. Skills: Mental Energy Master, Passive, Radiant Star River, Mythical Top Tier. Planetary Grandmaster Chi, Passive, Energy Explosion of Mountains and Rivers. The fusion is complete. Yi-Han feels a rush of excitement upon hearing the system's announcement. However, when he gazes at his skill screen, a frown creases his brow. He perceives that his active skills are rather scant. It seems he possesses only 2 practical skills, a stark contrast to the planetary grandmasters who have mastered dozens. He hopes that future disciple packages will reward him with more skills. In the next moment, Yi-Han darts towards the window, swiftly traversing the urban expanse of New York. Heading into the wilderness, he intends to integrate the combat experience of a planetary grandmaster. This fusion is not convenient within the hotel. Hence his retreat to the wild. He discovers a safe cave, sealing the entrance behind him. Let us fuse the experiences of an unparalleled planetary powerhouse in the mental prowess of a grandmaster. Yi-Han mentally communicates with the system. Affirmative. A voice echoes in his mind. Suddenly, Yi-Han feels a profound hum resonate within him. An overwhelming drowsiness washes over him, causing him to collapse into slumber within the cave. In his dreams, he transforms into that unparalleled planetary powerhouse, his consciousness engaged in fierce battles across various star systems, dueling countless formidable foes. He experiences a multitude of life and death moments. Yi-Han perceives several spacecraft, aggressively attacking a certain star system under the command of planetary powerhouses. This is the process of one civilization consuming another. He witnesses himself unleashing Grandmaster-level skills, obliterating useless satellites with a single punch. The vast experience of countless battles floods into his mind. Techniques, enemy weaknesses, instinctual muscle responses, all absorbed into his being. Concurrently, his physical muscles undergo subtle enhancements, making them more suited for combat. This dream feels as though Yi-Han himself has endured countless battles. His combat strength significantly amplifies. Meanwhile, the other fusion pertains to mental energy. The surrounding rocks of the cave rapidly fracture and collapse under his influence, many reducing to mere powder. Yi-Han's power surges uncontrollably. As time passes, the stars above quickly brighten, and Yi-Han awakens from the cave as this upgrade took nearly an entire night. He ponders, gazing at the stars twinkling in the night sky. The cave around him has been entirely reduced to rubble. The sheer force he inadvertently unleashed was too great. Fortunately, due to the remote location he chose, no one disturbed him, while animals fled in response to their survival instincts. It appears he has successfully leveled up. Yi-Han looks down at his body, feeling a surge of excitement. He senses an immense ocean of mental energy within him. Simultaneously, he perceives the memories of battle. Let us check the system screen. Yi-Han instructs the system in his mind. Affirmative, host. Yi-Han vitality, 29.8 million combat power, 750 million mental energy, 13 million, purity 40, diamond crystalline. His combat power has surpassed 750 million. His mental energy has also become more formidable. Yi-Han feels a thrill as he looks at the system's display, having inherited the battle experiences of that unparalleled powerhouse, now just one planetary realm away from him. From the dream, he realizes that this powerhouse is one of the 3 great figures of the 9-turn civilization, commanding 1,000,000 warriors. With his current strength, leading 500,000 elite warriors in the 9-turn civilization is entirely feasible. However, Yi-Han recalls the current state of the Blue Star's martial disciples and feels a wave of silence wash over him. Presently, there are not even a few 100,000 elite warriors on Blue Star for him to command. The disparity between himself and Blue Star grows increasingly pronounced. He must devise a method to swiftly elevate the overall strength of Blue Star, for his power is derived from it, much like some divine beings draw strength from their divine realms. Yi-Han contemplates while gazing at the system screen. Blue Star is akin to his divine realm. Let us examine the system's forging opportunities. In the next moment, Yi-Han addresses the system, retrieving ores from his backpack. It is time to forge his own spiritual weapon. Chapter 79. The mysterious spiritual weapon. The star-tempered silver spear. Stars twinkle in the night sky. Yi-Han sits alone in the wilderness, gazing intently at the star silver ore in his hands. Item: star silver ore, celestial grade material, forged weapons. 3 options. Description: through the forging opportunities granted by the system, the host may forge 3 weapons from the star silver ore. Current options for weapon forging include melee weapons, sword, spear, blade, spiritual weapons, orbs, fine needles, threads, prisms, blades, ranged weapons, submachine gun. The options are quite extensive. They encompass all categories of weaponry. Yi Han contemplates the screen. His intention is to create a melee weapon and a spiritual weapon for himself. The spiritual weapons are particularly enigmatic, each type serving distinct purposes. The fine needle, akin to a sewing needle, is a weapon for stealth and assassination. When propelled at high speed, even grandmasters would find it challenging to trace its path. The blade's utility is vast, serving not only as a common means of ranged attack, but also capable of transforming into various forms. If he were to possess 18 blades, they could be arranged to form a shield. Coupled with the terrifying hardness of star silver and its properties of being impervious to fire and water, as long as his strength suffices, he could withstand any assault. The orb weapon, however, is entirely different. While the blade is for cutting, the orb emphasizes brute force, relying on raw power. This provides additional advantages against armored foes. Various other options, such as threads, also possess numerous applications and functions. Yi Han yearns to forge all these diverse spiritual weapons. Yet the opportunities for forging star silver are limited, forcing him to select only 3 options, which presents a slight headache. Well, there will surely be more forging opportunities in future packages, so I shall choose the 3 best options in order. Yi Han decides in his mind, the best spear, orb, and fine needle for forging. Yi Han communicates with the system mentally. Affirmative. The system responds. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupts as the star silver, or in Yi Han's grasp, emits a brilliant light. The light gradually divides into 4 parts, leaving behind a portion of untransformed star silver, or the other 3 luminous masses swiftly flicker and transform. The largest mass morphs into the shape of a spear. It slowly shapes itself, ultimately materializing into a dazzling silver spear before Yi Han. Notably, the spear shaft is adorned with glimmering silver inscriptions, and the connection point between the shaft and spearhead features a slowly rotating miniature galaxy. The tip of the spear sparkles with a sharp, pristine silver sheen, giving it an appearance akin to a divine artifact. Indeed, it is a divine weapon. Star-tempered silver spear, celestial top-tier, description. An incredibly durable spear imbued with planetary power, significantly enhancing the wielder's combat strength. Skill, planetary strike. The wielder can manipulate the spearhead to absorb planetary energy, delivering a powerful strike with explosive effects. Note: this can be used in conjunction with Radiant Star River for a double amplification. The fusion of secret silver and mental energy is flawless, allowing the host to control the spear through mental energy. Success. Moreover, the system's forging effects are remarkably potent. Yi Han gazes at the luminous screen, feeling a surge of joy and excitement. His long-accumulated star silver has finally transformed into a weapon. He reaches out to grasp the silver spear, its cold, weighty presence in his hand bestowing upon him a profound sense of security in wielding a weapon. After examining the weapon, he finds that the other 2 spiritual weapons have also been forged. One of them consists of 2 fist-sized orbs, boasting an extraordinarily peculiar shape. The center is solid, occupying half the orb's diameter, while the other portion features a small cylindrical hole perpendicular to the solid core. Controlled by Yi Han's mental energy, they hover and rotate in the air. Spiritual weapon. Twin Moon's Orb, celestial top-tier, description. An orb of exceptional hardness, capable of unleashing immense power through skill combination. Skill. The Twin Moon's Orb, crafted from star silver, allows the wielder to absorb planetary energy, subsequently releasing tremendous shockwaves through the orb's circular aperture, akin to 2 infinitely reusable bombs. Yi Han contemplates the orb. The design and abilities of the Shuangyue Pearl are remarkably distinctive. When encountering a formidable beast with a hard shell, it could be worth a try. Yi Han toyed with the pearl using his mental energy for a while before stowing it in his backpack. After a brief wait, the fine needles were also completed. Yi Han inspected the fine needles closely. There were 12 of them, in contrast to the intricate design of the Tsueishin gun and the pearl. The fine needles appeared quite unpretentious, resembling a sewing needle with a smooth tip. Mentalist weapon. Silent 12 silver needles, top-tier celestial, description. Needles of extraordinary hardness, perfect for assassination. Skill. Silent long-range shot. The silver needles can accumulate planetary energy at their tips, enabling silent long-range shots. The longer the charge time, the greater the silent shooting distance. Silent long-range shot. Is it truly devoid of sound? Yi Han gazed at the light screen in confusion. He tried it out, and indeed, after harnessing the power of high martial arts, the silver needles moved at high speed without producing any noise. which felt rather peculiar to him. Generally speaking, a sharp tip slicing through the air emits sound, albeit faint, which a master can easily detect. If it were supersonic, the sound produced would be even more pronounced. These are all means by which masters can anticipate danger. However, the 12 silver needles were utterly silent, posing a significant threat to masters lacking mental power, as their auditory perception of the surroundings would be nullified, leaving their vision to only see what lay ahead. Even for those masters endowed with mental power, it remains a formidable threat. Excellent, truly excellent. Ihan stored the fine needles in his backpack, feeling immensely satisfied. At last, he possessed a weapon. Perhaps more would follow. Ihan pondered as he soared into the night sky from the stony valley. It was now evening. The surroundings were desolate for miles, with an expansive starry sky overhead, and the distant lights of the city twinkled quietly. Stars. It seems my grandmaster skill is the galactic river. Is it not? I am quite curious about the power of the galactic river. Ihan gazed up at the night sky and the next moment, he raised his Tsuashing silver gun towards the heavens, activating his grandmaster skill, instantly depleting his 5 million units of mental energy. Boom! The sky erupted with shimmering starlight, a colossal galactic river spanning across the skies above the city. People looked up in awe. Chapter 80. The overarching galactic river, the astonished citizens of Lighthouse Nation in the night sky. Stars twinkled. The streets of Lighthouse Nation bustled with life, towering skyscrapers flashing with vibrant lights, many windows revealing figures practicing martial arts. Everything was lively yet tranquil. Suddenly, resounding boom pierced the calm. The serene landscape shifted dramatically as an enormous galactic river surged from the east. This resplendent river, composed of multicolored lights, stretched 10,000 meters wide, obscuring half the city. The sheer magnitude was akin to a hand shielding the heavens. As the citizens of Lighthouse Nation gazed up, they felt as insignificant as specks of dust. Underneath the galactic river, they could sense the overwhelming power emanating from the cosmos. Madame, why heavens, is that a miracle? How spectacular! Is this a natural wonder? Could it be the spectacle of this new world of spiritual energy? It surely cannot be a natural phenomenon. Hiss! Could it be man-made? Could it be from the nation? Impossible. Lighthouse Nation lacks such technology. Then it cannot be from a martial arts publisher, right? Perhaps it is merely a natural occurrence. I feel this phenomenon is tied to spiritual energy. After all, the world is full of wonders, and we need not attribute everything to a publisher. I agree, it is unnecessary to link every occurrence to him. The strength of the publisher has always been shrouded in mystery. If the publisher can create such miracles, how extraordinarily powerful must he be? The citizens of Lighthouse Nation engaged in animated discussions, their eyes fixed on the galactic river, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment, the images fluttering across the internet like snowflakes. I in the Mark Tower, Mark, holding a cup of coffee, observed the flowing galactic river. His expression remained calm, yet inside, tumultuous waves churned. Even a world-renowned tycoon had never witnessed such a scene. Beside him stood the leader of Lighthouse Nation, Milligan, along with Tom's father and sister. Tom's father was named Leon, while his sister was Kate. Mark, with your extensive knowledge of aerospace technology, do you have any idea what this is? Milligan inquired, gazing at the galactic river. Mark shook his head. Retrieve the satellite imagery of the city. I want to see how extensive the galactic river is. Mark turned to his female secretary. As a member of Lighthouse Nation's aerospace conglomerate, Mark had nearly 1,000 satellites in orbit, making it effortless to observe the weather. In fact, even before the invasion of the beasts, Mark's satellite launch technology was already highly advanced. Yes, the secretary replied before departing. Moments later, she returned, her face pale with fear. Handing a tablet to Mark, upon receiving the tablet, Mark's brows furrowed in concern. The river spans 100 kilometers, stands 4,000 meters high, and is 10 kilometers wide. How magnificent, Mark remarked while studying the tablet. Indeed, however, Mr. Mark, there is more data. The secretary reminded him. It also contains terrifying energy. Is that so? Mark curiously examined the tablet. When he saw the energy readings, terror flashed in his eyes. For heaven's sake, the energy of that galactic river is equivalent to that of a nuclear bomb. What? The crowd fell silent, startled as if suddenly jolted awake. Equivalent to a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb hovering over the capital of Lighthouse Nation? My God, Milligan cursed, quickly dialing a number. Mike, the energy of that galactic river is equivalent to a nuclear bomb. Initiate defense protocols immediately, Milligan shouted into the phone. What? Yes, a panicked voice responded from the other end, and the military district of the United States sprang into action. Meanwhile, Ihan floated in the air. Observing them, to be honest, he had not anticipated that the galactic river would be so extravagant. The brilliant effects of his skill were capable of covering half the city. Since the galactic river had attracted attention, he thought to showcase the power of martial arts, flexing his muscles, which would undoubtedly have a tremendous impact on the impending reforms. Ihan contemplated. In the next moment, he manipulated the galactic river with his mental energy. Boom! The flowing luminous river transformed instantly. The multicolored lights within the galactic river gradually coalesced into numerous figures practicing the starry body refinement technique. Soon, thousands of humanoid figures were seen diligently practicing within the flowing river. Creating a breathtaking spectacle, isn't that the starry body refinement technique? Someone in the city quickly recognized it, their eyes filled with astonishment. Yes, I remember that movement. It is the 8th stance. My heavens! Why is the publisher's technique appearing within the galactic river? Hiss! That can only imply a connection between the galactic river and the publisher. How powerful! The galactic river that obscures half the capital also possesses a body refinement technique. This immense galactic river cannot possibly be the creation of the publisher. Can it? It must belong to him. He must be the strongest warrior. Everything within that galactic river is of his making. Who else could create such a phenomenon? It unequivocally belongs to him. It is undoubtedly his divine creation. For heaven's sake, my admiration for him grows ever stronger. This power is simply too formidable. The warriors of the city gazed up at the galactic river, some even mimicking the movements of the body refinement technique. Meanwhile, atop the Mark Tower, the 4 of them also looked up at the galactic river, captivated by its sudden transformation. Their eyes widened in shock as they absorbed the gravity of the situation. Initially in awe of the galactic river's grandeur, they were now struck by its terrifying energy. Now, the galactic river was linked to the publisher, a galactic river towering several thousand meters high, with the destructive energy of a nuclear bomb. The publisher is showcasing his strength to us. He is revealing his power to the entire world, Leader Milligan remarked, gazing at the galactic river. Yes, indeed. It seems evident that the publisher's intentions are clear. Mark observed the galactic river. He is demonstrating his power, and it is undeniably awe-inspiring. Perhaps he is about to make a significant move, with the imminent announcement of monumental reforms in Xia Nation. And now the appearance of the overwhelming galactic river. I predict that the world is on the brink of great change, Milligan asserted. I share that sentiment. After all, no one would reveal their strength without reason. Now the entire capital citizens of Lighthouse Nation are surely paying attention. Ihan mused, surveying the lively city from a distance. I shall present something even more astonishing, to make you all feel despair. Ihan suddenly altered his mental energy, transforming the essence of the galactic river. Instantly, millions of onlookers in the city froze in shock. What is that? A beast? Chapter 81. Beast armies, the terrifying power of the galactic river in the capital of Lighthouse Nation. A colossal galactic river flowed slowly, within which tens of thousands of figures practicing the body refinement technique morphed into scenes of beastly combat. Starlight swirled, constructing the image of a 4-meter-tall blue-haired giant wolf breaking through artillery defenses, rampaging into what resembled a command center, wreaking havoc. Red star points, symbolizing blood, erupted forth. Within the galactic river, another figure took flight, resembling a western dragon, while below, an array of military tents lay scattered. Soldiers garbed in lighthouse military uniforms fled in chaos, dwarfed by the dragon's majesty. Like an ant beneath the foot of a colossal eagle, the great dragon surveyed the surroundings before it began to flap its wings downward. A thunderous gust of wind erupted instantaneously. Razor-like winds, dense as falling leaves, surged toward the encampment, relentlessly slicing through it one after another. Figures erupted in radiant crimson light, only to dissipate into stars. Another fearsome beast, a turtle-like creature measuring 3 meters in shell diameter, hovered in the air. Made no movement, yet any bombs or missiles directed at it were torn apart, reduced to mere scrap metal plummeting to the ground below. Out of dozens of missiles, Only a couple managed to detonate, and even then, only in the sky. This ghastly creature appeared diminutive in stature, yet its power seemed to eclipse that of the dragon and the blue wolf. The aged wrinkles upon its head hinted at centuries of existence. It was a transcendent being of unparalleled strength. Furthermore, scenes of battle unfolded before the eyes. Burrowing beasts excavating the foundations of military factories caused entire structures to collapse, while underwater monstrosities clung to the surfaces of cumbersome submarines, tearing them apart. Swarms of grotesque rats, unchanging in size yet terrifying in number, surged forth like a tidal wave, in the face of these new breeds of aberrations. The weapons crafted by humanity to combat their own kind fell woefully behind. The human race was in a state of retreat. Meanwhile, the residents of Yuanqing, situated beneath the galaxy's expanse, gazed in astonishment at the swirling stars. Their eyes wide with shock. These are the aberrations? How terrifying! Today, I have finally witnessed the true form of these creatures. It appears there are countless varieties, every type imaginable. Damn. The layout of the camp attacked by the dragon resembles that of our lighthouse nation. It is our own people being slaughtered. The area inundated by the rat infestation must be Anman of the Summer Nation, right? Hiss. Why are there so many rats? We have never encountered such a breed of adversary. The Ridgeon aircraft carrier, the Great Wall of the Summer Nation, the capital of the Bear Country. The scenes of devastation within are all too familiar. I feel compelled to trust the broadcaster. Just this one galaxy is sufficient. Why do I only see scenes of humanity in retreat? How does the broadcaster know all this? Could he possibly be from the future? The humans within are perpetually losing, trapped in despair. The citizens of the Lighthouse Nation looked skyward at the galaxy, as if a scene from the future had transcended time itself, leaving them profoundly shaken. On top of the grand edifice, Mark and his companions wore grave expressions as they observed the galaxy. Could these colossal beasts truly be the invaders? It is highly probable that the broadcaster is showcasing the might of the aberrations to the world. I surmise he intends to instigate a reform. For we have but 2 months remaining, Mark remarked as he gazed at the galaxy. Indeed, Commander Milligan replied. Once this display is unveiled, even if he takes no action, we must prepare to respond to the Summer Nation. Tammy, have you noted this down? This could be vital intelligence regarding the aberration breeds, crucial for strategic research, Milligan said, casting a glance at his assistant. It has been recorded, Commander. We have been documenting everything since the emergence of the galaxy. No detail will be overlooked, Milligan's assistant responded. To be an assistant to the commander, he must possess exceptional acumen. Excellent, Milligan praised, and the group continued to scrutinize the galaxy. Gradually, dozens of breeds were showcased, flying in the sky, scuttling on the ground, burrowing underground, and swimming in the sea. Yet, after 30 minutes had elapsed, the galaxy ceased its display and suddenly transformed. All the swirling stars converged, ultimately coalescing into a massive spherical form resembling a mountain. With a similar energy accumulating. Has the galaxy stirred? Is the display complete? This is dire. The power coalescing within the galaxy has significantly intensified. It is akin to the energy of a nuclear bomb. Mark glanced at the light screen and immediately cried out in alarm. Panic flickered in the eyes of the others present. Indeed, the energy of that galaxy is equivalent to that of a nuclear weapon. Previously, they had been captivated by the scenes of body tempering and the war against the aberrations, forgetting the inherent terror of its power. However, what can be done now? Even the leaders of the Lighthouse Nation have been rendered speechless. For the galaxy now hovers over the capital, poised to explode at any moment. What countermeasures can be enacted in just a few minutes? With a lack of understanding, the military is hesitant to act rashly. True defense lies in preventing the blade from being drawn across one's neck, not in reacting after it has been drawn. Yet the military remains embroiled in chaos. The immense pressure of the spherical mass heightened the tension among the residents of Yuanqing. Rumbling, rumbling, bang. The spherical mass continued to coalesce and soon erupted, unleashing a colossal shockwave. A magnificent expanse of starlight rippled outwards from an altitude of 4,000 meters. However, its trajectory was not directed towards the capital of the Lighthouse Nation. The energy of the galaxy expanded laterally, with the Lighthouse Nation situated below the shockwave at a distance of 4,000 meters. Nevertheless, Yuanqing still felt the overwhelming impact. Winds of up to level 8 surged through the streets of the Lighthouse Nation, knocking many unarmed civilians off their feet. The glass of skyscrapers shattered instantaneously. Crash, bang. Chaotic sounds reverberated throughout the entire capital. Those atop Mark's building also experienced the effects as the glass before them shattered, their ears ringing from the shockwave. Mark stumbled back a few steps. "Ah, are you all right?" he exclaimed, covering his ears. "A bit of tinnitus." "So do I." Several others responded, also clutching their ears. However, aside from that, they sustained no further injuries. Milligan, holding his head, gazed out the window, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. My heavens, the streets below are in utter disarray. Is this the way the broadcaster chooses to demonstrate his power? He could have obliterated Yuanqing directly, yet chose merely to create a feint, Milligan said, his eyes brimming with trepidation. Indeed. The broadcaster first showcased the body tempering techniques, then depicted the scenes of aberration invasion. His intentions have become glaringly obvious. Moreover, the power of that galaxy, akin to a nuclear bomb, is truly extraordinary. Mark approached the window and bent down to retrieve a satellite tablet that had fallen to the ground. However, upon glancing at it, his eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens! The shockwave from the broadcaster has spread across half the Lighthouse Nation. The clouds above the Lighthouse Nation have been blown over 100 kilometers beyond its borders. Chapter 82. The reform that will completely transform life. Lighthouse Nation. Half of the cloud cover over the Lighthouse Nation has been shattered. Upon hearing Mark's words, Milligan paused momentarily, while Tom's family stared in astonishment. They approached Mark to examine the tablet, which displayed a world map. Aside from the southern region of the Lighthouse Nation, all other areas were obscured by a misty haze. Those were indicators of clouds. Yet, above the southern territory of the Lighthouse Nation, the skies were crystal clear, with miles of cloudless surroundings. The shockwave radiated outward from Yuanqing, dispersing the surrounding clouds. When Mark clicked to replay, he could see that there were indeed many misty formations above the Lighthouse Nation. Yet when the galaxy erupted, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, instantly obliterating the mists. Centered around Yuanqing, the southern territory emerged as a vast circle of clarity, as if having undergone a catastrophic event. The reach of the shockwave is immense, and its lethality is terrifying. Milligan gazed at the explosion replay, his eyes filled with astonishment. This must be the broadcaster's deliberate design. He intentionally created such a fearsome explosion above Yuanqing to convey to the world, "I can obliterate Yuanqing at any moment." He is demonstrating his strength to humanity. Indeed. And the display is profoundly shocking. Mark nodded in agreement with the words of the Lighthouse Nation's commander. He has showcased his might directly above the capital. Though only clouds were destroyed, the sentiment is akin to being threatened. Alas, the broadcaster is conducting drills above our capital, and we are utterly powerless to respond. Mark lamented, eye in his eyes. This impact was even more staggering than a breach of the treasury. Moreover, did I sense that the manner in which his power is unleashed is peculiar. Tom's father, Leon, identified a problem. If it were a nuclear bomb, the explosion would be omnidirectional. However, the power of that galaxy erupted in a planar manner, indicating that he deliberately controlled the energy to avoid impacting Yuanqing below. What kind of method could allow such control over such immense power? Control it while retaining such magnitude? I don't know. Your family is involved in military industry and doesn't he know? So I certainly wouldn't either. However, I now realize that we are likely not a match for the broadcaster, Milligan remarked, gazing at the sky. His eyes were now filled with awe and respect. The purpose of displaying strength is to intimidate the opponent. The broadcaster has achieved that. This demonstration has profoundly shaken the upper echelons of the Lighthouse Nation. Tom's family also gazed skyward, rendered speechless. This moment, Tom's sister completely abandoned any thoughts of seeking vengeance against the broadcaster. As the daughter of a consortium, she possessed a normal level of intelligence. Having witnessed such overwhelming power, it was clear she would no longer recklessly charge forth. She suddenly realized that her father was indeed correct. It was exceedingly wise for their family not to pursue revenge against the broadcaster. It was her brother's injury that had spurred her impulsiveness. As a mere kitten, how could she dare to claw at a beast that might be a tiger? And this time, the enigmatic beast showcased its sharp claws to the world, proclaiming, "I am the tiger. As dawn breaks tomorrow, It is highly probable that the Meteorological Bureau will report this astonishing event as news, consequently enhancing the prestige of the publisher. Presently, the chaotic throngs below remain oblivious to the clouds being dispersed. However, they shall soon awaken to the truth. That mythical skill is quite draining on one's mental faculties. Meanwhile, Ihan gazes up at the sky. Initially, he merely intended to test the power of his skill. Yet, upon witnessing the grand and dazzling effects of his ability, which captivated the attention of the entire city of Yao, he resolved to showcase the ferocity and might to the world, after all. This bears significant implications for his reforms. Thus, besides expending 5 million units of mental power to create the Starry River, Ihan further invested an additional 1 million to manifest various scenes within it. Ultimately, he utilized 600,000 units of mental power to control the explosive force, allowing it to erupt in a planar fashion rather than unleashing a comprehensive shockwave upon the city of Yao. As his intent was merely to demonstrate power, for the people of Yao, resisting the monstrous beasts is vital. Breaching the city would be akin to self-mutilation. Regarding the clouds above the lighthouse nation being dispersed, Ihan found it entirely reasonable, given that his energy erupted at a high altitude, making the clouds the primary target of the initial impact. Their dispersion was quite natural. The online discourse should soon become quite lively. Moreover, the impact of tonight's events is expected to be substantial. It is merely a matter of how the Xia nation will arrange its policies tomorrow, at which point new content will be released to propel the reforms forward. The second phase of world transformation is likely nearing completion. Contemplating the distant city of Yao, Ihan then soared towards the hotel, swiftly returning to his room to rest. That night, as anticipated by Ihan, the internet buzzed with activity. Whether on local forums in the Lighthouse Nation or international platforms, discussions erupted fervently, with some servers crashing due to overwhelming traffic. Videos featuring the Starry River and the monstrous beasts proliferated. Both the Bear Nation and the Xia Nation soon took notice of this distant event across the ocean. Simultaneously, the topic surged to the top of their national trending lists, with many tirelessly discussing the microwaves. Remaining sleepless throughout the night as the sun rises anew, a new day begins. Upon waking, Ihan eagerly opened his computer to check the situation. Today marks the day the Xia Nation unveils its grand reforms. After 2 days of anticipation, the Xia Nation duly published the new reforms. 2 trending topics appeared on the Lighthouse Nation's browser. The first pertained to the Starry River, still retaining immense popularity. The second, naturally, concerned the Xia Nation's reform initiatives. Let us see what you've cooked up after 2 days of build-up. With a sense of anticipation, Ihan opened the post, which was a document forwarded from the Lighthouse Nation. The screenshots revealed the following reforms. 1. The suspension of the high school entrance examination and college entrance examination. Mandatory martial arts training for high school and university students for 2 months. With military-style management implemented in high school and university campuses, middle school students are required to undergo military martial arts training. Has the college entrance examination been halted? Ihan was momentarily taken aback by the first reform. The cessation of these examinations signifies a monumental shift for the nation. The high school and college entrance exams are crucial assessments. For the Xia Palace to directly suspend them would certainly lead to a significant surge in the number of martial artists. Many students, previously unable to practice martial arts due to academic pressures, now find their studies halted, thereby radically altering their lives. No more homework. However, after some contemplation, Ihan understood that students tend to be quite idle, and the youth are indeed the flowers and future of the nation. Regardless of the monstrous beast's presence, fostering martial arts among the youth in this new era is of paramount importance. Continuing to peruse the document, Ihan eagerly examined the other reform details. Chapter 83. The Xia Nation's major recruitment, preparing for the invasion of monstrous beasts in the Lighthouse Nation. The morning air carried a slight chill, and the hotel room remained tranquil. Ihan sat before his computer, slowly reviewing the Xia Nation's documents. The first reform, suspension of the college entrance examination. The second, establishing 20 martial arts universities nationwide, with 5 of them receiving significant investment aimed at developing into world-class martial arts institutions. Given the current unique circumstances, the inaugural martial arts examination will be conducted in 15 days, with students allowed to enroll voluntarily. The official examination will follow 20 days later, focusing primarily on vitality and strength, with additional points for those possessing supernatural abilities. The first round will enroll 200,000 students nationwide. Students admitted to these universities will have their accommodation and meals fully covered. Receiving at least 50,000 yuan in training resources, exceptional candidates may receive even more. Furthermore, employment policies for martial arts graduates will be introduced. The third reform. Starting tomorrow, the military will recruit 8 million new soldiers. With eligibility restricted to those under 30. Following assessments, military-style martial arts training will be implemented, with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. After 2 months, a decision will be made regarding potential reductions. The fourth reform. Within 20 days, every town and department is required to conduct 5 martial arts promotional activities to foster a nationwide trend in martial arts practice. Fifth, the mining of previously extracted ores has commenced, and every martial artist can apply for 1 kilogram of spiritual energy. Or sixth, an allocation of 500 billion yuan dedicated to nurturing supernatural martial artists, with individuals possessing supernatural abilities encouraged to self-register. The document spanned 8 pages in total, detailing only the societal reforms. Yi Han knew that the military sector's initiatives would remain undisclosed. This reform is destined to transform the entire Xia nation. The pace at which he acquires power will undoubtedly accelerate. Yi Han surmised that with this reform, the number of martial artists in the Xia nation will surely surge. These individuals represent the future forces he can command. Martial artists are not mere initiates. While he possesses numerous entry-level disciples, they remain novices, merely requiring the absorption of spiritual energy. Yet, how many of them possess true talent? Whether they will have time to practice remains uncertain. In the reformed Xia nation, martial arts training resembles a military collective exercise, with all recruits meticulously selected. The likelihood that these 8 million new soldiers will become martial artists is quite high. Coupled with the spiritual energy weapons he has introduced, they could achieve combat prowess akin to martial masters. This represents true military personnel. Yi Han aspires to lead humanity to victory, transcending the cosmos. The triumph of humanity does not merely entail survival against the onslaught of monstrous beasts. It requires that the beasts be completely repelled beyond the borders. No city within the nation should fall, and the families of all soldiers must remain unharmed. Ultimately, the goal is to thoroughly defeat and annihilate the monstrous army. That is the essence of victory. Retreating under the relentless assault of the beasts cannot be deemed a victory. Thus, the strength of Blue Star must continually enhance. However, achieving this at the current level remains a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, the Xia nation has undoubtedly taken a monumental step forward. This will inevitably inspire other nations to follow suit. Reflecting on the comments from netizens, Yi Han sought to gauge the online sentiment. To his astonishment, how could the Xia nation expand its recruitment to 8 million soldiers? One cannot help but wonder what the Xia nation intends to do with such a substantial military force. These martial artists are warriors, not producers. Could the Xia nation be contemplating the initiation of a high-level martial war? With a vast population and abundant martial resources, the Xia nation likely believes in the reality of the monstrous beasts. This reform is bound to raise alarms in other nations. I sense that the world is on the brink of transformation. As the Xia nation undergoes change, other countries will undoubtedly follow suit. Certainly, the sudden recruitment of so many soldiers must be causing anxiety among neighboring nations. In this new era, those who neglect martial training will surely be left behind. The Lighthouse Nation will undoubtedly keep pace with the times. Currently, Yi Han was logged into the Xia Lighthouse Nation's network, meaning that the commenters were from the Lighthouse Nation, not their homeland. Thus, the reforms in the Xia Nation stirred their concerns. In truth, national tensions have always persisted. Yi Han merely seeks for all of humanity to become martial artists. After all, the monstrous beasts are merely after spiritual energy in land. With the impending enhancement of spiritual energy by 30% on this planet, their allure will only intensify. It appears that all that is needed now is to wait. A sense of urgency will compel other nations to reform. Yi Han thought excitedly. The next moment, he glanced at the calendar and noted that it was already March 30th. With only 1 day remaining until April, he had arrived in the Lighthouse Nation around the 20th, and several days had since passed. That leaves merely 18 days until the arrival of the reconnaissance advance team of the monstrous beasts. Previously, during a conversation with Kongling Tian, Yi Han had mentioned that evidence of the impending invasion would be available in a month and a half. Given that much time has elapsed since then, if he were to announce the crossing point of the advance team now, it could invigorate the development of martial arts. Yet, will they truly come from this location? Pondering deeply, Ihan opened a world map on his computer. In fact, he had not been idle these past few days. He had been diligently researching information. In his previous life, when the advanced team of the monstrous beasts arrived, Ihan was merely an ordinary person striving in entrepreneurship. Coupled with the secrecy surrounding the advanced team's arrival, there were no news reports, rendering his memory vague. Later, he learned of the war's onset and captured a martial artist from the monstrous beasts, extracting information through interrogation. However, the soldier from the monstrous beasts was not privy to much knowledge from the upper echelons. Based on recent inquiries and recollections, he pinpointed 3 likely locations. Ihan scrutinized the map, identifying 3 marked spots. Point 1 lies in the northwestern corner of the Xia Nation, the second in the far eastern region of the Bear Nation, and the last along the western border of the Lighthouse Nation. The advanced team is most likely to emerge from one of these 3 locations. In truth, Ihan felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, these locations are merely conjectures. Despite his confidence, they remain just theories. If the information were to be disclosed that the source did not originate from these 3 locations, but rather from elsewhere and remained undetected, one's credibility would diminish by at least half. Nevertheless, even if they did indeed come from a different place, Ihan was confident in his ability to capture these otherworldly beasts, for he possessed an extraordinarily formidable mental strength. He hoped to seize them right from the outset. Ihan clicked on the new post plus sign and began to edit the content. Evidence of the invasion by otherworldly beasts. The Xia Nation has announced a monumental reform, marking a significant advancement that he hoped would continue to be promoted. Now, I shall reveal 3 locations. On the evening of the 18th day, a vanguard of otherworldly beasts will arrive to scout Blue Star. This will serve as crucial evidence of the invasion. I believe nothing is more persuasive than witnessing these beasts tear through the fabric of space-time. Therefore, I urge the relevant nations to prepare their instruments in advance. Let the world behold this spectacle, which will greatly bolster your resolve for reform. Concurrently, all these vanguard beasts must be captured. After finalizing the edit, Ihan clicked publish. A notification chimed, and a new post appeared on the publisher's feed, instantly attracting the attention of countless netizens. Chapter 84, Decisive Evidence. Can I soar across the stars? The network of the Lighthouse Nation. Above the city of Yu, a galaxy sprawled at 10,000 meters, revealing the various species of otherworldly beasts. The Xia Nation has initiated a monumental reform, establishing itself as a pioneer in the advancement of the martial arts era. The 2 significant events in martial arts occupied the top 2 spots on the Lighthouse trending list, with their popularity rivaling that of other trending topics, garnering immense attention. Shortly thereafter, new information from the publisher surged forth, igniting a frenzy across the internet. The publisher disclosed the locations and times of the vanguard invasion by otherworldly beasts, asserting that the entire world should witness it firsthand. The article's title was strikingly conspicuous, drawing considerable interest amidst the prevailing martial arts fervor. The news quickly ascended to the top 5 of the Lighthouse trending topics, with a multitude of Lighthouse netizens tuning in to watch. This news indicates that global reforms are entering their final phase, doesn't it? Indeed, this could very well serve as evidence of the invasion. Will the otherworldly beasts truly come? Who knows? It all hinges on what happens in 18 days. Should they arrive, the world may undergo significant changes again. Conversely, if they do not, the publisher's credibility will suffer greatly. After such prolonged anticipation, we await this moment of testament. If they do not arrive, the publisher will face immense scrutiny. They have never provided evidence of otherworldly beasts before, and this proof is of utmost importance. Initially, the publisher promised to present evidence. If the beasts fail to appear, it will be all for naught. In truth, I have always harbored uncertainty regarding the existence of these beasts. I hope to truly witness them, rather than encountering nothing at all. Agreed. Ihan slowly perused the comments from Lighthouse netizens, feeling an involuntary tension rise within him. The sentiments of the Lighthouse netizens reflected those of humanity at large. It was likely that everyone was watching this moment with bated breath. The evidence of the otherworldly beasts was indeed of paramount significance. The spatial rifts and the beasts must manifest at the designated locations. Otherwise, he would lose a substantial portion of his credibility. The deterrent power he had built upon the galaxy would also suffer a significant blow. This was a watershed moment. Success would propel the world forward by leaps and bounds, while failure could lead to stagnation or a slowdown in progress. He would observe the unfolding situation. Moreover, it was time for him to make an appearance. Perhaps he should do so after merging his powers. Yihan calmed his emotions and manipulated the system to open the data panel. He intended to advance to the planetary realm of the Grandmaster. Host, Yihan Realm, Planetary Grandmaster, Level 7 Vitality, 29.8 million combat power, 750 million entry-level disciples, 170 million martial disciples, 4.1 million martial master disciples, 29,000 ability users, 13,000 rewards, 150 million from disciple cultivation feedback, 40 million from disciple packages merely through the fusion package and an evening of showcasing the galaxy. He had gained an additional 40 million entry-level disciples. Yihan gazed at the screen, feeling a surge of excitement. This increase in data was astonishing. At this rate, his entry-level disciples would soon surpass 200 million. Naturally, Yihan understood this was due to the low threshold for entry-level disciples. A single student practicing body tempering techniques during the holiday and absorbing a trace of spiritual energy could qualify as an entry-level disciple. In this climate of martial arts fervor, the rapid increase in entry-level disciples was entirely normal. The true combat power lay with the martial disciples. Their numbers were a mere 4 million, and the martial masters were even fewer. Moreover, there were no internal energy martial masters, let alone grandmasters. Let us observe the reforms of the Xia Nation. The Xia Nation's reforms are targeted training initiatives, which will undoubtedly lead to a significant increase in the number of martial disciples. Otherwise, entry-level disciples would struggle to endure the recoil of spiritual energy firearms. Yihan pondered while gazing at the screen. The next moment, he shut down the computer and flew towards a nearby window, swiftly arriving in a desolate rocky valley now. When merging powers, Yihan would avoid the city. Other grandmasters absorb a small amount of spiritual energy daily without impacting their surroundings. However, he absorbed the energy of decades worth of grandmasters in one go. The situation was different. Merged disciple cultivation feedback. Yihan floated above the rocky valley, speaking to the system in his mind. Yes. The system's voice responded. Then, with a thunderous roar, a fierce and familiar power surged into Yihan's body, forging and refining him anew, making him even stronger. Simultaneously, this power radiated immense heat into the surroundings. At that moment, Yihan resembled a divine sword undergoing continuous tempering. The hilt, blade, and edge were all being struck by colossal, searing power, undergoing repeated quenching, pushing the divine sword towards greater heights. Gradually, Yihan felt his internal realm break through. He had advanced from the planetary realm to the planetary Grandmaster. Subsequently, his power continued to surge. Delving further into the planetary realm, time flowed slowly, and a day passed as Yihan merged his powers, bringing the time of the invasion by otherworldly beasts one day closer. Yihan awoke from the rocky valley. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, witnessing a scorched earth. The stones nearby had already turned to magma. However, the overall disturbance was minimal, so no one had noticed him. Let me check the screen. Yihan instructed the system in his mind. Yes, host. Yihan Realm, Planetary Grandmaster, Level 3 rank. Martial Disciple, Martial Master, Innate Martial Master, Grandmaster, Grandmaster, Planetary Grandmaster, Planetary Realm, Stellar Realm, Dimensional Realm, Lord, Ruler, Realm. Vitality, 73.09 million combat power, 1.85 billion skills. Planetary Grandmaster Chi, transformation of Planetary Grandmaster True Chi. I have transformed into a Planetary Grandmaster, and my combat power is approaching 2 billion. Yihan gazed at the screen, feeling a rush of excitement. Although he was still some distance from the dimensional realm, he was drawing ever closer. However, only upon reaching the dimensional realm could he traverse dimensional space and investigate the whereabouts of the invading otherworldly civilization, or the star system in the universe. Yihan had no intention of allowing humanity to remain passive and vulnerable. He aimed to lead humanity, or even take on the otherworldly beasts alone. The blood debts of his previous life must be repaid in kind. Yet for now, he would prioritize defense. The invasion by the otherworldly beasts posed an existential threat to humanity, as they could invade multiple times if not repelled. There was no talk of counterattacks unless they could hold the line. It seemed that after this upgrade, the true chi within him had also undergone a transformation. Does this mean I can soar beyond the planet? Yihan lowered his gaze to inspect his body, recalling the scene of his failed attempt to leap into the planetary realm, where Blue Star's gravity had firmly restrained him. Now, with the transformation of true Qi, he should be able to ascend into space, to the stars. Chapter 85. Journey to the Moon. I shall continue to lead humanity. The stars twinkled. Distant planets emitted their luminous glow upon Blue Star. Yi Han floated alone in the valley, eyes closed, attuning himself to his newfound power. After the upgrade, the true Qi of the Grand Master underwent a qualitative change. He contemplated using his mental strength to condense an invisible dagger. And with a swift motion, he slashed at his arm that a sharp sound pierced the air. The attack was thwarted by the new Grand Master energy membrane enveloping his skin. Following the upgrade, the energy membrane on Yi Han's skin had become thicker and more resilient than it was at the planetary Grand Master level. Surpassing even diamond in hardness, to harm him, one would need to employ star-level weaponry or above. The hardness of ordinary weapons would be utterly ineffective against him. Spiritual energy bullets striking his body would disperse instantly. Akin to an egg colliding with steel, merely a fraction of impact. These were all tangible enhancements in combat capability. This energy membrane possessed additional functions. Yi Han felt he could withstand the frigid temperatures and vacuum of space. Alongside other transformations, Yi Han contemplated the notion of suppressing his breath. Exhaling, energy permeated through the membrane on his skin, replacing oxygen and sustaining the operation of his planetary body, completely alleviating the sensation of suffocation. Having transformed into a planetary Grand Master, both the energy membrane and his body underwent qualitative changes. He had shattered the limitations and rules of humanity. Or perhaps, he could no longer be regarded as merely human. He had evolved into a higher life form derived from humanity. Therefore, I should be able to ascend now. Yi Han lifted his gaze towards the starry sky, unleashing his power to propel himself upwards. The last time he failed to break free, but now, after the upgrade, Yi Han exuded absolute confidence. Boom, 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 3,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The roaring winds whistled past his ears as Yi Han surged towards the starry night sky. Compared to his previous flight, he could distinctly sense that the gravitational pull on him had diminished significantly. He was no longer performing a circular motion around the blue star, but rather propelling himself forward in a straight line. The tendrils of gravitational force that had once restrained him were now severed. His velocity had far surpassed the first cosmic speed. This transformation was a testament to the remarkable increase in his own strength. He had grown more formidable. A planetary-level master is not to be trifled with. As Yi Han soared through the high altitudes, the surrounding air gradually thinned. His body began to absorb high martial energy in lieu of oxygen. Yi Han felt himself attaining a state of transcendence, where as long as there was space, he could survive. Thus, he moved further away from the blue star, the capital of the lighthouse nation gradually shrinking until the entire spherical planet came into view. He had escaped. The ability to behold the blue star in its entirety confirmed that he had indeed entered the cosmic expanse. Yi Han scrutinized the vast blue planet, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, the vacuum of space imbued with a hint of spiritual energy and coolness, while distant galaxies shimmered with a breathtaking luminescence, akin to the twinkling lights of a city. Gazing upon the cosmic constellations, Yi Han felt a profound tranquility blossom within him. Yet, he recognized that those galaxies must harbor vibrant civilizations. One day, he would lead humanity to pay them a visit. Yi Han fixed his gaze on the distant starlight. After a while, he turned and soared towards the moon, navigating past several flying meteors and satellites before landing on its surface. It was a desolate gray planet, enveloped in solitude. When Yi Han glanced upward, he beheld the immense blue star, now serving as the moon in this realm. From the moon, the blue star appeared colossal, an overwhelming presence that felt both wondrous and exhilarating. Wait, something feels amiss. There seems to be a trace of spiritual energy here. Yi Han closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, feeling a flicker of surprise. He had previously observed that researchers in the Summer Nation believed spiritual energy to be a form of energy entirely distinct from heat. Where there is space, it exists. Now, the presence of spiritual energy here indicated that not only had the blue star's energy revived, but it also suggested that martial practitioners could thrive in this locale, provided they reached the master level. Attaining a slight harmony with the cosmos would allow the moon's spiritual energy to sustain him. However, engaging in combat here would be unfeasible for an ordinary master. Once Mark establishes a base here, I will reach out to the Summer Nation to invite them to join us. Mark should be amenable to my wishes. Humanity will evolve into a multi-planetary species, commencing from the moon. Following that, Mars, Jupiter's moon Europa, and even Pluto shall be explored. Yihan envisioned a bright future for humanity. He understood that as martial cultivation progressed to the master level, one's lifespan would naturally extend. A master could live for over 2 centuries. Thus, the future of martial civilization would only grow stronger. A single star system could hardly contain the burgeoning development of humanity. As time passed, on the second night, Yihan returned from the cosmos to a hotel in the Lighthouse Nation. He intended to continue guiding the advancement of humanity. His strength was inherently tied to the progress of humanity. Without its development, his solitary ventures into space would hold little significance. Yihan opened his computer to check the current situation and discovered that several nations had indeed followed his predictions. Issuing reform announcements. The Bear Country. In step with the new era, the government would announce major reforms in 5 days. The Lighthouse Nation. To adapt to the changes in the Summer Nation, the Hexagon Conference has decided to implement significant reforms in 3 days. The Golden Fresh Country, the Little Sun Country, the Cold Country, and several other smaller nations would initiate their reforms 5 days later. One after another, news of national reforms dominated the headlines. This was, after all, a means for governments to placate their citizens. A major power suddenly mobilizing troops would undoubtedly cause unrest in neighboring countries. Hence, many nations planned to reform alongside the Summer Nation. Once again, the people of the world stood at a historical crossroads. The fervor surrounding the Summer Nation's reforms had not yet subsided when new excitement arose. Indeed, the recent news was overwhelming. Excellent. Yihan observed the news, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In the next moment, he logged into the publisher's Weibo and clicked on Mark's profile page, in this world. While Mark was a citizen of the Lighthouse Nation, the Summer Nation represented a significant market for one of his subordinate enterprises, hence he possessed an account on Weibo. Of course, this account may have been managed by his subordinates. But that was not the crux of the matter. Tomorrow evening, gather the leaders of the Lighthouse Nation and the heads of the financial consortiums. I have matters to discuss. Yihan composed the message and clicked send. A notification chimed, signaling that the message had been dispatched under the publisher's name. On the other end, Mark's assistant checked it and nearly had a heart attack. A message from the legendary account? Chapter 86. The Great Discovery of the Solar System. My vision was limited. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridors of the Pentagon. Mark's secretary rushed past, finally arriving at a conference room where Mark was deliberating reform policies with other high-ranking officials. Following the announcement of reforms by the Summer Nation, Mark and his associates had begun their discussions. What brings you here? Is there an urgent matter? Mark inquired, curiosity piqued. Mr. Mark, the publisher has requested your presence. What? What could he possibly want from me? The secretary's words instantaneously heightened Mark's anxiety. He held the publisher in high regard. The secretary approached, handing Mark a tablet that displayed his Weibo account. After a quick glance, Mark's expression turned grave. He surveyed the room. The majority of the Lighthouse Nation's senior officials were present, all fixated on him. The publisher has made a request of me. Mark spoke slowly. Tomorrow evening at 8. Gather all senior officials of the Lighthouse Nation. The leaders of the financial consortiums must be present as well. The publisher has something to convey. Why does he wish to meet with us? The politicians of the Lighthouse Nation exchanged glances, their eyes filled with questions and trepidation. This publisher had recently demonstrated his power over the skies of the capital city, and now he was summoning them. Many feared the demands he would make. I am uncertain. Mark shook his head. In the next moment, he scrutinized the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I have relayed the message to you. I trust you will all be available tomorrow evening. I strongly advise your attendance, as that individual is no ordinary person. Well, I suppose we can make time. I can attend. The politicians nodded in agreement, and thus, a meeting that would potentially alter the course of the entire nation was established. Meanwhile, in the solar system, Yihan gradually descended onto a stretch of yellow-brown terrain. The sky here mirrored the earth, also a hue of yellow-brown. The surrounding environment exuded an air of desolation, reminiscent of a dusty desert. This was the fabled Mars, due to its atmospheric composition and thickness being vastly different from the blue star. This realm lacked the azure sky. As far as the eye could see was an expanse of yellow-brown land. For first-time visitors, the novelty was striking. Now, it appeared that spiritual energy was present here as well. Yihan closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, a flicker of astonishment coursing through him. Previously, he had discovered spiritual energy on the moon, and now Mars revealed its own. This led Yihan to speculate that the entire solar system might be imbued with spiritual energy. The revival of spiritual energy was likely not confined to the blue star, but instead encompassed the entire solar system. It was merely the limited perspective of ordinary individuals that kept them focused solely on the blue star. However, as Yihan continued his exploration, he found that the abundance of spiritual energy here paled in comparison to the blue star. Yet, its existence indicated that this planet held value. Mars could undoubtedly serve as the second base for humanity. Following the moon, I wonder if the sun possesses spiritual energy? Yihan pondered, glancing towards the direction of the sun. In the next instant, he summoned his power and soared towards the solar center. Boom, boom, boom. The gravitational pull of Mars was significantly weaker than that of the blue star, allowing Yihan to ascend rapidly. However, as he passed by Venus, he could feel its gravitational influence. Venus, the sister planet of the blue star. Many may not be familiar with Venus, yet it is known as the morning star in Summer Nation mythology, also referred to as the platinum star. The celestial lore of the Summer Nation reveals truths that can be discovered within the cosmos. The heavens are not mere illusions. If the universe can be likened to an upper realm, then Yihan had already ascended. Now, he was exploring this wondrous upper realm, seeking suitable locations for the development of extraterrestrial civilizations. Yihan contemplated as he swept past Venus, continuing his trajectory towards the sun. When he reached a distance he deemed bearable, he refrained from approaching any closer. The sun's gravitational force is 330,000 times that of the blue star. 330,000. It governs the entirety of the solar system. Such a magnitude of gravitational force is formidable. Even as a planetary-level being, coming too close would result in being irresistibly drawn in. After all, he was not a stellar-level entity. If I extend my mental energy here, I should be able to explore the surface of the sun. Yihan mused as he unleashed his mental energy. He stretched it into a fine thread, cautiously reaching towards the sun, akin to a seabird testing the waves. However, Yihan's mental energy only managed to extend 1,000,000 meters towards the sun before he encountered an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. This was a form of energy distinct from heat, a martial energy of the spirit, and its quantity likely exceeded 500,000 times that of the blue star. Indeed, it exists. Yihan's heart surged with excitement. The presence of spiritual energy in the sun signified the revival of the entire solar system. Merely one's perspective is confined to the blue star. Only by transcending can one behold the vastness of the world. The sun, in its current state, is exceedingly precious. Yihan sensed that the sun's warmth posed no harm to his mental prowess, and thus, he boldly magnified his mental energy to explore. As he approached the sun, he encountered a novel discovery within his mental realm, an extraordinary object that resembled a golden stone. Could it be something birthed within a star? Yihan felt a profound tremor in his heart. He sensed he had stumbled upon something remarkable. The sun's energy is hundreds of thousands of times greater than that of the blue star, making it entirely plausible for it to give rise to extraordinary entities. After all, the spiritual energy of the blue star has already incited envy among the otherworldly beasts, and the sun's spiritual energy is even more potent. Moreover, the Yao-yin ore is a material of stellar grade, formed on the blue star. Now, the solar system is home to a singular star, with an energy that is even more formidable. That golden stone is highly likely to be a material of mythical caliber, a treasure of the entire solar system. This object could very well become his hidden trump card. A powerful individual without a trump card is incomplete, especially when this could potentially be a mythical trump card. Yihan was filled with excitement as he attempted to manipulate his mental energy to extract the golden stone. Yet it remained motionless amidst the magma. At such a distance, his mental energy had already waned significantly. To have achieved this exploration was already at the limits of possibility. Overcoming the gravity that exceeds that of the blue star by 330,000 times to extract it seemed nearly impossible. Unable to retrieve it? Ihan furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of regret lingering in his heart. This golden stone, which might become legendary, had such daunting retrieval conditions, however. He did not press the matter further and withdrew his mental energy. For he knew that the golden stone was destined to be his. While he may not be able to extract it in his current planetary state, what of when he reaches the stellar realm? What of when he condenses a star within himself? Surely then it would be attainable. The definitions of planets and stars differ fundamentally. A star is a colossal energy entity, composed of plasma drawn together by gravity, emitting light. In contrast, a planet is incapable of generating energy and primarily orbits stars. The system's hierarchical definitions represent a meticulous cultivation framework. For planetary-level masters, the stellar-level masters are vastly different. Chapter 87. The tension among the high ranks of the Lighthouse Nation. An array of annihilation forces the cosmos lay shrouded in darkness. Distant galaxies twinkled like grains of luminous dust scattered throughout the infinite void of space. Ihan was perplexed by this phenomenon. Why were these planets distributed in such a manner across the universe? Yet, at his current planetary level, comprehending the truths of the cosmos remained a formidable challenge. Perhaps when I reach the stellar realm, or even the dimension or dominion realms, I will gain a deeper understanding of the universe. Ihan pondered as he soared towards the blue star. Upon locating the position of the Lighthouse Nation on the planet, he discovered it was already on the cusp of sunset, indicating that the time in the Lighthouse Nation had progressed to the twilight of the second day. During his cosmic expedition, he had explored Mars and the Sun, as well as other galaxies, and in his enthrallment, a day and night had slipped by. Presumably, Mark had already begun to convene a meeting. Soon, I shall make my presence felt among them, Ihan mused as he directed his flight towards the Lighthouse Nation. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the 100th floor of the Mark building, a gathering of the Lighthouse Nation's elite was underway. This expansive meeting room was constructed at Mark's behest atop the skyscraper, providing a breathtaking view of the entire city of U. The scenery was awe-inspiring, augmented by the stature of the financial magnate. At this moment, the presidents of the 8 major financial conglomerates of the Lighthouse Nation had gathered. They sat at the conference table, awaiting the arrival of the speaker. Everyone, we are all present now. It is already 9 o'clock. Has the speaker indicated when he will arrive? Inquired one of the presidents. Well, he should be on his way, Mark responded, recalling that he had sent a private message to the speaker but had not received a reply. The speaker had merely requested that he organize the meeting and then ceased communication, appearing quite aloof. Had it been an ordinary individual or a financial leader exhibiting such indifference, Mark would have dismissed them on the spot. Yet, this was the foremost martial artist, the pioneer of a new era. His uniqueness warranted leniency towards his apparent coldness. Lily, is everything arranged at the entrance? If the speaker arrives, notify me immediately so I can welcome him, Mark instructed over the intercom. Mr. Mark, all is ready, replied the voice of his secretary. We are currently awaiting his arrival. Indeed. This is the speaker's first public appearance. We must treat it with utmost seriousness, Mark emphasized. The group awaited patiently. Finally, after 30 minutes had elapsed, a resounding crash reverberated as the tempered glass shattered, shards flying into the conference room. The tense assembly turned to witness a young figure gliding through the night sky, exuding an immense aura of pressure. Crack! The sturdy conference table before them rapidly split apart. The leaders of the global financial conglomerates felt the weight of an overwhelming force. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anxiety and awe. The speaker was arriving in flight. What in the world? P.S. soaring in from 100 stories up. The welcoming ceremony at the entrance is rendered pointless. Damn it. Is this the pressure from a martial artist's extraordinary abilities? I can hardly breathe. Is this emanating from him? He truly is a superpower. Security? Where is security? In his presence, what good would it do? He must be the speaker. He appears so youthful. Surely he isn't merely a representative. I sense he is indeed. He is undoubtedly from the Xia nation. But that is to be expected. The financial leaders gazed at the approaching figure with trepidation, eye in their eyes. This individual held a position of great significance. Had he announced the martial way previously? They might have been able to converse as leaders of the world's conglomerates. Yet, his influence had only grown since then, his martial disciples proliferating across the globe, many of whom were fervent adherents. Should he choose, he could easily forge a formidable force, declaring himself a deity. These financial leaders, who habitually deliberated national policies and possessed profound insights into the sentiments of ordinary people, understood their influence over him to be minimal, especially after he demonstrated his stellar prowess. Meanwhile, Ihan surveyed the scene with great satisfaction. He had deliberately released a measure of mental energy to intimidate the assembly, ensuring that the shifts in their mindset would yield a more favorable response to his requests. Regardless of the race, the strong are universally acknowledged. Ihan gradually entered the conference room. Hello. May I ask who you are? Mark inquired, slightly anxious, eager to discern whether this young man from the Xia nation was a representative or the individual himself. I am the one who has announced the martial way. You are among the first to meet me. Ihan replied slowly, indeed. The Lighthouse Nation welcomes you. Mark's demeanor became increasingly tense upon hearing Ihan's affirmation. While the other financial leaders' hearts raced with anticipation, a martial master. Who would have thought you so youthful? Martial Way announcer. The John family expresses our respect and welcomes you. The technology and martial way you have introduced are truly magnificent. Great, Master. The Tom family extends our sincere apologies. The leaders of the financial conglomerates vied to pay homage to this extraordinary individual, eager to leave a favorable impression before such a formidable force. Those who could command global conglomerates were, without exception, shrewd individuals. Tom's father, however, merely uttered an apology, having grown increasingly anxious since Ihan showcased his stellar capabilities. Very well, let us commence the meeting. Ihan nodded succinctly. I have come in person to advocate for your reforms and to present my requests. Ihan delved directly into the matter. The leaders of the financial conglomerates felt a tightening in their chests. With Tom's father growing more anxious still, their greatest fear was for their family interests to be jeopardized. Given the display of power by the individual before them, it felt as though he were an invader. Very well, may I inquire what your requests entail? Mark inquired. I require that the Lighthouse Nation cultivate 20 million martial artists and 200,000 martial masters in the first phase of your reforms. Ihan addressed the assembly. The financial leaders exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and contemplation. 20 million martial artists. Such a formidable force could threaten nations, and the implications of such a multitude of martial artists were anything but simple. Chapter 88. The martial soldiers of the Blue Star will be counted in the millions. Ihan's grand ambition U-City. A throng had gathered at the entrance of the Mark building. Raucous voices echoing down the street. I asked the speaker inside. Let us see for ourselves. I have longed to catch a glimpse of him. I just captured a fleeting figure on my phone. That flying figure must be him. Damn it. I practice his body tempering technique daily. I am truly curious about his appearance. A multitude of fervent martial enthusiasts congregated before the Mark building, their clamor combined with onlookers creating a blockage along the street. Chaos began to ensue. From afar, the sound of police sirens could be heard. Stop them. Do not let them disturb Mr. Mark's meeting, damn it. Who leaked the information? Lily, Mark's secretary, was frantically directing security. They had kept the identity of the visitor confidential. During the preparations for the welcoming ceremony, no one specified who they were to welcome. Others only assumed it was a prominent figure from abroad. However, it remained a mystery how that information got out. Some overly zealous martial artists, upon hearing the news, rushed over, joined by a few eager journalists, resulting in a throng of people blocking the entrance to the building. Though they did not storm in, their presence caused considerable chaos. Additionally, some fervent martial artists claiming they wished to become disciples were particularly agitated, and Lily was uncertain whether security could restrain them. In the 100th floor conference room, Mark and the consortium members frowned upon hearing Ihan's proposal. Many of the consortium presidents were reluctant to acquiesce to Ihan's request. Training 20 million martial soldiers was an immense undertaking, undoubtedly requiring substantial financial resources and efforts from the consortiums. Potentially shaking the very foundations of the Lighthouse Nation's treasury. It is worth noting that the Lighthouse Nation has a population of 400 million. Furthermore, training 20 million martial soldiers would involve not only a colossal consumption of food and medicinal supplies, but would also have ramifications for other developmental areas. As interests waver, human apprehensions tend to multiply. However, they were somewhat intimidated by the publisher and dared not voice their concerns. Martial arts master, Milligan, the leader of the Lighthouse Nation, stood up. following the announcement of reforms in the Summer Nation. We had intended to recruit 8 million soldiers for training, and now you propose an increase of 2.5 times. Moreover, I sense you will likely urge the Summer Nation to augment their numbers as well. I will go to the Summer Nation and request they train 50 million martial artists. Subsequently, I will approach the Bear Nation to have them train 10 million. Wei Han responded slowly, 50.50 million. Milligan was momentarily taken aback. Even as the leader of the Lighthouse Nation, he was astonished by the figure of 50 million. The other consortium members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with incredulity. 50 million. 10 million. Combined, these three nations would amount to 80 million. How many martial artists does this publisher intend to create? The three major nations alone would have 80 million martial artists, and when considering other countries worldwide, the total number of martial artists on the planet could reach 400 million. Is such a vast force truly necessary to resist the aberrant beasts? Milligan stammered. Only a madman would endeavor to create such a multitude of soldiers. What are martial artists for, if not to engage in battle? Cultivating hundreds of millions of soldiers would herald a cataclysmic war. If you believe that a single offensive against the aberrant beasts will render you invulnerable, then you are gravely mistaken. Ihan looked at Milligan and stated, what you are about to face is not merely a horde of aberrant beasts, but an entire aberrant civilization. Should they fail to conquer the planet in one assault, they will continue to send reinforcements. Reinforcements? Milligan fell silent upon hearing this. By the way, let me inform you of something. The flesh of the aberrant beasts, much like that of wild beasts, can serve as sustenance. Their meat is remarkably filling, moreover. It serves as an excellent source of spiritual energy, allowing us to sustain our efforts through warfare. Ihan pondered aloud, as that truly the case? The consortium presidents remained silent, clearly mulling over Ihan's suggestions, their incredulity palpable. Master of martial arts, according to your assertions, those aberrant beasts invade by tearing through space. Do you possess knowledge of their civilization's location? Mark, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Once you manage to repel the aberrant beasts, I will certainly have ways to ascertain that. Ihan replied slowly. Have you ever heard of the cosmic forest law? The location of our star system has already been exposed. War is inevitable. However, if your martial artists are adequately prepared, it will be my turn to breach the dimensional barrier and lead you in a counterattack. We shall reclaim the lands and resources of the invaders. The elevation of human civilization will be instantaneous. My purpose and dream upon returning to life is to guide humanity in surmounting the cosmos and establishing advanced civilizations. After all, who else but humanity is the source of my energy? Since venturing into the universe, Ihan's aspirations extended far beyond merely resisting the aberrant beasts. His horizons had broadened, and he yearned to explore the boundless expanse of the cosmos. The aberrant civilization was, without a doubt, a tempting prize. Yet, for the consortium members who had not witnessed the aberrant beasts firsthand, Ihan's proposal left them feeling hesitant. The prospect of training 20 million martial artists exceeded their comprehension of the world, and the associated costs appeared exorbitant. The primary conflict stemmed from their lingering skepticism regarding the invasion of the aberrant beasts. Those who had experienced the beast tide would undoubtedly make this decision without hesitation. By the way, Ihan noted the hesitation among the crowd, offering a reminder. I can assuredly cultivate tens of millions of martial artists in the Summer Nation, so if you choose not to train, rest assured that even if the aberrant beasts do not come, the Summer Nation will eventually invade and consume you. Take heed. What? Several consortium presidents immediately frowned and exchanged glances. For the Lighthouse Nation, the Summer Nation was a rival. Ihan's words genuinely stirred their concerns. His implication was clear. Martial artists must be cultivated. Otherwise, whether the aberrant beasts invade or not, their demise is inevitable. They had no choice. After hearing this, the consortium presidents fell silent, and Ihan too refrained from speaking, plunging the entire meeting into a state of impasse. In truth, this was the consortium contemplating the publisher's proposal, a clash of profound strides and skepticism regarding the invasion of the aberrant beasts. Had they truly wished to affirm their stance, they would have responded immediately. However, should they refuse, several consortium members feared the publisher's wrath. After all, his power was formidable. If matters escalated, returning home that night could become a question mark. Hence, when they were informed of the meeting, the consortium's politicians felt an acute sense of trepidation. They dreaded Ihan's potential wrath, especially considering the recent intimidation stemming from his celestial exploits. Wei Han was determined to achieve results this time. Refusal was not an option. How about this? I have a solution that satisfies both parties. After a while, Mark stood up to break the silence. Chapter 89. Forced consensus in the 100th floor conference room of Mark's building. Mark's voice resonated. I believe I have a solution that benefits all. Everyone turned their curious gazes toward him. Allow me to share my analysis. Mark rose, continuing, first of all, I trust you all understand the formidable nature of martial arts. It can empower a mere boxer to defeat a world champion and transform individuals into extraordinary beings capable of defying gravity. Thus, martial arts is undoubtedly the trend of the era. This is the great achievement of our esteemed publisher. Mark glanced at Yihan, a glimmer of respect flashing in his eyes. Therefore, even in the absence of aberrant beasts or warfare, we, the Lighthouse Nation, must cultivate tens of millions of martial artists within a year. I believe you all concur with this sentiment. Mark directed his gaze at the assembly. Indeed. Milligan was the first to respond. Given the strength of martial artists, as their leader, I must ensure the Lighthouse Nation possesses a substantial number of martial artists within a year. A nation without millions of martial artists cannot rest easy. Precisely. Since it is imperative to cultivate martial artists, why not concentrate our efforts on training them over the next 2 months? Mark suggested. Indeed. Some presidents raised their eyebrows upon hearing this, while others stroked their chins, deep in thought. After all, it is only a matter of 2 months. We might as well unleash our resources to train martial artists. After 2 months, we can reassess our priorities. The overall impact will be negligible, Mark continued to propose. After he finished speaking, no one uttered a word. Wei Han briefly analyzed the situation, realizing that such an approach would not hinder his own energy acquisition. As the aberrant beasts were indeed forthcoming, Mark's remarks were merely a reassurance to the anxious consortium presidents. By taking this angle, he could avoid resorting to force. I find Mark's suggestion to be quite commendable. Moreover, have you considered a particular issue? Milligan stood up to speak. If what the martial arts master claims is true, and his power is indeed so formidable, he could have effortlessly destroyed the city of you. Why would he bother to deceive us? Following Milligan's statement, the meeting fell silent once more, as the attendees grappled with their thoughts and internal conflicts. Some consortium members cast sidelong glances at Yihan, clearly recognizing the significant intimidation his publisher status held over them. They sensed that Yihan was merely holding back his explosive potential. Should he unleash it, they might find themselves at a considerable disadvantage. Given the stature of someone like him visiting their gathering, it was evident he had no intention of departing empty-handed. Very well. I, on behalf of the John family, express my approval. After a brief interval, a consortium president rose. It's merely a matter of 2 months. Why not proceed with full force? I trust that the martial arts master has no reason to deceive us regarding the aberrant beasts. Considering he has already achieved unparalleled success, he is a true harbinger of change. How could someone of his caliber possibly lie? All right, I too express my approval. Another consortium president raised his hand to speak. For just 2 months, let's devote ourselves to training martial artists. After all, they will eventually serve our nation. However, regarding the allocation of resources, it is still manageable. The meeting slowly transitioned into a discussion. Gradually, after Mark's persuasive words, the consortium presidents began to accept Yihan's proposal. On one hand, he was right there with them. His strength and influence are indeed overwhelming. Refusal may lead to coercion. The masses have not forgotten Tom's visage. Furthermore, they harbor concerns regarding the exotic beasts. Although they have not encountered them directly, they sense an air of the fantastical. Yet, the prowess of martial arts has left them in a state of alarm. 1, 2, 3, 4.5 consortiums have acquiesced. Thus, this matter is settled. We shall formulate policies with the aim of cultivating 20 million martial artists, Mark proclaimed after counting the numbers. Excellent. Yihan smiled faintly, feeling immensely satisfied. This visit has indeed yielded fruitful results. Once the Lighthouse Nation cultivates 2 million martial artists, I shall receive a feedback equivalent to 7 million martial artist strength. This monumental reward will manifest in the future. May we have a month's time? In a month, the Lighthouse Nation will boast 20 million martial artists and 200,000 martial masters. Master, what are your thoughts? Mark inquired cautiously. Should we devote ourselves to the practice of the starlight body forging technique? It is entirely feasible to become martial artists within a month, and for those already martial artists to evolve into masters as well. After all, the starlight body forging technique is a platinum level art, not merely a bronze level foundational technique. Now, as we have crossed into April 1 SD, in just over a month, the Lighthouse Nation will possess 20 million martial artists, mobilizing the entire nation to defend against the exotic beasts in the final month. Entering the third phase. My leadership of the human race's resistance against the beasts is progressing smoothly. However, Ihan harbors some concerns if the vanguard of the exotic beasts detects anomalies on Blue Star. I wonder if they might advance prematurely. If that were the case, chaos would ensue. I have come merely to voice my requirements. The subsequent matters I shall handle myself, Ihan stated slowly. In the next moment, he glanced towards the entrance of the building. Through his formidable mental acuity, Ihan perceived a throng of fervent martial artists gathered outside, clamoring to enter the building to pay their respects. However, Ihan had no intention of meeting them at this moment, for such an encounter would hold little significance. He was not in the business of accepting disciples. What purpose would it serve beyond letting them glimpse his appearance? Moreover, it would squander their initial impression of him. Yet, by avoiding them, he could maintain his enigmatic persona. Humans are creatures of imagination. They would naturally conjure a grand image of him in their minds. Additionally, first impressions are of paramount importance. Once he vanquishes the Beast King and emerges as a savior, he could effortlessly conquer their hearts. At that moment, a resounding command from him could galvanize martial artists worldwide to heed his summons. He might directly seize command of the martial army, and the 2 million soldiers of the Lighthouse Nation could potentially become his own. Focus on the vanguard of the exotic beasts in 16 days. That will significantly bolster your resolve. Ihan reminded Mark and the others. In the next instant, he soared towards the nearby window, vanishing in a swift motion. Within the few seconds of astonishment from Mark and his group, Ihan had already returned to his hotel room. He slowly powered on his computer, logged into the publisher's microblog, and opened Kong Ling Tian's private message. I possess 7 large deposits of the Azure Spirit ore, 7 Spirit Herb Mountains, and 20 large deposits of Spirit Copper, Gold, and Iron. I will share the addresses with you. Go explore. Ihan meticulously crafted the message, sending the locations of the ores bestowed upon him by the system. He intended to reserve these resources for the Xia Nation. Firstly, because Xia Nation needs to cultivate 50 million martial artists, which is a substantial burden. Secondly, he felt a greater sense of confidence regarding his own nation. Additionally, I shall visit you the day after tomorrow. Ihan sent another message. Meanwhile, Kong Ling Tian was still at work, and upon seeing Yihan's message, he instantly became animated. The elusive and mysterious figure was finally making an appearance. Chapter 90. The High Command's Great Expectations and the Progress of the Master Plan Outskirts of Kyoto. Military District Office. Kong Ling Tian fixated on the computer screen, his eyes brimming with delight. Is he coming? He is finally going to reveal himself. I am genuinely curious about what he looks like. Kong Ling Tian murmured to himself, his tone infused with excitement. However, he harbored little doubt about the publisher's impending visit. As the publisher had firmly stated the invasion of exotic beasts, it was only a matter of time before he emerged to lead humanity. The influence of martial arts is growing ever stronger. His emergence is inevitable. Kong Lao, why are you suddenly so agitated? A nearby assistant soldier inquired, puzzled. Agitated? Of course, I am. Shaoli, go inform Old Shin and his group immediately. The publisher has messaged me that he will visit us the day after tomorrow. Kong Ling Tian commanded. We must prepare a grand reception. What? Yes. The assistant soldier became excited upon hearing this. Many were eager to meet the publisher, and now he was about to appear. How could one not be thrilled? If news of this event were to leak, it would undoubtedly become a trending topic on microblogs, attracting a multitude of martial artists to the meeting place. Splendid. I can hardly believe he is truly appearing. I am genuinely curious about his appearance. I suspect the entire military camp is curious as well, including that group of future masters. The soldier hastily exited to relay the news. Wait, Xiao Li. The publisher's visit should be treated as confidential for now. Do not disseminate this information beyond the 12 high-ranking officials. Kong Ling Tian called out from the office. He realized he had just overlooked something in his excitement. After all, the publisher only mentioned meeting with high-ranking officials. Not the general populace. If his loose lips caused a media frenzy throughout Xia Nation, it would reflect poorly on his competence. Moreover, he was such an important figure, one who could alter the fate of the entire nation. Kong Ling Tian was keen to preserve the publisher's impression of him. Understood, I will ensure that. The assistant soldier recorded the order and exited the office to inform others. Kong Ling Tian continued to peruse other messages in the private chat. 7 large deposits of Azure Spirit or 7 Spirit Herb Mountains, located in Xinjiang, east of Kyoto. HM? Were there such resources in these areas before? Kong Ling Tian furrowed his brow, recalling his previous visit to the eastern part of Kyoto, where he had seen no sign of any Spirit Herb Mountains. That area should have been barren. Kong Ling Tian pondered as he picked up the geological survey reports. Following the discovery of mineral resources, the High Command had ordered a nationwide geological survey, and numerous reports had already been submitted. Xinjiang were grassland, no deposits. Southern mountains, no deposits. Many areas reported no deposits, yet the publisher claimed there were, quite peculiar. Kong Ling Tian's expression grew serious. Xiao Wang, send these locations to the Geological Bureau. Have them conduct a re-examination. If resources are found, report immediately. We must expedite the extraction for the martial artists of Xia Nation. After a moment, he directed his gaze towards the assistant soldier beside him. The assistant soldier recorded the order and left the office. Time passed slowly. Soon, it was time to end the workday. Kong Ling Tian exited his room and headed towards Qian Guanglong's office. Upon entering the office door, he immediately heard the excited voices of his comrades. The second son of the Tom family had his mouth smashed. A colossal galaxy was discovered above Yao City, shattering the clouds over the Lighthouse Nation for thousands of miles. Incredible. So powerful. It would be perfect to obliterate Yao City entirely. Qin Guanglong exclaimed excitedly. Kong Ling Tian felt slightly speechless upon hearing this. Blowing up Yao City is no trivial matter. His comrade truly says whatever comes to mind. His mouth remains unchanged. Kong Ling Tian entered the office and commented, "Hey, Lao Kong, you've arrived. Come have some tea." Upon seeing Kong Ling Tian, Chen Guanglong immediately grabbed a teacup and expertly poured a cup for him. It had become a habit for Kong Ling Tian to unwind here after work, and the two would return to their dormitory together. This had been their routine for many years. Shaoli has informed you of the news, right? Yes. Chen Guanglong's expression was filled with excitement. To be honest, I am genuinely looking forward to meeting him. I've been in awe of his achievements without knowing who he is. It's quite unbearable. When he arrives, I will surely treat him to my finest tea. Ha ha ha, splendid, Kong Ling Tian chuckled in response. Speaking of which, how is the training for the masters and the research on spirit weapons progressing over there? We have new mining sites to study soon? The progress has been excellent. Qin Guanglong smiled as he pushed a document towards his comrade. Currently, in the master plan, Chen Jing, Tang Jujia, Wang Hong, and others have already advanced to the martial master realm. Especially that amusing little girl, Tang Jujia. Did you know she can now briefly lift a bulldozer weighing 5 tons? I was astounded. Truly remarkable. Qin Guanglong laughed as he spoke at a bulldozer. Surely, it cannot be from the publisher. Kong Ling Tian, unfamiliar with Tang Jujia, felt utterly astonished. The martial arts have made people extraordinarily formidable. The martial artists within the master plan must be cultivated with care, as they could become vital forces for Xia Nation and even the publisher. Kong Ling Tian could not help but offer a word of caution. Of course, and what of the spirit weapons? You previously mentioned that research on spirit weapons has been quite successful. The progress is also excellent. Dozens of professors have thoroughly grasped the publisher's writings, and following the policy announcement, we are mass-producing spirit collectors. The progress has surpassed our expectations. We now possess 8 chi collectors. Chen Guanglong responded with great enthusiasm. Is that so? Quite impressive, indeed. It truly is. Kong Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. If this continues, our nation, Xia, will soon be able to popularize chi weapons. The overall combat power of the country will multiply several times. Indeed, moreover, we have also researched the limits of weapons for martial artists. Qin Guanglong replied. Limits? What limits? Can chi weapons defeat grandmasters? Kong Ling Tian's tone was tinged with contemplation and urgency. Chapter 91. The Clash of Hot and High Martial Arts. Like a celestial mountain, the sky was adorned with crimson clouds. In the military district office, Kong Ling Tian and Chen Guanglong sipped tea while discussing the potency of chi weapons. Old Kong, I must tell you, I believe a martial artist wielding a chi weapon can contend with a martial master across ranks. However, it becomes considerably challenging against inner-strength martial masters. If a martial master wields a chi weapon, they are likely to triumph over their peers. Yet, facing a grandmaster, Professor Lu Quan believes that such a feat is improbable. Based on the realm descriptions in the Starlight Body Refinement technique, we speculate that the current hardness of bullets is insufficient to breach a grandmaster's chi membrane. Moreover, the reaction speed of a grandmaster allows them to dodge bullets in advance. Qin Guanglong explained slowly. Kong Lingtian fell into deep thought. He understood the essence of Qin Guanglong's words. In fact, with the power of ordinary thermal weapons from Blue Star, an armed civilian can fend off martial artists and their otherworldly beasts. Even in the era of high martial arts, thermal weapons retain their efficacy. The essence of firearms lies in their role as weapons. However, the combat prowess of the wielder forms the foundation of their effectiveness. If it is a martial artist, possessing reaction speeds several times that of a martial master, they can easily gauge the direction of the weapon's muzzle from the martial artist's initial movements. The speed and power are such that they can kill in a heartbeat. Thus, an armed martial artist finds it exceedingly difficult to defeat a significantly stronger martial master. Likewise, an armed martial master also struggles to eliminate an inner-strength martial master. As when their speed exceeds that of their opponent by 4 to 5 times, the difficulty of killing becomes immense. Moreover, true combat must also consider martial techniques, abilities, and other factors. Determining victory or defeat becomes exceedingly complex. When it reaches the Grandmaster stage, a person's skin generates a chi membrane. This is something Kong Lingtian learned from the Starlight Body Refinement technique and chi blood design. That chi membrane is extraordinarily resilient. Currently, bullets striking a Grandmaster would disintegrate, akin to an egg meeting a stone, and Grandmasters possess terrifying reaction speeds and offensive capabilities, along with formidable martial techniques and hidden trump cards. Additionally, the speed of high-ranking Grandmasters may surpass that of bullets. At that point, firearms would lose their significance. When casually unleashed martial techniques surpass firearms in strength, wielding guns may become a liability. However, it cannot be denied that weapons still possess considerable power. With the advent of high martial arts and chi weapons, the combat strength of humanity has surged several-fold, complemented by grenades, bombs, and other potent thermal weapons. Hence, during the prior invasion of otherworldly beasts, humanity managed to withstand for 4 months. Now that humanity has transformed into martial artists and acquired chi weapons, the outcome of future confrontations with otherworldly beasts is complex enough to warrant a thesis. All can only be validated when the beasts make their appearance. So, Old Chen, you mean to say that while chi weapons have indeed improved, their efficacy is limited? The stronger the enemy, the weaker the effectiveness of thermal weapons, Kong Lingtian assessed. Precisely. Chen Guanglong nodded. We cannot ascertain whether the strength of weapons will further increase, but currently, thermal weapons function as such. And in 2 months, the otherworldly beasts will arrive. I might not have much time left to study. Understood. Let's expedite the production of chi collectors. I hope to equip all martial artists in Xia with the new weaponry. It is the key to defending our homeland. Absolutely. Chen Guanglong straightened his back as he spoke. Old Kong, let me tell you. Following the major reforms, our weapon production speed has surged. Within 2 months, we can produce 8 million chi rifles, sniper rifles, and more. Additionally, we will have a plethora of chi grenades and rocket launchers. The martial technology of Xia is flourishing. Excellent. Wonderful. I hope to witness Xia's chi firearms shattering the skulls of otherworldly beasts. Hearing his comrade's words, Kong Lingtian felt a surge of excitement. The formidable enemy is approaching, and every advancement in the nation is exhilarating. The 2 seasoned soldiers continued their conversation, transitioning from weapons to the publishers, then from publishers to the various species of otherworldly beasts. The topics were abundant. Meals were delivered to the office by assistant soldiers. Time gradually passed, and night soon fell. As the crescent moon rose, the stars twinkled, and the bustling lights of the capital mirrored the starlight above. Report. As they dined, an assistant soldier hurriedly approached. What is the urgency? Kong Lingtian inquired, turning to the soldier. Old Kong, geology experts have discovered 3 large spirit herb mountains to the east of Kyoto. These mountains are as radiant as celestial peaks, and many citizens have taken notice. The geology experts request that our troops immediately secure the herb mountains to prevent chaos and looting. Has it been detected so swiftly? Kong Lingtian felt a shock in his heart as he hastily finished his meal. Yes, old Kong. The spectacle of the herb mountains is striking and awe-inspiring. Upon arrival, the experts encountered them immediately, without the need for a search. They emit a dazzling array of colorful lights, akin to celestial mountains. The soldier replied, "Is that so?" Kong Lingtian furrowed his brow slightly, pondering what celestial mountains truly resembled. He had never seen one in his lifetime. It could be said that no one in this world had genuinely witnessed a celestial mountain. Since the herb mountains are so conspicuous, issue an order for the troops to secure them immediately. Let the publisher determine their usage upon arrival the day after tomorrow. Also, prepare a vehicle for me. Old Chun and I are eager to see what the herb mountains are like. Kong Lingtian commanded with remarkable speed. Qin Guanglong, who was gnawing on a chicken bone nearby, suddenly tilted his head, a large virtual question mark appearing above him. When did I express such a desire to see the herb mountains? However, due to their close relationship, he refrained from commenting. Moreover, he too was genuinely curious about the herb mountains that resembled celestial peaks. Yes, the assistant soldier quickly exited to relay the orders. Soon, 30 military vehicles departed simultaneously from the outskirts of Kyoto, while 12 army helicopters ascended into the sky, their rotor blades roaring through the streets. This spectacle captivated the curious citizens of Kyoto, who rarely saw military vehicles. The thunderous noise of the engines stirred their excitement. One video after another flooded the internet. 10 minutes later, Kong Lingtian boarded a military vehicle, leaving the base. When the herb mountains came into view, he felt as though he were witnessing the most fantastical scene in the world. Chapter 92. The Extraordinary Mountains, the Lonely Fate of the Elder After the Invasion of Otherworldly Beasts. Boom, boom. In the night, a military vehicle traversed the road. Kong Lingtian and Chen Guanglong sat inside, their eyes fixed ahead. In the distance loomed an ordinary mountain, shrouded in dense, dark forests, its massive form obstructing their view. The straight road extended forward, leading through a tunnel carved into the mountain. As the vehicle emerged from the tunnel, Kong Lingtian was greeted by a brilliant display of colorful light. Before them lay an endless expanse of rolling hills, where 3 towering mountains of radiant clay emerged. The slopes bloomed with spirit herbs emanating a soft glow. There were bamboo shoots of jade green and precious ginseng adorned with red blossoms. Wisps of multicolored clouds drifted around the mountains, swirling with purple energy. This was a veritable paradise for cultivating body refinement techniques. Such a wondrous scene, with an abundance of rare herbs congregating atop the mountains, made Kong Lingtian feel as if they had been nurtured by celestial beings. The herb mountains seemed to have descended from the heavens. At this moment, the mountains were completely surrounded by troops, with a large contingent of armed soldiers forming a human barricade around them. While helicopters patrolled overhead, in the distant hills, thousands of citizens from Kyoto gathered to observe. They chattered excitedly, with some martial artists fixating on the herbs above, their mouths watering. Cultivating martial arts requires a substantial amount of medicinal supplements, especially the new herbs that have emerged since the revival of Qi. Thus, the current supply of such herbs is critically low. With an entire mountain of them available, how could one not feel exhilarated? Some stronger civilian martial artists and masters even contemplated risking it all to seize a few. Though the helicopters overhead armed with machine guns made them hesitate. Old Kong, was there a mountain here before? I don't recall one. Chen Guanglong's voice was filled with astonishment. Kong Lingtian shook his head. He wanted to say there was none, as previous geological reports indicated otherwise, but ultimately, he replied simply, I do not know where these mountains came from. However, they are certainly extraordinary. Their emergence is undoubtedly a miracle. A marvel brought forth by the publisher. Kong Lingtian gazed at the sky, his eyes filled with awe and respect. The martial arts publisher has once again validated his exceptional nature, not only in the previous mining fields but also in the current Yaoshan. Kong Lingtian felt an overwhelming sense of his own capabilities. What could possibly be beyond his reach in this world? The vehicle sped along, quickly arriving at the foot of the mountain. Report. A soldier rushed over upon seeing Kong Lingtian alight from the vehicle. Kong Lao. After our brief observations and calculations, we estimate that each of the major mountains contains approximately 4 million medicinal herbs, totaling over 12 million across the 3 mountains. 12 million. Kong Lingtian's heart raced with excitement upon hearing this. The quantity was staggering. Coupled with other mineral resources, the Xia kingdom would be well supplied with medicinal replenishments for quite some time. Indeed, moreover, each medicinal herb is of the highest quality. We have collected a sample. Please take a look, Kong Lao, the soldier said, presenting a palm-sized ginseng. Kong Ling Tian was taken aback at the sight. The ginseng was extraordinarily large. Palm-sized, having some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he realized that such a large ginseng would fetch millions if sold, and it was evident that this ginseng was something extraordinary. Its leaves were translucent, emanating a gentle green glow, while the root itself radiated a yellow light, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. What kind of traditional medicine glows? This was clearly a spiritual herb, far superior to ordinary medicinal replenishments. Excellent, truly excellent, Kong Ling Tian exclaimed, gripping the soldier's hand that held the ginseng. Replant it immediately. I wish to preserve the entirety of this medicinal mountain intact. Kong Ling Tian spoke with fervor, as if the 3 medicinal mountains were treasures. Even the slightest disturbance would mar the beauty of this precious celestial mountain. Yes, the soldier responded with a salute. He then cautiously returned to the medicinal mountain to replant the harvested ginseng. Increase the number of soldiers by 5-fold and maintain a constant vigil over this mountain. Be wary of any aggressive martial artists. I suspect this mountain has been bestowed upon our nation by the publisher, and we shall consult with him upon his arrival. The fate of this mountain should rest in his hands, Kong Ling Tian commanded. Understood. An assistant soldier saluted in response. The order swiftly disseminated, and the military district mobilized an additional 10,000 armed soldiers to encircle the 3 mountains. With nearly 1,000 armed drones patrolling the vicinity, not even a bird could enter the 3 medicinal mountains. Observing the situation, many civilian martial artists abandoned any reckless thoughts. 2 elderly military men stood to the side, quietly admiring the majestic mountains cloaked in swirling clouds. In the distance, Yihan hovered above a building, observing them and gazing at the 2 elders beside the medicinal mountain. Commander Kong, Commander Qin, long time no see. You both look remarkably well, Yihan mused to himself, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Memories of the sorrowful past flooded his mind. After the invasion of the alien beasts, the Xia kingdom faced relentless defeats. With city after city falling, and countless compatriots hunted and devoured by the beasts, as a soldier in the Kyoto district of the Xia kingdom, Yihan was well acquainted with the 2 leaders from Kyoto. He had even served as Kong Ling Tian's assistant soldier, witnessing an unforgettable scene. 1 fateful night. As news of a city's fall and the massacre of its residents broke, Kong Ling Tian cried out in despair. Afterward, everyone returned to rest. However, at 5 in the morning, unable to sleep, he rose from his bed and went to his desk to study maps and devise strategies to defeat the enemy. Yihan, on night watch, observed this scene, noticing how the dim light aged Kong Ling Tian's figure. Under the continuous strain of pressure, Kong Ling Tian eventually fell ill. Now, the elder standing beside him, Qian Guanglong, took over his position, yet the plight of the Xia kingdom remained unchanged, still facing relentless setbacks. Until the failure of the Kyoto defense, when Qian Guanglong was killed by the invading beasts in his office. Humanity lost another general. Such was the fate of the 2 elders in the past life. Regret, helplessness, remorse, and the grief of losing loved ones shadowed their twilight years, shared by all of humanity. Those cherished moments of tea and conversation under the setting sun were now but a distant memory. But now, he had been reborn, and the fate of humanity lay in his hands. He was determined to alter the destinies of the Xia kingdom and those 2 elders. Yihan pondered, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. At this moment, his desires burned with an intensity that was unparalleled. Chapter 93. The unveiling of martial resources. Enthusiastic students. As the sun rose in the east, a new day began. Kong Ling Tian went to his office as usual. Report, Kong Lao. Last night, experts conducted a thorough investigation of the locations you designated. All sites revealed martial resources, an assistant soldier reported. What is the total amount? Including the 3 medicinal mountains near Kyoto, we have discovered 7 major spiritual mineral sites, 7 medicinal mountains, and over 20 spiritual metal mines. Following your instructions, we deployed heavy troops to secure the mining sites as soon as they were discovered. The medicinal mountains are heavily guarded, and there has been no loss whatsoever. Excellent, truly excellent. Kong Ling Tian felt a surge of excitement. He was aware of the value of the 3 medicinal mountains from last night. Each mountain was worth over 100 billion, and now with so many resource points, the potential value would reach trillions. The Xia Kingdom had instantaneously become immensely wealthy. However, one point puzzled Kong Ling Tian. Have any martial resource points been discovered abroad? He inquired curiously. None, the soldier replied. Foreign nations also conducted comprehensive land surveys but found not a single resource point. Kong Lao. The martial resource points exist only in our Xia Kingdom. This was indeed curious. Kong Ling Tian pondered. If these resources emerged alongside the influx of spiritual energy, then they should be present worldwide. Why would they exist solely here? Perhaps it's because the publisher is a Xia national. The soldier responded, standing tall, his words brimming with excitement. His implication was that these mineral resources appeared solely due to the publisher's influence. A truly mythical assertion, profoundly mysterious. Perhaps. Kong Ling Tian nodded, excitement bubbling within him as he clenched his fists in anticipation. After issuing a few directives, he sat down at his desk to attend to his official duties. Ding! Moments later, the computer on his desk emitted a sound, and Kong Ling Tian looked up to find a message from the publisher. He promptly opened it. The medicinal mountain mines do not require protection. Commence extraction directly. Subsequently, convert the medicinal mountains into training grounds for masters. Make all mineral resources public knowledge for all citizens. For tomorrow night's meeting, select a venue and gather all decision makers. I will propose a plan to cultivate 50 million martial artists. I have returned to lead the Xia Kingdom. I will guide the martial civilization of the Xia Kingdom towards greatness, transforming it into a divine nation of martial arts capable of ascending beyond the cosmos. The message was succinct and direct. Kong Ling Tian felt a wave of excitement wash over him. 50 million martial artists. That was an astonishing number. The highest participation of any single nation in the last World War was merely 20 million, and now they aim to cultivate 2.5 times that number. Kong Ling Tian found the figure daunting. Yet he understood that the publisher must have his own reasoning. Understood. I will issue the new orders immediately, Kong Ling Tian replied. He then turned to his assistant soldiers and conveyed the publisher's message to them. Yes. The 3 assistant soldiers departed with 3 commands. Following a series of meetings and communications, a mining team comprising tens of thousands set off towards the medicinal mountains, while the Xia Kingdom's official microblog released a new announcement, martial resources unveiled. Following last night's observations, we have discovered 7 major spiritual mineral sites, 7 medicinal mountains, and over 20 spiritual metal mines, with a rough estimate of over 80 million tons of martial resources. Per the publisher's suggestion, these resources will be entirely allocated for the cultivation of national martial artists. The official microblog, followed by tens of millions, sparked an immediate uproar upon the announcement. Wow, 80 million tons. Am I seeing this correctly? Is it truly tons? How could there be so many resources? I don't know. But one thing is certain. The Xia Kingdom has struck it rich. Our school is currently undergoing martial training, and many classmates have lost weight due to overexertion and lack of medicinal supplements. Hopefully, they can recover now. The announcement seems to state it was the publisher's suggestion. He is truly formidable. Long live the foremost martial artist. Wow, my chest has flattened due to body training. Will the supplements help me regain some volume? Studying martial arts is indeed much more engaging, but it's also incredibly exhausting. Exhausting? I used to be the class flower who never even glanced at the study materials. Now that I've awakened my abilities, I am the most dazzling one in class. After my training, my vitality has surged, haha. Even my homeroom teacher was left dumbfounded, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Thank you, publisher, for changing the world. The underachievers have finally risen. I've already enrolled in the top martial arts university, hoping to be accepted into the National Master Program. Training every day has tanned our skin. Chuckling, Kong Ling Tian perused the comments, unable to suppress his laughter. Sometimes, the comments from netizens were genuinely amusing. He had always believed in the saying, everyone has their own unique talents. Some individuals who struggled academically were, in fact, exceptionally gifted physically. After the reform of martial arts, the fortunes of many individuals have taken a dramatic turn. They are brimming with enthusiasm. This truly embodies the spirit of the youth of Xia Nation. Now, we await the emergence of the publisher. Will the advanced team of the otherworldly beasts arrive in 2 weeks? Currently, the Xia Nation is incredibly united, and the collaboration with classmates in resisting the otherworldly beasts has alleviated the fear of invasion. Let us hope that the army of otherworldly beasts does not obliterate the dreams of the students. Kong Ling Tian closed his computer to continue working. The sun in the sky gradually traversed its path. By evening, the venue for the meeting between the publisher and the higher-ups was fully prepared, with dozens of state banquet chefs bustling in the kitchen, readying a feast to welcome the world's most illustrious figures. In fact, a state banquet typically requires 10 days of preparation, a monumental and intricate process, yet the time for the meeting is merely 2 days. Consequently, several head chefs were naturally working through the night. Yi Han was also in his room, sketching the various forms of the otherworldly beast soldiers. Thus, a day and a night passed in this flurry of activity, and soon the dusk of the meeting day arrived. One after another, high-ranking officials appeared in the meeting hall. Chapter 94. The advance team is incredibly important. The rainbow light descends. The sky was awash with hues of dawn. The streets of Kyoto were bustling with people, many hurrying home to practice martial arts, while the sounds of students training echoed from schools. Martial arts had become a ubiquitous sight across the Xian nation. The district around the Kyoto Conference Hall was equally lively, with administrative vehicles arriving and stopping at the hall's entrance, many accompanied by military vehicles escorted by large contingents of martial artists. This spectacle attested to the significance of those within the vehicles, whose identities and statuses were far from ordinary. The distant crowd began to sense something unusual. Isn't that leader Zhang Pingyuan? Goodness. It's the general from the Western Military District. Did he arrive so swiftly by helicopter? It appears that the academicians from Kyoto have also come, and there's Old Kong from the Northern Military District. Why are such prominent figures gathering together? Are they to meet with a national leader? Isn't it sufficient for leader Zhang Pingyuan to receive them alone? There are far too many high-ranking officials, and it seems the person they are to meet is of great importance. Could it be that they are meeting with the publisher? Surely not, right? Why hasn't the official announcement been made? It genuinely feels like they are about to meet the publisher, as no one holds greater significance in this era. Can we enter the conference hall to catch a glimpse? How exciting! A throng of people gazed at the entrance of the Kyoto Conference Hall, their curiosity piqued by the appearance of dignitaries from various regions. Some idle onlookers even stationed themselves at a distance, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the guests. In a nearby rented room, Yi Han sat beside a table, manipulating 8 brushes with his mental energy to depict the forms of various otherworldly beasts. Beside the table lay a considerable array of completed drawings, featuring beasts that soared through the skies, scurried across the ground, burrowed underground, and swam through the depths of the ocean. Once the war with the otherworldly beasts erupts, it will be a comprehensive battle across land, sea, and air, dragging the entire world into chaos. If any planetary-level masters emerge, the conflict may even extend into the cosmos. However, that is usually managed by Yi Han. As currently, there is only one planetary-level entity on Blue Star. With roughly 2 weeks remaining before the world undergoes a complete transformation, Yi Han felt a surge of urgency regarding the advance team that was sent to scout. After finishing a drawing, he exhaled deeply and glanced at the calendar, his heart racing with uncertainty about the advance team's arrival location. It was crucial to note that while Yi Han had only indicated the approach of the otherworldly beasts, he had not disclosed their location or numbers, as these details were contingent upon the feedback from the advance team. The advance team would report back the strength of Blue Star and the distribution of nations, subsequently influencing the otherworldly beasts' decisions regarding their incursion points and troop numbers. He harbored concerns that the advance team might discover anomalies on Blue Star, such as prior knowledge of the impending invasion or awareness of martial arts cultivation techniques. Such revelations would provoke significant suspicion from the otherworldly civilization. Capturing that advance team was imperative. Moreover, they needed to relay false information. Yi Han's heart raced with anxiety as he pondered these matters. He took a moment to calm himself before resuming his sketches of the otherworldly beasts. As time passed, it soon became 9 o'clock in the evening, and the sky gradually darkened, with stars beginning to twinkle. Yi Han approached the window and beheld that Kyoto was ablaze with lights. If I were to make a grand appearance alongside the leaders, if the citizens were to learn of the meeting between the publisher and the authorities, it would undoubtedly ignite their fervor for martial arts training. The task of nurturing 50 million martial artists would become significantly more attainable. Suddenly, Yi Han waved his hand vigorously, unleashing his mythical level ability. He understood that every action he took could influence the world. His mere presence could elevate morale immensely. Boom. 500,000 units of mental energy were instantly expended. A colossal river of stars materialized from the east, traversing across the grand city of Xia as resplendent multicolored starlight flickered across the heavens. The river spanned 1,000,000 meters in width and extended 100 kilometers in length, enveloping half of Kyoto. As the citizens of the city looked up, they were struck with astonishment. Isn't that the river of stars that appeared in Lighthouse Country a few days ago? The footage captured by the lighthouse people only showed a fragment of the multicolored starlight. Witnessing it in person reveals its astounding grandeur. Goodness, is all of Kyoto encompassed by it? What a breathtaking river of stars! What kind of skill is this? It's simply astonishing. The appearance of the river of stars must signify that the publisher is about to emerge, right? I finally understand why so many high-ranking officials are gathered at the conference hall. It's him. He must have made his appearance. All the leaders are here awaiting him. Come forth, the foremost figure in martial arts. Lead us. We are all at your command. The 2,000,000 inhabitants of Kyoto gazed upwards at the river of stars, their eyes shimmering with excitement, including Chen Jing and her two sisters, Zhao Tian, and many familiar classmates and friends of Ye and Wei Han. Being a native of Kyoto, certainly had no shortage of acquaintances. Among them, he especially admired Zhao Tian, who was so thin that he appeared almost skeletal. Trembling with excitement as if he might kneel in reverence. Haha, the effect is splendid. On the other side, Yi Han observed the reactions of the citizens of Kyoto with satisfaction. In the next moment, he soared towards the conference hall, his figure vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, Kong Ling Tian and the others stood atop the hall, gazing up at the starry sky. Impressive, truly impressive. Old Kong, do you realize? I suspect those stars are formed from condensed mental energy. The mental prowess of the martial arts publisher is simply terrifying, Chen Guanglong exclaimed. Several mental practitioners were in his master training team, granting him greater insight into mental energy. Mental energy? Comrade Chen, are you suggesting that the publisher is a mentalist? Questioned the high-ranking leader Zhang Pingyuan beside him. Indeed. Furthermore, I estimate that the power behind that starry canopy could obliterate all of Kyoto. The force capable of parting the clouds is no joke. Zhang Pingyuan's lips twitched at this revelation. Go obliterate all of Kyoto. The magnitude of such power is unfathomable. If the publisher were to go berserk, I suddenly feel rather helpless as a high-ranking leader. I would likely find myself quite powerless. At least now we comprehend his strength. Previously, our assumptions were mere conjectures, but now we understand that he could annihilate Kyoto in the blink of an eye. Kong Ling Tian remarked as he gazed up at the river of stars. The other leaders nodded in agreement. The appearance of this river of stars had unveiled a glimpse of the publisher's true power. Wait, what is that? It seems like a light point is descending. After a moment, leader Zhang Pingyuan stared intently at the river of stars, his tone laced with curiosity. It's a beam of light cascading down from the heavens. Directed towards our conference hall, Chen Guanglong shouted in alarm. The other leaders instantly tensed up. Is it an energy wave or a missile? Could our safety be at risk? Many leaders felt a slight wave of anxiety. However, they had no time to react. The speed of light was incredibly swift. With a resounding boom, the entire conference hall was engulfed in blinding light. Chapter 95. A great nation, the starry river flowed serenely. Boom! A beam of light plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters, enveloping the entire conference hall. What is that? He has arrived. It is truly him. The divine light descends. Who could have anticipated that his arrival would be so exhilarating? A large crowd gathered at a distance from the hall, their exhilaration palpable at the sight of this divine phenomenon, their respect for the publisher deepening. Their curiosity about his appearance intensified. Had there not been a significant number of soldiers holding them back, they would have rushed forward to witness this moment. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the hall, the leaders who were engulfed in the radiant light could scarcely open their eyes. Once the brilliance faded, they gradually managed to blink open their eyes. There, hovering in the air, was a young man clad in white, exuding elegance, his calm gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd. A faint white glow emanated from his skin. As the gentle breeze rustled his white garments, an ethereal aura radiated from him. A master. The publisher is a master, and he appears to be no ordinary one. The leaders were taken aback, forming their initial impression of the publisher as a formidable figure. Beside him, Kong Ling Tian furrowed his brow slightly, finding the young man eerily familiar, as if he had seen him in a photograph before, yet he could not recall where. Are you the foremost figure in martial arts? Kong Ling Tian asked, his voice trembling with excitement. The accomplishments of the publisher are indeed monumental, and his strength is unparalleled. Even Kong Ling Tian, who has weathered countless storms, feels a tinge of nervousness. The others too exhibit a slight tension. They are all high-ranking leaders, and it is only the one with the highest martial achievements who can evoke such feelings in these seasoned individuals. I never expected you to appear so youthful, indeed. Yes, the other leaders echoed in agreement. I always imagined you to be an ancient sage. Publisher, you seem as though you have descended from the heavens. The leaders of the Xia Kingdom scrutinized the young man, as the mysterious veil surrounding the publisher slowly lifted, revealing him to be such a young divine figure. The rumors circulating online seemed utterly dry in comparison. It is only through a real encounter that one can truly feel the shock. Publisher of martial arts, please step forth to lead our Xia Kingdom. We have prepared the grandest banquet for you. This is our warm welcome. Zhang Pingyuan approached Yi Han and gestured towards the staircase in an inviting manner. Yes, Yi Han nodded, following the others down to the hall. In the hall, they commenced a grand banquet. The national banquet featured a plethora of exquisite dishes, and Yi Han savored every bite with great delight. After several rounds of toasts, Yi Han used his mind to retrieve the beast compendium from his system backpack. With a whoosh, a brilliant light illuminated the room, and a thick stack of papers materialized in Yi Han's hands. General Kong, this compendium is my creation, containing detailed information on various troop types. Please keep it safe. Yi Han spoke in a gentle tone as he guided the compendium towards Kong Ling Tian. All right, we will certainly study it thoroughly. Kong Ling Tian accepted the compendium with both hands, his expression slightly animated. Now, let us address the main matter at hand. I trust you all have prepared yourselves mentally. I have come here to cultivate 50 million martial artists for the Xia Kingdom. Yes, we are aware of that. We have held discussions on this topic, Zhang Pingyuan replied. However, there is one aspect you are unaware of, which is my ambition for the Xia Kingdom. Yi Han said softly, I have heard of a cosmic civilization. One of its generals commands 80 planets. While the Xia Kingdom boasts a civilization spanning thousands of years, it is still minuscule in comparison to that 9-turn civilization. Thus, I aim to lead my homeland into the cosmos, transcending the 9 turns to become the mightiest civilization in the universe. As Yi Han spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. Boom! A pitch-black celestial canvas materialized in the air, revealing countless stars. At the center lay a cerulean planet, radiating beams of light that illuminated the surrounding celestial bodies one by one. Those unexplored planets were marked with the red flag of the Xia Kingdom, and new star systems bore the footprints of the Xia people. With descendants of the Xia Kingdom scattered throughout the universe, as exploration expanded, the Xia Kingdom encountered other cosmic civilizations. These civilizations began to understand the Xia Kingdom, and the result left them astounded. The ascended Xia Kingdom was a colossal entity within the Blue Star system. Owing to the strength of its civilization, Xia people commanded respect wherever they ventured in the cosmos. Even civilizations that had reached the pinnacle of technological advancement dared not infringe upon the Xia Kingdom. This is the great revival I envision for the Xia Kingdom. After concluding his demonstration, Yi Han spoke slowly. The surrounding leaders gazed in astonishment at the celestial display, seemingly awestruck by Yi Han's presentation. Although they were superlative leaders, Yi Han's descriptions had far surpassed their previous horizons. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, the national goals were limited to becoming the strongest on the planetary scale. Now, they had expanded to encompass the cosmos. Zhang Pingyuan expressed his admiration, truly worthy of being a master. After a few heartbeats, Zhang Pingyuan raised his glass in a toast to Yi Han. Haha. Splendid. Yi Han chuckled, then surveyed all the leaders. If I were to tell you that under my guidance, all of this could be realized, would you desire for the Xia Kingdom to venture into the cosmos? Many leaders appeared contemplative after hearing this. After a few heartbeats, Kong Ling Tian was the first to speak. Publisher, we do wish for that. Although it sounds fantastical, if it can be achieved, we certainly desire it. Kong Ling Tian's resounding voice echoed throughout the hall. If it can be accomplished, of course we wish for it. The other leaders chimed in. As leaders, who wouldn't want their nation to flourish beyond measure? We do not desire the impossible, but if it can be done, we certainly wish for it. Who wouldn't want the people of the Xia Kingdom to step into the cosmos with pride in their homeland? The great revival of the Xia nation is our dream. Let all civilizations in the universe regard our people with respect. Indeed, if I, in my old age, could witness the Xia Kingdom ascend to cosmic civilization, I would die without regret. The surrounding leaders expressed their sentiments, and Yi Han gazed upon them with immense satisfaction. I too wish to see that scene. Moreover, after vanquishing the beastly invaders, that moment will swiftly arrive. You shall witness it, Yi Han declared with a resonant voice. As long as we can tear through the dimensional barrier, what habitable planet is beyond our reach? With sufficient martial prowess, what civilization cannot thrive? And now, the first step towards the cosmos begins with the cultivation of 50 million martial artists. The Xia Kingdom will undergo a monumental transformation. Yi Han articulated his vision. Chapter 96. From this day forth, the publisher stands united with the Xia Kingdom. In the Grand Hall, a colossal painting depicting the Great Wall hung on the wall, where Yi Han sat opposite 12 leaders, discussing the Xia Kingdom's inaugural step into the cosmos. Under the current unchanging circumstances of reform, we shall select an additional 50 million exceptional talents for cultivation. Yi Han proposed. I support the publisher's proposal wholeheartedly. Kong Ling Tian responded immediately. I concur. Cheng Guanglong beside him also raised his hand in agreement. They were both representatives of the military and the foremost experts on the potency of martial arts cultivation. Thus they were the most eager for reform. However, aside from them, the other leaders remained silent. Perhaps they wished to observe the opinions of others first, for this was no ordinary reform. The current reforms in the Xia Kingdom had already placed considerable pressure upon them. Merely the expansion of military personnel by 8 million, along with the comprehensive martial training in all schools, had already imposed a significant burden on food and resources. The food intake of an individual practicing martial arts increased by several-fold. Without supplementary nourishment, the demand escalated further. Food prices began to rise. If an additional 50 million were added on top of this, calculating a martial artist's food intake as equivalent to 10 normal individuals, that would directly increase the food pressure by 500 million. How could the Xia Kingdom dare to export food anymore? It would suffice if they could feed their own population. Moreover, universal martial training would impact other sectors of the economy. Thus, the economic income of the nation had begun to stagnate or even regress into expenditure. Great reforms invariably invoke caution. Yet they did not contradict Yi Han, for he had already showcased his unparalleled might. Whether it was his celestial river of stars, or his descent from the heavens, or even his grand vision of leading the Xia Kingdom to become a cosmic civilization, it all left this assembly in awe. They now held deep respect for Yi Han. After all, they could never reach his level of achievement. Thus they would not voice any dissenting opinions. I think we can try it out. After a silence of several seconds, the leading figure, Zhang Pingyuan, spoke. I too support the publisher's suggestion. We have recently discovered 17 new martial resource points. This significantly alleviates the pressure of cultivating martial artists. I shall also lend my support. If the beastly invaders arrive, this would be the wisest decision. Another leader raised his hand to speak. Following the lead of these two, others began to express their support for the cultivation of 50 million martial artists. In truth, their mindset bore similarities to the interests of the Lighthouse Nations Consortium. If the beasts do not come, then these economically burdensome actions only need to be implemented for 2 months. The cultivated martial artists would indeed prove useful. If the beasts do arrive, then nothing else matters. Life itself would be at stake. Would there even be time to concern themselves with other matters? Additionally, there lingered fear within their hearts regarding the impending arrival of the beasts. This was the most reassuring course of action. It also illustrated the extent of Yi Han's influence, making the acceptance of his proposal seem inevitable. Almost no one questioned the publisher's capabilities anymore. The last person to doubt, the boxing champion, still remained unconscious. The number of votes in favor exceeded 2/3. This decision has been passed. The Xia Kingdom is poised to embrace another grand reform. After tallying the supportive votes, Zhang Pingyuan stood up to applaud. The others followed suit, erupting into fervent applause. The hall resounded with the clamor of clapping hands. Yi Han's heart surged with excitement. He understood that the seeds of martial prowess in the Xia Kingdom would truly germinate amidst this applause. After defeating the beastly invaders, they would enter a phase of soaring progress. Once he reached the dimensional realm and could perceive the cosmos, he could directly send several masters from the Xia Kingdom to explore other planets. The Xia Kingdom would take a creative leap into extraterrestrial civilizations. As for who would emerge as the great adventurers, that would depend on who could attain mastery the fastest. Publisher, how should we address you? Could you share your name with us? After the applause subsided, Zhang Pingyuan inquired. The others looked at Yihan with eager anticipation. You may simply use your current address or call me Master. Yihan replied, initially intending to reveal his name as Yihan. However, Yihan is merely an ordinary individual. The Xia state could easily uncover his background, leading them to question why an unremarkable person would suddenly possess such extraordinary strength. This could hinder his efforts to maintain an enigmatic persona, which is crucial for his leadership over the human race. The allure of mystery surpasses that of a mundane identity, for humans have a tendency to concoct their own narratives. Very well, esteemed master. I once again extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Xia state. Zhang Pingyuan no longer sought a name but nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, please prepare a workspace for me, as I will be standing alongside you to collaboratively shape the future of the Xia state. I will no longer remain in the shadows. You may publicly announce my emergence, Yihan declared. Certainly. We will arrange it immediately, Zhang Pingyuan responded after a moment of surprise. As a leader, he recognized the inherent political value. The identity of the announcer is immensely powerful. He is a pioneer, a figure capable of influencing a new world. If he is promoted as standing with the Xia state, then the international influence of the Xia state will soar, surpassing that of the lighthouse nation in an instant. A single call to action could garner the support of numerous nations. Furthermore, having a master backing the nation instills a profound sense of security in both leaders and citizens alike. Who would dare to challenge the Xia state without considering the master's stellar power? How splendid! With someone as formidable as you leading us, our motivation to work will only intensify. The other leaders were equally exhilarated, with Kong Lingtian's hands trembling in excitement. Subsequently, Yihan engaged in conversation with several leaders, gradually discussing the details of the reform as the stars in the sky flowed slowly by. After a while, a secretary clad in a suit entered. Leader Zhang, there are already 30,000 individuals outside eager to meet the announcer. This includes Zhao Tian and a host of new martial artists. Additionally, figures like Wang Hong, Chen Jing, and Tang Jejia, who are part of the Master's plan, have also expressed their desire to meet the announcer. The secretary presented a petition to Zhang Pingyuan. What is your personal opinion, Master? Zhang Pingyuan inquired, looking towards Yihan. I certainly wish to meet them, and I will personally lead them. Please make arrangements. Let the meeting be more than just a formality. Yihan replied. Those future masters are his subordinates. How could he not meet them? Understood. Leave it to us. You can have complete faith in our capabilities, Zhang Pingyuan responded confidently, aware of the implications behind Yihan's last statement. Let the meeting transcend mere pleasantries. Presently, the announcer possesses multiple forms of power. Firstly, there is his charisma. When he raises his arm to call, millions of martial artists worldwide will respond. A single speech from him can inspire countless individuals to strive for greatness. Such influence is pivotal for leadership. If his only intention is to greet them, what significance does that hold? Xiao LV, please go and inform those waiting that the announcer will soon meet them. Zhang Pingyuan instructed the nearby secretary, and simultaneously, announce it to the world. As Zhang Pingyuan stood up, he declared, following this meeting, the announcer has officially aligned himself with the Xia state. Chapter 97. The Explosive Power of the Mountains and Rivers. Yihan's old friends Kyoto, the official office of the Great Xia State. Yihan sat in his new office, reviewing documents, with 3 assistants, a pair of young men and a woman, in their 20s standing behind him. Upon learning that their leader is the announcer, the assistants were nearly overwhelmed with excitement, for he is indeed their idol. At this moment, they keenly observed Yihan as he perused the materials. Initially, they were astonished at their first encounter with Yihan. He appeared remarkably youthful and handsome, almost like a peer. This only heightened his air of mystery. How could someone so young have achieved such remarkable feats in martial arts? What kind of energy and accomplishments does he possess that could alter the world? A new announcement from the Great Xia State. Last night, the martial arts announcer made his appearance at the Assembly Hall. Following negotiations, the announcer has decided to become an advisor to the Xia State, heralding a new wave of reform. This will be the most significant reform in the past decade for the Great Xia State. The announcer will soon meet the public, with arrangements currently underway. The official homepage displayed the new announcement, and online comments surged. Long live. With such a person by our side, the great Xia state will surely soar. What is the significance of being the foremost martial artist? Just one divine martial art can propel the Xia state forward. As a citizen of the Xia state, I am genuinely thrilled. It feels as though the announcer stands with us. To be honest, I truly wish to see him. When will we get to meet? I practice the starry body refinement method daily. I really want to know who he is. What is the announcer's strength like? Any news? Eagerly anticipating. The majority of comments longed for a meeting, which further attests to the immense influence he wields. The entire nation is filled with expectation. Xiao Wang. What is the current status of the master plan? Yihan pondered, glancing back. The master plan is a military secret. However, after Yihan became an advisor, Kong Lingtian mentioned it to him. Yes, master, the assistant replied, slightly anxious, as he hurriedly flipped through the documents in hand. Master, the progress of the master plan is proceeding exceptionally well. Out of the 300 individuals planned, 240 have already become martial artists. Wang Hong, Chen Jing, and Tang Jiajia have even reached the 4th tier of martial artists. The master is imminent. Good. Yihan felt a wave of satisfaction upon hearing this. Please take the explosive power of the mountains and rivers martial art I drafted. Contact me once they reach the inner strength stage. Yihan said, handing a document back. Understood. The assistant respectfully accepted it. By the way, master, General Kong Lingtian wishes to invite you to inspect the troops, as you will eventually lead the master team, the assistant informed. Tonight, I will have a chat with General Kong and discuss matters. Yihan inquired rapidly. Is there a meeting scheduled for later? Yes. There is a meeting at 6 o'clock with 20 ancient martial artists from the Martial Arts Research Institute who wish to consult you. The assistant replied. All right. Yihan nodded, lowering his head to attend to his tasks. In truth, Yihan is currently in an extraordinarily busy state. He leads an entire nation, not merely a household. Aside from various reforms seeking his input, he also needs to address the queries of martial arts instructors and, most importantly, refine the starry body refinement method. Presently, the starry body refinement method is merely a platinum-level technique. After inheriting the martial arts cultivation and combat memories of a planetary-level master, Yihan discovered numerous deficiencies in the body refinement method. Once perfected, it could significantly enhance the speed of cultivation. This is no trivial matter. Should the body refinement method be elevated to diamond level, the training speed worldwide would surge instantaneously. Thus, Yihan has an abundance of tasks ahead of him. As time slips away amidst his busyness. Yet another day has passed, leaving just 15 days until the arrival of the Alien Beast Advanced team. Sighing softly after addressing the inquiries of dozens of martial arts instructors, Yihan leaned back in his chair for a brief respite. Moments later, his phone buzzed beside him. Picking it up, he saw a message from his former classmate Li Ming, who was a close roommate during his university days. After graduating and experiencing life and death battles, Yihan had seldom kept in touch with his classmates. While other close friends had expressed concern for him, Yihan had always replied with brief acknowledgments. Li Ming, however, was particularly loyal. In his past life as an ordinary entrepreneur, this classmate had provided significant financial assistance. Yihan. Today, I went to the martial arts department for verification, and my vitality has already broken through to the 4th tier of martial artist. I'm so thrilled. I'm not bad, Yihan replied with a smile. Haha, Yihan. Judging by your response, your martial arts realm must be quite high. Hurry and share your level. Grinning, Li Ming replied, I'm all right. Yihan simply responded, Hey brother, you absolutely must accelerate your training. Martial arts are of utmost importance right now. Work can wait. If you're facing financial difficulties, feel free to borrow some from me. Li Ming's concerned message arrived. Yihan felt a slight tug at his heartstrings. How are the other classmates doing? He curiously asked. As far as I know, everyone has started training in martial arts, especially that Gao Yang. Do you know? He has already reached the 10th tier of martial artist and boasts about it daily on social media. You could check him out. Is that so? Yihan curiously clicked on Gao Yang's social media posts. Today, I have reached the 10th tier of martial artist. This is even more exhilarating than my mother buying me 100 doses of supplements, accompanied by a picture of his certification as a martial artist from the Xia state. Gao Yang is amazing. I'm so envious. He's so wealthy. The comments section only featured 2 classmates praising him. With no likes, haha, I never expected martial artists to become a source of bragging rights. Yihan chuckled at the posts. Unlike Li Ming, Gao Yang was one to relish in flaunting his achievements. For instance, when he purchased a house, he'd post the property deed. When he bought a BMW, he'd incessantly share pictures of the steering wheel. There was even a time when every video he posted featured the car keys prominently. Some of his posts appeared to reflect on life but were, in reality, mere displays of vanity, such as sitting in the BMW without a smile. Today, the group chat buzzed with excitement as the news of Baoma's success spread. To be candid, it was quite commendable. If my intuition serves me right, Gao Yang will undoubtedly boast about it in our class group. Dio, you dare to wager with me? A message from Li Ming chimed in. No way, Yihan chuckled. Suddenly, a notification pinged from the top of his phone, indicating a new message. Upon glancing at it, Yihan realized he had lost. Chapter 98. The Classmates' Anticipation for the Mysterious Figure. The new troop of humanity.in, the official office building, Yihan sat with a smile, engrossed in the messages from the class group. Everyone, fellow classmates, I have reached the 10th level of martial arts, and I am truly exhilarated. More so than if my mother rewarded me $1 million. Just now, my mother mentioned she would buy me 50 more elixirs. To be honest, I feel that's excessive. I could become a martial artist without that many. Gao Yang flooded the class group with messages, and replies came pouring in instantly. Wow, Yanggu, you're incredible. Yanggu with elixirs, you're still not satisfied? I can't even afford one. I envy Yanggu's talent. Classmates, it's been ages since we all gathered after graduation. Let us take a trip to Kyoto sometime. Gao Yang continued to message, my mother plans to invest 10 million to train me into a master. Soon, I'll have little free time. Wow, I envy you. All right, Yanggu, I'll come to Kyoto to see you. Several classmates chimed in eagerly. Gao Yang, I've heard there are star rivers and falling rainbows in Kyoto, attributed to the arrival of the publisher. Did you see him while in Kyoto? A girl's avatar popped up. Yihan recognized her as Shangguan Yin, the most beautiful girl in their university class. The unspoken class flower. I haven't seen the publisher, but once I become a master, I'm sure I will. Is the class monitor curious about who it is? Yes, I'm incredibly curious. After all, I've been practicing the star light body refinement technique. How could I not be curious about the mastermind behind such an impressive skill? I bet he is a remarkably powerful master. Honestly, I am eager to know too. I just want to be his subordinate once I become a master. Excited, Gao Yang's messages popped up one after another. Yihan tilted his head, pondering how Gao Yang would react upon discovering he was the publisher. After all, he never mentioned wanting to be his subordinate during their school days. Wow, I'm so curious about who he is. Another girl's avatar appeared. One Yihan was familiar with, Wang Qiui, a warm-hearted and easygoing class monitor. Once, when Yihan forgot to bring his homework, she not only refrained from scolding him but even accompanied him back to the dorm to retrieve it. She was such a delightful girl. We will meet him. Now that the publisher has allied with the Xia Kingdom, we will surely encounter him. Gao Yang's messages continued to stream in. By the way, what levels have the two beauties reached? My talent is slightly inferior, only at the 7th level of martial arts, Shangguan Yin replied, never shying away from acknowledging her weaknesses. I've been quite busy with work. Just casually practicing, Wang Qiui honestly responded. Start practicing soon. Don't waste time. Yihan couldn't help but chime in. Yihan, it's been ages since I last saw you. How are you doing now? Wang Qiui quickly replied. As soon as Yihan sent a message, the other classmates took notice of him. Shangguan Yin, Yihan, what level are you currently at? Roommate Lin Yu, Yihan, I always felt you had a tall and robust physique. Your talent must be quite impressive, right, Gao Yang? Classmate Yihan, are you nearing the level of a martial master? Several classmates inquired about Yihan, who was quite experienced in social interactions and thus well-liked. My current level is of little significance. It's what I achieve in 2 months that matters. Yihan replied. 2 months? That's when the so-called beasts will arrive, so indeed, the level then will be crucial. I heard you're also in Kyoto. Have you seen the Star River? Shangguan Yin messaged back, don't worry. I will definitely become a master in 2 months. After all, my mother is investing 10 million in my training. Striving, Gao Yang's message popped up again, reiterating the 10 million. See, I told you. Gao Yang would absolutely flaunt it in the class group. Li Ming's message chimed in. It's just his personality. Yihan smiled as he exited the class group, replying to Li Ming. By the way, Have you seen the Star River in Kyoto? I bet you're also looking forward to meeting the publisher, right? What would your reaction be if I told you the publisher is your old buddy? Ihan raised an eyebrow and sent a string of texts. What the hell? You're joking with me again, right? Li Ming retorted with a laugh. Wai Ihan merely smiled faintly. Rest assured, you will definitely meet him. After his reply, he exited WeChat. With this brief interlude concluded, Ihan returned to his work while contemplating when he would meet this group of classmates. Master, the time to meet with General Kong is approaching. A moment later, his assistant's voice rang out. All right, please arrange a vehicle for me. Ihan lifted his head from his contemplation of the starlight body refinement technique in truth during the wars of his previous life. Ihan had visited the military base in Kyoto where Kong Lingtian was stationed, thus he was familiar with the location. Moreover, he could fly there, but that would seem overly hasty. A car would allow him to ponder the body refinement technique along the way. Yes, I'll arrange it immediately, the assistant replied, hastily leaving the office. Once the vehicle arrived, Ihan made his way to the military base, reaching the Kyoto military base after 30 minutes. Master, welcome. We are thrilled to have you here for an inspection. Kong Lingtian and Chen Guanglong stood at the entrance to greet him. Master, we warmly welcome you, Chen Guanglong added. Haha, no need for such formality. Generals, Ihan chuckled, I've heard that your master plan and the progress of the spiritual weapons are going remarkably well. Show me around. Very well. Please, master, come in. Kong Lingtian gestured invitingly. Wai Ihan followed him into the base. Master, did you know? Today, we have been studying that beast illustration, and we discussed many new types of spiritual weapons. Take a look, Kong Lingtian excitedly pointed at the designs on the desk. Guiding is one of Ihan's responsibilities. After all, he is now the martial arts advisor for the Great Xia Kingdom and the only one familiar with both martial arts and the beasts, making him an essential resource for consultations. If he deems it useless, then all this design work would have been in vain. Let me see. Ihan picked up the design blueprints. There were large area flamethrowers crafted from spirit stones, electric guns capable of releasing lightning-like energy, and compact, efficient new-style crossbows. These weapons were designed to combat the sharp-toothed rats of the rodent disaster, the ferocious wild boars with remarkably tough hides, and avian beasts soaring through the skies. Additionally, there were frost guns and venom guns to deal with fire elemental and poison-vulnerable beasts. However, there were only 5 designs, as a single day was simply too short for extensive development. These are useful. Very useful, Ihan declared after reviewing the blueprints. In fact, similar firearms had appeared in his previous life. How could targeted weapons possibly be ineffective? While machine guns might struggle against the rodent disaster, flamethrowers could incinerate them in swathes. A single ferocious rat has only a small amount of blood. Their strength lies in their numbers, not in individual attack or defense. These weapons would be excellent for dealing with martial artists and ordinary martial masters. You can mass-produce them and allocate them according to the invasion situation. However, 5 designs are too few. There are many types of ferocious beasts, as you can see from the illustrations. The effectiveness against the beast will need to be validated through actual combat. Yes, Kong Lingtian responded, slightly excited. He feared that the highest advisor might deem their research futile, rendering their efforts wasted. Master, since you believe these weapons are useful, we will immediately begin training the relevant troops and simulate hunting the beasts, Chen Guanglong asserted. The 2 elders had grown to trust Ihan significantly and were already preparing for the impending beast invasion. However, the strength of these firearms would only suffice to hunt martial artists and ordinary martial master beasts. Inner energy and masters would still rely on strength to prevail, and the designs lacked specificity. Ihan further commented, stating that this had always been a source of great distress for him. The late emergence of martial civilization on Blue Star had resulted in a scarcity of masters and limited equipment. It was unlikely that a grandmaster would be available within 3 months. How could they possibly contend with the grandmasters of the alien beasts? Such formidable power was indeed the most troublesome. If the enemy possessed even a single master while they had none, they would have already lost before the battle even commenced. After all, masters wield tremendous speed and striking power, with mobility reaching terrifying levels. It is crucial to recognize that the deployment of soldiers on the battlefield is equally significant. A single master is tantamount to an entire division. It appears that the human race is sorely lacking in this regard when it comes to masters, as well as in their troop types. Perhaps it is time for me to issue something new. Ihan pondered inwardly. You all continue your research. I need some time to think. Please provide me with a quiet office for myself. He directed towards the two elderly gentlemen. There's something you require, master? One of them inquired. We can step out for a bit, if necessary. Indeed, Old Kong, you can use this office, the other elder remarked. Upon hearing Yihan's words, the two men, understanding the situation, left the office without further inquiry. Once the two had exited, Yihan immediately called upon the system in his mind. Ding! A familiar screen materialized before his eyes, visible only to him. Host, Yihan Realm, Planetary Grandmaster Level 3 Vitality, 73.09 million Combat Power, 1.85 billion Intra-Level Disciples, 410 million Martial Disciples, 13.9 million Martial Master Disciples, 83,000 Abilities Users, 124,000 Rewards, 240 million Disciple Training Feedback Rewards, 280 million Disciple Gift Package. The number of intra-level disciples has already surpassed 400 million. Yihan gazed at the system screen, feeling a surge of excitement die in just a few days managing affairs in Lighthouse Country. The number of intra-level disciples had increased by over 200 million, a rate of growth that was both robust and stable. However, considering that there are 7 billion people among the human race globally, excluding those lacking comprehension and talent, this figure was not particularly surprising. Moreover, the number of martial disciples had also exceeded 10 million, a substantial leap from the previous 2 million. This indicated that the country's specialized training had yielded significant results. When a particularly gifted intra-level disciple joins the military and dedicates all their time to martial training, they will rapidly ascend to the rank of martial disciple. Furthermore, there will be even more martial disciples in the future. The human race is becoming increasingly formidable. Nevertheless, the count of martial master disciples is indeed pitifully low, with even the number of abilities users surpassing that of martial masters, as many entry-level disciples are newly awakened with abilities. Of course, this is also attributed to the higher threshold for martial master disciples. In truth, their growth stems from the previous 2 million martial disciples. Yihan noted the shortfall in martial master disciples in his mind while simultaneously addressing the system. Open the disciple gift package. Understood. A voice resonated in his mind, followed by a visual of an exploding gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the complete command experience of a 9-turn planetary general, 100 types of platinum-level martial arts, 30 million points of mental energy, 5 opportunities for disciple enlightenment, 30 new types of firearms and corresponding knowledge of human troop types, 50 new technologies for humanity, encompassing aerospace, materials, chemistry, and other fields. A 30 increase in spiritual energy across Blue Star. 1 planetary-level Godzilla-type pet beast, along with 3 years' worth of daily pet food. Once the system concluded its announcements, it fell silent. Why are the rewards this time so meager? Wasn't it supposed to be a 200 million disciple gift package? Yihan mused with curiosity. The previous disciple gift package had included vast quantities of resources such as ores, taking minutes for the system to enumerate. Yet now, it was over in mere seconds. This disciple gift package should have contained more. Could it be Yihan contemplated as he glanced at the final reward? If the earlier package was characterized by a high quantity of rewards, perhaps this one is marked by fewer rewards of greater quality. That planetary-level Godzilla-type pet occupies a significant portion of the total value. Moreover, this is a brand new reward, unprecedented in prior offerings. Let us take a look at the pet.